After enduring years of hellish torment, she finally grasped a profound truth. Kindness can be exploited, and even the gentlest of souls may be trampled upon. Sincere affection does not always yield genuine reciprocation. The sister she had taken in with good intentions treated her as a mere stepping stone, seizing her betrothed. Chapter 1. Blood Pig. The Winter Solstice. The biting cold wind howled as snowflakes danced through the air. Bai Suyue huddled in a corner of the room, the clanking of chains echoing with every slight movement she made. Dressed in a tattered old coat that barely covered her, she could not escape the relentless chill that permeated her body. Surrounding her was an abyss of darkness. No, it was not merely dark, it was an oppressive void, for she could see nothing at all. Her exposed arms and calves were riddled with scars, not a single patch of unblemished skin in sight. One of her legs bore a pant leg that hung emptily. How long had it been? Bai Suyue had lost track of time. It felt like a year, or perhaps a decade. Regardless, at intervals, someone would unceremoniously carve away pieces of her flesh, reminiscent of the torturous practice of lingqi, only to have another appear to meticulously dress her wounds with the finest medicinal herbs. The sound of footsteps reverberated through the air, causing her frail, emaciated body to tense involuntarily. A conversation drifted from the other side. Though somewhat muffled, she could discern the words. "Which part does the lady wish to consume today?" "I hear is to be the heart. The lady claims that flesh is the most tender. If not for the fear of that creature's demise, she would have acted long ago. Once this is done, the lad's health will surely improve. Indeed, we shan't have to cater to that ghastly thing anymore." With a resounding click, the door was unlocked, and at that moment, Bai Suyue heard two voices exclaim in surprise. "Your Majesty, on this day of the Supreme Leader's birthday, what brings you here?" "You may continue with your duties. I merely came to pay my respects to an old acquaintance." The instant Bai Suyue recognized that voice, her teeth clenched tightly, her entire body trembling, her palms reddened from being clenched so hard. For even if the owner of that voice were to turn to dust, she would remember it well. Yin Ingru. Her dear sister, Yin Ingru. Bai Suyue cursed her own blindness, having raised such a blood-sucking viper, leading to her own ruin and descent into hell. Her body was hoisted and brutally pressed against a pillar, her limbs seized and bound. Bai Suyue understood that her death was imminent and suddenly burst into laughter. The anger that sustained her through this past year was now overshadowed by the presence of her enemy before her, rendering her powerless. "Proceed." The voices of the two maidservants resounded once more, and Bai Suyue felt an icy sensation at her chest, revealing the only patch of healthy flesh remaining. Yin Ingru. A wave of profound hatred surged within her, a hoarse and discordant voice escaping from Bai Suyue's lips. Before her stood a woman adorned in a phoenix crown, draped in a resplendent red robe that trailed to the ground, a snow-white fox fur resting upon her shoulders, exuding an air of regal splendor. A faint smile graced her lips. "Leave us, both of you. I wish to reminisce with my sister." The two maidservants bowed, placing the tools of her torment aside, and closed the door behind them. Yin Yingru's delicate fingers tightened around a gleaming dagger as she approached Bai Suyue with measured steps. "Do you have any final words before you meet your end, sister?" "Yin Ingru, what is your heart made of? I have treated you no less than kindly. Why have you chosen to betray me so?" Yin Yingru's beautiful eyes flickered, a soft, cold laugh escaping her lips as the blade traced a line across Bai Suyue's face, drawing blood. "You are merely indulging your own desires, Bai Suyue. I have never encountered a woman as hypocritical as you, always donning the guise of a benevolent soul. Were it not for your privileged birth in the general's household, what would you amount to? Moreover, your father committed a crime warranting the annihilation of his entire clan. How can you possibly blame me for that?" Upon hearing Yin Yingru's words, Bai Suyue fell silent. Yin Ingru was right. She should never have taken in Yin Ingru, a girl who was on the brink of starvation, nor should she have treated her as a sister. Ultimately, the circumstances that led to her current plight were not the fault of fate or anyone else, but her own moment of weakness in allowing this calamity into her home. It was absurd that it took 3 years of torment and betrayal for her to finally comprehend this truth. But it was too late. Seeing Bai Suyue rendered speechless, Yin Ingru pressed the dagger's tip against her heart. Chapter 2. Becoming a clear ghost in light of her sister's impending death, the younger sister resolved to allow her sister to become a clear ghost. "Initially, I lingered intentionally before the gates of the general's mansion, for I sought vengeance." A cold smile, imperceptible to Bai Suyue, curled at the corners of her mouth. "The wheel of karma turns. This is the retribution of your general's household. It was your father who brought ruin to my family. Having endured so much suffering in my youth, How could I allow you to escape the same fate? Upon discovering the truth, Bai Suyue felt an overwhelming sense of liberation. She strained to widen her murky eyes, searching for the source of Yinningro's voice. Yin grew. All that you have uttered cannot conceal the jealousy that is nearly spilling from your heart. You envy me, do you not? Envious of my superior lineage, my good father, and my status as the crown prince's betrothed. That is why you have resorted to all this, isn't it? Yin Ingru remained silent for a long moment, yet her countenance darkened ominously. With a sudden, forceful grip, she plunged the dagger deep into Bai Suyue's chest. Bai Suyue gasped, her mouth agape, yearning to scream. Yet no sound emerged. Blood coursed down her chest, splattering onto the ground, a vivid crimson blooming like a sinister flower. Yin Ingru wiped the blood from her fingers with a look of disgust. I am now the exalted empress, while you are but a bloodied pig awaiting slaughter. What could possibly evoke jealousy in me? Everything you possess, I now have in abundance. Ironically, your blind fiancé mistook me for you, believing I was the one who saved him at the foot of Nanshan, showering me with unrelenting kindness. She paused, her tone laced with both triumph and malice. It is indeed a stroke of fate that you possess the Qilin pill. No wonder you exhibit such strength. Your flesh and blood is a potent antidote to the world's poisons. Your wretched mother truly spared no expense in utilizing such a treasure on you. The suffering you endure now is a gift from your mother. Once you descend to the underworld, do not dare to lay the blame at my feet. Bai Suyue's ears began to ring, yet Yinningro's words pierced her heart with relentless precision. She clenched her fingers tightly, her gaze fixed on Yin Ingru, her eyes devoid of pupils, and suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. The truth was far more shocking than she had anticipated. Yin Ingru found herself unnerved by the sight of those white pupils staring at her, an icy dread creeping into her heart. She struggled to maintain her composure, desperately savoring this hard-won victory. After all, I must thank you for eliminating that foolish monarch. Without you, I would not have ascended to the position of empress and enjoyed this splendid wealth and glory. Moreover, I am a being from millennia hence. What are you? A brainless relic of the past, to me. Bai Suyue's mind echoed with Yinningro's final words. She is a being from thousands of years in the future. Her voice faltered, yet she summoned every ounce of strength she possessed. Yin Ingru, if given the chance to start anew, I would never allow you to step into my home even once. It is hot. So unbearably hot. It feels as though thousands of ants are gnawing at her, and yet, it is as if she has been immersed in boiling water after enduring the chill of winter. That sensation, itching to the very bone, compelled Bai Suyue to yearn to shred all the barriers that suffocated her. Suddenly, the fabric in front of her was tugged. A chill caressed her neck as the cold wind swept by, a sensation so comfortable that it almost compelled her to utter a sound. In an instant, clarity surged through her mind. As Bai Suyue opened her eyes, she was confronted by the sight of a strange man partially draped over her. A familiar, revolting visage etched in her memory emerged before her, and before she could comprehend how he had abruptly appeared, she instinctively raised her hand and pushed him away with great force. The man, taken aback by the sudden awakening of the seemingly unconscious Bai Suyue, was propelled by her unexpected strength and crashed violently against the central beam of the room. He emitted no cry of anguish. The moment he struck, he fell silent. Bai Suyue stared wide-eyed, finally recalling what was amiss. Her once blind eyes could now see. Her body was intact, brimming with boundless strength. She sat dazed on the bed for a while, and as realization dawned, tears welled in her eyes. This bed, this room, they were hauntingly familiar. All tragedies began anew from this day. In her previous life, when she awoke, Yin Ingru fortuitously caught her in a compromising position, plunging her into insurmountable despair, tarnishing her reputation and dragging her family into disgrace, leaving her father and elder brother unable to hold their heads high before her uncle's family. Yuer, are you in there? Chapter 3. I have longed to do this, Yuer. A wave of nausea washed over Bai Suyue as an overwhelming impulse to confront and strangle the man surged within her. The murderous glint in her eyes flickered multiple times before it finally dimmed. Yin Ingru. Though her gaze was fierce, she was no longer the impulsive and reckless daughter of a general she once was. She had returned as a vengeful harbinger reborn from the ashes. She rose from the bed, deftly concealing the man's lifeless body beneath it, and sat nonchalantly on the edge of the bed. Without waiting for Bai Suyue to speak, Yin Ingru pushed open the unlocked door. Upon seeing Bai Suyue sitting disheveled at the bedside, with faint bruises marring her pale arms, her eyes brightened at the sight. Regrettably, the man was nowhere to be found. Concern flickered in Yinning-Ro's eyes as she hurried to the bedside, grasping Bai Suyue's arm and anxiously inquiring, what happened to you? How did you get those marks? Although the situation deviated from her expectations, Yin Yingru showed no signs of distress, gripping Bai Suyue's arm insistently. Seeking answers, Bai Suyue regarded her with an oddly enigmatic expression, maintaining a facade of composure that belied the difficulty of her situation, struggling to muster any semblance of kindness toward her. She scrutinized Yin Yingru anew. If the words spoken in her final moments had any truth, then Yin Yingru was indeed a demonic presence. With a subtle shake of her arm, she silently pushed Yin Yingru away, her eyes betraying a hint of disdain. She must exercise restraint. To strike her down would be too lenient. Do you truly think you are worthy to utter my name? A flicker of dark light danced in Yinning-Ro's eyes as she clenched her hands tightly, interpreting Bai Suyue's reaction as a result of excessive fright. The moonlight cast a gentle glow, illuminating the scene as Bai Suyue listened to Yinning-Ro's flustered and incoherent words, filled with an overwhelming sense of panic. What should we do? You have spent the night in a brothel, and if the general were to learn of this incident, he would surely blame me for not taking adequate care of you and break my legs. The absurdity of her previous oblivion struck Bai Suyue. She had concealed this matter so meticulously for Yin Yingru, allowing her to wield it as leverage against her. Yet, she had forgotten that her own presence in the brothel and her sudden collapse, leading to her defilement, were entirely due to Yinning-Ro's machinations. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, Bai Suyue noted the eerie similarity to her past life, where Yinning-Ro's words echoed verbatim. A sense of relief washed over her, yet she was determined to conceal any signs of her awareness from Yin Yingru. With a disdainful snort, Bai Suyue regarded Yin Yingru as if she were the most repugnant sight. Raising her hand, she delivered a sharp slap across Yinning-Ro's face, a wave of exhilaration surging from her heart. This was an act she had longed to execute before her demise. Yinning-Ro's delicate and fair complexion turned crimson from the force of the blow, causing her to momentarily lose her balance and fall to the ground, blood trickling from her wound. If her memory served her correctly, the crown prince would soon arrive, and given the current circumstances, he had become utterly subservient to Yinning-Ro, as anticipated. A figure clad in bright yellow burst through the door of the private room, rushing to embrace the fallen Yin Yingru, who was cradling her face in silence. "Rower, are you all right?" Upon seeing the crown prince, Yin Yingru mustered the strength to open her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks as she clutched his arm, her voice barely a whisper. "Your Highness, it's not yours fault. It was I who spoke out of turn." Despite her swollen face and the pain threatening to overwhelm her, she could not forsake the opportunity to strike at Bai Suyue in front of the crown prince. The uproar outside had reached a fever pitch as Bai Suyue was dragged from the brothel, and the consequences of her actions would be dire. How dare she lay a hand on her? Concealing her deep-seated resentment, Yin Yingru wept upon the crown prince's resplendent robe, her eyes red and swollen. Bai Suyue observed Yin Yingru's performance with an indifferent gaze, stealing a glance at the man before her, an unshakable sense of aversion stirring within her. Although the architect of her family's downfall was not Feng Muling, the one who issued the orders was indeed him. Even though she had taken his life with her own hands in the past, it did not erase the memories of old grievances. Gathering her garments, Bai Suyue strode purposefully towards the exit, only for Feng Muling to rise and grasp her arm tightly, his fingers digging into her flesh. A sharp pain coursed through her nerves, yet it paled in comparison to the excruciating torment she had endured over the past 3 years. "Your Highness, do you require something?" Bai Suyue's voice was frigid. Her countenance, though not conventionally beautiful, radiated a formidable aura that commanded attention, momentarily overshadowing her ordinary features. Feng Muling furrowed his brows, his expression one of incredulity. Such arrogance was unbefitting of a woman like her. "Why did you strike Rower?" Bai Suyue cast her gaze downward slightly, regarding Yinning-Ro's plump, elevated visage with the detached eyes of one in a position of power surveying mere ants. She let out a cold laugh. "She is merely a maidservant I have kept in my household for many years, and she has proven inadequate even in safeguarding my well-being. Striking her is a leniency." Yin Yingru, witnessing Bai Suyue's sudden transformation overnight, felt a chill creeping into her heart. She involuntarily widened her eyes, seeking any hint of aberration upon Bai Suyue's countenance. The prince's face twitched with fury, his thin lips pressed tightly together, while his brow knitted into a deep furrow. Grasping Bai Suyue's arm with increasing force, she could already sense the bruising forming where he held her. "This prince demands that you apologize to Rower immediately." The words apologize squeezed through Feng Muling's clenched teeth, his distinctly dark eyes radiating palpable disdain. Bai Suyue, too, was incensed. She retaliated by seizing the prince's wrist, applying a gentle yet firm pressure. The prince's body shuddered in pain, and he instinctively released his grip on her. He lifted his sleeve. The spot she had grasped was already swollen and red, a testament to the formidable strength this fierce woman possessed. Feng Muling, filled with rage, raised his hand, poised to deliver a sharp slap, which instantly alarmed Yen Yingru. Uncertain of Bai Suyue's temperament, she feared that such a blow might yield unforeseen consequences. She hastily scrambled to her feet, grasping Feng Muling's wrist to halt his elevated arm mid-air. Your Highness, you must not. After all, Yuer is your betrothed. If your relationship is harmed due to Roer, I would be deserving of 1,000 deaths. Bai Suyue regarded the two before her with an icy stare, devoid of warmth. Yen Yingru had long sought to sow discord between her and the prince, with the intent of depriving her of the opportunity to become the crown princess. That moment, several passers-by, drawn by the sight of the prince's striking yellow robe, craned their necks in curiosity. Observing this, Yen Yingru grew increasingly anxious. She did not wish for too many to be privy to this incident and swiftly tugged at Feng Muling's sleeve. Exclaiming in a flurry, Your Highness, this matter is ill-suited for discussion here. Since Yuer has been found, it would be prudent to return to the general's residence. Feng Muling snorted coldly, letting his arm drop as he assisted Yen Yingru in departing, causing the onlookers to disperse instantly. Bai Suyue harbored no interest in their curiosity, for this brothel would soon be sealed, leaving no trace of evidence behind. With her head held high, she followed Feng Muling to the entrance. Turning back to cast a gentle glance toward the foot of the beaded in the corner lay an unremarkable red hairpin, glistening under the soft sunlight filtering into the room. The prince's escort returned them to the general's residence. And as Bai Suyue stood once more before the familiar gates, she felt an overwhelming urge to weep at the sight of the once vibrant abode, now draped in cobwebs and an air of desolation. A throng awaited before the gates, all come to welcome them upon hearing news of the prince's arrival. Bai Suyue had already endured a previous life, marked by a sense of trepidation as if everyone were aware of her sullied reputation. However, this time, she lifted her head, her gaze radiating confidence and brilliance, rendering it impossible for anyone to discern whether she had erred. Before she even stepped into the main courtyard, the voice of Bai Zhen resounded. Laced with ire, words she had once found utterly distasteful now resonating with poignant familiarity. That wretched girl runs about recklessly. Let us see if I don't break her legs upon her return. Chapter 5. Where did you err? Father, you have repeated this sentiment countless times. Have you not always indulged her reckless escapades? The clear voice, tinged with dissatisfaction and helplessness, belonged to her elder brother. Upon hearing his words, Bai Suyue felt a pang in her heart. If there was anyone in this world who cherished her above all else, it was her father, followed closely by her elder brother, though she would only come to realize this truth years later. In her previous life, while she infiltrated the palace to carry out an assassination, her long-deceased brother had unexpectedly appeared before her, shielding her from a fatal arrow. It was then that she understood that beneath her brother's seemingly frigid exterior lay a profound affection for her, surpassing that of anyone else. Father, brother. Bai Suyue strode into the room and, before Yen Yingru and Feng Muling could utter a word, she suddenly knelt upon the ground, declaring, I was wrong. In an instant, both individuals before her were taken aback. Even Yen Yingru's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Bai Suyue. She had meticulously prepared countless excuses to placate the two, certain that as long as Bai Suyue spoke, she would not expose the incident at the brothel. Such matters required only Feng Muling's first-hand witness. Bai Zhen was momentarily astonished but soon regained composure, snorting in frustration as he furiously sipped his tea. Bai Zhen had always cherished his only daughter, treating her with utmost tenderness, only resorting to discipline when his anger reached a boiling point. What exactly did you err in? Bai Suyue felt a rush of warmth envelop her, realizing that only those closest to her genuinely cared for her well-being. You erred by placing undue trust in others and disregarding father's words. I was wrong to act willfully and throw tantrums, causing trouble for you and brother, and yet requiring you to tidy up after me. Her words were clear, her tone steady and sincere, nearly bringing Bai Zhen to tears. When did that willful and unreasonable girl become so enlightened? Speak. Where did you go last night? At that moment, Bai Zhen disregarded Feng Muling's presence entirely, focusing solely on the unexpectedly transformed Bai Suyue. He didn't even cast a glance at Yen Yingru, who knelt nearby. Last night, Yuer went to the brothel. Yen Yingru's complexion drained of color in an instant. as she envisioned the icy murderous intent reflected in Bai Zhen's eyes. After traversing through time and enduring hardships within the household for so many years, she had finally attained her current status. How could she easily relinquish it? Yan Yingru tugged at Feng Muling's robe, her expression bearing a hint of pleading. Feng Muling furrowed his brow, his lips twitching as he interjected. I have yet to encounter a young lady of noble birth who would venture to a brothel unprovoked, spending the night with a man. His voice was laden with a palpable sarcasm, and the implications of his words were unmistakable to all present. Upon hearing Feng Muling's remarks, Yan Yingru felt a twinge of anxiety. However, she recognized that Bai Suyue had already admitted the truth, rendering any further comments futile. The Crown Prince's thoughts were profound, and while Suyue held him in high regard, she could not help but question, which of your eyes has seen Suyue in the company of a man? What was initially a difficult topic to broach was addressed by Bai Suyue with remarkable candor, devoid of the typical bashfulness expected of a woman. Feng Muling parted his lips, furrowing his brow as his gaze fell upon Bai Suyue's arm. When this prince entered, you were disheveled, with suspicious bruises adorning your arm, and there were witnesses who saw a man enter your chamber. Am I mistaken? Bai Suyue's lips curled into a sly smile. Crown Prince, do you have evidence of infidelity? Be cautious, for I may accuse you of slander. The depths of her dark pupils held a chill that was unfamiliar to Feng Muling. He was taken aback. Bai Suyue had always harbored affections for him, so why was she not overwhelmed with shame and despair upon his accusations? Could it be that he had truly misjudged her? Yet, casting his gaze downward, he noticed Yinningro's flushed and swollen cheeks, her delicate and fair visage marred by an expression of pitiful sorrow. These were words she had relayed to him directly, leaving no room for doubt. Bai Zhen, upon hearing his future son-in-law speak of Bai Suyue in such a manner, felt a surge of discontent, his countenance darkening. Crown Prince, my daughter is still young and naive. Her presence in such establishments is indeed a blemish on her reputation. However, one must not speak lightly of a woman's virtue without evidence. Chapter 6. Does this young lady seem blind to you? Feng Muling detected Bai Zhen's protective stance and could not suppress a cold smirk, maintaining his icy demeanor. While I acknowledge your sentiments, such places as brothels are not frequented by virtuous maidens, let alone those who would spend the night there. Such a woman has no right to step foot within the royal gates. Feng Muling firmly established Bai Suyue's identity with unwavering resolve. A mocking smile graced his lips, and his gaze towards Bai Suyue was one of disdain. Bai Zhen's face turned pale with rage, his grip on the teacup tightening as he turned to Bai Suyue. This betrothal had been a reward bestowed upon him by the emperor following his significant contributions, and it was Bai Suyue herself who had implored the emperor to arrange the union. He had believed that as long as his daughter was content, all would be well. Little did he know that the crown prince held no affection for her, and their encounters were fraught with ridicule. Were it not for Bai Suyue, he would have long since lost his composure. A glimmer of determination flickered in Bai Suyue's lowered gaze. This matter, which was meant to unfold months hence, had been thrust forward. Yan Yingru was supposed to speak on her behalf today, and she had merely faced a light punishment from her father. The crown prince had remained a silent observer, never uttering a word. It seemed that her proactive confession had instilled a sense of urgency in Yan Yingru, compelling her to hasten the crown prince's pronouncement. Bai Suyue was acutely aware of her own shortcomings. She deemed herself unworthy of the crown prince and resolved to personally enter the palace the following day to implore the emperor to annul the engagement. Bai Suyue's sudden declaration rendered all present speechless. The cup in Bai Zhen's hand fell to the ground with a resounding crash, shattering into countless pieces. Even Bai Zhoni, who stood beside Bai Zhen and had remained indifferent to Bai Suyue, displayed an expression of disbelief on his typically cool and aloof face. Yinningro's eyes widened, her heart racing with anxiety. She hurriedly knelt beside Bai Suyue, grasping her wrist. What are you saying? Do you not harbor feelings for His Highness the Crown Prince? Annulment of the engagement is a significant matter. If you incur His Highness's wrath, you may never become the Crown Princess. To others, this statement might not seem peculiar, but Bai Suyue, having pondered its implications, realized that her desire to marry the Crown Prince was merely for the title of Crown Princess. A gentle smile graced her lips, serene and tranquil, though her complexion was dull and rough, lacking any cosmetics, rendering her appearance somewhat ordinary. Upon closer inspection, her features were strikingly exquisite. My withdrawal from this engagement aligns perfectly with your intentions. Though you presume me blind, as you flaunt your affections with the Crown Prince before my very eyes? Yinningro's face paled, and even Feng Muling's expression darkened slightly. Bai Suyue, this matter has nothing to do with Rower. Do not drag her into it. Seeing Feng Muling still so protective of Yan Yingru at this juncture, Bai Suyue entirely relinquished any lingering feelings for him. Her gaze sharpened once more. Innocent. It was she who urged me to enter the brothel last night. She was fully aware that my constitution is incompatible with alcohol, yet she intentionally served me spiked water while she herself vanished. If this has nothing to do with her, then your highness, to whom does it pertain? You do not speak carelessly. Rower has stated that you inadvertently drank the alcohol. She merely stepped out for a brief moment and returned to find you missing, believing you had returned home. Such words might only find credence in the mind of the crown prince. Bai Suyue let out a cold laugh, her eyes blazing with fury. She strained to suppress the murderous intent within her gaze as she looked upon Yinningro's now pallid face. If you were earnest in seeking me, you would not have waited until the next day to come. She felt a sense of relief that the man Yinningrou had summoned arrived only the following morning. Otherwise, she might have missed the opportunity to awaken altogether. Her constitution was uniquely resilient, impervious to all toxins, save for alcohol. Even the smallest sip would render her unconscious, making alcohol the one substance she had always avoided. She had fallen victim to this treachery because she never anticipated that the one she had trusted most, Yinningrou, would adulterate her beverage with liquor. Chapter 7. Do you still have a conscience? You err, you have misunderstood. It is not as you think. I searched for you all night alongside His Highness the Crown Prince. Yinningrou lamented with a face full of grievance, further inciting Feng Muling's ire. Not be so ungrateful. Last night, Rower personally beseeched me at the gates of the Crown Prince's residence. I, alongside numerous soldiers, sought your whereabouts, and she remained awake through the night, braving the cold winds to find you. Rower is still in a weakened state. After all her efforts to locate you, you dare to strike her? Do you possess no conscience? Conscience? Bai Suyue felt a laugh bubbling within her. It was precisely due to her excessive conscience in her past life that she had been exploited by those devoid of it. She gently lowered her gaze, her expression calming as she knelt upright before Bai Zhen, her demeanor grave and earnest. Your Highness, soon enough, you shall uncover who lacks conscience. After a while of kneeling, Bai Zhen's heart ached for her. He wished to bid her rise, yet hesitated due to Feng Muling's presence. Casting a glance at Feng Muling, he addressed Yinningrou. Rower, you bear wounds upon your face. You should withdraw and tend to them properly, and we shall deliberate on this matter later. Yinningrou sighed in relief upon witnessing the softening of Bai Zhen's gaze. Her heart, which had been lodged in her throat, finally eased in this household. Bai Zhen was aware of her identity. Perhaps due to a sense of guilt towards her, he permitted her to grow closer to Bai Suyue as long as she did not commit a grave error. There was little they could do to her. Just as she contemplated rising, Bai Suyue's skeptical voice pierced through the air. I find myself perplexed. Does the general's residence truly lack personnel, necessitating my sister to seek assistance from the prince's manor? Yinningrou froze at Bai Suyue's words, feeling as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. Even Feng Muling, who held her hand, tightened his grip involuntarily. All eyes in the room turned to scrutinize her, and she felt her blood run cold. When had the clumsy Bai Suyue become so sharp-tongued? She inwardly resented the situation. Stammering twice, her complexion grew even paler. When I returned, I spoke to the guards outside. I assumed he had already entered to report. Fearing for Yuer's safety, I sought the prince's assistance, for he is, after all, my sister's betrothed. I believed he would surely lend a hand. Yinningrou knelt once more, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Yet, to my dismay, it has caused misunderstanding with Sister Yuer. I only wished for a reconciliation between her and the prince. Bai Zhen's gaze turned icy as he slammed his hand upon the table. Summon the guards who stood watch last night. Bai Suyue narrowed her eyes, observing the visibly anxious Yinningrou. Perhaps she had underestimated her. At this juncture, she still managed to prepare such a tactic. However, it would be rather entertaining to expel Yinningrou now. A blatant disregard for the care she had received in her past life. Upon reflection, she found herself increasingly convinced of Yinningro's words from her previous life. For how could a mere child possess such wisdom? Moments later, the guards who had been stationed outside the door lined up in the courtyard. Bai Zhen interrogated them one by one, and indeed, someone admitted to witnessing Miss Rowe return to report. However, it was only that in the brief moment of turning away, the report was forgotten. This was entirely the fault of the subordinate. The man knelt, his face filled with pleading, and Yinningro's demeanor finally calmed somewhat as she defended herself. How could Rower dare to lie concerning this matter? Bai Suyue lifted her head, articulating each word clearly. Without rules, there can be no order. Father, this individual has misreported military intelligence, nearly endangering my life. He must be severely punished to prevent future transgressions. Yue speaks the truth. Uncertain of the reasons why, Baijian found himself increasingly fond of his daughter as he observed her in the present moment, the brightness in his eyes intensifying. Perhaps it was due to the significant events she had encountered that spurred her growth. Bring him forth, sever his tongue, administer 30 strikes, and cast him out. Yin Ingru felt a surge of anxiety within. Her teeth clenched in secret as cold sweat trickled down her neck. Spare me, General, spare me. Chapter 8. I apologize. Listening to the anguished cries of the guard being dragged outside, Yin Ingru cast a fearful glance at the man, witnessing the reluctant attempt of the dragged individual to expose her. She hastily called out, "Wait!" Baijian's gaze turned toward her. Yin Ingru, her lips trembling, declared, "Rower is also at fault. Perhaps in my panic, I failed to articulate clearly, which nearly led to my sister's harm. If the general must punish, then let it be upon me as well." She bent low and prostrated herself, her tone resolute. The guard being taken away seemed to exhale in relief, gratitude flickering in his eyes. While Feng Muling could easily dismiss others, he could not do so with Yin Ingru. Observing her plea to Baijian, his voice turned colder. "General Bai, regardless of circumstances, Rower has summoned individuals on behalf of the Crown Prince to rescue your daughter. Ultimately, her merits outweigh her faults. Were it not for her, your daughter might still face unknown dangers." Yin Ingru stifled her sobs, her frail shoulders quivering, evoking sympathy. Her delicate face, as smooth and fair as a geese egg, with exquisite features, rendered her akin to a green lotus by the lakeside. It is no wonder that the esteemed crown prince would dote upon her so. Bai Suyue realized that dwelling on the matter would be futile, and was not inclined to let Yin Ingru depart the general's residence so easily. "Father, perhaps I have been overly sensitive. I too bear responsibility for tarnishing the general's reputation. I voluntarily submit to the family law." Bai Suyue lowered her gaze slightly, her long eyelashes quivering. She deserved to be punished. Indeed, she did. Her father and elder brother had previously warned her to maintain distance from Yin Ingru, yet she had willingly allowed that woman to deceive her, thus wounding her family. Baijian waved his hand dismissively. "It was all an accident. Yue has been startled as well. Enough of this, let us all retire for the night." Baijian stepped forward, approaching Bai Suyue. Above his white cloud-patterned boots, he wore a sky-blue long robe. The bamboo leaves embroidered upon the robe appeared vividly alive, swaying as if stirred by a spring breeze. Like slender white bamboo, his hand extended toward Bai Suyue, marking the first time he had proactively reached out to her. "Father bids you to rise." His voice remained cold, yet it nearly brought Bai Suyue to tears. Her fingertips trembled as they clasped his sturdy fingers, a complex mix of emotions swelling within her. The relationship with her elder brother was fraught. This stemmed from the fact that his beloved had been rendered paralyzed by her actions, reduced to a silent, motionless puppet. It was entirely her fault for being so willful and, under Yin Ingru's provocation, believing that the woman aimed to harm her, leading to the unfortunate push that sent the latter into the water. "Elder brother, please convey my apologies to sister-in-law." The subdued voice pierced through the air, landing in Baijun's ears. Baijun merely responded with a faint retracting his hand and returning once more to Baijian's side. Yet, the icy glint in his eyes bore a hint of warmth. Bai Suyue had just risen when a guard swiftly approached Baijian, whispering something in his ear, causing his expression to darken considerably. Baijian narrowed his eyes, a fierce glimmer flashing within. Someone had perished at Yunxiang Tower, and many had witnessed His Highness the Crown Prince and the two of you emerge from within. The governor has specifically sent someone to summon you. So soon? Bai Suyue's eyes narrowed. She had initially thought she could rest a while longer to recuperate, only to discover that shortly after their departure, the body she had concealed beneath the bed had been found. Yin Ingru was momentarily taken aback by the mention of a death. After careful contemplation, she glanced in Bai Suyue's direction, her lips paling slightly. If she still remained oblivious to the truth, then she would indeed be foolish. Yue, do not fret. Even if you have truly taken a life, it could merely be deemed an unfortunate accident. The governor is astute and will surely not make things difficult for you. Baijun suddenly slammed the table, startling Yin Ingru, while Feng Muling's expression turned icy. "General Bai, this matter is grave. The Crown Prince and Rower entered together and can vouch for her." Chapter 9. "Let us see how you extricate yourself." Bai Suyue lowered her head slightly, a smile playing upon her lips. "Your Highness, your affectionate address of her speaks volumes of your close relationship with her." "You?" Feng Muling's countenance darkened as he shot Bai Suyue a fierce glare. "You ought to consider your predicament carefully. Taking a life demands recompense, and debts must be repaid. Even princes are subject to the law. just as commoners are. You are but the daughter of a general. Let us see how you extricate yourself from this." Feng Muling let out a cold snort, assisting Yin Ingru to her feet. Yin Ingru leaned against Feng Muling like a delicate bird, oblivious to the implications of her closeness to Bai Suyue's fiancé in front of so many onlookers. Bai Suyue dusted off her knees. Were it not for the presence of a crown prince, the governor would certainly not treat them with such courtesy. Outside, a carriage had long been prepared, and the three of them climbed into one, exchanging glances filled with disdain. Throughout the journey, Yinningro's expression fluctuated, for the abrupt shift from being trusted and cherished by someone she had known for over a decade to being viewed with disdain and loathing left her utterly perplexed. Before her transmigration, she had prided herself on her keen insight into the thoughts of wealthy young ladies and gentlemen. Yet now she found herself unable to fathom Bai Suyue. Positioned beside the crown prince, she deliberately maintained a distance from Feng Muling, reaching out to grasp Bai Suyue's hand. Bai Suyue sidestepped, leaving Yinningro's hand grasping at air, prompting a slightly awkward retraction. "Yue, what is troubling you today? I know you are heartbroken and distressed. It must be the result of someone sowing discord that has led you to doubt me. Have you forgotten the bond we have shared for so many years?" Bai Suyue regarded Yin Ingru with an oddly enigmatic gaze, causing Yin Ingru to widen her eyes in surprise, unable to suppress a gasp. Within those eyes lay a profound, bone-chilling malice that instilled in Yin Ingru an overwhelming urge to flee. Beside her, the crown prince clasped her hand tightly and gently inquired, "Rower, what troubles you? Fear not, we are merely going to the government office to fulfill a formality as witnesses. I assure you, you shall come to no harm." Yin Ingru, however, did not heed the crown prince's words in a state of panic. She nodded fervently, yet dared not meet Bai Suyue's gaze, feeling a twinge of unwillingness. The voice within her clamored to distance herself from Bai Suyue, yet she was reluctant to abandon the bright future that was nearly within her grasp. As the carriage came to a halt, the three were respectfully ushered into the courtyard by the constables, where a corpse draped in a white cloth lay before them. Yinningro's heart leapt to her throat. If her suspicions were correct, the man lying there must be the one she had paid to find. She shifted her gaze towards Bai Suyue, only to encounter a face that exuded calm and composure. In the span of a single night, it seemed Bai Suyue had transformed entirely, leaving her uncertain of the thoughts swirling within the other's mind. When she had gazed into those eyes earlier, it felt as though she had glimpsed a vengeful specter, and an eerie sensation unfurled within her. She resolved to summon some esteemed individuals to her residence to cleanse the lingering malevolence when the opportunity arose. The coroner had examined the body and confirmed that the individual had met his demise during the early hours of this morning, precisely when the three of them had entered. The deceased was none other than the son of the Minister of Revenue. Yin Ingru was struck dumb, and even Bai Suyue, standing nearby, displayed a flicker of astonishment. Feng Muling maintained an impassive demeanor. The identity of the deceased was of no concern to him. The governor, upon noticing the crown prince clad in resplendent yellow, lowered his voice further, adopting an inquiring tone. "Might I ask what the three of you were engaged in at that time?" Yin Ingru, having closely observed Bai Suyue's expression, noted her finally displaying some emotion. Though perplexed, she continued, "This young lady and His Highness the Crown Prince went upstairs in search of Yue after the hour of the hare. Hence I am unaware of the events that transpired." With that, she distanced herself from any implication. The governor's gaze swept sharply over Bai Suyue, yet he found her face once again shrouded in tranquility, devoid of any expression. She remained silent, offering no defense. "Yue, do speak. This young man bears you no grudge. Why would you take his life? No wonder I detected the scent of blood lingering in the room upon my entry." Chapter 10. It must be her. Bai Suyue furrowed her brow, initially contemplating how to justify herself once the coroner revealed that the man had been killed by a violent impact. Yet, it appeared her concerns were unfounded, for the man bore the hairpin she had left embedded in his chest. This young woman had no desire to defend herself, trusting that the governor would procure sufficient evidence to unearth the true culprit behind the death of this young man. Bai Suyue finally comprehended the reason for the governor summoning her to the government office. Should an ordinary individual meet their demise, the involvement of the general's mansion and the crown prince would allow the authorities to handle the matter with utmost discretion. However, when it pertains to the young master of the esteemed minister, it transcends the realm of triviality. Yet, there exists evidence. The governor's gaze was somber as he instructed the coroner to carefully retrieve the red hairpin from the victim's chest. Upon seeing the remarkably familiar object, Yin Ingru instinctively reached for her own head, her complexion paling in an instant. After all, that hairpin was the sole dowry bequeathed to her by her mother upon her entry into the general's mansion. inscribed with her very name. Bai Suyue regarded the hairpin with a tranquil demeanor, contrasting sharply with Yin Yingro's ashen visage, and a sense of satisfaction welled within her. Is this truly Miss Bai's possession? The governor inquired in a low voice, to which Bai Suyue responded with a faint smirk. You ought to examine it more closely before posing such questions. Upon careful scrutiny, the governor paused, examining the hairpin more closely, whereupon he discerned an inscription etched in fine script. Yin Yingru. The governor involuntarily uttered aloud, causing Yin Yingro's complexion to further pale as her eyes brimmed with tears. Yuer, why have you done this? Yin Yingru gazed at Bai Suyue, tears cascading down her cheeks, her eyes reflecting profound disappointment. Feng Muling, witnessing the pitiable plight of Yin Yingru, felt a surge of compassion and interjected coldly, interrupting the governor's interrogation of her. Governor, the facts are abundantly clear, are they not? She is indeed the perpetrator responsible for the murder of the Minister of Revenue's son. Yet, Rower is but a gentlewoman, incapable of even trampling a mere mouse. I entered the chamber alongside her. She possessed neither the time nor the motive to commit such an act. Would you not agree? The governor's gaze flickered as he observed Yin Yingru shrinking into the prince's embrace, causing a slight pang of sympathy to stir within him. He cast a troubled glance at Bai Suyue, suddenly feeling a twinge of compassion for her. Who could deny that Bai Suyue was the acknowledged fiancée of the crown prince, a union sanctioned directly by the emperor? Yet here was the prince, without hesitation, casting her into the abyss to protect another woman, revealing the depths of her plight. Given the unique status of the deceased, he could not afford to overlook this matter, especially as he needed to provide an explanation to the Minister of Revenue. Upon hearing Feng Muling's words laden with pressure and unreasonable demands, Bai Suyue's heart grew numb. She had long anticipated that Feng Muling would repeatedly test the boundaries of his resolve. As the crown prince, he now disregarded the evidence, effortlessly shifting the outcomes for both her and Yin Yingru with a mere pronouncement, his gaze seemingly intent on relegating her to the status of a prisoner. Since this young lady enjoys the prince's protection, I, as a humble official, cannot impose hardships upon her. However, Miss Bai, it appears you are the primary suspect, and thus I must regretfully request that you remain as a guest in the mansion until the true culprit is identified. Bai Suyue pressed her lips together, her expression steely. Yin Yingru, drawing in her neck, looked at Feng Muling with a piteous gaze, clutching his sleeve tightly. If General Bai were to learn of this matter, he would undoubtedly seek retribution against me. Rower should willingly take the blame for Sister Yuer, but Rower cannot, for the truth is as it stands. I dare not utter a falsehood. Her heartfelt declaration resonated deeply with all who listened, evoking a sense of empathy in their hearts. The gaze in Feng Muling's eyes was filled with compassion as he gently caressed Yin Yingro's face, a resolute glimmer sweeping through his expression. Do not worry, Rower. Soon, you shall accompany this prince into the palace, and I will certainly speak with my mother to ensure you become my consort. Yin Yingro's eyes flickered, her grip tightening on her sleeve. This was utterly contrary to her desired outcome. She had no wish to become a mere consort. However, with Bai Suyue's sudden transformation from her former self, she felt an unsettling anxiety, and given the current circumstances, she could not persuade Feng Muling just yet. The position of the crown princess would undoubtedly be hers. Chapter 11. What is royal law? Upon encountering a constable approaching her, Bai Suyue gestured invitingly. A smirk played at the corners of her lips, her eyes harboring a blend of curiosity and cold severity. The authority of His Highness the Crown Prince is indeed formidable. Previously, he proclaimed before a young lady that the emperor and commoners are subject to the same laws. It seems to be nothing but nonsense. Her coarse words left many in a state of astonishment, the Crown Prince's countenance darkening considerably. Clearly, General Bai had neglected to teach you the essence of decorum. Bai Suyue raised an eyebrow, retorting without reservation. It appears the Grand Tutor has failed to instruct His Highness in the principles of royal law. The provincial governor and the surrounding court guards immediately lowered their heads, holding Bai Suyue's audacity in profound respect. A woman's ignorance of etiquette may be trivial, yet if a prince of the realm is oblivious to royal law, it becomes a grave matter. Should this news circulate, it could tarnish Feng Muling's esteemed reputation. The consequences of a prince losing his authority are manifold, as history has shown. Feng Muling's face flushed with anger, his finger jabbing at Bai Suyue's nose. You speak so freely. With but a word from the prince, the most suspicious individual is granted immunity. Such is the flaunting of imperial power. Bai Suyue held her head high, exuding a defiant yet reasonable demeanor. The evidence in the governor's possession had already implicated Yin Yingru, yet the prince disregarded the law entirely to protect her. a behavior unbecoming of a future ruler. The atmosphere grew tense as Feng Mu-ling glared icily at Bai Suyu, refusing to relent. Cold sweat trickled down the governor's forehead, and none dared to offend either party. Just then, a constable strode up to the governor, whispering urgently. The governor's expression visibly lightened as if he had received a reprieve. "Quickly, summon them," he commanded, disregarding the verbal sparring between the three. Rising to greet the newcomers, Bai Suyu, intrigued, turned her gaze to the open gate of the courtyard, where two men entered, one following closely behind the other. The moment she recognized the visage of the foremost man, her body stiffened in an instant. Her eyes widened, as though her heart and soul were entirely consumed by the figure before her. Upon his arrival, the surrounding scenery seemed to dim. Even Yining Ro, still beside Feng Mu-ling, could not help but feel her heart race. For she had never before encountered such a breathtaking face. With elegantly arched brows, elongated phoenix-like eyes, a straight nose akin to a masterful sculpture, and gently pursed cherry-colored lips curving upwards, the brilliance within his dark, ink-like irises shone as bright as peach blossoms in full bloom. Clearly, it is a face radiant and enchanting, yet it possesses an ineffable air of coldness, akin to a solitary crimson blood lotus, seamlessly merging the realms of the ethereal and the demonic, clad in a black robe. The brilliance of this individual remains unmasked, a mere fraction of their splendor obscured in their hand, a folding fan, its pristine white surface adorned solely with the character for flame. Bai Suyue's heart quivered slightly, as if her mind had erupted in a cacophony of thoughts in her previous life. The person who left the deepest impression upon her was none other than the man before her. On the very first night after being groomed into a courtesan by Feng Qingsheng, it was this man who purchased her, Yin Machi. This name seemed etched into the very fabric of her soul. He was also the one who had pulled her back from the precipice of despair in her past life. Otherwise, she would have long succumbed to her own ruin. A sense of disarray welled up within her, reigniting the familiar feeling of unease in the presence of this man. She forcefully suppressed the peculiar thoughts stirring in her heart, resolutely determined to maintain her dignity before him in this lifetime. Having come to this resolution, Bai Suyue endeavored to appear calm, lifting her gaze toward the resplendent figure, her heart racing uncontrollably. The governor, standing nearby, wore a fawning expression, his demeanor more obsequious than when addressing the crown prince. "Lord Yen, your esteemed presence graces our humble abode. Yen Machi, the one and only prince of the Tianfeng kingdom, a figure whose wealth rivals that of nations, with countless women aspiring to marry him." This was the impression he left upon others. The moment he appeared, Feng Muling's face betrayed a palpable hostility. When confronted with someone more accomplished, many cannot help but feel a competitive urge arise. Especially someone as petty as Feng Muling. It is said that the culprit has been found. Chapter 12. Simply unworthy. A voice as clear as a spring echoed through the heart, as if a single utterance could cause legions of women to bow before his flowing robes. As Yin Machi approached, Yin Ingru instinctively averted her gaze. Few dared to meet the depths of his eyes, simply unworthy. Her cheeks flushed, radiating a shyness that seemed almost tangible, for indeed, the ancient world was abundant in handsome men. None from her era could compare to even a single strand of his hair. "May I invite you, Your Highness?" The man was now within arm's reach, and Bai Suyue quickly cast aside all distractions. She was no longer the headstrong young lady sheltered by a life of ease and devoid of worldly experience. Yen Machi's gaze swept across the gathered individuals. Feng Muling stood with hands clasped behind his back, chin raised defiantly, struggling to maintain his authority. "Who is it?" His eyes flitted over Yin Ingru and Bai Suyue, ultimately settling upon Bai Suyue, drawn by the striking contrast of her ordinary features against the backdrop of her deep, ebony eyes. "Lord Yin, that red hairpin belongs to this young lady." Yin Ingru shuddered, instinctively shrinking back behind Feng Muling, for the intensity of his gaze was perilously sharp. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, she mustered her courage to peek out, speaking softly, "Your Highness, I am not the culprit." In the depths of Yin Mochi's phoenix-like eyes, a flicker of understanding flashed, revealing a glimmer of clarity within. Bai Suyu maintained a facade of tranquility, yet beneath her sleeves, her palms were drenched with perspiration as she endeavored to appear more composed. This vermilion hairpin, which she had witnessed the woman wearing prior to her entrance, rendered it impossible for her to be the perpetrator. Yinamochi's words, articulated with deliberate precision, carried an essence of redemption. The magistrate, of course, harbored no doubts regarding Yinamochi's assertions, especially considering that he had no prior dealings with Bai Suyu, making it implausible for him to offend the crown prince on her behalf. Yin Yingruo's expression shifted dramatically. Realizing that this man had come to aid by Su Yue. It was lamentable that she remained unaware of the burgeoning friendship between the legendary prince of Tianfeng and Bai Suyu. The magistrate stroked his chin, pondering that what Yin Yingruo had claimed upon her arrival about the scent of blood was nothing but fabrications. With the prince's testimony, there was ample evidence to vindicate Miss Bai. And I shall escort her home at once. This unexpected turn of events left Bai Suyu somewhat bewildered. Tio encountered someone she would not see again for years in her past life. On the very first day of her rebirth, was undeniably surreal. Yin Yingruo, she cast a fleeting glance at Yin Yingruo, whose face was a portrait of tragic vulnerability, yet it failed to evoke any semblance of compassion from the man before her. Your Highness, with both witness and material evidence at hand, is it not sufficient to render a verdict? What? Yin Yingruo gasped at Yin Yingruo's words, her heart racing violently. That breathtakingly beautiful visage had now become a haunting specter for her. Lord Yin, the King of Hell. She momentarily forgot this man's other moniker. Clutching desperately at Feng Muling, her lifeline, she trembled. Your Highness, Ro Air is wronged. In Feng Muling's eyes, Bai Suyu epitomized the heartless femme fatale, having committed murder and framed an innocent. Meanwhile, Yin Yingruo appeared as a delicate damsel, oppressed by the general's daughter and ensnared by the villainous Yin Yingruo. Anger flared within his gaze. Yet he was acutely aware of the profound stature this man held in Tianfeng. Even his father would yield deference in his presence, let alone himself as the crown prince. He gently patted Yin Yingruo's shoulder, his sharp eyes fixated on the magistrate. He had initially believed this opportunity could allow him to sever ties with Bai Suyu. Yet Yin Yingruo's sudden emergence had introduced unforeseen complications. Magistrate, it seems this matter harbors deeper secrets. Someone has stolen Ro Air's vermilion hairpin to frame her. The true culprit must be sought diligently to provide Lord Shangshu with a satisfactory explanation. Would you not agree? Sweat beads trickled down the magistrate's forehead as he hastily nodded in acquiescence. Had he known the situation would devolve into such chaos, he would have refrained from summoning these three individuals. Just as he prepared to speak, Bai Suyu stepped forward. She could not allow this prime opportunity to chastise Yin Yingruo to slip away. Misunderstanding? Your Highness should not forget the law of the land. Regardless of the circumstances, Yin Yingruo remains the owner of the weapon. Is it not rather frivolous for the crown prince to take her back like this? Chapter 13. How did she know? Feng Muling's countenance darkened ominously, his gaze fixed upon Bai Suyu with an unsettling intensity. Bai Suyu, you wretched woman. What right do you have to admonish this prince, impure? Bai Suyu couldn't help but sneer inwardly. In her past life, each time someone uttered such words about her, it pierced her heart a little deeper. Yet, as time passed, she had grown accustomed to the pain. Merely wandering through a brothel, she was branded as impure by His Highness the Crown Prince, while he himself was on the verge of fatherhood, surpassing her status as an unwed fiancé in every conceivable way. A mocking glint flashed in her eyes, for she spoke thus only because, a year later in her previous life, a jest circulated within the imperial city. Before becoming acquainted with Yin Yingruo, the crown prince had already exhibited a roguish disposition, frequently courting danger by the riverbanks, where it was inevitable to get one's feet wet. Ultimately, an outsider appeared at his door, cradling a child. At that time, she was frantic, yet completely powerless, as Yin Yingruo evaded the crown prince for several days. It was only through Feng Muling's relentless efforts that the matter was resolved, and he regained Yin Yingruo's heart. Back then, she discerned the nature of their relationship but felt unworthy of the crown prince. Silently acquiescing to their clandestine affair in her presence, in the end, it was all her own folly. Yet now, this incident had transformed into a weapon to assail the crown prince. Upon witnessing Feng Muling's incredulous expression, Bai Suyu was certain he too had learned of this affair. She couldn't help but admire the woman's cunning, capable of presenting herself before the crown prince with a child after enduring who knows how many trials in the interim. The royal family was merciless. This woman and her child represented a blemish upon the crown prince, one that would most likely be dealt with discreetly and never brought to light. Bai Suyu, what nonsense are you spouting? Feng Muling was utterly enraged, yet amidst his fury, a hint of panic lingered in his gaze. Yin Machi, upon hearing Bai Shuyu's words, found his attention drawn to her slightly raised cheek, where an expression of maturity belied her youth. Bai Suyu, the headstrong and willful daughter of a general, whose reckless temperament was devoid of guile, now stood before him, appearing quite different from the portrayal in the rumors. That woman's surname was Mu, her name Ling, a native of Qingcheng, currently residing in the alley beside the tea house on the eastern side of the city. Bai Suyu spoke with clarity and unwavering conviction. causing the prefect to gasp in astonishment at her sudden revelation, especially in the presence of the King of Flames. Unfortunate for her, Bai Shuiyue had undoubtedly offended the crown prince irreparably. Such explosive revelations would likely send shockwaves throughout the entire imperial city. According to Bai Shuiyue, the woman was merely an ordinary lady, already a mother. Yin Ingru trembled, a flicker of malice flashing in her eyes. She had been aware of this matter long before, but the time had not yet come to voice it. Yet, when had Bai Shuiyue come to know? Her mind was a tumult of confusion, while Feng Muling's handsome face bore a vivid array of hues, a mix of blue and purple. Yin Machi lightly tapped his palm with a fan, a smile gracing his lips. The crown prince is indeed a man of many affairs. The crown princess and the side consorts have yet to enter the palace, yet he already has an heir. Yin Machi's words struck deep, causing Feng Mulings to clench his fists, inflicting pain that rendered Yin Ingru pale as a ghost. Yet he remained oblivious to his own indiscretion, coldly stating, "Bai Shuiyue, what evidence do you possess to prove that child is indeed the son of this prince? I am unfamiliar with that Mu Ling." Bai Shuiyue was unperturbed by Feng Muling's denial. If that woman had no evidence in hand, she would not dare to speak so boldly. How could the emperor's grandson be left to wander outside? Rest assured, Your Highness, tomorrow Shuiyue shall escort that woman into the palace to present her to the emperor. Feng Muling froze, his gaze falling upon Yin Ingru, finally realizing he had inadvertently hurt her and tenderly caressing her face. At that moment, Yin Ingru dared not exhibit even the slightest dissatisfaction. In her past life, she could throw tantrums because she had the means, but now, without Bai Suyue's protection, she was less than the mud beneath their feet. Chapter 14. What are you looking at even at this juncture? Feng Muling could only promise her a position as a concubine. The title of crown princess would never belong to her. Rower, you shall stay here for a day or two, and this prince will certainly come to fetch you. A chill ran through Yin Ingru's heart. She quickly donned a gentle smile, starkly contrasting with her pale visage. Your Highness need not worry. Rower would not wish to cause you any trouble. I only know that the true culprit will inevitably be brought to justice. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced in Bai Suyue's direction, only to find that the latter paid her no heed. The outcome was evident. The magistrate seemed quite pleased with the situation and promptly instructed someone to escort Yin Ingru inside. Bai Suyue's gaze remained fixed on Yin Machi's direction. Upon noticing the complex and profound emotion in her eyes, Yin Machi smirked, a wicked glint flickering in his gaze. He reached out, lifting Bai Suyue's chin with the steel-like bone of his fan. What are you looking at? Bai Suyue felt a twinge of awkwardness and quickly averted her gaze, replying earnestly, It is merely that the prince is exceedingly handsome. Upon hearing this, Yin Machi's eyes sparkled with amusement. This remark had been echoed countless times, yet it was only from her lips that it resonated so pleasingly. This man must be a prodigy, for he had left an indelible impression on her since their first encounter. Otherwise, she would not have lost her composure so readily. Your Highness overestimates me. Yin Machi narrowed his phoenix eyes, exuding a palpable aura of menace. She had long heard tales of his capricious nature, his ability to shift moods as swiftly as the tales suggested of the true king of hell. I find great admiration in your eyes. May I claim them as a parting gift for our meeting? Her heart leapt unexpectedly, and Bai Suyue raised her gaze to meet Yin Machi's inscrutable eyes. He was puzzled. Had it been an ordinary woman hearing his words, she would surely have knelt and begged for mercy. He had anticipated witnessing the seemingly stubborn and proud woman bow her head to reveal her true self, yet instead, he was met with a faint smile upon her face. If the prince finds pleasure in them, it is a tremendous honor for Suyue. She had lived in darkness for over a year, becoming accustomed to it. The presence or absence of these eyes mattered little to her, for they were, after all, stolen. Even if they were taken away, she would suffer minimal loss. Moreover, it could be seen as a way to repay a debt from a past life. Yinamochi found himself increasingly disinterested. He unfurled his folding fan, obscuring half of his exquisite, flawless face. As he observed, he realized he no longer held any fondness for her. He turned and strode toward the corridor ahead, while Bai Suyu felt an inexplicable sense of relief in her heart, quickly returning to her usual demeanor. Without a moment's hesitation, she pivoted and departed. She had more pressing matters to attend to. Moju, follow her discreetly. A youth of around 14 or 15, shadowing Yinamochi, bore an expression of cold severity, his eyes filled with confusion as he regarded Yinamochi indeed. Without a hint of disturbance, Emoju silently leaped away. The magistrate, witnessing the other party entering and exiting the residence as though it were an uninhabited realm, felt a chill creep up his spine. With such skill, Assassinating someone within a minister's estate would be alarmingly effortless. Your Highness, are you intending to? Yenomochi raised an elegant brow, gracefully shaking his folding fan. That Yunyu Tower belongs to me. With such a significant incident, I naturally must investigate thoroughly. When Baisuyu emerged from the estate, no carriage awaited her. She dared not hesitate and sprinted toward the eastern part of the city, moving with remarkable speed. Her body, honed by years of training, reached its zenith. Since her childhood, Baisuyu had been regarded as an oddity. Though seemingly slight in stature, her strength surpassed that of most adults by several folds, a trait that contributed to her reclusive nature. The more insecure one feels, the more they strive to disguise themselves as invulnerable. Baisuyu felt both pity and sorrow for her former self. Otherwise, how could she have trusted an outsider so readily? Yet now, this extraordinary strength, coupled with her innate martial arts talent, constituted her most vital means of survival in this lifetime. She was determined to show those who looked down upon her who the ultimate victor would be. Chapter 15. Mind your dog. Feng Muling's hasty departure was primarily to obliterate evidence. She was unwilling to put Mu Ling in jeopardy because of her foe. Be prudent. She needed to lead Mu Ling into the palace immediately, aiming to preemptively alter events that would transpire years later. As long as the crown prince remained unscathed, Yining Ro would be safe. She did not wish for this flea to reappear and further disgust her. Navigating through numerous obstacles, her speed in the crowded alley surpassed that of the crown prince's carriage. However, Feng Mu Ling would not travel alone. She would certainly return to the crown prince's residence to summon the guards, affording Baisuyu the opportunity to rescue Mu Ling in advance. Suddenly, the sound of a whinnying horse caught Baisuyu's attention. She looked up to see an exquisitely adorned carriage approaching, its side curtains drawn back. The surrounding citizens instinctively stepped aside as two fierce-looking guards, wielding weapons and mounted on tall steeds, protected the carriage. Baisuyu had already reached the front of the carriage when one guard, noticing her unusual speed, extended his hand in confusion, cracking his whip towards her. Baisuyu skillfully grasped the descending whip and yanked it forcefully. The more anxious she became, the more people approached to disturb her. After all, she was still the daughter of a general. Regardless of the status of those inside the carriage, they had to concede a little in deference to her father's reputation. In the past, Baisuyu was renowned in the capital as a little sorceress. The current emperor valued the general's household, and her father wielded military power directly. Although the position of a military general was not particularly elevated in the Tianfeng kingdom, Baijian was an exception. The tall, sturdy man on horseback could hardly have anticipated that this seemingly petite woman, Baisuyu, possessed such extraordinary strength. With a gasp, he tumbled down from his mount, the long whip falling into Baisuyu's hands. She deftly grasped the whip with both slender hands and, with a powerful tug, snapped the heavy leather whip asunder. The uneven lengths of the whip dangled before the crowd, and the carriage came to a sudden halt. The window was thrown open, revealing a face of unparalleled beauty. With a gentle smile, the man clad in a moonlit robe radiated an ethereal aura. His ink-black hair adorned with a silver crown, and his features were breathtakingly exquisite. This man possessed a name equally enchanting. Feng Qingcheng, the second prince of the Tianfeng kingdom, another adult prince in the court. As the surrounding onlookers beheld his visage, they all knelt to the ground, exclaiming in reverence. Yet Baisuyu stood resolutely against the wind. It was not that she refused to kneel. Rather, her heart was consumed entirely by hatred at that moment. In her past life, she had harbored only a slight admiration for Feng Mu Ling, but for Feng Qingcheng, her feelings had been profoundly genuine. For him, she would willingly plunge into the abyss. Driven solely by the desire to fulfill his wishes, in just one day, she had encountered all those she had once despised most in her previous life, and even though she endeavored to endure, her expression betrayed her discomfort. Feng Qingcheng appeared oblivious to the fury etched upon by Suyu's face, smiling gently. This prince wondered who it was. It turns out to be the little Suyu from the general's household. Have you all lost your sight? Come and apologize to the young lady. His tone was exceedingly gentle, capable of thawing even the coldest of hearts. Indeed, Your Highness, the fault lies with us for not recognizing the greatness of Miss Bai. Please forgive us. Baisuyu, with a fierce motion, cast the broken whip to the ground, her gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Feng Qingcheng's face. Feng Qingcheng, I have returned, and I will not rest until you do. Second Prince, keep your hounds in check. How audacious it was to insult him by calling him a dog. The glimmer of light flickered in Feng Qingcheng's jade-like eyes, and as he looked back at Baisuyu, there was a shift in his gaze, yet he maintained his impeccable composure, smiling still. Might I inquire what urgent matter concerns Miss Suyu? Is there any way this prince can be of assistance? If Yenimochi was akin to a mercurial king of hell, then the man before her was forever the epitome of politeness, grace, and good temper. If a multitude of women were presented with the choice of becoming the wife of either of these two, she could guarantee that 90% would choose Feng Qingcheng. With his unparalleled beauty, gentle demeanor, and amiable temperament, he would not harbor a trace of disdain even when faced with a beggar. Such a person seemed to be the light of her past life, yet unbeknownst to her, he was, in truth, a demon far more terrifying than the king of hell. Chapter 16. A path to destruction. She believed she had escaped from one hell, unaware that a far darker abyss awaited her. Upon hearing Feng Qingcheng's inquiry, Bai Suyue resolved to do but one thing: to disregard him and continue on her own path. She began to run once more, fortuitously finding a passage ahead that had already been cleared. This time, she sprinted with even greater urgency. Feng Qingcheng observed the retreating figure of Bai Suyue, his eyes narrowing with intrigue as he instructed the coachman, "Pursue her and discover her intent." The remarkable transformation of Bai Suyue piqued Feng Qingcheng's curiosity, particularly regarding the haste with which she seemed to be acting. She raced into the narrow alley beside the tea house. Arriving at the familiar gate from her memories, hesitating, she lifted her hand and knocked softly. The creaking of the dilapidated wooden door heralded the emergence of a woman of striking beauty, cradling an infant of 5 or 6 months. The woman regarded Bai Suyue with a wary expression, her voice cold and distant. "Who are you? I do not believe we are acquainted, Mu Ling." The woman's body stiffened, and she instinctively reached to close the door. In a moment of inspiration, Bai Suyue's eyes darted as she exclaimed, "I am a friend of your elder brother, Mu Cho." The Mu surname was exceedingly rare in Tianfeng Kingdom, and she had not previously known the connection between Mu Cho and Mu Ling. It was merely a hypothesis born of urgency, and Mu Cho was the renowned physician who had aided her in mending her sinews and purging the venom from her body, seemingly aligned with Feng Qingcheng. The woman before her faltered, suddenly extending her hand to pull Bai Suyue inside. A flicker of excitement crossed her features, her eyes betraying a glimmer of hope. "Is it my brother who sent you to fetch me?" Bai Suyue hesitated, yet her heart surged with tumultuous emotion. Yes, to her surprise, Mu Ling showed no hesitation as she closed the door, gathered her child's clothes and a few meager belongings, then turned toward the exit. "I am ready. Let us depart," Bai Suyue urged. "Where do you intend to go?" Mu Ling paused momentarily. "Anywhere, as long as it is away from here." Bai Suyue grasped Mu Ling's hand, her lips pressed tight. "I will take you to the palace and restore your son's rightful identity. Are you willing?" Upon realizing the depth of Bai Suyue's knowledge, Mu Ling's expression shifted abruptly, her eyes now tinged with suspicion. She was treading on perilous ground within the imperial city, where even the slightest misstep could prove catastrophic. "Who exactly are you?" Bai Suyue, anxious yet earnest, replied. "I am Bai Suyue, daughter of General Bai, and I wish to propose a transaction with you." "Miss Mu?" Mu Ling tightened her hold on the child, her apprehension palpable. "A transaction? Accompany me to the palace today, and I swear to secure safety for you and your son." Mu Ling scoffed, stepping back a few paces. "How can I trust you?" A hint of anxiety clouded her features, and a foreboding sensation crept into her heart. Bai Suyue met Mu Ling's gaze, her resolve hardening. "Your brother is a master of toxic medicine. You must be well versed in the art of controlling life and death." No wonder Mu Ling was able to escape the grasp of the crown prince. It turns out she possesses such a remarkable background. It is also understandable why Mu Chio chose to oppose Feng Mu Ling, solely because he had betrayed his own sister. Mu Ling nonchalantly tossed a vial to Bai Suyue, who without the slightest hesitation consumed the lethal pills within as if they were mere candies. Mu Ling's gaze softened slightly, her trust in Bai Suyue increasing. "What should I do?" Bai Suyue asked, pulling Mu Ling along. Noticing her slow pace, she attempted to take the child from Mu Ling's arms. However, Mu Ling deftly dodged, her resolve unwavering. "I can manage on my own." Bai Suyue did not press the matter further. As she opened the door, a harmonious chorus of drawn swords echoed in her ears. Ahead, over 100 guards brandished their gleaming weapons, barricading the entrance completely. Mu Ling's face turned pale, her body tensing in shock. What on earth was happening? Bai Suyue turned back, locking eyes with Mu Ling. "Do you trust me?" Mu Ling longed to say no, yet it was too late for doubt now. "Is there a back door?" "You should leave, head towards the street." A glimmer of determination crossed Bai Suyue's eyes, yet Mu Ling's suspicions deepened. "Bai Suyue, what exactly are you plotting? If I run to the street, am I not just courting death?" Chapter 17. "Are you planning a rebellion?" Seeing Mu Ling's anxiety, Bai Suyue tore down a nearby door panel with her bare hands and positioned it against the entrance. her voice steady. "You will see a finely crafted carriage. Seek help from the person inside. They will undoubtedly save you." Mu Ling hesitated in disbelief, but with the door in ruins, she relinquished her objections. "Fine. I will trust you this once. If I and the child perish, I will haunt you as a vengeful spirit. Since you know my elder brother, you should be aware of his formidable prowess." Bai Suyu remained silent, watching as Mu Ling fled with the child. Only then did she seize a wooden stick, thick as a calf, while Feng Mu Ling, dressed in casual attire, concealed himself among the throng of people. Listening to the continuous screams emanating from within, his expression grew increasingly grim. In less than half an hour, the several guards standing beside him looked on in horror as a frail woman in a white gauzy dress emerged slowly from the chaos. Chin slightly raised, her bright eyes fixed on the disheveled Feng Mu Ling. This woman. She had single-handedly felled nearly 100 men, with many guards lying unconscious on both sides of the door. Bai Suyu discarded the bloodied remnants of the shattered stick and strode out, radiating an intense aura of ferocity. Once, she had fearlessly stormed the palace alone, standing before Yanning Ro, who had become the empress. Despite the blockade of thousands of guards, even managing to inflict a wound on her face. Although part of it was orchestrated by Yanning Ro, who deliberately refrained from summoning crossbows, the scene remained utterly astonishing. Such a minor skirmish was trivial in comparison to her past. "Bai Suyu, are you planning a rebellion?" "A rebellion?" Bai Suyu's voice took on a slightly hoarse tone. "You seize innocent women, and when I, a lady of noble birth, intervene in defense of the wronged, you dare stand before me and accuse me of rebellion?" Feng Muling, donned in casual attire, concealed his true princely visage, and even if Bai Suyu were to catch a glimpse of him, she would undoubtedly pretend not to have seen. However, her words utterly astonished Feng Muling. In the past, had he even dared to utter the term rebellion in Bai Suyu's presence, she would have been too intimidated by her own immense capabilities to act upon it. Moreover, he was acutely aware, as if a mirror reflected his thoughts, that Bai Suyu harbored affections for him. Yet now, before him stood a woman clad in simple white, her stature exuding an aura of formidable authority that could not be overlooked. Even in the absence of striking beauty, Feng Muling's eyes stung as if swept by a tempest. "Bai Suyu, how dare you harm one of the royal family?" "Royal family?" Bai Suyu scoffed, her eyes glinting with mockery upon recognizing the prince's anxious attempt to reveal his identity. A prince ought to be adorned in his ceremonial robes, partaking in fine wines and sumptuous meals within the palace, not mingling among this rabble of ruffians. "None of you shall escape today. Having intruded upon private residences and forcibly abducted virtuous women, you shall all find yourselves languishing in the dungeons." With a defiant tilt of her chin, she seemingly ignored Feng Muling entirely. Feng Muling trembled with rage. Having removed his hat and helmet, yet Bai Suyu displayed not the slightest reaction. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from the alleyway, and as he turned to look, he beheld Feng Qingqing elegantly seated in a carriage adorned with flowing white silk. Presenting herself before the crowd, the wave of anxiety washed over Feng Muling as he pointed toward her direction, his teeth clenched in silent fury. It was evident that Mu Ling and her child had likely been escorted away. "Miss Bai, what on earth has transpired here?" Feng Qingqing inquired, as the constables from the magistrate's office rushed in, their expressions turning to bewilderment at the sight of bodies strewn about, both lifeless and alive. Upon witnessing Feng Qingqing's astute arrival alongside the officials, Bai Suyu could not suppress her cold laughter. Her conjecture had proven correct. Feng Qingqing's ambitions had long been in play. "Your Highness, the second prince, Miss Mu Ling has likely already disclosed the truth to you. These brigands have unlawfully entered private homes, intent on inciting chaos and plunder that I, in a spirit of righteousness, have rendered them incapacitated just in time for the officials' arrival. Kindly take them away to the prison." Feng Muling, utterly incensed by Bai Suyu's audacity, retorted, "Second brother, do take a moment to consider who I truly am." In that instant, Feng Muling cast aside his princely dignity, realizing that if these thugs were taken to the magistrate, his reputation would be further tarnished. Feng Qingqing chuckled softly, observing Feng Muling with a mix of curiosity and concern, then slightly lowering her gaze to Bai Suyu. "Miss Bai, do you recognize this individual?" A sense of derision surged within Bai Suyu. How clever of Feng Qingqing to shift the burden of this predicament onto her shoulders. After being compelled by her father to read excessively over the past few days, her vision had blurred, rendering her unable to discern the figure clearly, though she felt a vague familiarity. She wondered if the second prince could identify him clearly. Feng Qingqing, taken aback, realized that Bai Suyu had boldly turned his inquiry back upon him. The woman, despite her outward appearance of bravery and fortitude, had suddenly transformed, her words sharp and her reactions remarkably swift. Feng Qingqing found himself perplexed, unable to see through her demeanor, yet he discreetly turned his attention to Bai Suyue, pondering deeply whether her earlier statement was merely a coincidence. With a gentle lowering of his gaze, he glanced at the coachman and murmured, "Please ascertain whether that individual might be His Highness the Crown Prince." Indeed, the coachman strode purposefully towards Feng Muling. Upon witnessing Feng Qingqing's blatant disregard for his dignity, Feng Muling felt a tremor of indignation course through him. He extended his hand, offering the jade pendant he always carried as proof of his identity. In that moment, to Feng Qingqing and Bai Suyue, his visage held no value. Should he fail to produce something to authenticate his status, it was likely that he would be dragged to the magistrate by that fierce woman. Such a scenario would render him utterly embarrassed before the emperor. "This pendant does seem to belong to my royal brother," Feng Qingqing murmured to himself, a smile spreading across his face as he turned his gaze towards Bai Suyue, his tone soft and gentle. "Sister Yu, might there be some misunderstanding here?" "Misunderstanding?" Bai Suyue scratched her head, a look of bewilderment etched upon her face. "Did I not witness this group intruding upon private residences? Is this also a misunderstanding? Yet the leader of this band is indeed the Crown Prince. Is he not apprehending a criminal sought by the court?" Feng Qingqing, with a subtle tone of persuasion, probed further. Bai Suyue, inwardly scoffing, maintained her composure, her expression betraying none of her true sentiments. She cast a dark glance towards Feng Muling, as if struck by sudden realization. Is it truly His Highness the Crown Prince? Her surprise quickly morphed into a palpable disdain, her brows knitting together, her eyes glinting with fierce intensity. How audacious for someone to impersonate the Crown Prince! I shall tear the mask off that rogue. Bai Suyue hastily dashed a few steps forward, charging directly at Feng Muling in her reckless advance. Several guards immediately positioned themselves in front of him. Without a hint of courtesy, she seized one guard and forcefully shoved him towards the wall, both figures crashing into it with a resounding thud, while the remaining guards, armed and protective of Feng Muling, began to retreat. Bai Suyue's fearsome reputation had been well established since childhood. Many had fallen victim to her unintentional yet severe injuries, her reckless nature and fierce determination rendering her a figure of intimidation. After all, she was the daughter of Bai Zhen, a man of considerable renown and achievement. Feng Muling thought to himself, his feet unwilling to halt their rapid retreat as those in pursuit. Under Feng Qingqing's directive, refrained from intervening, merely observing the unfolding spectacle. A flicker of curiosity danced in Feng Qingqing's eyes. He could hardly believe that Bai Suyue had rushed over so hastily, likely for the sake of the woman holding the child. That woman had already been dispatched to the palace by him. Such a significant matter as a royal child abandoned in the streets would surely pique the emperor's interest. Bai Suyue was indeed formidable, having stumbled into such a tumultuous affair. No wonder she was eager to confront the Crown Prince, for it seemed Feng Muling had grossly offended the general's household. Feng Muling, in a state of utter disarray, fled down the bustling streets, pursued relentlessly by a filthy woman wielding a wooden stick. The commotion startled the townsfolk, who frantically sought refuge from the chaos. Chapter 19. Love for all creatures. The central avenue was alive with activity, many recognizing the face of Bai Suyue, who had become the subject of their mirth. Although the young lady was known for her impulsive nature, she was regarded as a person of genuine character, a true benefactor in the eyes of the common people. Anyone being chased by her must have committed some heinous act. Bai Suyue had never cared for her reputation, nor would she in this lifetime. As she pursued her quarry, she shouted with fervor, "You despicable scoundrels who dare to abduct innocent women! I, Bai Suyue, shall act on behalf of justice today." Her words spread like wildfire, igniting the crowd into a fervor. Rotten cabbage leaves and foul eggs rained down upon Feng Muling's head, while the soldiers attempting to shield him bore the brunt of the public's wrath. Despite the soldiers' attempts to defend themselves, they could not compete with the trust Bai Suyue commanded among the people. Her words resonated deeply. Under the protection of the crowd, Feng Muling managed to return to the prince's residence, his soiled garments now exchanged, yet the remnants of egg yolk in his hair bore testament to the earlier tumult. His countenance was darkened with fury, and the maidservants hurried to attend to him. A servant rushed in, breathless, and upon seeing Feng Muling seated in the center of the room, he whispered, "Your Highness, the Emperor, requests your presence in the palace for an inquiry. What matter requires my attention? Has he provided any details?" The prince's tone was ominously low as he narrowed his eyes at the messenger. The young servant, taken aback by the prince's imposing demeanor, nervously recoiled. The messenger did not specify. With a mere thought, Feng Muling surmised the nature of his father's summons. His complexion paled, and a sense of unease gripped him. He could not allow Bai Suyu to outmaneuver him. He resolved that today, without fail, he must deal with that mother and son duo along with Bai Suyu. Prepare my bath and attire. Upon learning of the prince's return to his residence, Bai Suyu hastened directly to the imperial palace. She dashed into a tailor's shop, hastily changing into a different outfit before making her way to the palace gates. The guards, recognizing Bai Suyu, quietly inquired, "Miss Bai, what brings you to the palace?" With a visage marked by urgency and reddened eyes, she replied, "There is a matter of utmost importance. I must speak with the emperor." In her previous life, Bai Suyu was known for her straightforward and honest nature, never uttering a lie. The current emperor held her in great affection, granting her the privilege to enter the palace at will. Coupled with her extraordinary innate strength, she was regarded almost as a daughter by the old emperor. Consequently, even the articulate Yan Ningro found favor in the emperor's eyes. Otherwise, given Yan Ningro's status, she would never have gained the attention of the royal princes. Bai Suyu was indeed a most competent stepping stone. Thoughts weighed on her. Her expression darkened momentarily, yet upon lifting her gaze, she transformed back into the innocent and spirited girl she was known to be. Understanding her urgency and recognizing the emperor's regard for her, the guards refrained from obstructing her and promptly summoned a palace maid to escort her inside. Bai Suyu longed to be at the side of Emperor Xian in an instant. The emperor, known for his benevolent and kind nature, unfortunately fell victim to the deceitful lies of certain rogue practitioners, consuming numerous harmful potions that gradually deteriorated his health. Before long, he suffered a sudden demise, leaving the people bereft of even a final glimpse of the wise sovereign who had ruled for many years, ultimately succumbing to an untimely death in the prime of his life. Outside the Yangxin Hall, two young eunuchs stood guard. Bai Suyu recognized them. They eventually became trusted confidants of the crown prince. She cast a deep, penetrating glance at Gong Da and Gong Shun, suppressing the brilliance in her eyes before inquiring, "Is my royal uncle inside?" "Suyu wishes to see his majesty," Gong Da replied. "The emperor is currently preoccupied with urgent matters, Miss Bai, and your arrival is quite unexpected. Might I suggest that you wait by the flower bed across the way?" Bai Suyu scrutinized Gong Da, fully aware of the machinations at play within. This man was merely stalling for the crown prince. "You old servant, do not delay any further. Inform my uncle that Suyu has arrived. He will undoubtedly grant me entry." Chapter 20. Despair. Gong Da's countenance darkened, yet he maintained a semblance of a smile, though his eyes concealed a trace of malice. "Miss Bai, it is not that this old servant refuses to comply, but his majesty is currently in a fit of rage. Awaiting the crown prince's entrance, it would be inappropriate to allow anyone in at this moment." Bai Suyu's eyes flickered as she pushed Gong Da aside. He fell to the ground with a yelp, exclaiming, "Help! Someone has intruded upon the Yangxin Hall." A chorus of footsteps approached, and soldiers brandishing weapons swiftly surrounded the entrance to the hall. Unfazed, Bai Suyu dashed to the center of the grand hall, kneeling before the emperor. "Uncle, I realize my abrupt entrance is somewhat disrespectful, but I am truly aggrieved. I implore you to advocate for me." Upon lifting her gaze, she was taken aback to see Mu Ling, motionless and cradling a child beside her. "What are you doing here?" Her eyes brimmed with tears, a single drop cascading down her cheek, accentuating her otherwise beautiful features, with her large eyes shimmering with emotion. Emperor Xian raised his hand, signaling the guards intent on apprehending Bai Suyu to withdraw from the palace. "You speak of your grievances to your uncle." Bai Suyu's voice trembled, her words punctuated with emotion. "Last night I acted foolishly and ventured into a brothel, only to fall asleep there. Early this morning, the crown prince sent someone to catch me in the act, and upon finding me asleep, he accused me of being shameless." Though she spoke slowly, her thoughts were coherent, and Emperor Xian grasped her meaning instantly. His brow furrowed, a hint of discontent flickering in his eyes. "And what of you, Yuer? Were you in any danger?" With unwavering confidence, Bai Suyu lifted her chin. "Uncle, who am I? What lecher could dare approach me? I am unharmed." She appeared oblivious to the subtle implications of the emperor's words. Nonetheless, that very statement brought a sense of relief to Emperor Xian's countenance. She was acutely aware that her unwavering honesty in her past life had garnered Xiandi's profound trust. Furthermore, being the daughter of Bai Zhan, who cherished her as a precious gem, naturally made her a figure of interest to him. In times of need, Emperor Xian could discreetly glean Bai Zhan's thoughts through her. A person destined to be an emperor would never be as simple as he seemed on the surface. a truth that Bai Suyue had already grasped with remarkable clarity from Feng Qingsheng. Wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, she continued, Then someone claimed that a death occurred in the brothel, involving a young master from the minister's residence. I have no acquaintance with any young lords or their mothers. All I know is that I did not take a life. Yet, the crown prince insists that I am the murderer. How absurd, Suyue, do not fret. Once the crown prince returns, Uncle Emperor will certainly have a stern word with him, and you shall have your grievances addressed. Bai Suyue nodded repeatedly, seemingly content with Emperor Xian's intentions. Having aired her woes, she shifted the topic, directing her gaze towards Mu Ling. What brings her here? Is she not the crown prince's woman from outside? Rower mentioned her once. How did she end up in the palace? Bai Suyue was taken aback for a moment, ultimately fixing her eyes on the infant cradled in the woman's arms, her expression turning pale with shock. This cannot possibly be the crown prince's child. Uncle Emperor, Bai Suyue's urgency only intensified her tears, mimicking the actions and reactions of her past life with remarkable accuracy, staging a poignant performance. Mu Ling, holding the child, cast a dangerously scrutinizing glance at Bai Suyue, her eyes shimmering with a warning. The emperor's expression darkened upon realizing that Bai Suyue was aware of Mu Ling and her child's origins. He pondered suitable words of consolation. This must be a misunderstanding. Yue, do not dwell on it. Your Uncle Emperor will surely clarify the truth. Bai Suyue shook her head vehemently. Uncle Emperor, it is not a misunderstanding. I have witnessed the crown prince and this woman together. Should the crown prince wish to take a concubine, I could accept it, but this child. Mu Ling's heart raced, her visage betraying a flicker of fear, her eyes reflecting a profound sense of betrayal and despair. Chapter 21. Yue is truly astute. With a single utterance from Bai Suyue, she thrust Mu Ling's child into a perilous predicament. With a mere command, the emperor could sever their fates. Emperor Xian's expression grew slightly colder, yet there was a glimmer of reassurance in his eyes. Yue, rest assured, if this child truly belongs to Mu Ling, I shall not allow anything to obstruct your child. Mu Ling's complexion turned ashen upon hearing the emperor's resolute declaration, clutching the swaddled infant tightly. Upon hearing the emperor's merciless words, Bai Suyue felt a chill in her heart. She had long known that the emperor's heart would not soften, yet knowing it was one thing. Experiencing it was another. Emperor Xian could tolerate her wandering freely within the palace and permit her to act impertinently before him solely because she still held some value for him. Bai Suyue retracted her thoughts, her eyes slightly reddened. The emperor's uncle should surely be aware of Suyue's sentiments. Having spent a night in the brothel, she felt utterly unworthy of His Highness the Crown Prince. Today, the Crown Prince had once again sought a virtuous match. If this child truly were the emperor's own grandson, Suyue would willingly extend her heartfelt congratulations to this sister and His Highness the Crown Prince, wishing them a lifetime of happiness together. The old emperor pondered for a moment, his expression tinged with anger. There is no need for you to say much, my dear. When the Crown Prince arrives, I shall take it upon myself to advocate for you. Bai Suyue fell silent, concealing all her thoughts within the depths of her gaze. Her delicate, elongated eyes narrowed slightly. She knew all too well that the old emperor would not easily acquiesce to her wishes. To elevate her to the status of crown princess was merely a means for Xian emperor to firmly grasp her father's power in his palm, a tangible military authority. Whether overtly or covertly, the position of crown prince was solid and unshakable. It was little wonder that Feng Qingqing chose to bide her time, waiting for the old emperor's demise before contemplating any action against Feng Muling. Your Majesty, the crown prince has arrived. Not long after, Bai Suyue heard the eunuch's announcement from outside. A figure clad in bright yellow strode confidently through the door, standing before Xian Emperor. Your son pays his respects to Father Emperor. Feng Muling was indeed a paragon of male beauty within the imperial city. Even when simply standing there, he exuded an undeniable charm. He nodded gently, his icy gaze sweeping past Mu Ling and Bai Suyue, like a sharp blade gliding through the AI Ardana. Mu Ling, cradling her child, involuntarily trembled. Even the infant in her arms seemed to sense its mother's fear. Bursting into tears, Shunger, do not cry, Mu Ling exclaimed, flustered as a commoner. She had never encountered the imperial countenance. Her being with Feng Muling was the result of countless fortuitous events. Who could have anticipated that the man who once showered her with sweet words would turn into the exalted crown prince, wielding the power of life and death? Feng Muling's eyes brimmed with disdain. Father Emperor, how could such a lowly person be brought into the palace? Upon hearing Feng Muling's words, Bai Suyue felt a chill run through her heart. This was the man she had once saved at the foot of the mountain. Had she known of his heartlessness, she would never have intervened again. Regrettably, she had not been reborn before knowing him. Fortunately, in her past life, she had seen through his intentions early on and withdrawn before things turned more unfortunate. Your Highness, you may claim that the common woman is of no consequence, but the child in my arms is your own flesh and blood. Even if you refuse to acknowledge it, the truth remains unchanged. Were Bai Suyue not present, the old emperor and the crown prince would undoubtedly find ample opportunity to deal with Mu Ling and her child. Alas, Bai Suyue widened her eyes, fixating intently on the old emperor's every move. Xian Emperor coughed lightly, raising his head and narrowing his inscrutable eyes. What this woman says holds some merit. The royal bloodline must not be allowed to fall into ruin. Someone, prepare a bowl of clear water. At this, Bai Suyue's eyes turned frigid, and she immediately rose to her feet, her gaze landing on the teacup beside Xian Emperor. There is no need for such complexity. Isn't there pure water at the side of the emperor? Bai Suyu is also eager to know the outcome sooner. Who knows how long it will take for that useless group of servants to return? The emperor's gaze shifted, yet upon observing Bai Suyu's countenance, he discerned no unusual signs, as if she merely contemplated a swift solution. The crown prince narrowed his eyes, fully understanding his father's intentions. To safeguard the dignity of the royal family, extraordinary measures would naturally be employed when absolutely necessary. Were it not for Bai Suyu's presence, would it be so laborious to deal with two outsiders? With this thought, Feng Mu Ling regarded Bai Suyu with increased disdain. Yuer is truly clever. Even the emperor did not foresee this. The emperor's expression darkened as he set his cup forward. Mu Ling, cradling the child, approached the table, a flicker of pain crossing her eyes, yet she restrained herself from piercing the child's tiny finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall. Feng Mu Ling fell silent for a moment, similarly letting a drop of blood merge with the liquid in the cup, and his complexion instantly soured. A glimmer of surprise and relief crossed Mu Ling's eyes. Bai Suyu's heart was filled with coldness. Seeing the emperor's face turn ashen, she knelt again, wiping her tears. Uncle, I know that the crown prince must have mutual feelings for this young lady. I will not selfishly allow the crown prince to be forsaken by the world. I willingly relinquish the position of crown princess for his sake. This declaration of righteousness stirred the hearts of those who listened. The emperor exhaled deeply, his heart evidently grasping Bai Suyu's intention. This girl, once she sets her mind on something, not even 1,000 oxen could pull her back. Since you are unwilling to forgive the crown prince, I shall naturally advocate for you. I wonder if any of my other sons have caught your eye. I will surely compensate you well, Yuer. Upon hearing the emperor's words, Feng Mu Ling's expression instantly changed. Although he harbored no fondness for Bai Suyu, he could not permit her to be the first to annul their engagement. If word got out, he would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule as the crown prince. Bai Suyu, how dare you bring this matter up with me? I have yet to mention your sordid nights with men in the brothel. The emperor erupted in fury, slamming his palm onto the table, startling Feng Mu Ling into lifting his gaze, only to behold his father's face twitching in anger. Father, you wretched child, how dare you speak of this? Suyu has already revealed the truth to me. It is merely your wild imaginings. Enough. Since you two lack this fate, I shall not force you. Yuer, what do you think of Feng Qingcheng? Feng Qingcheng. Bai Suyu's eyes brimmed with a dangerous aura. Not only would she refuse to marry him, but she would relish the thought of drinking his blood and devouring his flesh. Should she seize the opportunity, she would flay his skin and leave his corpse to the elements for 3 days and nights. However, as she lifted her head, Bai Suyu donned a guise of grievance. Her eyes red and swollen. Mu Ling, standing nearby, clearly observed the shift in the woman's demeanor, secretly astonished. Yet, at present, Bai Suyu had indeed rendered her a significant service. Being in the open was infinitely preferable to being dealt with in the shadows. Your Highness, at present, Bai Suyu is solely focused on diligently honing her skills, aspiring to repay your Highness's kindness in the future, and has no desire to be troubled by matters of the heart for the time being. Chapter 22. It turns out she is my cousin. As she spoke, Bai Suyu gently lowered her head, enveloped in an air of melancholy. The matter of the annulment has become irrevocable, with no possibility of reversal. The emperor's expression revealed a hint of regret, yet he did not press the issue. He merely assumed that Bai Suyu was heartbroken due to the crown prince's actions and needed time to regain her composure. However, this situation may prove advantageous, as the general's residence remains under his control for the time being, allowing future matters to unfold gradually. Yuer, please rise and cease your tears. Your Highness will heed your wishes. Whatever you propose shall be done. Bring forth arrangements for this mother and child in a palace. The remaining matters require careful deliberation. Mu Ling and her son were escorted away by the palace attendants. Bai Suyu returned to the emperor's side, her tears giving way to a smile, though a trace of sorrow would still unconsciously flicker across her face when she gazed at Feng Mu-ling. Upon witnessing Bai Suyu's demeanor, Feng Mu-ling's sharp, elongated eyes flickered ominously, as if he were a predator sizing up his prey. This woman was markedly different from the one he once knew. Even his astute father had failed to perceive this transformation. Suu, this matter pertains to your elder brother's reputation. Should it become public, it would tarnish his honor irreparably. Can you promise your highness that you will keep this matter confidential? The old emperor gently coaxed, a shadowy glint passing through his eyes. Bai Suyu obediently nodded, her expression reflecting a resolve. Rest assured, your highness, I shall not disclose this to anyone. The emperor tenderly stroked Bai Suyu's long hair, his gaze softening further. You and the crown prince were betrothed by my own decree. Yet, with this unfortunate incident, I feel a profound sense of guilt. However, regarding the dignity of the royal family, I must ask for your understanding of my predicament. The old emperor spoke in a tone reminiscent of coaxing a child, which amused Bai Suyu in her previous life. She had indeed been naive and endearing. Now, upon reflecting on the emperor's words, the underlying meaning became evident. Only the royal family could initiate an annulment. She clenched her fists tightly beneath her sleeves. Despite her reluctance, she realized she must endure the humiliation imposed upon her. Nevertheless, this was her first step toward altering the outcome of her previous life. Rather than ultimately becoming a pawn for others, it was better to eliminate future troubles from the outset. Yue was oblivious to the complexities. All she understood was that everything the emperor said was undoubtedly correct. The old emperor burst into hearty laughter, growing increasingly fond of Bai Suyu. If you were to be half a daughter to me, it would bring me immense joy, though I wonder if your father would agree. Bai Suyu's heart skipped a beat, but upon realizing that the old emperor had merely spoken this in passing, she refrained from responding. Unfortunately, Feng Mu-ling could not bear to see her flourish and sneered, Father, this girl is rather inept. How could she possibly be worthy of being your goddaughter, let alone my brother's sister? Becoming the adopted daughter of the emperor is indeed a status befitting a princess. Bai Suyu lowered her eyes and quickly shook her head, stating, what the emperor uncle has said, my father naturally would not dare to defy in the slightest. However, I believe the crown prince's words hold merit. I am but a dullard, unworthy of being the daughter of the emperor uncle. She had no desire to assume the title of princess, for she was well aware that none of the princesses within the imperial family of Tianfeng Kingdom had met with a favorable fate in her past life. All ultimately sent away in political marriages. Who claimed otherwise? She was quite astute. Although the old emperor spoke thus, he dismissed his previous words, and seeing that night had fallen, he arranged for her to be accommodated in a side chamber, ensuring her comfort. The palace was enveloped in a tranquil night, yet Bai Suyu's heart remained in turmoil, the weight of 3 years still vivid in her memory. She had thought it would all turn to ashes, never imagining that heaven would grant her a second chance. The events of her past life felt like a haunting nightmare. Bai Suyu's gaze sharpened, and the first day of her rebirth slipped through her fingers. She pinched herself fiercely. The pain was sharp. Suddenly, a smile blossomed on her lips, her exquisite features illuminated by the candlelight, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. A sudden sound echoed from the window, causing Bai Suyu's eyes to flicker before she swiftly closed them. Her senses heightened. How careless! I apologize, Your Highness. It was not my intention. Drag her out and give her 20 lashes. Upon hearing the familiar voice, a glint of anger crossed Bai Suyu's eyes. Just then, a knock resonated at the door. Have you settled down for the night? The door swung open and a figure appeared, flanked by 2 palace maids. Bai Suyu focused her gaze, seeing a woman of noble bearing, adorned in luxurious attire that accentuated her beauty. Upon entering, the striking visage bore a semblance of false cheer. Bai Suyu would never forget this face. Before the family of the general was seized, she had knelt before this woman, pleading, yet was met with indifference and scorn. Had it not been for this woman's heartlessness, she would not have been caught for trespassing the palace and endured torment in the water prison. This woman was none other than the legitimate eldest daughter of her uncle, now the imperial concubine and future Empress Yao. This very woman had assisted Feng Qingcheng in staging a coup, and after Bai Suyu's capture, she ascended to the lofty position of Empress Dowager. So, she was her cousin. Bai Suyu rose from the bed, her smile warm as she regarded the enchanting woman before her, her eyes sparkling with delight. Bai Ruoyao concealed a flicker of disdain, yet softened her tone as she addressed Bai Suyu. I have come today to discuss a matter with you. In a few days, it will be the old matriarch's birthday banquet. Do remind your father to prepare some generous gifts. Bai Suyu understood her intent, and as she raised her head, she caught a glimpse of the malicious glee hidden in by Ruo Yao's gaze. Logically, such a significant event would warrant the matriarch sending invitations well in advance, leaving Bai Suyu to ponder the true motive behind Bai Ruo Yao's visit. In her previous life, she was infamous, and the matriarch had specifically instructed Bai Zhen to take her out in the invitation, even mentioning that she would introduce her to better young talents. Yet, what she received was nothing but unabashed humiliation. During that time, she was indeed pitiable, possessing great strength but still being mercilessly bullied. Her gaze flickered slightly, and she nodded joyfully. Cousin, rest assured, Yue remembers the grandmother's birthday banquet. Suyu will certainly attend. Bai Ruo Yao's eyes turned cold. This is in the palace. Not your unrefined general's manner. In the presence of others. Do not address me as sister, but as imperial concubine. Do you understand? Bai Suyu nodded in agreement, lowering her head and chuckling foolishly as she scratched her forehead. Observing her actions, Bai Ruo Yao looked at her as if she were a fool. Indeed, in her past life, she had been nothing but a fool. Bai Suyu sighed inwardly, and upon seeing Bai Ruo Yao hurriedly depart, she finally relaxed, though her eyes, as if containing stars, held a hint of mirth. Since benevolence had rendered her as mere fish on the chopping block, she resolved in this life to abandon such innocence and become the knife that governs life and death. Chapter 23. The broken engagement. The news of the crown prince's broken engagement spread throughout the imperial city in just 2 to 3 days. The legitimate daughter of the general's household, Bai Suyu, became the subject of scorn among the townspeople, labeled a shameless woman. Upon hearing this news, General Bai was enraged, staring at Bai Suyu, who stood before him with her head slightly bowed and silent, unsure of what to say. After a moment of venting his frustrations, Bai Zhen slammed the table and sat down, gasping for breath. This is utterly intolerable. Since the emperor is aware of your innocence and that it is all the crown prince's fault, why then does such news still circulate? What will become of your prospects for marriage in the future? Bai Suyu knelt before Bai Zhen, her voice calm. Father, the innocent shall remain clear. Suyu will never admit to something she has not done. The emperor's decision to break the engagement is merely to preserve the royal dignity and is not unjust. Although Bai Zhen was a martial general, he was also astute. He was well aware of Emperor Xian's intentions. However, the notion that in order to protect the crown prince, the purity of a meritorious subject's daughter could be sacrificed was truly disheartening. Observing Bai Zhen's furious demeanor, Bai Suyu lowered her gaze slightly. In her previous life, General Bai had been unwaveringly loyal, never harboring any thoughts detrimental to the royal family, yet he ultimately bore the reputation of a traitor. If such was the inevitable outcome, she might as well solidify this blame early on. Prepare the court attire. I shall go meet the emperor, Bai Zhen declared with fervor, ready to leave. Bai Suyu crawled a few steps, grasping the edge of Bai Zhen's robe. Father, even though my heart is heavy with grievance, you must not offend the emperor over this trivial matter. It's worst. I shall remain unmarried and shave my head to become a nun at the convent beside Jinglong Temple. Her words struck a painful chord within Bai Zhen. You are my daughter, Bai Zhen. How could I allow you to suffer such humiliation for the sake of appeasement? Bai Suyu rose to her feet, her countenance imbued with an unwavering resolve. Father, let us not dwell on this matter any further. It would be detrimental to both your daughter and the general's residence. Bai Zhen was taken aback by his daughter's assertive declaration. His initial ire dissipating inexplicably, Bai Suyu gently knitted her brows, her elongated willow-like eyebrows arching slightly. Father, do not forget to bring me along to the birthday celebration tomorrow. I am dying to see grandmother. Indeed, she yearned for her, wishing fervently for the elderly matron's demise. Noticing the absence of sorrow on her daughter's face, Bai Zhen began to grasp something profound. Yue, did you not harbor affections for the crown prince? Now that the engagement has been annulled, why are you not in despair? Bai Suyu responded with an even brighter smile. Father, I have matured. I am no longer the little girl I once was. As for matters concerning Yue, you need not worry. Bai Suyu spoke earnestly into Bai Zhen's ear, openly acknowledging her transformation. Her sole intention now was to alleviate her father's concerns and instill confidence in him. After a moment's reflection, she suddenly inquired, Father, have you managed to locate the person I asked you to find? Bai Zhen nodded, chuckling helplessly. Yes, it is merely a servant from the Yin household. If you have time, you may go visit them. What is it that compels you to frequent the Imperial Medical Institute these past few days? What fun could possibly be there? Bai Suyu chuckled lightly, a glint of coldness flickering in her eyes as she gently clenched her fingers. It is indeed entertaining. My belongings are misplaced there, and I must retrieve them. At that moment, A knock resounded on the door, and Bai Zhan's gaze sharpened. "Come in, General. The second miss has been returned." Bai Zhan's expression darkened slightly as he glanced at Bai Suyue. Noting her tranquil demeanor, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, he was somewhat astonished. "Yuer, what do you intend to do about Yin Yingru?" Bai Suyue lifted her gaze, catching the tentative inquiry in her father's eyes. A pang of pain striking her heart. It seemed that in this household, she was the only one ensnared in a web of deceit. Her elder brother and father were fully aware of the truth. "You need not involve yourself, father. Yuera has her own plans." Bai Zhan burst into hearty laughter, his tightly furrowed brows relaxing as he patted Bai Suyue's back as if she were his peer. "I knew you would come to your senses. I can rest easy now." As soon as he finished speaking, the door swung open, revealing Yin Yingru, who entered with an air of disarray. "Sister, I greet you." "Greetings, father." Upon hearing Yin Yingru addressed Bai Zhan as father, Bai Suyue was struck by a wave of irritation. "Yin Yingru, you must remember your place within this household." She turned slightly, her eyes narrowing with a hint of cold authority as she fixed her gaze upon her. "That term, father, is not one you are entitled to use." Yin Yingru's eyes widened in shock. After a moment's hesitation, she bit her lip and replied, "Greetings, General." Bai Suyue nodded in satisfaction, smiling as she looked at Bai Zhan. "Father, it just so happens that I am in need of someone to assist in my chambers. Why not make her my senior maid? By the way, the room in the north, the Pinru garden, should be transformed into my study." Yin Yingru could hardly believe her ears, staring blankly in the direction of Bai Suyue, feeling as though she had suddenly plummeted from heaven to hell. What exactly was happening? Where had she gone wrong? Why had this foolish young lady suddenly directed all her ire towards her? Yin Yingru's legs felt weak, and she took a step back, murmuring, "Where? What have I done to offend you so gravely that you would treat me thus?" Seeing Yin Yingru's pitiful countenance, which showed no sign of repentance even in dire straits, Bai Suyue chuckled lightly. "How do I treat you? You were merely a maid picked up from the streets. I was merely amused and entertained by your presence. Did you truly believe yourself to be a legitimate young lady of this general's residence?" The arrogant and overbearing Bai Suyue, in Yin Yingru's eyes, was still the same as before. When she had observed Bai Suyue dealing with others, she had not felt that Bai Suyue was overly harsh. Yet now, having become the target herself, she was acutely aware of the bitterness involved. "What are you still dawdling for? Hurry and open the door for me." Yin Yingru felt her self-esteem being ruthlessly trampled underfoot. All her years of careful diligence in the residence were merely a farce in the eyes of this lofty young lady. With a mere phrase of boredom, she could send Yin Yingru spiraling back into the abyss. Her eyes darkened slightly, yet she lowered her gaze and slowly walked to the door to let Bai Suyue in. With the prince's assistance, Yin Yingru had cleared her name, but she had also learned of the prince's decision to annul his engagement with Bai Suyue. Initially, she had felt a tinge of regret for not being able to ascend to the position of the crown princess through Bai Suyue. However, upon witnessing Bai Suyue's vile demeanor, a sense of exhilaration welled up within her. It was well known what fate befell women in ancient times who were jilted. Bai Suyue sensed a pair of resentful eyes lingering behind her, and the corners of her cherry-red lips curled slightly. Yin Yingru kept her head bowed, following closely behind Bai Suyue, her fists clenched tightly. Noticing that they were alone, she stepped forward and softened her voice. "Yuer, please don't make a scene, all right? I know you are angry, but I have been imprisoned for several days now. It is time for you to release your grievances. It was my fault regarding the brothel incident, and I will allow you to scold and hit me without retaliation, as long as you do not ignore me." Chapter 24. Thinking it was a joke, Yin Yingru had exhausted all her means, and even now, she could hardly believe that Bai Suyue would truly be so cruel to her. Bai Suyue, somewhat annoyed by Yin Yingru's incessant clinging, halted her steps and lifted her gaze slightly to glance at her. "Do you think I am jesting with you?" Yin Yingru's heart sank, and she secretly scoffed. Her suspicions had proven correct. Bai Suyue was merely putting on an act, but ultimately could not restrain herself from revealing the truth. "The moonlight glimmers, and you jest not with me. Yet what are you truly up to?" Upon encountering Yin Yingru, Bai Suyue wore a relaxed demeanor, yet curiosity flickered across her visage. She recalled that Yin Yingru had once remarked that if one were to bestow a coin upon another daily and then abruptly ceased, the recipient would feel indebted. However, if one were to strike another daily and then suddenly refrained, the latter would be filled with gratitude. "I find this ground exceedingly filthy. Today, you shall be responsible for tidying the garden. Should I catch a glimpse of any dirt, you shall go without your meal with that." Bai Suyue strode away briskly. Yin Yingru reached out to grasp her sleeve, only to be flung aside unceremoniously. At that moment, Two stern matrons approached, obstructing Yinningro's path to pursue by Suyue. One of them tossed a broom directly into Yinningro's hands. The young lady commands you to sweep. Fail to comply. And do not blame me for my harshness. The two matrons bore fierce expressions, with one brandishing a long whip. Yinning, unaccustomed to such an intimidating display, felt the color drain from her face. I am the second young miss of the general's residence. How dare you treat me thus? She exclaimed through gritted teeth, yet was met with a vicious lash. The whip struck her back, instantly revealing a crimson stain beneath her gauzy attire. Pain coursed through her, leaving her pallid and collapsing onto the ground. Having been pampered for so many years in the mansion, she had never endured such humiliation. I shall ensure these two wicked women are sold off, she cried out, her voice mingling with the anguished wails echoing from the garden. The matrons by Suyue had harbored deep-seated grudges against Yinning, previously restrained by her status as the second young miss. They now relished the opportunity to unleash their disdain upon her, spurred by Suyue's contempt. Hearing the cries of distress filled by Suyue with delight, and upon returning to the courtyard, she encountered a throng of maidservants bearing several chests filled with gold and silver wares, silks and satins. Suyue furrowed her brow. From whence did these come? Returning to the young lady, did not the general instruct us to convert the Pinru garden into your study? We were merely moving the items out, though we remain uncertain where to place them, replied the maidservant. Suyue surveyed the contents of the chests, each item a current trend among the elite ladies of society, even more exquisite than her own. A wry smile crossed her lips upon seeing the abundance of garments and adornments. In her previous life, she had always allowed Yinning to choose the best items first, while she settled for those cast aside by Yinning. Enduring the disdain of others, it was regrettable that she had been blissfully unaware of her own folly. Now, reflecting on her past naivety, she wondered how she had been so foolishly blinded. All these shall be placed in my chamber. And as for those garments worn by Yinning, modify them as needed, and you may share them among yourselves. At her words, the maidservants erupted in joyous exclamations. Though the garments belonged to others, each piece worn by Yinning was fashioned from fabrics fit only for a lady of high standing. Within the estate, there were no shortage of maids who were aware of Yinningro's true identity, harboring feelings of envy and jealousy toward her. Now, witnessing her misfortune, the onlookers were notably more numerous. Suyue paid no heed to this group of maids and turned to return to her own courtyard. Suddenly, a figure darted out from the yard, and upon seeing the maids gathered at the entrance, dividing Yinningro's belongings, called out loudly, "What are you doing, you bunch of servants? Do you think you have the right to touch the second Mrs. things?" The actions of the crowd faltered, and they all lifted their heads to the source of the voice, with some hesitatingly glancing at Suyue's expression before returning the items to their original places. After all, just a couple of days prior, Yinning and Suyue had been as inseparable as glue. It was hard to believe they could have completely severed ties in such a short span. "Miss, we shall take our leave," the maids offered, but Suyue merely lifted her chin. "You need not depart." 7 or 8 young maids stood in a row, heads bowed, none daring to move. Although the general's household appeared casual and relaxed, with a master of amiable temperament, it was only this group of maids who truly understood the strictness of the household's discipline. As long as no major mistake was made, the general would not issue orders to punish the servants. "Miss, you ought to see what these people are doing, carelessly handling the second Mrs. belongings. Moreover, why have the second Mrs. garments been brought here?" Upon seeing the irate Hong Qiao, Suyue's expression grew somewhat colder. "It is I who brought the items over to distribute among everyone. Do you have any further questions?" After delivering this statement with a chill, Hong Qiao felt a twinge of shock. "But, Miss, you and the second Miss have always been inseparable, as close as sisters. How could it be that you have suddenly quarreled?" "Quarreled?" Suyue scoffed lightly. "She is but a lowly maid. Why would I argue with her? Furthermore, when have you ever been so close to her?" Hong Qiao's mind raced, realizing the predicament she was in. Yet, Suyue did not afford her any opportunity for rebuttal. "Since you are so concerned for her, you may as well accompany her in the garden to clean." 2 maids advanced and seized Hong Qiao, dragging her away. Suyue turned her head slightly, feeling a chill in her heart. If not for the memories of her past life, she would never have imagined that a maid who had grown up alongside her, a sister with whom she played, could be plotting to ensnare her in despair. Lost in thought, she raised her gaze slightly and noticed another senior maid beside her, head bowed, awaiting her attention. Suyue stepped forward, tenderly stroking the young maid's head, and smiled gently. "Ronger, what troubles you?" Ronger, naturally obedient and not prone to excessive chatter, was honest and straightforward. Unfortunately, she had met an untimely demise in her previous life, drowning in the small lake within the estate before the general's household was dismantled. Bai Suyue had always held a certain fondness for her. Rong'er blushed, quickly shaking her head. It's nothing, I just feel that you seem a bit different. Miss, Bai Suyu's gaze subtly shifted, and even Yanning Ro, who was closely acquainted with her, remained oblivious to these changes. Yet, a maid from a past life, whose relationship with her was neither warm nor cold, perceived every nuance of her transformation. The bonds of affection were unmistakable. After partaking in dinner and completing her evening rituals, the door to the moon courtyard was knocked upon. The matron overseeing Yanning Ro stood at Bai Suyu's door, her expression tinged with concern and anxiety. Miss, a grave matter has arisen. Please, I implore you to assist this humble servant. The crown prince has come to see the second young lady. Bai Suyu donned a simple, unadorned long dress and stepped out of her chamber. Upon encountering the matron, who was kneeling at the entrance of the moon courtyard with a face full of terror, her countenance shifted dramatically. Chapter 25. Suicide. Rong'er, standing behind Bai Suyu, turned pale with fright and hastily urged, Miss, it would be best not to venture outside. Should the crown prince learn that the second young lady was harmed due to you, he would undoubtedly be furious. Bai Suyu nodded gently. You are correct, Rong'er. Matron, please step inside and take refuge for the moment. The matron complied without hesitation, entering the courtyard. However, before she could position herself behind Bai Suyu, the door to the moon courtyard was violently kicked open, revealing a menacing figure at the threshold. Under the moonlight, Feng Mu Ling donned a dark blue robe, accompanied by a beautiful woman weeping bitterly. Her hands clasped behind her back, her expression fierce, resembling a vengeful spirit from the depths of hell. Bai Suyu, get out here at once. Bai Suyu, already standing in the courtyard, heard Feng Mu Ling's words distinctly. She approached him with measured steps, exuding the grace of a refined lady, poised and courteous. Might I inquire, Your Highness, how exactly should I exit? Rong'er stifled a laugh at her mistress's retort, hastily lowering her head to avoid detection, though her shoulders trembled with suppressed mirth. Feng Mu Ling, supporting the distressed Yanning Ro, pointed at the numerous wounds marring her face, his eyes ablaze with fury. Bai Suyu, did you inflict these injuries? Rong'er is your sister. How could you, a malicious woman, treat your kin in such a manner? Bai Suyu widened her eyes and slightly scoffed. Your Highness, she is merely a maid in my household. If you desire her, I am willing to offer her to you. However, should you meddle in my affairs, do not blame me for invoking the Emperor to seek justice for Bai Suyu. At the mention of the Emperor by Bai Suyu, Feng Mu Ling's rage intensified. Yanning Ro's lips were chapped, her voice hoarse from weeping. She grasped the crown prince's arm and softly pleaded, Your Highness, please do not make things difficult for my sister. She must have her reasons. Rong'er must have erred and displeased her. Whatever punishment she deems fit, I will accept willingly. Bai Suyu, upon hearing Yanning Ro's declaration, found herself unable to contain her amusement. She pointed at Yanning Ro and addressed Feng Mu Ling with deliberate clarity. Your Highness must have brought your ears to hear what she has just proclaimed. She is willing. When did it become your prerogative to meddle in the affairs of my general's household? Yin Ingru initially intended to showcase her own benevolence before the crown prince while portraying Bai Suyue as malicious. However, Bai Suyue cleverly turned her words against her, ultimately silencing Feng Mu Ling. Now, regardless of what Feng Mu Ling might say, he finds himself in the wrong, meddling in affairs that do not concern him. Yin Ingru trembled all over, cold sweat trickling down her forehead as she gazed upon Bai Suyue, who appeared unchanged in her demeanor. Her heart quaked with an icy dread. Feng Mu Ling pressed his lips together, seething with anger. Yet, Bai Suyue's argument bore some merit. As the crown prince, it was indeed inappropriate for him to visit the general's residence at such a late hour, especially given the recent tumultuous events that necessitated his retreat from the limelight. Had it not been for a message relayed by a maidservant close to Yin Ingru, he would not have dared to leave the palace. Since you claim she is merely a maid, then I, the crown prince, shall summon her. You wouldn't object to that, would you? Upon hearing Feng Mu Ling's declaration, Yanning Ro's lips turned pale, and she felt a surge of satisfaction at this outcome. She, Yin Ingru, desired nothing more than to marry the crown prince, and now her wish seemed within reach. The crown prince had spoken. Naturally, Bai Suyue would comply, for she was but a maid. Your Highness, please take her away. Yin Ingru fixed her gaze on Bai Suyue's eyes for a moment, and upon realizing that the latter was not jesting, her heart raced with panic. If she were to be taken to the crown prince's residence, all her previous efforts would be in vain, and her future would be irrevocably altered. She was acutely aware of the crown prince's character. What is unattainable often appears most desirable. Should she accompany him, it would be akin to a lamb entering the lion's den, leaving her no chance for redemption. Her knees buckled, and with a thud, she knelt before Baisuyue. Her eyes filled with humiliation as her heart seethed with bitterness, her teeth clenched. This was the first time in her life she had knelt before Baisuyue. Sister, I truly do not understand how I have offended you to the extent that you would treat me as a mere servant to be given away. Moreover, I have not entered into servitude. How can you humiliate me so? Now that you have struck and berated me, if you wish for me to leave your residence, I shall gladly depart. Baisuyue regarded Yin Yingru's unwavering resolve with an inner smirk. She was well aware that Yin Yingru had not entered into servitude. In preparation for this very moment, she had not idled away her time in the past few days. Ronger fetched the contract of sale. Yin Yingru shuddered as she saw Ronger, having appeared from behind at some point, produce a box containing a somewhat tattered contract of sale. The sight of it struck her like a blow. Though the paper was worn, she recognized its authenticity. This contract had been signed in her first year upon entering the general's residence at the tender age of 6, only to have been intercepted and lost by Baisuyue. Over the years, it had not been mentioned, and she had long believed it to be non-existent. In these past days, I have reinstated your status as a servant. If you doubt me, feel free to inquire at the government office. If I declare your transfer to His Highness the Crown Prince, then it is so. Should you attempt to flee, you surely know the fate that awaits runaway slaves. In an instant, tears streamed down Yin Yingru's face as her nails dug painfully into her palms, her body trembling uncontrollably as she collapsed onto the ground. Gazing into the depths of the other's despairing eyes, Baisuyue gently narrowed her gaze, momentarily shielding the moonlight with her fingertips. It was insufficient. Far from enough. The humiliations she endured in her past life were far greater than these alone. Yin Yingru had inflicted upon her not only physical harm but had also wrought havoc upon her family, leading to the demise of all her kin. Upon hearing Baisuyue's words, Feng Muling initially felt a surge of joy, believing this would allow him to bring Yin Yingru into the prince's residence with honor. However, witnessing the sudden despair in Yin Yingru's eyes, a pang of sorrow pierced his heart. Rower, do not weep, he implored. This prince shall certainly find a way to abolish your status as a slave. Even if you enter the prince's residence, it shall not be in such a pitiful manner. Baisuyue, intrigued by Feng Muling's declaration, recalled how, moments before her demise, Yin Yingru had revealed the truth, claiming that Feng Muling's kindness stemmed from a mistaken identity. Yet, it appeared that Yin Yingru's cunning was extraordinary, capable of compelling Feng Muling to act in such a manner. The prince's heartfelt affection, Rower would undoubtedly remember, but she could not endure such humiliation. The prince's sentiments were something she could only repay in her next life. Baisuyue's eyes widened slightly as she observed Yin Yingru suddenly struggling from Feng Muling's embrace, hurling herself toward the entrance of the moon garden. Her movements were not slow, yet they were just perceptible enough for others to react. Ronger gasped, covering her eyes and hurriedly hiding behind Baisuyue. Among those present, only Baisuyue stood by, wide-eyed, watching the unfolding drama. With a gentle flick of her finger, she sent a small stone hurtling through the air, striking Feng Muling's leg as he attempted to advance. A resounding thud echoed as Yin Yingru's forehead instantly bore a crimson mark, prompting startled shrieks from the surrounding maidens. Feng Muling stumbled, unable to grasp Yin Yingru in time. Realizing that he did not pursue her, Yin Yingru, already panicked, found herself propelled forward with too much force. Colliding violently with the door, a cold smile crept onto Baisuyue's lips. Though Yin Yingru had managed to retract some of her momentum and did not meet her demise, her forehead was nonetheless swollen and bruised. The wooden splinters of the door piercing her scalp, blood trickled down, staining Baisuyue's fair cheeks, and in mere moments, half her face was tainted crimson. Displaying no sign of alarm, Baisuyue remained composed. While the surrounding maidens looked on in a flurry of panic, yet none dared to act without their young mistress's command. Feng Muling, oblivious to the fact that his earlier stumble was caused by Baisuyue, regarded her merely as a strong but mindless martial maiden. Guilt gnawed at him, yet he dared not hesitate any longer. Cradling Yin Yingru in his arms, he was incensed by Baisuyue's indifference, his handsome features contorting with frustration. What are you all still doing? Do you not see someone is injured? Several maidens turned to Baisuyue, and upon receiving her nod, they hastily dashed out to summon the physician. Ronger deftly shifted a chair behind Baisuyue, ensuring she could sit comfortably. Feng Muling cast a fierce glare at her, momentarily devoid of the inclination to delve into prior happenings. He swiftly lifted the unconscious Yin Yingru into his arms. rising with a cold demeanor as he declared, "By Suyue, should anything happen to Rower, this prince shall undoubtedly ensure that you accompany her to the grave." Upon hearing these words, Bai Suyue burst into laughter, her eyes glistening with mirth. "The crown prince is indeed infatuated, yet alas, he is mistaken if he believes I am worthy of such a fate." Feng Muling cast a dispassionate glance at Bai Suyue before turning away with Yin Ingru in tow. The night was enveloped in silence, the breeze whispering gently. Ronger, standing behind Bai Suyue, noticed her mistress's unusual emotional state and softly consoled her. "Mistress, the crown prince is blind to true worth. Here you stand, a lady of noble birth, yet he has chosen to fixate on a lowly maid." Bai Suyue stifled her smile. In the moonlight, had one not observed the faint yellowing of her skin, her features appeared as exquisite as those of a figure from a painting. She gazed into the void, seemingly lost in contemplation. Ronger, return to rest for now. I wish to witness a splendid performance. Ronger furrowed her brow but obediently retreated to the courtyard. Bai Suyue hastened to catch up with those who had already departed. The crown prince and Yin Ingru were now within the main residence of Baijian. Bai Suyue understood that if the crown prince had come alone to the Bai residence, Baijian would be closely following him, fearful of any potential harm to her. Yet, despite the passage of time, there was no sign of her father's presence, indicating he must be preoccupied with an important guest. The general's residence was ablaze with light. Before long, Bai Suyue found herself at the entrance, encountering a physician carrying a medicine box. "Miss." The physician bowed respectfully upon seeing Bai Suyue. She grasped his arm, her eyes narrowing slightly. "The injured individual within is of great significance to the crown prince. You must attend to them with utmost care." A subtle smile graced Bai Suyue's lips as she released his arm and followed the physician with purposeful strides into the interior. The physician felt a surge of apprehension, striving to decipher Bai Suyue's intentions. Yet, in an instant, clarity dawned upon him. The crown prince had recently called off his engagement, evidently due to the presence of the woman mentioned by the young lady, thus illuminating the implications of her words. He quickly lowered his head and pushed the door open to enter the room in the courtyard. General Bai wore an expression of deep concern as he sat beside a stone table, where another figure was also seated. Clad in a black robe adorned with golden embroidery, this individual appeared almost divine under the moonlight, his flawless visage marked by a pair of elegantly upturned phoenix eyes that revealed a subtle smile as he gazed toward the room. His imposing aura and pressure were even more palpable than that of the seasoned general. The physician lowered his head even further, and Bai Suyue took a couple of steps forward, arriving before Baijian, simultaneously catching sight of Yin Machi seated beside him. She momentarily froze and, upon noticing his gaze upon her, quickly averted her eyes. "Father," Baijian, upon seeing Bai Suyue unharmed, heaved a sigh of relief, his eyes brimming with worry. "Yuer, what transpired? Why did the crown prince carry back a bloodied Yin Ingru?" Bai Suyue opened her bright, crystalline eyes, the moonlight casting a faint trace upon her inky black pupils. The crown prince inquired why she would punish a mere servant. She had only spoken a few additional words. Who would have imagined that this servant could not endure the humiliation and would attempt to take her own life in the presence of the crown prince? A look of regret crossed her face as she spoke, her lips gently parting. "Father, if the servants in this residence were to follow suit, I fear the general's manor would become a laughingstock for all of the capital by tomorrow. Many would undoubtedly say we cannot even manage a single servant. However, such a servant is better off unneeded. Since His Highness has expressed his fondness, I have already promised to gift her to him." Baijian, witnessing Bai Suyue's resolute decision to no longer forgive Yin Ingru, felt a sense of relief in his heart. He had been so preoccupied with his own affairs that he had neglected the upbringing of his little daughter. Yet, unexpectedly, the daughter who had once caused him great distress had matured significantly overnight. "She is your maid. Whether she stays or leaves is entirely your decision." Bai Suyue lifted her head slightly, her eyes radiating confidence. Now, she was the one who held the power over Yin Ingru's life and death. She intended to make her experience all the despair she had endured in her previous life. This was merely the beginning. Yin Machi, upon noticing that Bai Suyue seemed oblivious to his presence, narrowed his elongated eyes slightly and gently waved the folding fan in his hand. "Miss Bai, have you truly forgotten me?" At that moment, Bai Suyue was still lost in her own thoughts until a clear voice roused her from her reverie. She quickly looked up in the direction of the voice, only to realize it was Yin Machi speaking. She recalled his previous words to her. However, after spending several days in this world, Bai Suyue no longer felt the impulsive fervor of her rebirth. There were still many matters left unresolved, and she could not afford to perish just yet. Although the Yin King had shown her kindness in a past life, it did not imply that she would allow herself to be toyed with. Bai Suyue approached and performed a respectful greeting, her demeanor humble and measured, adhering to etiquette so thoroughly that none could find fault. Leaving Bai Zhen astonished and unable to suppress a broad smile, it was worth noting that he had invited countless matrons from the palace to instruct Bai Suyue in manners, all of which had ended in failure. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Suyue's reluctance to learn proper etiquette was entirely instigated by Yin Yingru. Furthermore, Bai Suyue was naturally rebellious. At a young age, she had been easily led astray, resulting in her earlier reputation as a girl who knew nothing of decorum. The kingdom of Tianfeng prized etiquette and knowledge, yet Bai Suyue was precisely that kind of unrefined individual. I beg your highness for forgiveness. The night is dark and the wind's high, and your highness is clad in black. Suyue did not mean to be disrespectful. Chapter 27. I will listen to you. Upon hearing Bai Suyue's words, the amusement in Yin Machi's eyes deepened. Did you not see? He rose from his seat, unfurling the iron fan as he took deliberate steps toward Bai Suyue. Bai Zhen's heart raced, and he raised his voice. My daughter is inexperienced and has offended your highness. I shall apologize on her behalf. Yin Mochi appeared to have not heard Bai Zhen's words, showing no reaction at all. At this moment, he approached Bai Suyue once more. The corners of his mouth curved more gracefully than the crescent moon in the sky. Should I perhaps change into a different outfit? What color do you think would suit me best? Bai Suyue gently lifted her head, inhaling deeply. Red, she concluded, believing that red would complement the prince splendidly. Red? Yin Mochi's brow relaxed, and his gaze upon Bai Suyue intensified, revealing a deeper scrutiny. In Bai Suyue's mind, the visage before her seemed to gradually overlap with that of a figure from her past life. At that time, she had already become the foremost courtesan in the capital, and during a grand celebration that had been the talk of the town for over half a month, no one would have anticipated that the aloof Yin Wang, who shunned the company of women, would grace such an establishment. When that man in a dark crimson robe ascended the stage step by step, it felt as if the world had lost its color, instantly captivating her heart. I shall heed your words. Yin Mochi leaned closer, whispering softly into Bai Suyue's ear. She could not help but feel her cheeks flush, as the man's allure was undeniable at all times. She instinctively took 2 steps back, steadying herself and swiftly regaining her composure. Your Highness, what brings you to the general's residence at such a late hour? Upon hearing Bai Suyue daring to pose such a question, Bai Zhen hastily stepped forward to shield her from Yin Mochi. This does not concern you. You should return. Bai Zhen understood the gravity of the situation, knowing well the formidable nature of the man before them. Despite his youth, even he dared not assert his authority in his presence. The origins of this enigmatic figure were shrouded in mystery, but it was known that the moment he appeared, everyone realized he was the owner of the largest trading house in the entire Tianfeng imperial city. Such facts were insignificant compared to the more pressing concern that those who offended Yin Wang invariably found themselves facing the King of Hell, leaving no trace of their existence. General Bai, there is no need for such concern. I have no intention of taking your precious daughter. Yin Mochi's smile was utterly beguiling, his slender phoenix-like eyes shimmering with an enchanting light, almost luring one into a state of intoxication. Bai Zhen maintained a serious demeanor, unwilling to relax in the slightest. It is merely a trivial matter, nothing to be concerned about. I have come today to discuss weaponry with General Bai. Although this task has been entrusted to me by the Emperor, you are well versed in this domain, which is why I sought your counsel on how to forge such a multitude of weapons. Forging weapons. Bai Suyue was internally astonished. Despite the old emperor's preference for governing through culture, weaponry was undeniably essential. The fact that he had entrusted this matter entirely to Yin Wang spoke volumes about the importance the emperor placed on him. Yin Mochi continued, who would have thought I would inadvertently encounter His Highness the Crown Prince? What a coincidence. Bai Suyue silently chuckled to herself as the mystery unraveled before her. The Crown Prince, who had been comfortably residing within the palace, was now suddenly able to venture out, all due to the tacit approval of Emperor Xian. Otherwise, no matter how capable the Crown Prince might be, he would not have been permitted entry into the general's residence. The purpose of his presence was to discreetly observe the conversation between Yin Mochi and her father. However, the old emperor, despite his astute calculations, would never have anticipated that the Crown Prince was not there to spy, but rather to visit an old flame. With this crucial insight, Bai Suyue comprehended why she encountered the Yin Wang today. Does you have any other concerns? Yin Mochi inquired, directly addressing Bai Suyue by name. His voice carried a hint of flirtation, evoking a sense of danger within Bai Suyue. She replied, Suyue has spent some time in the military and possesses knowledge of weaponry. I hope to assist my father and His Highness Yin Wang. A glimmer of interest flickered in Yinamochi's eyes, as if a thought had struck him, but he was abruptly interrupted by a furious shout from within the room. Everyone turned their gazes toward the brightly lit chamber, stepping forward to encircle the doorway. Yining-ro lay in bed, now awake, her forehead bandaged with a piece of white gauze, sobbing pitifully in the embrace of Crown Prince Feng Mu-ling. "Get out, you useless quack. You can't even heal such a minor injury. Rest assured, my prince, there are excellent healing ointments in my palace. After use, there will be no scars left." Yining-ro covered her face with her hands, weeping softly, appearing utterly feeble. Observing this scene, Yinamochi's lips curled slightly, as he waved his fan before him, blowing back the strands of hair at his forehead with an air of nonchalance. Bai Suyu discreetly took a step back, witnessing the outcome she desired. Yet her gaze turned colder. She had not anticipated that Yining-ro would suffer the consequences of her own actions and potentially bear scars. The one thing Yining-ro cherished most was her beauty. Now, knowing her face was on the verge of being marred, one could only imagine her inner turmoil. Inside the room, Feng Mu-ling's gentle words pierced Bai Suyu's ears, prompting her to mask her expression and turn to leave. However, she heard Yinamochi's voice, lowered in tone, from beside her. "Did you do this?" The three words, laced with inquiry, halted Bai Suyu in her tracks. She opened her clear eyes to meet Yinamochi's gaze. Devoid of any fear, "I would not stoop to such actions. The wheel of fate turns, and sometimes retribution comes swiftly." The colors in Yinamochi's eyes darkened, his mind echoing Bai Suyu's words. Bai Zhen coughed lightly, drawing Yinamochi's attention back, and with a hint of profundity in his voice remarked, "Indeed, a tiger begets no dog. General Bai has raised his daughter well." Feng Mu-ling emerged from the room, his expression severely grim, cradling the trembling Bai Suyu in his arms. "Today, I intend to take her into the palace. I wonder if General Bai would consent?" Before Bai Zhen could respond, Bai Suyu interjected. "Your Highness, I have already stated that this servant, should you desire her, is yours to take. No one will impede your wishes." Feng Mu-ling let out a cold snort, clutching Yin Ingru as he departed. Yin Ingru slightly lifted her head from his embrace, casting a glance towards the direction of Bai Suyu, no longer concealing her true feelings, revealing a deep-seated animosity. "It appears you have thoroughly offended someone. Would you like this prince to lend a hand?" Yin Machi's tone was laced with a palpable menace, causing Bai Suyu to momentarily freeze, turning her gaze towards him. In her previous life, she had never heard of Yin Machi visiting her home due to matters concerning weapons. Such a significant event was not something she could easily forget. This trivial matter does not warrant the involvement of His Highness, the Flame King. Chapter 28. Two simpletons. Bai Suyu's heart quickened slightly as she turned the corner to leave, gently placing her hand over her chest. The trajectory of her past life had been quietly shifting since the moment of her rebirth, instilling within her an even deeper sense of impending crisis for the future. As the night quietly slipped away, the day of the old matriarch of the Bai family's grand birthday celebration arrived. Early in the morning, the entire general's residence bustled with activity. Bai Zhen instructed the servants to prepare the gifts for presentation, his face beaming with a semblance of glory, appearing exceedingly pleased. Bai Suyu casually donned a plain blue long dress and stepped out of the courtyard, only to find the old steward, Zhou, waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing her attire, he immediately furrowed his brow. "Miss, dressed in such a manner, are you not inviting ridicule? Does our general's residence not possess fine garments?" Seeing Zhou's anxious demeanor, Bai Suyu could not bring herself to dampen his enthusiasm. The people of the Bai family were eagerly anticipating the arrival of guests from the general's residence solely to mock her. In her previous life, she had adorned herself like a flower, only to be derided and forced to flee in embarrassment, her meticulously prepared attire trampled underfoot like a rag. "Where is father?" "The general and the eldest son have already boarded the carriage. We are merely awaiting you, miss," Bai Suyu nodded, accompanied only by her maid Ronger, without even the birthday gifts prepared. Before departing, she cast a glance at the pile of ashes in the corner. That had been the fruit of her labor for half a year. As someone who had never touched a needle, she had dedicated countless hours to embroider a longevity picture for the old matriarch. The thought of her 10 fingers, marred by injuries from learning embroidery, brought a bitter smile to her lips. She truly was a fool. Simply because Yin Ingru sought to ingratiate herself with the Bai family, flattering her in her ear, she had gone to great lengths to please those in the Xiang residence, ultimately sacrificing her own dignity for the sake of others' trampling. Upon boarding the carriage, Bai Suyu once again encountered her elder brother, Bai Junyi, whom she had not seen for several days. He merely glanced at her. Remaining silent, A simple apology could not erase the mistake she had committed. The image of her bedridden sister-in-law suddenly reminded her of Mu Cho, who had once helped her restore meridians and neutralize poison. A spark ignited in her eyes, and she clenched her fingers tightly beneath her sleeve, finally devising a means to mend her relationship with her elder brother. "Where? What are you lost in thought about? Hurry and get in," Bai Suyu responded softly, sitting somewhat uneasily opposite Bai Junyi and Bai Zhen. The three of them occupied the spacious carriage at the front, while the rear was filled with an abundance of gifts. As the group set off towards the Bai residence, the 60th birthday celebration of the matriarch of the Xiang family had been planned for quite some time, and the reigning emperor had even granted a day off to the ministers, resulting in a continuous stream of guests arriving at the Xiang residence. Bai Suyu lifted the curtain, gazing at the familiar grand gate and the scenes etched in her memory, a gentle smile gracing her lips. However, at that moment, a carriage abruptly halted beside the general's carriage. Its purple gold door swung open, and a man clad in a dark red brocade robe instantly captured the attention of everyone present. Golden threads on his robe formed luminous patterns that dazzled the eyes as Bai Suyu descended the carriage alongside her father and elder brother. She inadvertently met the gaze of the man, Yanamo Chi, whose lips curled into a subtly enigmatic smile. A chill coursed through Bai Suyu's heart, yet her eyes reflected an indescribable perplexity, for during the grand birthday banquet in her past life, she had not encountered Yanamo Chi at all. Their gazes merely brushed against each other before quickly diverting, leaving no trace. Following Bai Zhen and Bai Junyi, Bai Suyu entered the gates of the Xiang residence. The ladies and officials naturally separated, and Bai Zhen carefully instructed Bai Suyu a few times before leading Bai Junyi into the front courtyard. A blue-dressed maid led the way for Bai Suyu, while Rong Er closely trailed behind, her eyes filled with wonder as she surveyed her surroundings. "Miss, this Xiang residence is enormous, far larger than our general's mansion," Rong Er could not help but whisper. The maid ahead, observing Rong Er's naive expression, immediately wore a half-sardonic smile and remarked, "Every corner of this Xiang residence has been meticulously designed. I dare say there is no official residence in the entire imperial city as grand and splendid as this." The maid's tone subtly indicated the prime minister's esteemed position among the officials, revealing a hint of disdain for the general's household. Bai Suyu, with her hands clasped behind her back, feigned indifference, responding, "What does it matter how grand the residence is? One merely sleeps on a 2-foot-wide bed." Upon hearing Bai Suyu's words, the blue-dressed maid's eyes flashed with anger. By this time, they had reached the entrance of the main courtyard, where a strikingly beautiful and proud woman approached them, clad in a pale yellow gown. Bai Suyu instantly recognized the lady as Bai Ruo Shui. "This servant greets the young lady." The blue-dressed maid bowed, and Bai Ruo Shui's gaze fell upon Bai Suyu standing behind the maid, her eyes slightly lifting. "Did you bring these two maids with you?" The blue-dressed maid, stifling a laugh at Bai Ruo Shui's words, began to explain, "They are not brought by this servant. They are." Before the blue-dressed maid could finish, Bai Ruo Shui interrupted, "You lot, go tidy up my room." Upon uttering those words, Bai Ruo Shui suddenly vanished from sight, while the blue-clad maid ostentatiously disrespected Bai Suyu, declaring, "The young lady is indeed of such temperament. As the legitimate daughter of the minister's residence, she is rather preoccupied, so I kindly ask Miss Yu not to take offense." Offended? Bai Suyu had long since comprehended her second cousin's disposition, who, buoyed by her elder sister's status as a royal consort, often looked down upon her. In the past, she had been indifferent due to a desire to curry favor. Yet now, that initial trepidation had dissipated, leaving Bai Suyu feeling utterly at ease. She let out a gentle sigh. How could I possibly be angered? If cousin Ruoshue's memory is so feeble, might she be unwell? Shall I fetch a couple of physicians to examine her mind? Upon hearing Bai Suyu's sardonic remarks, the blue-clad maid's eyes widened in astonishment, and she cleared her throat twice, leading Bai Suyu into the courtyard. "Miss Yu may wait here. The old matriarch will arrive shortly." Bai Suyu, of course, would not exhibit any modesty, striding confidently alongside Ronger into the throng of people. The sudden appearance of such ostentatious individuals instantly captivated the attention of the waiting young ladies and noblewomen in the courtyard, all eyes converging upon Bai Suyu. Noticing her simple attire devoid of any semblance of a distinguished lady, whispers erupted among the gathering. "Isn't she the general's daughter, Bai Suyu, who was spurned by the crown prince? How dare she show her face here? Look at her demeanor. She is utterly unaware of the concept of modesty. It is said that this woman is quite inauspicious. It would be wise to keep one's distance." As these words spread, the crowd instinctively parted to either side upon Bai Suyu's arrival. Observing this scene, reminiscent of her past life, Bai Suyu nearly burst into laughter. This visit was fueled by two contrasting emotions. In her previous life, she had stood here, engulfed in profound humiliation, yet now she found the situation amusing. Intentionally, she approached the group of young ladies who evaded her as if she were a plague, causing them to retreat in laughter. However, she maintained an impassive expression and pursued them directly. Witnessing her relentless approach, the earlier mockery on their faces faltered. One woman found herself ensnared by Baisuyue, letting out a terrified scream that plunged the gathering into silence, all eyes fixated on the confrontation. The woman's face drained of color, unable to extricate her hand from Baisuyue's grip, her face flushed with indignation. "How dare you be so shameless? Haven't you noticed that I detest you?" Baisuyue furrowed her brow, a hint of confusion lacing her voice. "Your disdain for me is your own affair. I harbor no such feelings towards you. What is wrong with approaching you?" Upon hearing Baisuyue's brazen retort, the woman, exasperated, raised her other hand to strike Baisuyue's cheek. Without flinching, Baisuyue flicked her wrist, causing the woman to lose her balance and tumble onto the table, crashing alongside the dishes scattered across the floor. The onlookers were left utterly astonished by Baisuyue's audacious demeanor. They harbor a deep-seated hatred for her. Does it bear no relation to her? What kind of logic is this? The woman on the ground struggled to rise, her jeweled hairpiece scattered about her. She felt utterly humiliated, consumed by rage as she contemplated pouncing upon Baisuyue with a frenzied determination. Baisuyue, however, merely smiled coldly within, watching as that loathsome visage drew ever closer. With a delicate lift of her hand, she delivered a resounding slap. This strike was nothing short of earth-shattering, sending the woman's body sprawling across the ground. Though she did not lose consciousness, she lay there, unable to rise for an extended period. The onlookers, gripped by fear, instinctively recoiled, their gazes towards Baisuyue akin to that of encountering a demon. Baisuyue regarded the woman crumpled on the ground, unable to rise, and gently massaged her fingers, a soft derisive laugh echoing in her heart. This woman was the daughter of the Minister of War, a close confidant of Yin Ingru, who had played no small part during the turmoil of the general's residence. It was she who had procured the incriminating letter from her father to frame the general's household, delivering it to Yin Ingru. "Cease this at once. All of you, stand down," a sharp voice resonated from the nearby moon gate, as an elderly matron clad in a deep purple gown, her hair a stark white, approached through the throng. Cough, cough. "Do you take the residence of the Chancellor for a mere playground?" The old woman's aged eyes bore a piercing intensity. Baisuyue straightened her posture, her gaze icy as she regarded the matron. It is said that human sentiments can be peculiar, yet this elderly lady before her was none other than her own grandmother, whose biases seemed rather extraordinary. The Chancellor's residence had flourished for a century in the kingdom of Tianfeng, yielding generations of chancellors from the Bai family. In terms of intellect, her father had once been a prodigious talent in his youth. Yet regrettably, the old woman had outright obstructed his path to scholarly achievement, refusing even to engage a tutor, forbidding him from studying anything related to governance. Ultimately, this forced her father to leave home and pursue a military career, while the old woman remained resolute, not once inquiring about his well-being over the years. When her mother wed into the Bai family, the old woman had barred their entrance at the threshold, denying them entry, which had also prompted Baizhen to establish his own household. It was only later, as Baizhen ascended in rank within the court, that the old woman reluctantly relented, allowing him to enter the family home. This invitation to the birthday celebration was, in essence, a formal reunion, one that had brought Baizhen joy for over a month. The old woman halted before Baisuyue, accompanied by a lady of around 40 years of age, still possessing an air of elegance, her features reminiscent of the royal concubine from whom she descended. Despite her advancing years, she remained strikingly noble and beautiful. The lady cast a glance at Baisuyue, smiling gently. "Dear matron, please do not be upset. It is merely a group of children at play. How could you strike so harshly? Do you even know whom you have injured?" Baisuyue curled her lips in disdain, a cold glimmer flickering in her eyes. The lady's family hailed from the esteemed Yongqing Marquisate, her lineage noble. Her elder brother had married the princess, the emperor's own sister, thus elevating the lady's standing within the chancellor's residence. Observing Baisuyue's lack of remorse, the old woman's expression darkened significantly. "Kneel before me." Baisuyue remained utterly still, while the two matrons standing behind the old lady promptly stepped forward, one seizing Baisuyue by the arm. A cold laugh echoed in her heart as she discreetly rolled her eyes. No one could compel her to do what she did not wish to. "Have you all forgotten to eat?" The old lady, witnessing the two matrons struggling to make Baisuyue kneel, felt her anger simmering beneath the surface. Old madam, this misused strength is simply too formidable. We cannot hold her down. The old lady's expression shifted as she recalled Bai Suyue's notorious strength. She gestured for the two matrons to step aside and took a few steps forward. How could the old lady, who had managed to maintain the grandeur of the minister's residence and nurture a son who would become a minister after the death of the old prime minister, be an easy opponent? Seeing the old lady approach, Bai Suyue braced herself for battle. She had come today solely to infuriate this old matron. Without discerning right from wrong, the old lady demanded Bai Suyue kneel. And Bai Suyue was defiant. Those present secretly broke out in a cold sweat for Bai Suyue, their contempt for her growing. Old lady, I have never encountered such a shameless girl. Others keep their distance from her, yet she relentlessly pursues them, and when they refuse her touch, she resorts to violence. I ask this how the Bai family educates their children. Such a girl ought to be properly disciplined to prevent her from running amok and harming others. The woman speaking was ablaze with indignation, while her maid helped the injured woman to her feet. As everyone turned to look, they saw that the woman's cheek was swollen and grotesque. Madam Shangshu, I fear there may be a misunderstanding. If Yue is at fault, I assure you I will deal with her appropriately and provide you with an explanation. The first wife spoke calmly, her words laden with reason. Bai Suyue's face betrayed no emotion, as if the one facing punishment were not her at all. This was because she had long seen through the true nature of those in the minister's residence. Although it was Feng Muling who ultimately condemned the general's residence, many others had played a role in the machinations. As her father's brother, Bai Sun, had proposed an idea. Her father's body had been displayed on the woman for 3 days and nights. She had dared to breach the imperial city because she could not bear to see her father subjected to further humiliation after death. Regrettably, throughout this ordeal, those from the minister's residence remained indifferent, merely standing by to watch the spectacle, occasionally adding fuel to the fire. The thought of that scene stirred an inexplicable rage within Bai Suyue. Yue, is what Madame Shangshu said true? Bai Suyue was pulled back to her senses by that voice. She lifted her chin and shook her head. It is not true. She is lying. We all saw it. That is the way things are. Bai Suyue observed that many individuals present began to conspire against her, the cold glint in the eyes of both the First Lady and the matriarch revealing their disdain. Every gaze in the room seemed to converge upon her. Unfazed, she spoke with an air of superiority, exuding a sense of independence from the surrounding chaos as if it were of no consequence to her. How shameless, she thought, under the scrutiny of so many. Let us see how you will wriggle out of this one. Upon hearing that Bai Suyue refused to admit her fault, the First Lady's chest heaved with indignation. Bai Suyue merely smiled, completely devoid of the expected panic. I only intended to ask her a question, and that was when she attacked me. Should I have simply stood there, foolishly awaiting my fate? You speak nonsense. How could Ruer, my precious daughter, strike you first? It is you who has twisted the truth. The First Lady, witnessing her beloved daughter's disheveled appearance, glared with fiery intensity and coldly declared, if the matriarch is gullible enough to believe such a fabrication, then I have nothing more to say. If I do not receive a satisfactory explanation today, the Shangs will not relent. As her harsh words fell, a subtle smile flickered across the First Lady's gaze. Yue, should you refuse to apologize, I will have no choice but to take matters into my own hands. Guards, seize her. The mere utterance of those 2 words from the First Lady prompted 2 towering servants to be summoned from the back courtyard. Witnessing this spectacle, all present were eager for the unfolding drama, smirking as they anticipated Bai Suyue's impending downfall, viewing her as overconfident. The 2 burly men advanced toward Bai Suyue, who had no intention of standing idly by to receive a beating. She vividly recalled her previous life, where she had timidly cowered in a corner while Sun Ruer had brazenly approached her, feigning a fall and accusing her of violence. This time, she resolved to retaliate without hesitation. Just when the crowd assumed Bai Suyue would soon be subdued and slapped, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The 2 sturdy servants crumpled to the ground, having been kicked down by Bai Suyue. A collective gasp of astonishment filled the air as onlookers witnessed her stride confidently toward the courtyard exit. The matriarch's eyes widened in fury, her aged face twitching in disbelief. A rebellion is afoot. Summoned by Zhen at once, with that command, she stirred the entire residence into commotion. After all, the matriarch was the center of attention today, and the officials in the front courtyard, engaged in reminiscing, perked up at the ominous tone of the matriarch's attendant. Curious, they trailed behind Bai Jun and Bai Zhen toward the front courtyard. Upon entering, the officials beheld the matriarch seated upon an elevated platform, her expression stern as she cast a glance at Bai Zhen. Bai Sun, The head of one of the families present immediately approached the matriarch's side. "Mother, what on earth has transpired to provoke such ire?" Upon seeing Bai Sun, the matriarch's expression softened slightly. "This matter does not concern you. Bring Bai Zhen to me." Bai Zhen, catching a glimpse of the matriarch, felt an ominous foreboding but steeled himself to step forward nonetheless. "Bow down." The elderly matriarch gazed coldly at Bai Zhen, her eyes glinting with a piercing intensity. Bai Zhen was momentarily taken aback. He had presumed that, having achieved great success, the matriarch's invitation to the Bai residence signified a change of heart, a yearning for her son. However, it was now apparent that he had misjudged the situation. The court officials stood below, and even the two adult princes, Feng Muling and Feng Qingcheng, were among the crowd, alongside numerous distinguished figures from the capital. Yinamochi's keen eyes spotted Bai Suyu. Lurking within the thickets, her gaze steeped in a chilling malice, he silently smirked, unfurling his fan to obscure the smile that danced on his lips, reminiscent of a cunning fox. Bai Zhen hesitated momentarily. Yet still, before the assembly, he knelt before the matriarch. A profound silence enveloped the scene. While it was entirely customary for a son to kneel before his mother, the occasion demanded discretion. Moreover, family disgrace should remain within the confines of the household. If any issues arose, they could be addressed privately, without subjecting themselves to the ridicule of outsiders. Yet the matriarch seemed unperturbed. Observing Bai Zhen kneeling before her, her spirits lifted slightly as her voice, aged yet hoarse, echoed. "A son's failings reflect the father's shortcomings. That girl, Bai Suyu, has harmed someone and fled. As her father, you are obliged to offer an apology on her behalf. Am I not correct?" Bai Zhen fell into a contemplative silence. In the past, he would have unhesitatingly accepted the matriarch's words, promptly issuing an apology. However, now he hesitated. For these past few days, Bai Suyu had presented a markedly different demeanor. She did not strike him as the type to act impulsively against others. "Matriarch, how could you act so recklessly? Is there not a misunderstanding here?" His voice carried a tone of inquiry and skepticism. The matriarch, taken aback by his audacity to retort, slammed her hand upon the table, her fury intensifying. "A misunderstanding? Are you casting doubt upon my words, suggesting I would unjustly malign your virtuous daughter?" Silence hung in the air, for none dared interject. Though whispers circulated among some, the majority remained as mere spectators to the unfolding drama. Bai Suyu, concealed behind the foliage, gritted her teeth, her heart heavy as she observed Bai Zhen's subservient posture before the matriarch. It filled her with a sense of suffocation. Unfortunately, she could not yet reveal herself. If Bai Zhen did not sever his hopes during this gathering, future troubles would undoubtedly ensue. After all, the matriarch was her grandmother, Bai Zhen's own mother. Certain truths could not be articulated by her as a daughter. "You dare not." The matriarch's commanding tone resounded. "If you do not dare, then hasten to apologize and retrieve that unruly daughter of yours for a proper reprimand." Her imperious demeanor sent chills through Bai Zhen's heart. This was not the first instance of such humiliation. The minister's wife observed the scene with great satisfaction, unreserved in her remarks, particularly as the minister of war was Bai Zhen's adversary. "No wonder that girl was jilted. It appears she has not been raised properly. I have heard she was dragged from a brothel by the crown prince, having spent a night with some man. What kind of woman like this is worthy of marrying into the royal family?" Chapter 31. The useless things were these words directed at him. Bai Zhen would undoubtedly not have taken offense. However, he was inherently protective, particularly when it came to his children. The moment the madam of the minister finished her statement, he was instantly incensed. Such remarks could hardly be uttered by a person of refinement. The old lady's expression darkened significantly. "Bai Zhen, although the madam of the minister's words may be somewhat unpalatable, they are indeed candid truths. I have been seeking suitable suitors for several young ladies in the household, and I have even found one for you where, if all goes well, we shall arrange for the betrothal tomorrow." In just a few simple sentences, the fate of Bai Suyu's marriage had been sealed. A cold smile crept across Bai Suyu's lips. She understood her father's disposition well. If he could exchange military merits for her marriage, he would certainly not allow her entire future to be jeopardized by a few words from the old lady. "Mother, neither you nor I can decide for you heir. She will naturally pursue the one she favors. And if she finds none to her liking, I would not mind becoming a spinster." Bai Zhen's declaration brought a rush of emotion to Bai Suyu's eyes. The young ladies present clutched their handkerchiefs tightly, momentarily lost in thought as they absorbed Bai Zhen's words. They could not help but feel a twinge of envy towards Bai Suyu. Even though she had been rejected by the crown prince, having such an enlightened father might not be such a misfortune after all. Moreover, daughters of officials often found themselves with little say in matters of marriage, which were typically dictated by parental authority and matchmakers. However, those of the same generation as Bai Zhen looked on with disdain, their colleagues shaking their heads in disapproval. The old lady, already incensed by Bai Suyu's behavior, was further enraged by Bai Zhen's words. She rose abruptly, pointing a trembling finger at him, scolding, "I have never encountered a parent so careless in raising their children. No wonder you have produced such a worthless offspring. You have brought shame upon the Bai family." Bai Zhen remained silent. Though he knelt before her, his imposing stature as a general did not wane in the slightest. With a straightened back and a resonant voice, he conveyed no hint of weakness. This demeanor inevitably drew the attention of those present. Bai Zhen was indeed a formidable general, not to be taken lightly. Seeing that Bai Zhen was impervious to her ire, the old lady clutched her chest in frustration and took a few steps back. Two matrons hurried forward to support her, while the eldest madam reproached, "Look at how you have upset mother. You should quickly say a few soothing words." Concerned by the old lady's labored breathing, Bai Zhen felt a twinge of anxiety. Yet, who was unaware of her temper? If he softened his stance now, she would undoubtedly press for more. If mother wishes for Yuer to apologize, then let her present evidence of Yuer's initial transgression. "If you are unwell today, I shall return to visit you another day." As he spoke, Bai Zhen rose to leave. The old lady, seemingly regaining her composure, coldly declared, "If you dare step beyond the threshold of the Bai residence today, you shall no longer be a member of the Bai family. I sever all ties with you." Suddenly, the courtyard fell into silence once more. Even the previously whispering individuals stood frozen in astonishment, unable to fathom how the scene had devolved into such chaos. The elderly matriarch, supported by two attendants, descended from the high platform, her face bearing a trace of frailty. "After all, I am but an old relic, destined for death sooner or later. Once I have departed from this world, you shall not need to offer incense in my memory. If you choose to leave this place today, from henceforth, you shall be of no concern to me. Go live your life with those two illegitimate children." Bai Zhen's expression shifted abruptly, his gaze towards the matriarch infused with profound meaning. Bai Suyue suddenly stirred, striding forth from behind the thicket, her heart aching at the sight of Bai Zhen's pained countenance. For Bai Zhen, a devoted son, to be forced into such a decision was undeniably cruel, and Bai Suyue felt a twinge of regret. Perhaps she ought not to have acted thus. Today, she could have yielded to the matriarch, and should the matriarch seek to trouble her in the future, she could find a way to address it. Surely, that would be better than causing distress to her own father. Her appearance drew the gaze of many, and Feng Muling regarded her with an icy glare, as though he wished to devour her, his hands clenched into tight fists beneath his sleeves. Feng Qingqing narrowed her elongated, warm eyes, her jade-like visage reflecting curiosity and amusement. Yin Machi's lips curled into a gentle smile, his devilishly charming face illuminating with a stunning radiance. While the thoughts of the crowd varied, their collective gaze was fixated on one focal point. Upon spotting Bai Suyue, the matriarch emitted a cold snort. Today was her birthday celebration, and her joyous mood had been thoroughly disrupted by this wretched offspring. Bai Suyue ascended the platform step by step, her simple attire enveloping her delicate figure, and although her face appeared ordinary, it bore an air of solemnity and dignity. This version of Bai Suyue was one that nearly all present had never witnessed. "Matriarch, you incessantly declare that Yuer is ignorant of decorum and propriety, yet I wish to understand. What precisely constitutes decorum and propriety?" She gently tilted her head, standing beside Bai Zhen, her gaze unwavering as it met the matriarch's. The first lady, upon receiving the matriarch's signal, began to speak slowly. "Yuer, without rules, there can be no order. If there were no decorum and propriety, would the imperial city not descend into chaos?" Bai Suyue remained silent, attentively awaiting the First Lady's ensuing demands. The First Lady gracefully rose to her feet. "Let us first discuss decorum. Do not take offense at your aunt's words, but your posture and demeanor lack the grace befitting a young lady of noble birth. Just observe your sister Ruo Shui. Her every movement exudes the essence of a proper lady." Many were drawn by the First Lady's words, casting their eyes towards Bai Ruo Shui. Indeed, the second young lady of the household possessed striking beauty, her every gesture embodying the epitome of an accomplished young woman. Upon hearing this, Bai Suyue chuckled softly. Since the First Lady has chosen to compare Suyue with her cousin, why not engage in a genuine contest? All the young ladies present could participate, and let us see who exhibits the most thorough understanding of decorum. Bai Suyu's words momentarily stunned the matron, who soon broke into a gentle smile. "My dear Yuer, your temper is truly fiery. Aunt merely offered a few words of advice. Yet you seem to have taken them to heart. Bai Suyu held her head high, her eyes glimmering with a resolute spirit. Today marks the grand celebration of the old matriarch's birthday, and it is meant to be a lively occasion. Should Suyu lose, she shall naturally apologize and accept any penalties from the young ladies of the Shangshu residence. However, if she emerges victorious, henceforth, no one in the general's household shall interfere in her affairs. What say you? The matron widened her eyes, gazing at Bai Suyu with incredulity, her earlier smile fading. With a slight furrow of her brow, she softly inquired, "Where, are you truly serious?" Many young ladies present, upon hearing Bai Suyu's proposal, were filled with a sense of eager anticipation. Bai Ruoshui maintained her calm demeanor, though a hint of mockery flickered in her gaze whenever it fell upon Bai Suyu's face. After a moment of silence, the matron turned to the old matriarch. "Mother, I find this proposal quite intriguing. What are your thoughts?" The old matriarch nodded, and just as the others were brimming with excitement, she spoke again. "Should you lose, you will marry into the family I have arranged for you by tomorrow. Now, you still have a chance to retract your words." With so many witnesses present, her declaration solidified Bai Suyu's fate. While she could avoid meddling in the general's affairs, should she fail, she would have no choice but to heed the old matriarch's wishes regarding her marriage. This gamble now bore significant implications for Bai Suyu's future, and the previously carefree expressions of the onlookers were replaced with a sense of anticipation, all awaiting Bai Suyu's response. Bai Suyu slightly raised her chin, a serene and courteous smile gracing her lips. "Very well, it is settled." The old matriarch's expression shifted, her gaze towards Bai Suyu revealing a measure of scrutiny. As she sat in contemplation, she wondered if this young girl was aware that her prospects for marriage were dwindling and was seizing this opportunity to secure a match for herself. However, as she recalled the nature of the family she had chosen for Bai Suyu, a subtle smile curved her lips. She intended to teach Bai Suyu the lesson that experience holds its own wisdom. "This matter shall be entrusted to you," she declared. The matron, having received the old matriarch's command, descended from the platform, and approximately a dozen daughters of noble families were ushered forth from below, while Bai Ruoshui elegantly followed in the wake of the matron. Bai Ruoshui was indeed the epitome of a refined young lady, her poise a result of years of gradual cultivation, honed since childhood. Bai Suyu lifted her gaze to meet Bai Ruoshui's, her eyes sparkling with confidence. In her earlier years, she had toiled tirelessly to achieve the status of a courtesan. Although her reputation was somewhat tarnished, the dedication and challenges she faced during those 2 years of her life surpassed any trial she had encountered throughout her existence. At the moment of her success, she felt as if she had lived an entire lifetime. Confronting a Bai Ruoshui, who dwelled in the comforts of life, she hardly needed to exert herself, if it was a matter of etiquette. "Then let us begin with the fundamentals. After all, how did the etiquette matron train you initially?" As the matron spoke, several porcelain bowls filled to the brim with clear water were brought forth. Arranged in a perfect row, Bai Suyu cast a glance downward. It seemed child's play. Not only had she practiced this before, but even without prior training, she was far superior to these frail young ladies. "Madam, she possesses martial skills. It is a contest she cannot lose." Among the dozen or so women, someone immediately pointed toward Bai Suyu and exclaimed. The matron paused, casting a somewhat troubled glance at Bai Suyu. This could indeed prove to be a challenge. Upon hearing this, the onlookers around them exhibited expressions of curiosity, eager to see what the matron would devise to elevate the difficulty for Bai Suyu. Bai Suyu smiled lightly. "I shall not compete in this round, for regardless of the outcome, victory is assured for me." Bai Ruoshui furrowed her brow slightly, a flicker of thought passing through her eyes. "I shall not compete either." With the 2 principal figures opting out, the remaining participants lost their inclination to compare themselves. Rather than become the subject of ridicule, they preferred to forego this round altogether. Unfortunately, Feng Qingqing suddenly emerged from the crowd, a gentle smile gracing her jade-like visage, her obsidian eyes glinting with a hint of darkness. "If the contest is about etiquette rather than martial prowess, I propose we dispense with the bowls altogether. Let everyone take a turn walking along this path, and naturally, the distinctions will reveal themselves." This suggestion was swiftly embraced by all the onlookers. Feng Muling sat composedly at a banquet table among the crowd, his gaze occasionally drifting toward Bai Suyu. The matron found this proposal agreeable and directed the dozen attendees to take the lead, deliberately placing Bai Suyu and Bai Ruoshui side by side. This indirectly served to enliven the celebration for the matriarch's longevity, allowing the spectators to enjoy themselves. The standout among them might even achieve fame, becoming a sought-after figure within the upper echelons of the capital. Thus, these young ladies, accustomed to the confines of their boudoirs, summoned all their strength, displaying their utmost grace as they glided past. The audience erupted in laughter, offering critiques that left many young women blushing, and a few, overwhelmed by shyness, chose to withdraw from the competition entirely die in the end. Only Bai Suyue and Bai Ruoxue remained on the stage. Bai Suyue could not afford to lose. She must not step down from the platform. This time, she intended to showcase to everyone what it truly meant to be a refined young lady of high standing. Bai Ruoxue's expression darkened slightly, but upon catching sight of the Crown Prince Feng Muling seated among the crowd, her eyes brightened, and she lifted her skirt, beginning to stride forward. Indeed, as expected of a lady of distinction, her years of refinement were not in vain. As Bai Ruoxue walked, she held her chin slightly high, exuding an air of pride. Even Bai Suyue, standing behind her, found herself somewhat admiring Bai Ruoxue's poised. As Bai Ruoxue traversed halfway, she caught sight of Yin Machi amidst the throng, who suddenly lifted his gaze to meet hers. The brilliance in his eyes shimmered with an enigmatic hue, causing her heart to flutter unexpectedly, drawing her entire being into his captivating presence. Even her movements became involuntarily rigid as she walked. In a moment of distraction, she inadvertently stepped upon the hem of her long dress, stumbling and plummeting from the platform with a startled cry, prompting those below to instinctively retreat. Just as her head was about to collide with the ground, a figure swiftly appeared at her side, a hand resting upon her shoulder. With a powerful lift, she was effortlessly hoisted upward, her feet finding stable ground on the viewing platform. The officials gasped in astonishment as they beheld Bai Suyue's flowing white gown, her poised form reminiscent of a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. The gentle breeze tousled her long hair, revealing a visage that, while neither ostentatious nor unattractive, was strikingly exquisite upon closer inspection. Radiating an undeniable aura of allure, Bai Suyue moved with graceful elegance, neither awkwardly bashful like a young maiden nor rigidly conventional like Bai Ruoxue, exuding a commanding presence that captivated all, though she had traversed only a few paces. It seemed to the onlookers as if she had crossed an expansive chasm. Yin Machi, standing at a distance, was momentarily taken aback. Such composure could not be achieved without years of diligent practice. And yet this young girl, merely 15 or 16 years of age and notoriously unlearned, had transformed so dramatically. In his dark eyes, a glimmer of astonishment flickered. Vivid colors coalesced into a vivid tableau at the center of which stood the young woman now commanding the crowd's attention. Chapter 33. The buffoon Bai Ruoxue stood on the platform, her face flushed with embarrassment. Although the recent mishap had left her unharmed, as a young lady of the minister's residence, she had never before committed such a blunder. Turning around, she found Bai Suyue had already become the focus of everyone's gaze, igniting a surge of indignation within her. Instead of feeling grateful, she resented that Bai Suyue's actions seemed aimed at overshadowing her. Standing awkwardly on the platform, she cast a cold glance at Bai Suyue before striding toward the matriarch. Lady Wei, well aware of her daughter's thoughts, narrowed her eyes upon her approach and gently patted the back of her hand. Whispering as a distinguished young lady, "How can you be so ungrateful? She saved you in front of everyone. You ought to express your gratitude, go on." Urged by the matriarch, Bai Ruoxue lifted her head, her expression one of reluctance, yet understanding that Lady Wei was concerned for her reputation. If she were to be labeled as ungrateful, it could tarnish her standing. Heeding her mother's guidance, Bai Ruoxue forced a smile, albeit strained, and made her way to Bai Suyue. "Sister Yue, I owe you my gratitude for your timely intervention, which spared me from harm. As a token of my appreciation, I wish to bestow upon you this bracelet," Bai Ruoxue declared, already removing the ornament from her wrist. Bai Suyue's eyes flickered momentarily, a knowing expression crossing her gaze. It was merely a trifling act. "Cousin Ruoxue need not take it to heart," Bai Suyue replied with a calm and courteous demeanor, gently returning the bracelet to Bai Ruoxue, as if to suggest that such a trivial gift could not possibly equate to the favor she had just received. Bai Ruoxue was utterly bewildered by this notion. Not one to possess a thick skin, she felt a growing disdain for Bai Suyue's refusal to acknowledge her kindness, yet she chose to remain silent, retracting the bracelet. The matron's eyes darkened as she regarded Bai Suyue, her gaze now tinged with a newfound scrutiny. Initially, she had dismissed Bai Suyue entirely, viewing the competition as merely an opportunity for her own daughter to shine. However, it had become evident that Bai Suyue had emerged as the focal point of the event. Nevertheless, the matron remained unfazed, for Bai Suyue's reputation preceded her. Who would dare to marry a woman with such a sullied name after being jilted by the crown prince? Feng Qingcheng leaned closer to Feng Muling, her countenance as gentle as jade, laced with a hint of mockery. It appears that your highness has been somewhat short-sighted, failing to recognize that this young lady before you is a gem concealed beneath the guise of a frivolous exterior. If we set aside appearances, the young lady of the general's estate far surpasses your delicate beauty, making her a far more suitable candidate for the role of crown princess. Feng Muling's expression suddenly turned icy, his gaze towards Feng Qingqing sharpening with hostility. Are you mocking me, your highness? Although Yin Ingru currently recuperates under my roof, in every respect, the position of crown princess could never belong to a mere servant girl. Feng Muling's agitation deepened, and his disdain for Bai Suyue grew more pronounced. What a farce! What distinguishes her from the women of the harem, save for her venomous nature? She is entirely unworthy of being compared to my delicate rower. Feng Qingcheng was taken aback by Feng Muling's lofty demeanor, as if no woman could ever rival his rower. She scrutinized him for a moment, pondering the age-old adage that royal individuals are often devoid of affection. Could it be that the crown prince has found true love? Curiosity danced at the corners of her mouth, and an unexpected interest in Yin Ingru began to blossom within her, her eyes dimming slightly as a peculiar smile graced her exquisitely warm features. As time slipped away, the stage witnessed a series of formalities among the gathered ladies. Yet, Bai Suyue executed her tasks with such perfection that no flaw could be discerned. She displayed a mastery of etiquette that even Bai Ruoxue was unaware of, akin to a scholar well-versed in the classics. Once she concluded her eloquent discourse, she garnered considerable resonance among the officials, swiftly eclipsing the spotlight. On the forehead of Bai Ruoxue, beads of sweat have begun to form, and she tugged at the hem of the madam's garment, her complexion no longer exuding the calmness it once did. Mother, how could this girl, who has hardly ever studied, possibly know such things? Even I have not committed the contents of the book to memory. Not only Bai Ruoxue, but even the madam who posed the questions began to feel a sense of unease. The initial challenges had been straightforward etiquette that any young lady from a prominent family would typically grasp. Yet, as Bai Suyue flawlessly executed each task, the madam's questions grew increasingly obscure, encompassing even the rules and regulations that Bai Ruoxue was unaware of, which Bai Suyue could recite with clarity and even infuse with her own insights. The victor of this contest had become glaringly evident. However, how could Bai Suyue, once merely a frivolous girl who could barely recognize a few characters, so swiftly transform into a paragon of etiquette? Madam, the contest has concluded. Should we not await a resolution? The spectators, having witnessed the spectacle, were now eager for the outcome, though the verdict had already settled in their minds, awaiting the madam's final proclamation. The madam's heart grew heavy as she glanced toward the elder matriarch. Should Bai Suyue emerge the victor, the family would be utterly shamed. The elder matriarch maintained a remarkably composed demeanor, her aged and frail hands tightly gripping the teacup beside her. Bai Zhen and Bai Jun, amidst the crowd, observed Bai Suyue with shifting expressions. Bai Zhen's smile had not faltered from the very beginning, radiating pride. Bai Jun's initial disdain gradually softened into a warmer hue. His gaze toward Bai Suyue no longer frigid. After all, they were family. Had Bai Suyue altered her demeanor earlier, he would not have wished for matters to devolve into such a situation. The madam and elder matriarch exchanged a knowing glance, and Wei Shi, understanding the cue, approached the group of young women. The results of the previous contest were clear, and the madam declared, "The winner of this round is Bai Ruoxue." The announcement from the madam immediately incited a commotion. Even the competitors who had participated appeared displeased. From the outset, Bai Ruoxue had made numerous errors, her performance even inferior to that of her peers. Yet the madam's declaration seemed overtly biased. "Madam, even if Miss Ruoxue is your own daughter, you cannot blatantly cheat in front of so many witnesses. It will only invite ridicule." The madam remained composed, her expression unyielding despite the jeers of the onlookers. Bai Suyue stood quietly to the side, seemingly having anticipated this outcome. Bai Ruoxue, with an air of entitlement, raised her chin and strode before the crowd, her eyes glinting with mockery and absurdity. She had known all along that she would be the ultimate victor. Bai Suyue was merely a jester in comparison. Chapter 34. This prince is kind-hearted. I have always been fair, and will not show favoritism. The esteemed lady, with a tone of righteous indignation, concluded her statement, eliciting not only skepticism from a number of affluent ladies, but also raising doubts in the eyes of all the officials present. The Prime Minister, Wei Sun, standing nearby, felt a tinge of embarrassment. Perplexed by the antics of his own wife and mother in this contest, it was evident who stood out the most. Without needing to articulate it, everyone knew that Bai Suyu had epitomized the essence of propriety. The lady's assertion would undoubtedly provoke dissent. As her gaze settled on Bai Suyu, a faint smile of consolation graced her lips. Your recent performance has indeed impressed your aunt, yet you are aware that your reputation is less than favorable. Sometimes, actions speak more eloquently than words. Although you have hastily absorbed the tenets of etiquette in practice, you fall short when compared to your cousin. Would you not agree, dear niece? Baisuyu gently lifted her chin, perceiving the chill in the lady's eyes, and inwardly chuckled. If the esteemed lady's words were to be taken at face value, this contest should never have occurred from the outset. What aunt said was incorrect. The two words slipped from Baisuyu's lips with an air of nonchalance, prompting the lady to narrow her eyes slightly. What do you mean by that, Yue? Pray, elucidate. Aunt, this is a contest, not a jest. Regardless of my cousin's past performances or future potential, in this very contest, a loss is a loss, and it bears no relation to preceding or subsequent events. The lady's demeanor cooled, a glint of sharpness hidden within her gaze. Yue, your words seem exceedingly unreasonable. Baisuyu raised her chin with a subtle defiance, her seemingly ordinary visage radiating an alluring brilliance. Madam, this was the rule established from the outset. Are the adjudicators of this contest truly permitted to whimsically alter the established regulations? The lady's face flushed with indignation at Baisuyu's challenge, and though she wished to retort, the words remained unvoiced. The matriarch regarded Baisuyu with a penetrating gaze, then lightly tapped the table. Yue, I recognize your dissatisfaction, but these rules were set by me. The contest is merely a jest of mine. Should you wish to contend with Ruoxue, you would do well to train for another 2 years before attempting it. I advise you today to accept the outcome gracefully. The matriarch rose, her obstinacy reaching its zenith. The expressions of those present shifted subtly, their glances toward the current prime minister now tinged with intrigue. Bai Zhen felt a tremor in his heart, astonished by the visage of the aged matriarch, as if he had never truly known her. This elderly woman was indeed his mother. Despite Baisuyu being her own granddaughter, she publicly scolded and humiliated her. Now that Yue had emerged victorious, she audaciously twisted the narrative from white to black. A chill coursed through Bai Zhen, and as he observed Baisuyu standing there, besieged by the matriarch's inquiries, his agitation grew in a sudden surge of emotion. He strode forth from the crowd, resolutely drawing Baisuyu behind him. The moon, it is all my fault, allowing you to come here and endure such grievances. Let us return home. There is no need to exchange further words with these people. Baisuyu was momentarily taken aback, lifting her gaze to meet Bai Zhen's concerned expression, a warm current swiftly flowing through her heart. Father, the heavens observe the deeds of men. Who is truly righteous and who is disrespectful? With so many eyes upon us, I refuse to believe that the old matriarch can wield such unchecked power. The old matriarch, witnessing Bai Zhen's lack of respect, let out a soft huff. Humph, Bai Zhen, have I truly raised you in vain all these years? You left with that woman of unknown origin, and now you intend to forsake me, your mother, for this wild girl, is that so? Her words struck fiercely, burdening Bai Zhen with the weight of filial impiety. In the kingdom of Tianfeng, where filial piety is held in the highest regard, the mere whisper of such a reputation would unleash torrents of scorn upon him. Bai Zhen's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and red, and after a lengthy moment, he finally regained his composure. With all the civil and military officials present, every action of his today would surely reach the ears of the emperor. Baisuyu, anxious in her heart, gently pressed her hand against Bai Zhen's arm, shaking her head at him. Though she harbored a profound dislike for the old matriarch, she did not wish to cause Bai Zhen distress. It would be even more regretful if he felt troubled on her account. Yue, let us depart, Bai Zhen declared, grasping Baisuyu's hand to leave, while the old matriarch did not hasten to obstruct them, merely letting out a faint, cold laugh. A loss is a loss. Tomorrow I shall send someone with the marriage contract, choose an auspicious day, and marry her off. After all, she has already been rejected once. There is no need for a lavish dowry. I will assist you in collecting it. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhen's fingers trembled in fury, while the eldest matriarch could no longer bear it, tugging at the old matriarch's sleeve. Mother, so many are watching. This is a matter for our family. Let us discuss it at home. The eldest matriarch's stance was clear, and the onlookers, knowing full well the dynamics at play, showed no inclination to interfere, secretly lamenting the fate of Baisuyu. Suddenly, a loud laugh erupted from the crowd. Marvelous, truly marvelous. If such words had come from an ordinary person, they would likely have been disregarded. But they originated from the lips of Prince Yin. Clad in a dark red brocade robe, the man wielded an iron folding fan inscribed with the fiery character Yin, capturing the attention of all. The eldest matriarch was momentarily stunned, then her voice turned cold. Ah, It is His Highness Prince and do you wish to meddle in our affairs? Yen Machi's slender eyes sparkled with mischief. A faint smile playing on his lips, his enchanting yet cool visage tinged with a hint of mockery. I have witnessed quite the performance. Someone is disrespectful to the elderly, openly engaging in favoritism. Speaking of rules while disregarding them entirely. In just a few strides, Yen Machi stood before Bai Suyue, casting a casual glance her way. Bai Suyue bit her lip, her heart momentarily flustered by his gaze. This man was indeed beguiling. Wherever he went, he could effortlessly ensnare her attention. She had painstakingly managed to calm her heart, only for him to stir up ripples within it. The elderly lady's countenance darkened at the audacious remark that belittled her age. As the Chancellor, Bai Sun could not allow anyone to insult his mother in such a manner. He stepped forward, a gentle smile gracing his face. Your Highness, the Flame King, this is merely a trivial matter within the estate. It hardly warrants your esteemed attention. The glint in Yenamo Chi's eyes grew colder as he lowered his gaze. The Chancellor should be aware that I have always been known for my benevolence. It is intolerable to witness so many of you bullying a vulnerable woman. Benevolent, vulnerable woman? Humph! The corners of Bai Sun's mouth twitched slightly, his expression growing increasingly grim. If Bai Suyu could be labeled a vulnerable woman, what then could be said of men? In his eyes, those burly men were no match for Bai Suyue.as for Yen Wang's so-called benevolence. He felt a shiver of dread. If it were true, how had those who had offended him met their demise? Though no evidence existed, it was an unspoken understanding that none would deem the smiling Yen Wang a man of leniency. What, then, does your Highness consider to be bullying? Yenamochi waved his folding fan, concealing the amusement at the corners of his lips. Whoever is destined to win, shall win. Bai Sun's expression soured considerably, for Yenamochi had directly pointed out that they had indeed been bullying someone. As the Chancellor, he found himself in a precarious position. If, due to a trivial matter of etiquette, Bai Suyu were to overshadow his own daughter, the position of Crown Princess would indeed be difficult to secure. Suddenly, Bai Ruoxue stepped forward, her eyes ablaze as they fixed on Bai Suyu. Although I stand on equal footing with you in terms of etiquette, as a woman of both virtue and talent, I must excel in the arts. How about we engage in another contest, just the four sisters of the Bai household? I am certain Miao Ru and Qing Lan would be willing. Bai Ruoxue, standing before the crowd, issued a provocative challenge. However, upon hearing the self-important declaration of being on equal terms, Bai Suyu couldn't help but stifle a laugh. She lowered her gaze slightly, noticing that many young ladies were covering their lips, their shoulders trembling with suppressed laughter. This was hardly an equal match. The disparity was far too great. Even Bai Ruoxue, known for her audacity, felt a blush creeping to her cheeks at the sight of others' reactions. Bai Suyu offered no time for contemplation, lightly chuckling. The previous contest was a wager between myself and the elderly lady. The outcome is clear for all to see, Bai Ruoxue, recalling the earlier moment, retorted coldly. But did not my sister just now deceitfully claim to have struck first at Ruer? Bai Suyu's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief, a smile playing at her lips. This was the very moment she had been waiting for. As soon as Bai Ruoxue finished speaking, the expression of the minister's wife soured dramatically. However, Bai Deforan gently pressed her hand upon her. Do not be hasty. Since Ruoxue has spoken thus, victory is assured. Soon, I shall ensure that the madam can vent her frustrations. The madam of the minister let out a cold snort. Eldest madam, it is not that I do not wish to grant you face, but you are well aware of what transpired earlier. This Bai Suyue conceals her talents, who knows what else she might possess? Although she appears to lack any scholarly pursuits, it is astonishing how formidable she has proven to be in such a critical moment. Rest assured, this girl has been under my watch since childhood. Her recent endeavors to secretly acquire knowledge are likely a result of being spurned by the crown prince. With her meager skills, how could she possibly rival our Shuaer? The eldest madam raised her chin slightly. Bai Ruoyao and Bai Ruoxue were undoubtedly her pride. One daughter, exceptionally beautiful, had become the current imperial concubine, while the other was on the verge of marrying into the royal family as the crown princess. If her assumptions were correct, the empress would surely be striving to win over the Xiang family, yet her daughters were still quite young, having spent several years in the palace without a child, compounded by the presence of two adult princes, creating an extraordinary level of competition. More importantly, the empress's power was indeed formidable. The Xiang family had established their position early on, securing a favorable path for the future. Contemplating this, the eldest madam cast a glance into the crowd, her gaze lingering on Feng Muling atop the platform. As long as the crown prince was present, Today he would certainly take notice of Ruoxue, and marrying into the crown prince's residence would come to fruition effortlessly. Since elder sister Ruoxue has spoken so, let it be so. We may consider the earlier contest a draw, but the prior events shall not be unfairly attributed to this young lady. Bai Suayue made her declaration, thus sealing their second wager. Two young and beautiful women emerged from the throng below, one clad in pink, the other in blue. The pink-clad maiden bore a gentle countenance, while the blue-clad one held her chin high, her gaze unmistakably laced with pride and disdain, as if looking down upon Bai Suayue. Bai Suayue surmised that these must be the two illegitimate daughters of the house, Bai Miaoru and Bai Qinglan. Bai Ruoxue walked ahead, with Bai Miaoru immediately following, her face adorned with a hint of obsequiousness. Bai Suayue inwardly sighed. Such was the survival rule for illegitimate daughters. To thrive, one must cling to the legitimate sister. I advise you to concede gracefully. Who does not know that my elder sister Ruoxue is a renowned talent in the capital, proficient in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting? I wonder if you can measure up even partially. If not, it would be wise to refrain from embarrassing yourself. Bai Suayue's expression darkened. Her 3 years of arduous labor were not in vain. Though not the most gifted, she possessed the tenacity to endure hardship. During those 3 years, she scarcely slept for more than 2 hours a night, pouring her heart and soul into learning everything. Convinced that she would master skills she once thought beyond her reach, all in pursuit of becoming the most talented woman in the Tianfeng kingdom, a renowned courtesan of the realm. Reflecting on this, a chill crept into Bai Suayue's heart. She had not anticipated that those seemingly superfluous skills would prove advantageous now. Enough of this chatter. Whatever the contest, name it. Bai Ruoxue offered a gentle smile. Tinged with humility, why not engage in a dance? Bai Ruoxue concluded her words and extended her hand. The maid behind her had long been prepared with the dance attire. She gracefully donned the garments, a brilliant red outer skirt paired with a white undergarment, transforming herself into a vision reminiscent of a resplendent peony upon the stage. As the music commenced, Bai Ruoxue twirled and fluttered like a butterfly, her movements so light that it seemed as though she was dancing upon lotus leaves. In mere moments, the onlookers found themselves entranced, their gazes fixed in awe. Bai Ruoxue was indeed renowned in the capital as a gifted artist, and her dance could undoubtedly be described as ethereal in nature. Light, graceful, her movements exquisite, and her figure enchanting. She appeared as if she had transformed into a flower spirit, leaving the audience utterly mesmerized. Bai Suayue, upon witnessing this, was suddenly reminded of Yan Yingrou's performance at a palace banquet long ago. Before the crowd, a sheer white veil concealed the figure behind it, through which the silhouette of Yan Yingru could be faintly discerned. In the moonlight, her form was both delicate and alluring, adorned in a specially designed dance outfit that accentuated her slender waist, appearing lively and enchanting, like a sprite behind the screen. That singular dance catapulted Yan Yingru to the pinnacle of popularity, elevating her status as a celebrated talent in the capital, surpassing even the now noble Bai Ruoxue. As the performance concluded, a cacophony of applause erupted from the audience, cheers resonating throughout the hall. Bai Ruoxue removed her dance attire, wiping the light perspiration from her brow, thoroughly pleased with the audience's reaction. Bai Suayue, it is now your turn. What will you perform? Chapter 36. Dongsher imitates the beauty. Bai Suayue stepped forward, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Of course, whatever my sister performs, I shall perform as well. With that, she gracefully accepted the very dance attire Bai Ruoxue had just worn, standing poised upon the elevated platform. Many in the crowd were momentarily stunned by Bai Suayue's actions. Dance often emphasizes novelty over skill, and to replicate a performance already presented would diminish the excitement of witnessing the art. Bai Ruoxue herself was somewhat perplexed by Bai Suayue's choice, yet she refrained from uttering a word, a hint of derision curling at the corners of her mouth. Even if you don my attire, you are merely imitating Dongsher. Ignoring her sister's remarks, Bai Suayue boldly approached the front of the stage. Taking a deep breath, she embraced the long-forgotten sense of clarity and, in the moment she closed her eyes, was transported back to the days of rigorous dance practice. Having trained in martial arts, her flexibility was exceptional. The movements that Bai Ruoxue could not master, she could. Her dance skills were evidently not mere frivolities as Bai Ruoxue's were. Just as the spectators anticipated that Bai Suayue would simply mimic her sister, a radiant brilliance suddenly burst forth before their eyes. The woman on stage, in her every gesture, seemed to transform entirely, exuding an aura of irresistible allure that enveloped the space around her. With each spin and leap, every movement was executed with impeccable grace, the sheer beauty of it all startling every soul present. Though the movements were identical to those of Bai Ruoshui, the dance performed by Bai Suyue exuded an added vigor and ease, transforming the essence of the same choreography into something entirely distinct. Bai Ruoshui, positioned at the back, stared blankly towards the stage, her expression shifting from disdain to a state of astonishment, ultimately culminating in profound disbelief. How could a mere tomboy, seemingly devoid of any talent, suddenly radiate such enchanting allure? The audience was rendered speechless, a palpable reverence enveloping the atmosphere, with even Feng Muling, who had eagerly anticipated the spectacle, momentarily entranced. Feng Qingqing exhibited a flicker of intrigue, quickly regaining composure, his gaze now imbued with a hint of surprise. In the crowd, Yin Machi, who seemed to have anticipated this turn of events, lounged nonchalantly, his slender phoenix-like eyes shimmering with a possessive intensity as though he were beholding his most cherished possession. This unmistakable gleam of desire caught the attention of Mo Zhu, who felt a twinge of astonishment at his lord's unexpected interest in the petite dancer. After all, she was merely a girl. What was so remarkable about her? Countless others danced better and looked more exquisite. Surely, his lord could not possibly be taken by such a trivial woman? Mo Zhu, do you think this girl is merely pretending? Yin Machi whispered amidst the throng. Mo Zhu, unable to provide an answer, could only shake his head in response. Yin Machi chuckled softly. If she is indeed feigning, to have gone unnoticed for so many years speaks volumes of her resolve. Yet, should she not be acting, it only deepens the mystery. A smirk graced his lips, as though he had just stumbled upon a particularly fascinating toy. As the performance concluded, silence enveloped the room. Bai Suyue gracefully exited, casting a glance at Bai Ruoshui, whose pallor betrayed her shock. A cold smirk crept upon Bai Suyue's lips. Her intention was to shatter Bai Ruoshui's confidence, to illuminate the absurdity of her previous notions. She had mastered dances far more challenging than this, and presenting them would have undoubtedly eclipsed Bai Ruoshui's efforts. Yet, she chose this route to impose even greater pressure on her rival. This dance struck like a sharp slap across Bai Ruoshui's face, obliterating her once-held pride. With the outcome of this performance decided, even if she wished to contest it, she would find herself at a loss for words. After what felt like an eternity, the audience gradually turned their astonished gazes towards the already departed Bai Suyue, lost in their own thoughts. The matriarch, gritting her teeth, recognized the dire state of affairs and urgently signaled to Bai Miaoru and Bai Qinglan. What are you two still doing? You four sisters must join in. Bai Miaoru, spurred on by the urgency, was the third to ascend the stage. However, the scene that had just unfolded was vividly etched in her mind. She was fully aware of the madam's intentions, which were to compel the two of them to showcase their household skills and outshine Bai Suyue. Bai Miaoru stood on the stage, her face suffused with discomfort, and the gazes of the young ladies and some noblewomen in attendance bore a hint of peculiarity. Under such immense pressure, Bai Miaoru's entire body became rigid, unable to move, and it took her a considerable time to regain her composure. Perhaps only Bai Suyue could be considered the most at ease in that setting. Seated not far away, she offered a reassuring smile to Bai Zhen, who was still reeling from the shock of the earlier events. How could he have anticipated that his troublesome daughter, known for her mischief, possessed such remarkable abilities? If she had demonstrated them earlier, how could the crown prince have dared to dismiss his daughter? It seemed that Feng Muling was likely regretting his decision profoundly. With this thought, Bai Zhen felt a stirring within, his face adorned with a smile that radiated pride, as if he himself had been promoted. Those present understood Bai Zhen's sentiments well, and several colleagues cautiously approached him. General Bai, may I inquire where your daughter acquired such exceptional dancing skills? She performed splendidly. Bai Zhen stroked his chin, deliberately adopting an inscrutable expression. My daughter merely possesses a straightforward character. She is certainly not uneducated, as many have misunderstood. At this juncture, those who believed him amounted to at least half of the audience. To cultivate skills surpassing those of Bai Ruoshui, who had been trained in dance since childhood, would undoubtedly require considerable effort. Just then, a chorus of gasps arose from the crowd as Bai Miaoru tumbled to the ground, her forehead bruised. The madam's expression darkened, her shock morphing into fury. Useless, come down. Immediately, two maidservants rushed forward to assist Bai Miaoru. Bai Qinglan cast a disdainful glance at her, brushing against her shoulder as she ascended the stage. Bai Suyue stifled a yawn, and by the time she opened her eyes, Bai Qinglan had already completed her performance. Bai Qinglan's forte lay in a neat script, and no one would have imagined that such elegant characters could be penned by a girl with such a fiery temperament. Chapter 37. With the general here regrettably, despite the applause, the crowd did not find it surprising. While the writing was indeed beautiful, half of the young ladies present could have produced similar work. Observing the lack of astonished expressions, Bai Qinglan stomped her foot in frustration, casting a fierce glare at Bai Suyue as she descended from the stage. The chancellor's expression shifted abruptly as he stepped forward from the crowd. Standing before everyone. Mother, I believe it would be best to let this matter rest. It is merely a group of young girls acting foolishly as for the previous wager. I propose we consider it null and void. Bai Sun took a step back, conveniently providing an opportunity for the elderly matriarch to withdraw from the earlier agreement. After a moment of silence, the matriarch acquiesced, allowing the previous wager to be dismissed. As Bai Suyue observed the situation unfolding before her, a chill flickered in her gaze. If the outcome were indeed as it appeared, all her previous efforts would be rendered futile. She would not allow this group of individuals to retract their words with impunity. The residence of the Prime Minister, as the foremost among the officials, ought to set a commendable example. Yet today, it truly astonished Yuer. They had clearly agreed upon a wager, and yet they now claimed to revoke it. Nevertheless, Yuer could only hope that the other court officials would not follow suit, engaging in such deceitful behavior. With her heart ablaze with indignation, Bai Suyue turned and began to leave. Upon witnessing her fury, Yen Machi's slender eyes sparkled with amusement. Just as Bai Suyue was about to brush past him, he suddenly reached out, grasping her arm. Was this to be the end of it? Bai Suyue cast a sidelong glance at the Prince of Flames. Standing nearby, her lips pressed tightly together in confusion. She could not comprehend why the prince, who was supposed to be an observer of the spectacle, would unexpectedly intervene on her behalf. A swirl of complex thoughts crossed her mind as she felt herself being pulled towards Bai Sun by an unseen force. Yen Machi's lips curled into a playful smirk, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Mo Zhu, bring forth the document. A tall, slender young man clad in black stepped forward from behind Yen Machi, holding a sheet of white paper. The ink upon it was still fresh, chronicling the wager made between her and the matriarch. Matriarch, it is time for your seal, black and white, so that we may have a memento of this moment. The expressions of those present were a kaleidoscope of emotions. The second prince, Feng Qingcheng, regarded the two figures standing side by side with a slightly sullen expression on his otherwise jade-like features. Feng Muling, unable to witness the anticipated spectacle, bore an air of disinterest, his lips tightly pressed, clearly displeased. The sudden interference from Yen Machi caught everyone off guard, yet his royal status rendered them hesitant to voice their objections. The matriarch's eyes flickered with irritation as she cast a glance toward Bai Zhan, who turned away as if oblivious to her gaze, showing no inclination to involve himself in the matter. After a moment's hesitation, the matriarch finally acquiesced, pressing her finger upon the white paper. I am not one to go back on my word. Since you have won, I shall no longer concern myself with the affairs of your general's residence from this day forth. A weariness passed through the matriarch's eyes as she rose, assisted by a maid, and made her way towards the rear courtyard, her hunched form exuding a sense of desolation. Those unfamiliar with her character might feel a pang of sympathy for the elderly lady. Yet those who truly understood her would not entertain such thoughts. Upon witnessing the matriarch's departure and having obtained what she desired, Bai Suyue felt a flicker of gratitude towards Yen Machi. In this lifetime, their paths had crossed but twice, and she had not anticipated that Yen Machi, as the Prince of Flames, would extend his support to her. Thank you, Your Highness, for your assistance. I am at a loss for how to repay you. As many officials observed the excitement dissipating and the banquet nearing commencement, they swiftly exited the courtyard, leaving only a few individuals behind. Hearing Bai Suyue's words, Yen Machi gently waved his fan, a charming smile playing upon his face, concealing a hint of mirth. Lady Bai is truly gracious, but I recall well the words you spoke to me last night. Now, it is time for you to repay your kindness. Bai Suyue was momentarily taken aback. What had she said? The blueprints for the weapons. I give you 3 days to produce them. So that was the matter at hand, and Bai Suyue felt a stir within her heart. Very well, she readily acquiesced, filled with confidence, as a form of gratitude. It was only fitting. Even if he had not pressed her today, she would have drawn them regardless, for it was also Bai Zhan's duty. After issuing his orders, Yenemo turned without hesitation and departed. Bai Zhan furrowed his brows, striding towards Bai Suyue, his expression laden with concern. Yuer, when did you become so familiar with the King of Yin? Bai Suyue shook her head. Father, I am not familiar with him. Not familiar. Bai Zhan's disbelief was evident, his demeanor growing more serious. Yuer, though the King of Yin is handsome and holds a noble status, he is not someone we can aspire to associate with. If you wish to avoid heartache, I advise you not to develop feelings for such a person. It would only lead to your suffering. Bai Jin spoke earnestly, and Bai Suyue smiled and nodded in response. She was well aware that even with the change of emperor, it had not affected the king of Yin in the slightest. It was evident that his influence had reached unfathomable depths. As for the origins of the king of Yin, it remained a mystery. Most information gathered thus far consisted of mere fragments, with some suggesting he hailed from a hidden lineage. Father, I assure you, I have my own discernment and will not fall for the king of Yin. Seeing no sign of distress on Bai Suyue's face, Bai Jin finally felt relieved. He had no desire to linger at this banquet any longer. Let us return home, Bai Suyue agreed, harboring a deep-seated disdain for everything related to the prime minister's residence. Though Bai Jin had yet to sever ties completely, it was certain that in the future, the old matriarch's influence would no longer extend into the general's estate. However, just as Bai Suyue and Bai Jin had not strayed far, a sharp command rang out from behind them. Halt! Bai Suyue turned to see the formidable figure of Madame Li, the Minister of War's wife, standing motionless not far away. The Minister of War had always been at odds with her father in the political arena, and Madame Li was no gentle soul. Her fiery temperament was matched by her martial prowess. Approaching Bai Suyue with a stern expression, she raised her gaze slightly. General Bai, your daughter has assaulted mine. Do you think this matter can simply be swept aside? Bai Jin frowned, his displeasure evident. What more did the lady desire? Just because the old matriarch does not pursue the matter does not mean I, as the creditor, will remain silent. Do you believe that the people of the minister's residence are easy to bully, General Bai? Bai Jin understood that today's incident could not be resolved lightly. He positioned himself protectively behind Bai Suyue, his voice cold. As long as I am here, no one shall lay a finger on my daughter. If you seek to settle scores, the doors of the general's residence stand wide open. Feel free to come by. Do you truly believe that the general's estate fears your minister's residence? Chapter 38. Right is right. Bai Suyue's heart stirred, and her large eyes widened in astonishment. Throughout the day, every word spoken by Bai Jin moved her deeply. Such commanding statements from his lips instantly made her feel a sense of relief and joy. With a father like this, how could she have failed to cherish him in her past life? In the presence of the old matriarch, Bai Jin, as her son, naturally could not retort. Yet, what was a mere lady of the minister compared to them? The general's residence harbored no fear. Li's face turned an angry shade of green. I pointed an accusatory finger at Bai Jin, struggling to articulate her frustration, but no words emerged. Bai Suyue chuckled lightly, stretching her neck and remarked, "What do you mean, madam? You can't even form a complete sentence. It seems you're unwell. Perhaps we should summon a doctor from the residence to check on you." Bai Jin chuckled as he affectionately patted Bai Suyue's forehead. "Oh, you little rascal. Must you speak so much? If you provoke this lady to the point of illness, it will be I who has to shell out silver, and you know our household circumstances all too well." Li's eyes widened in fury as she watched the father-daughter duo banter and depart, her face flushed with rage, trembling uncontrollably. Bai Jun had long been seated in the carriage, awaiting Bai Suyue and Bai Jin, his handsome visage now adorned with a hint of unusual contemplation. Bai Suyue stepped out of the minister's residence and approached the carriage. She heard Bai Jun's somewhat indifferent voice, "Do you have any matters to attend to this afternoon?" Bai Suyue looked up, pleasantly surprised. "Nothing at all." Bai Jun withdrew his gaze, his expression remaining impassive, devoid of even a trace of a smile. "Then come with me." Bai Suyue's heart began to flutter with a vague sense of trepidation. She had an inkling of the reason behind her elder brother's summons. Observing this, Bai Jin did not board the carriage. A gentle smile graced his lips as he patted Bai Suyue's shoulder. "Since you two have matters to discuss, I shall return home directly." Bai Suyue nodded, feeling a twinge of anxiety as Bai Jun cracked the whip and the carriage sped away. After approximately half an hour, they finally exited the imperial city and arrived at a picturesque estate on the outskirts. The scenery was breathtaking, and as they entered, they were greeted by two young maidens stationed there. "How is the madam?" The two maidens glanced at Bai Suyue, who stood behind Bai Jun, and took a cautious step back, one of them murmuring, "The madam is well, but she has not eaten for an entire day, and even giving her water requires considerable effort." Upon hearing this, Bai Suyue's complexion drained of color. Bai Jun, unfazed by her distress, strode purposefully inside, where he encountered a physician emerging with a medicine box, his expression tinged with concern. "You must take good care of the patient these next few days. If she continues to refuse food, I fear her days may be numbered." Bai Suyue's eyes instantly brimmed with tears, her heart heavy with regret and guilt. Upon encountering Bai Jun, who had already rushed inside and was seated beside a grand bed, She approached with utmost caution, lifting her head earnestly to declare, "Elder brother, Yue deeply apologizes to sister-in-law and to you. However, I believe I possess a way to save her. Regardless of the cost, I shall ensure sister-in-law recovers." Bai Juni, observing Bai Suyue's genuine remorse, felt a slight heaviness in his heart. "Please, take a seat." Bai Suyue obediently nodded, yet her gaze incessantly scrutinized the woman on the bed. The lady's complexion was alarmingly pale. Her skin, devoid of sunlight for prolonged periods, appeared almost translucent. Clenching her sleeves tightly, her heart was in tumultuous agony. Every thought of this felt akin to a sharp sword piercing her heart. This sensation was even more tormenting than being subjected to slow slicing. If she could not restore sister-in-law to health in this lifetime, to atone for her sins, she would never forgive herself. "I summoned you here to remind you of your past actions." Bai Juni's voice steadied as his fingers tenderly traced Fong Qingxia's cheek. His eyes filled with profound affection. Even if it was an unintentional mistake, a wrong remains a wrong. Each word from him felt like a dagger thrust into Bai Suyue's heart. She silently nodded, a chilling light flickering in her eyes. "Brother, grant me a month. I will certainly find a divine physician. By any means necessary, I shall awaken sister-in-law. Even if it costs my life, I shall not hesitate." Bai Suyue's resolve intensified, her courage surging as she raised her head, determination gleaming in her dark eyes. She approached the bedside, kneeling gently, her fingertips brushing against the woman's hand. Bai Juni did not intervene, his eyes reflecting profound depths as he regarded Bai Suyue, who seemed like a different person, the complexity within her gaze growing more vivid. "Yue, if you truly can achieve this, I shall forgive you." This declaration served as a balm for Bai Suyue's troubled heart, revitalizing her spirit. To have a second chance to rectify her wrongs was a dream she had yearned for throughout the torturous 3 years in hell. Now, with this opportunity within reach, her heart surged with uncontainable excitement. "I will accomplish it, without fail." Bai Suyue's face lit up with elation as she sprang to her feet and dashed towards the estate's exit, her mind racing with thoughts of how to locate Mu Chou. Fortunately, this task was not insurmountable, for she knew Mu Ling's whereabouts. Returning from the villa, Bai Suyue made her way towards the palace without pause. By the time she entered, twilight had begun to settle. Given her frequent visits to the palace, the guards at the entrance recognized her and permitted her entry without question. Bai Suyue, unwilling to delay, headed straight for the palace where Mu Ling resided. However, upon reaching the doorway, she was taken aback by the sound of a child crying from within. Startled, she quickly pushed the door open, only to find the inner chamber deserted, save for a child lying alone on the bed, causing her heart to sink. Cradling the infant in her arms, Bai Suyue hesitated to leave the child, who had not yet reached his first birthday. Alone within the palace confines, she yearned to step outside in search of Mu Ling, when suddenly, the door burst open with a resounding bang, revealing a figure of remarkable nobility and prominence. "Your Majesty, the child of His Highness the Crown Prince is inside." An elderly matron's voice pierced the air, causing Bai Suyue to stiffen slightly as she held the child closer. Their eyes met, and a flicker of surprise crossed the queen's long, elegantly darkened gaze. Her well-maintained visage momentarily froze before she slowly inquired, "Yue, what brings you here?" A pang of anxiety coursed through Bai Suyue, sensing the tense atmosphere surrounding her. With an air of nonchalance, she lowered her head, gently patting the child in her embrace. Her expression relaxed. "I came to the palace to seek my royal uncle, but alas, the eunuch outside informed me he was unavailable." Hearing the cries of a child, I hurried over to take a look. "Dear royal aunt, do you not find this child utterly adorable?" As she spoke, Bai Suyue trotted forward, presenting the swaddled infant toward the queen. The queen's smile appeared somewhat strained. "Mama Ma, do hurry and take the child. What if Miss Bai were to drop him?" An elderly matron standing nearby, upon catching the queen's expression, stepped forward to receive the child from Bai Suyue. Unaware of Mu Ling's whereabouts and unwilling to relinquish the infant, Bai Suyue took a step back, evading Mama Ma's grasp. "Royal aunt, how stingy. Yue merely wishes to hold the child for a moment." The queen's demeanor shifted, growing considerably colder. Her previous affability, stemming from the emperor's indulgence of Bai Suyue, waned as she realized the girl was neither her future daughter-in-law nor a close acquaintance. A flicker of displeasure crossed her face. "Suyue, this is the royal palace. You must not act recklessly. Quickly return the child to the matron, or else your royal aunt may grow angry." Bai Suyue stepped back, a playful glint dancing in her eyes. Like a child with a doll, she swung the infant gently, seemingly unperturbed by the risk of him falling. Observing this, Mama Ma exchanged a glance with the queen, as if their urgency had lessened. If the matron wants the child, let her pursue Yuer. Once she catches up, Yuer will gladly hand over the infant. In the midst of this banter, Baisuyue boldly pushed past two palace maidens at the doorway, darting out with the child in her arms. The queen's expression darkened, her brows knitting together in concern. Quickly, pursue her. Your Majesty, perhaps it would be wiser to let it be. If this young lady of the Bai family were to accidentally harm the child, we would have others to bear the blame, and we need not complicate matters further. A cold glint flashed in the queen's eyes as a sardonic smile graced her lips. The matron makes a valid point. The crown prince's firstborn must not emerge from the womb of such a lowly woman. This child is a blemish upon the crown prince. Should the court become aware, it could jeopardize his position. Her voice lowered, laced with a hint of malice as her gaze turned steely. Tianfeng nation places great emphasis on propriety. As the crown prince of a nation, such actions would undoubtedly be intolerable to the court officials. Although the second prince appears to be unambitious and uncompetitive on the surface, the empress possesses a keen insight into her son's potential. If given the opportunity, her son's position would become precarious. The emperor's current stance is ambiguous, and he has shown considerable trust in Feng Qingsheng, seemingly intent on applying pressure to the crown prince by assigning Feng numerous significant tasks, leaving her son feeling increasingly neglected. Mama Ma quickly nodded in agreement, affirming the empress's concerns. Now that these two are within the palace, I shall ensure that I handle the situation with utmost discretion. The faint whispers of their conversation subtly infiltrated Baisuyue's ears. Since her rebirth, Baisuyue has noticed her hearing has become remarkably acute, perhaps a consequence of having been blind in her previous life, rendering her highly sensitive to various sounds. With a shift in her thoughts, she adjusted her hold on the child and altered her course towards the empress's quarters. This palace is familiar to her. Within just a few turns, she arrived at the Xian Hall where the empress resided. The palace maids stationed at the entrance were taken aback when Baisuyue abruptly burst forth. Miss Bai, the empress's chambers are not to be entered without permission. However, these two maids were no match for Baisuyue's strength. Before they could stop her, she collided with them, sending them tumbling to the ground. A chorus of cries erupted at the entrance. Yet the scene within the grand hall was even more disheartening. The floor bore traces of blood, and a broken figure lay prostrate, marked by numerous whip scars. Baisuyue tightly cradled the child in her arms, her expression remaining composed despite the grim sight before her. She had long anticipated such a day. For days, she had pondered that with Mu Ling's cleverness, she would not remain docile in the harem. Once news of the child spread beyond the palace, chaos would ensue in the capital. Yet now, she had overlooked a crucial fact. Mu Ling, though audacious, had a vulnerability. Her child was with her in the palace. While she feared nothing for herself, she dreaded for her child's safety. As Baisuyue observed several maidservants rushing out from the palace, her sharp, elongated phoenix eyes scanned the scene. Holding the child firmly, she strode purposefully to Mu Ling's side, bending down to squat beside her. Hearing the cries of the child in her embrace, Mu Ling, who had been in a state of unconsciousness, stirred and struggled to rise, her eyes fluttering open to meet Baisuyue's gaze. "Itsu? Can you still stand?" Baisuyue inquired softly, tightening her grip around the child. Mu Ling responded with a faint acknowledgement, attempting to rise but collapsing back to the ground. A sense of kinship stirred within Baisuyue. In her previous life, she had been utterly alone, yet in this life, she did not wish to rely solely on her own strength. She parted her lips and, in a voice audible only to the two of them, proposed, "Mu Ling, shall we join forces to carve out a place for ourselves in this palace?" In the current context, such words seemed rather audacious. Mu Ling was struggling for her own survival, let alone the notion of conquering the palace. "Did you come to save me out of fear for your own life?" Mu Ling questioned, her eyes raised to meet Baisuyue's. Upon noticing that Baisuyue had not responded, she let out a cold laugh, affirming the truth of the situation. "Nevertheless, it mattered little. You escorted me into the palace, which indeed constitutes a significant favor. The antidote lies within a small pouch beside the child's swaddling. Simply retrieve it and consume it." As Baisuyue observed the despair swirling in the other's eyes, a subtle smile graced her lips. "I neglected to mention that I am not poisoned at all. The potency of the Qilin pill within me can neutralize any toxin, and the poison administered by Mu Ling was merely treated as candy to me." Not poisoned?" Mu Ling's eyes widened in disbelief, her gaze reflecting astonishment. "This poison was meticulously crafted by my elder brother. Who, pray tell, assisted you in neutralizing it?" Baisuyue lowered her gaze, her eyes shimmering with light. "If you promise me, I shall reveal the answer." Mu Ling fell silent instantly, rising from her seated position while stubbornly cradling the child in her arms. Bai Suyue did not impede her, standing protectively before the two mother and child as she strode towards the exit. However, after their brief exchange, it became apparent that someone had pursued them, led by Mama Ma and a throng of palace maids, surrounding the pair and the child. The resplendent red of the phoenix robe appeared before Bai Suyue as the queen, enveloped in a dark aura, stepped into the palace. "How dare you, to trespass into my chamber?" Bai Suyue gently lifted her head, meeting the queen's furious countenance and feigned innocence. "Dear aunt, I thought the child had cried for so long, surely yearning for her mother, hence I brought her to seek her. Is there anything amiss?" At this moment, the queen, fully aware that she and Mama Ma had been outmaneuvered, recognized Bai Suyue's ulterior motive in seeking Mu Ling should these two escape her chamber unscathed today. What dignity would remain for her as the queen? Chapter 40. The queen's leverage. Seize these two at once. With the queen's command, the facade was torn asunder. The palace attendants encircling them rushed forward, hands outstretched to grasp the pair. From the outset, Bai Suyue had no intention of passively awaiting her fate. She walked ahead of Mu Ling, gently tugging at her sleeve. "Stay close to me," Mu Ling nodded, trusting Bai Suyue above all others. Without a moment's hesitation, she lifted the child, enduring her own pain without uttering a sound. The two women strode purposefully towards the queen, prompting several maids to rush forward to shield her. All present were acutely aware of Bai Suyue's formidable reputation, and as she drew nearer, they called out, "Bai Suyue, what do you intend to do?" Mama Ma held a profound fear of Bai Suyue. This young woman was notoriously unruly, and even the current emperor treated her with a degree of deference. It was feared that should she inflict harm, it would go unpunished. Bai Suyue's eyes narrowed slightly as she regarded Mama Ma. With a flick of her wrist, she brushed aside several palace attendants, guiding Mu Ling to the entrance of the grand hall. A glimmer of realization sparked in her eyes as she suddenly recalled something. Her gaze towards Mama Ma now imbued with curiosity. "Is it Lady Ma? How is your son, who has been unwell at home?" Upon hearing Bai Suyue's words, Lady Ma's expression instantly changed. Noticing that her inquiry had struck a chord, Bai Suyue's eyes glimmered with a hint of satisfaction. Her question was not without reason. In her previous life, Lady Ma enjoyed considerable favor with the empress, but was later expelled from the palace due to an unfortunate incident. This was linked to her son, who indulged in debauchery and fell ill with a grave disease, yet lacked the means to seek proper treatment. Coincidentally, Bai Guifei had provided her with the funds for his care, only for it to be discovered later. Even though Lady Ma had never engaged in actions detrimental to the Empress's interests, who would believe her innocence once the words were uttered? The reason Lady Ma refrained from disclosing her son's illness to the Empress was solely because the Empress had promised to arrange a good marriage for him. "Rest assured, Miss Bai, my son is quite well. When has he ever been ill?" Lady Ma's heart raced with anxiety, unable to fathom how such a well-guarded secret had suddenly come to light. The Empress was certainly not an easily deceived figure. She cast a suspicious glance at Lady Ma. However, this was not the time to pursue the matter further. Observing Bai Suyue approaching, Lady Ma instinctively took a few steps back, steadying her frantic heart, her eyes glinting with a sharp intensity. "Bai Suyue, should you continue to resist, I shall summon the palace guards to apprehend you. You should be well aware of the consequences that await you." Mu Ling anxiously tugged at Bai Suyue's sleeve. Bai Suyue gently lifted her head, a subtle smile gracing her lips, her demeanor betraying no hint of fear. She subtly formed words directed at the Empress with her lips. That single gesture caused the Empress's countenance to drain of color, her eyes harboring a cold, murderous intent. Observing the Empress's sudden change in expression, Bai Suyue's gaze flickered, and while everyone present noted the movement of her lips, none could discern her words. Yet, the icy light in the Empress's eyes sent a shiver through the crowd, instilling a sense of foreboding. Moments later, the Empress managed to rein in the tempest of murderous energy swirling within her gaze. "Cease at once." The Empress spoke softly, leaving all present momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, she had been ready to execute both women on the spot, yet in the blink of an eye, her demeanor had shifted entirely. Bai Suyue maintained a tranquil expression, though her heart raced with trepidation. She had indeed taken a significant risk and made a momentous decision. Mu Ling gazed at the peculiar atmosphere between Bai Suyue and the Empress in astonishment. Though she did not grasp the full extent of what had transpired, she felt a vague sense that they might be safe today. "Let them go." The Empress regarded Bai Suyue intently, her gaze imbued with a warning. Bai Suyue understood, leading Mu Ling out of the palace with an air of audacity, her eyes glimmering with determination. Mu Ling looked at the woman pulling her along. Her expression transformed from disdain to one of respect, sensing an aura of profound secrets surrounding Bai Suyue, evoking an impression of inscrutability. Upon arriving at her private chamber, Mu Ling found herself alone, prompting her curiosity to surface as she inquired, "Miss Bai, what precisely did you say earlier that instilled such fear in the Empress?" Bai Suyu paused momentarily, noticing the infant in Mu Ling's arms had drifted into a peaceful slumber, which eased her own heart. "I have revealed my most clandestine trump card for your sake. What are your thoughts on my previous proposal?" Mu Ling understood that Bai Suyu would not disclose her secret for the time being, so she refrained from pressing further and quickly replied, "Of course I agree. Initially, I believed you were merely using me, but it seems we are both victims of circumstance." A gentle smile graced Mu Ling's lips. In the past, she had harbored deep resentment towards the name Bai Suyu, thinking that it was because of her that Feng Mu Ling's world was turned upside down, leading to her abandonment as a wife. However, after spending considerable time together, she realized that Bai Suyu was merely another discarded soul, much like herself. Noticing the clarity in Mu Ling's eyes, Bai Suyu suddenly lowered her gaze, a troubled expression flickering across her features. "Do you resent me for bringing you to the palace?" Mu Ling was taken aback by the question. "I have gone to great lengths to enter the palace with the child and ascertain the truth. Now that my objective has been achieved, how could I possibly blame you? I owe you my gratitude." Bai Suyu's lips curled into a faint smile. Mu Ling had remained in the capital for an extended period, her intentions clear. Their collaboration was merely a matter of mutual benefit. While Bai Suyu had no desire to marry the crown prince, Mu Ling's aim was for her child to reclaim their heritage. She too was a woman of considerable ambition. "Now, I wish to ask Sister Mu for a favor. If successful, I promise you 3 commitments, as long as they do not harm my family or involve actions contrary to morality. I shall go to great lengths to assist you." Mu Ling gazed into Bai Suyu's earnest eyes, her heart fluttering slightly. Though the pain from her wounds lingered, it was overshadowed by the questions swirling in her mind. "What is it? Do tell." Mu Ling remained cautious, refraining from giving an immediate agreement, instead adopting a wait-and-see approach. The significance of 3 commitments was not lost on her, and she pondered what she might possess to exchange for such a promise. "Yuera seeks Sister Mu's assistance in locating the whereabouts of divine Dr. Mu. I hope you can help bring this healer to treat my sister-in-law." Currently, Mu Cho did not yet merit the title of Master of Poison, despite his remarkable medical skills. Since he had not mingled frequently with the common folk, Mu Ling had readily trusted Bai Suyu when she mentioned his name. Lowering her gaze, Mu Ling's eyes reflected a hint of conflict. "You have just assisted me, and I ought to grant you this small favor. However, my brother has stated that for these past years, unless absolutely necessary, no one is to disturb him, not even I. Our communication has been strictly through letters, and my departure from the capital has been arranged by his friends." Chapter 41. "I truly must call for help." Bai Suyu opened her eyes in mild astonishment, her gaze veiled with profound disappointment. She had anticipated that this matter would be easily resolved, yet she found that Mu Cho was exceedingly difficult to meet. "Nevertheless, rest assured, I shall compose a letter regarding my affairs to send to my elder brother. As for whether he will come, I cannot say." Bai Suyu managed a forced smile, nodding towards Mu Ling. "Thank you, Sister Mu, for your assistance." Mu Ling, slightly embarrassed, pushed open the door to the side hall, allowing the sunlight to be barred from entering, rendering the room somewhat dim. Standing at a distance, Bai Suyu's expression suddenly darkened. "Sister Mu, I wish to discuss something with you." Mu Ling was taken aback, first placing the child inside before returning to the door. "What is it?" Although she had narrowly escaped this calamity, it did not guarantee that she would evade future perils. "The Empress seeks both your life and that of your child." Bai Suyu's voice was cold and laced with gravity. Mu Ling bit her lip, her face paling as she sat on a nearby chair, breathing heavily. "Therefore, if you wish to preserve your life within this palace, Sister Mu, you must take the initiative." Bai Suyu lifted her head, a flicker of dark light passing through her eyes, yet it was swiftly concealed beneath the clarity of her gaze. Mu Ling exchanged a knowing glance with Bai Suyu. She was no fool and understood all too well the implications of Bai Suyu's words. If she wished for her son to survive, she must take certain actions. By the time Bai Suyu returned to the general's residence, it was already evening. Bai Junyi had not yet returned, likely remaining behind to care for her ailing sister Law. Mu Ling had already dispatched the letter, yet a response would require at least a month. Bai Suyu was not overly concerned about Fang Qingxia's health for the moment, as she intended to use this interval to pave a path for her family. The saying goes, a minister's achievements overshadowing the sovereign, and Bai Zhen now wielded military power, akin to a sword poised over the emperor's head. Although Emperor Xian was still alive and, based on his understanding of Baijian, would not act rashly. Should anything happen to Emperor Xian and the crown prince ascend the throne, there would no longer be a place for the general's residence. Rong Er lit the lamp, illuminating the boudoir. Rong Er, please retire for now. Should anything arise, I will summon you. Rong Er obediently withdrew, and Bai Suyu, clutching a stack of white paper, seated herself at the desk. Illustrating weapon blueprints was not a challenge for Bai Suyu. In her past life, she possessed considerable talent in this domain, though it was regrettable that no one recognized it. Countless weapon designs swirled in her mind, and now, with the royal family commissioning this new batch of weaponry, it was indeed her time to shine. Moreover, it would alleviate some of Baijian's burdens. Crimson wax dripped silently, and the room was enveloped in tranquility, save for the faint sound of the brush tip gliding across the rice paper. Suddenly, a gentle breeze brushed against her face, awakening Bai Suyu from her reverie. She glanced at the stack of completed blueprints beside her, her eyes lifting in surprise at the shadow cast upon them. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat as a figure materialized before her, silent and still, resembling a mere shadow. Bai Suyu hastily rose to her feet, clutching the only chair available for her protection, her movements appearing somewhat comical. However, as she discerned the features of the person before her, her heartbeat gradually steadied, and she slowly set the chair back down. She had only just seen him during the day, and to her surprise, he had reappeared that very night. A hint of wariness flickered across Bai Suyu's countenance as she gazed upon the now familiar visage. Your Highness, the Flame King. The man opposite her had donned garments as dark as the night sky outside, adding an air of chilling elegance to his already striking features. He nonchalantly fanned himself with a handheld fan, as if leisurely strolling through his own garden, and took a seat in the chair Bai Suyu had just vacated. I have come to inquire about the progress of your task, he declared. Bai Suyu stepped back a few paces, maintaining a safe distance. She knew little of the Flame King, but a visit to a woman's private quarters at such an hour was undoubtedly unbecoming of a gentleman. No, how could she forget? The man before her was a cunning merchant, capable of elevating his business to the pinnacle of Tianfeng. He could hardly be deemed virtuous. Yet, as she gazed upon his impeccably sculpted profile, it was undeniably captivating. In her past life, he evoked a desire to describe him with every exquisite adjective imaginable, but now, the more she interacted with him, the more perilous he seemed. If your Highness wishes to see, merely send a message, and I shall ensure the designs are delivered to you tomorrow. There is no need for you to make a personal visit. A subtle smile graced Yinamochi's lips, a delicate arc forming at the corners. He inclined his body slightly, fixating his gaze on Bai Suyu's profile, his penetrating eyes radiating an undeniable allure capable of flushing any woman with embarrassment. However, Bai Suyu was not among them. After several encounters, she had grown accustomed to the formidable charisma exuded by this man. Her mind was now preoccupied with thoughts of how to send this unwelcome presence away. If anyone were to witness him lingering in her chamber at such an hour, she could only imagine the scandal it would provoke. But then again, she had already lost her reputation. Why should she care? Bai Suyu stepped forward, boldly snatching the stack of rice paper from the table, her expression growing more aloof as she regarded Yinamochi's enchanting face. Your Highness, it is the dead of night. Your sudden intrusion may compel me to scream for help. Yinamochi's gaze sharpened, revealing a smile of unparalleled charm. He gradually waved his fan, obscuring half of his visage, yet his long, dark eyes betrayed a hint of innocence. I helped you just earlier today. Is this how you treat your benefactor? Bai Suyu's expression hardened as she crumpled the rice paper in her grasp. The allure of his beauty was undeniably tempting, but she was acutely aware that the most exquisite things often concealed a lethal poison, much like Feng Qingcheng. Who would have thought that such an extraordinarily graceful man, tender and gentle in his dealings with others, could be more fearsome than a demon? He spoke sweetly, whispering words that penetrated the heart, yet his actions left an indelible mark on the soul. She sometimes pondered that had she perished at the moment she successfully assassinated Feng Muling, she would not have harbored much hatred. Yet, the cruelty of her opponent lay in using her as bait, presenting her to his mother, the esteemed leader of the pharmacist sect. When Yinamochi beheld the woman before him, his eyes reflected a profound anguish, as if ensnared in a painful reminiscence. Even his hands trembled slightly. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze becoming more focused, imbued with a hint of inquiry and curiosity. It was indeed a privilege for this young girl to have piqued his interest for several days. Moreover, his current fascination lay with the stack of blueprints in her hands. What are you contemplating? Upon regaining her senses, Bai Suyu was immediately met with the striking visage magnified before her. Startled, she took a step back, her eyes growing colder. I must implore your highness Yin Wang to exercise restraint. If you do not depart, I shall truly summon assistance. Chapter 42. This king shall return another day. Oh? Yinamochi mused for a brief moment before suddenly breaking into a sardonic smile. Go ahead and call for help. Once you do, I shall consider myself ensnared as a flower thief. In mere strides, Yinamochi stood before Baisuyu, his fan pressed against her chin. His elongated eyes radiating a palpable sense of danger. It was as if the slightest movement from her could provoke him to sever her neck. Baisuyu extended her hand to grasp the steel frame of the fan, her eyes wide and filled with indignation. The last time she encountered him, her discomposure stemmed solely from the instability of her emotions on her first day of rebirth. However, after several days of introspection, she had learned to temper her brilliance. Yet, she was not inherently one to be bullied. In her past life and this one, she would not be a soft target. Your Highness Yin Wang, in a contest of strength, you might not necessarily triumph over me. With a slight exertion of her fingers, the steel fan began to bend under Yinamochi's grip. His gaze deepened as he observed her delicate fingers, raising an eyebrow in surprise. The rumors regarding the general's daughter possessing innate strength were indeed true. Baisuyu, taken aback by Yinamochi's remark, momentarily faltered. She withdrew her hand, her expression regaining its composure. I wish to avoid offending the prince. The door lies ahead. I kindly request your departure. Yinamochi's eyes shimmered with intrigue, seemingly casual as he tapped the crumpled fan against her shoulder. Baisuyu felt a jolt in her arm, causing her fingers to loosen, and a stack of papers fell into Yinamochi's grasp. Her complexion paled as she watched him stretch lazily with the blueprints in hand. Making his way toward the exit. Since you do not wish to receive me today, I shall return another time. Baisuyu rushed after him, yet at that moment, she could not even catch a glimpse of his shadow. As Ronger heard a commotion, she rubbed her eyes and emerged from the adjacent room, gazing in astonishment at Baisuyu, standing at the door. Miss, is there something amiss? Baisuyu turned her head, contemplating momentarily. It is nothing. The moonlight is particularly splendid tonight. Hence I took a moment to admire it with that. Baisuyu turned and closed the door behind her. Ronger, in a daze, lifted her gaze to the dim night sky, where the moonlight, obscured by dark clouds, resembled an enormous black curtain. Is the moonlight truly splendid? Ronger mused, scratching her head before securely shutting the doors and windows, restoring tranquility to the general's residence. Within the opulent, brightly lit chamber, a man clad in a loose robe reclined in a grand armchair, resting his chin on one hand, his gaze fixed intently on the blueprints for weaponry spread across the table. At that moment, the door swung open, and a tall, slender youth strode in. Yinamochi stretched his arms, his long, inky black hair cascading casually down his back, a sharp glint flashing in his elongated phoenix eyes. How goes the investigation? He inquired. Replying to the prince, there are no anomalies. However, I suspect that the items may have been taken by the young lady of the Bai family. Yinamochi furrowed his brow as the wind from the window fluttered the papers in his hand. While the attendant, Emoju, caught sight of the designs, his eyes instantly lighting up. Why, lord, where did you acquire these blueprints? Yinamochi's lips curled slightly, yet his gaze remained unwaveringly fixed on the drawings. His slender fingers lightly tapping the table, he did not respond directly to Emoju's question but instead issued a command. Continue to shadow Baisuyu discreetly. Whatever she undertakes, this prince must be informed. Emoju, taken aback, pondered how, over the years, his lord had never displayed such concern for any woman. Moreover, after observing for several days, he could discern no remarkable difference in that lady beyond her martial training and solitary reading. Understood. I shall obey. The youth withdrew, and the brilliance in Yinamochi's eyes intensified, a peculiar expression flashing across his countenance. He reached for a booklet and, upon the three characters Yunyu Lu, made a stroke across them. As the night silently passed, Baisuyu had not anticipated that the following morning, the entire general's residence would be besieged. Outside, several guards on mighty steeds, clutching a decree personally inscribed by the emperor, stood at the entrance, the atmosphere within the estate charged with tension reaching a critical point. The decree commanded the young lady of the Bai family, Baisuyu, to promptly enter the palace. This was an imperial edict. Baisuyu's eyes narrowed slightly, her fingers clenched tightly as she stepped forward to receive the decree. Behind her, Baijin hastily instructed someone to slip silver to the guards delivering the edict, quietly inquiring, "Might you know why the emperor has summoned my daughter? Is there some urgent matter at hand?" Baijin, racking his brain, could not fathom what grievous offense Baisuyu had committed to incite such urgency from Emperor Xian. The leading soldier accepted the silver, his eyes reflecting a hint of sympathy. I am unaware of the particulars, only that today the emperor is in a fury, and all the concubines within the palace have been summoned to the grand hall for questioning. Upon hearing this, Bai Suyue felt a surge of apprehension within her. She rose to her feet and cast a glance in Bai Zhen's direction. Father, you may return first. Suyue has committed no wrongdoing, so there is no need for concern. Though she spoke these words, her heart harbored a different sentiment. As the saying goes, trouble often befalls one unexpectedly, and her current predicament was a testament to that adage. Bai Suyue was escorted into a carriage arranged by the palace, the curtains shielding her from the prying eyes of the crowd. Bai Zhen, not daring to linger, hastened to change into his court attire and proceeded towards the imperial palace. Suddenly, the road became congested, and as Bai Suyue lifted the curtain, she beheld a commotion not far ahead. A throng of onlookers had completely blocked the street. Several guards furrowed their brows, and two of them quickly stepped forth to clear the way. Upon noticing the presence of officials, the citizens promptly parted to allow passage. Following the newly cleared path, Bai Suyue raised her gaze and spotted the epicenter of the crowd's attention. It was the brothel, Qinghua Tower, where she had been wronged by Yin Yingru just days prior. As anticipated, it had been sealed by the authorities, precisely as it had been in her previous life. The reasons behind the closure remained unclear to all, and Bai Suyue paid it little heed. However, one thing was certain. Her summons to the palace today was likely intertwined with Qinghua Tower's fate. Guided by two palace maids, Bai Suyue entered the imperial palace. Outside the Yangxin Hall, rows of slender and plump concubines stood, their expressions stern. As Bai Suyue approached, the ladies displayed mocking smiles, and one even covered half her face, her shoulders trembling with suppressed laughter. Wasn't she the Bai family's eldest daughter caught in a brothel? Yes, the one who had been jilted by the crown prince. Laughter echoed in her ears. Bai Suyue, feigning ignorance, lifted her chin and stood stoically at the entrance of Yangxin Hall, her eyes devoid of emotion. The two eunuchs stationed at the hall's entrance revealed their disdain upon seeing her. His Majesty awaits Miss Bai inside. Please proceed, announced Eunuch Da in a sarcastic tone, swinging open the doors to allow Bai Suyue to enter alone. As she stepped inside, the vast and dimly lit hall exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. A middle-aged man clad in a resplendent yellow dragon robe regarded Bai Suyue with a countenance that lacked the usual benevolence, the heavy atmosphere making one feel an urge to kneel. Chapter 43. This prince can bear witness. Where, 5 days ago, was the establishment you frequented the Qinghua Tower? Bai Suyue's eyes flickered with a hint of caution as she nodded. Uncle Huang, I recall it being called that. And within your room, a corpse belonging to the son of the Minister of Revenue was discovered. The old emperor's barrage of questions instilled a sense of vigilance in Bai Suyue, yet she hesitated not for a moment, responding with unwavering honesty. Before I departed, I did not encounter any minister's son. I learned of his death later from the governor's mouth. Standing at the center of the grand hall, her gaze began to wander. A flash of bright yellow instantly captured her attention, beside which stood a woman as delicate as a willow in the breeze. Bai Suyue's eyes suddenly turned icy. She couldn't help but be taken aback. Indeed, fate had conspired to place her in the path of her adversaries, for wherever she went, these two were invariably present. She had thought the matter concerning Yun Yulu had reached a conclusion. Yet an unsettling sensation surged within her heart. In Yiningru's gaze, which harbored animosity, there flickered a glint of latent malice, and her expression even hinted at a touch of triumph. Now that the two had irrevocably severed their ties, Yin Yingru felt no need for pretense in Bai Suyue's presence, and the look she cast upon her was laced with derision. Emperor Xian pondered for a moment, his eyes sweeping over Bai Suyue. That day in the chamber, were there others present? Bai Suyue furrowed her brow, a flicker of uncertainty passing through her eyes. It was this hesitation that rendered Emperor Xian's expression grave and displeased. Was there or wasn't there? Bai Suyue hastily lifted her head, her countenance somewhat troubled as she replied. Yuer had just awakened that day and saw Yin Yingru enter with His Highness the Crown Prince. I did not have the opportunity to observe my surroundings closely. With a sudden thud, the emperor slammed his hand on the table, his face betraying a hint of anger. Was there or wasn't there? This time, his tone bore greater weight, exuding an air of authority that enveloped the room. Bai Suyue's heart quivered slightly, yet she displayed no fear upon her face. Turning to glance at Yin Yingru, she noticed that the latter had averted her gaze, hiding behind Prince Feng Muling. Bai Suyue sensed that Yin Yingru must have said something in front of the emperor, having once considered Yin Yingru a sister. How could she have come to the palace without her? Yin Yingru was resourceful and often brought joy to Emperor Xian. Over time, he had developed a favorable impression of her. A chill swept through Bai Suyue's heart. Although Yin Yingru had been expelled from the general's residence and reduced to a status of servitude, she remained unharmed under the crown prince's protection. Even with her injuries yet to heal, she could not wait to emerge and wreak havoc. "Doesn't Uncle Huang trust you, heir?" Bai Suyue pouted in frustration, her large eyes shimmering with unshed tears, resembling a wronged little girl. Upon witnessing her expression, the old emperor's imposing demeanor softened considerably, his countenance settling into a calmness. Yin Yingru, observing Bai Suyue's stubborn defiance, could not suppress a smirk. Standing nearby, she remarked with a faint smile, "When I entered that day, Sister Yuer was already awake. Who can prove that you only awakened upon my arrival?" With that retort, Bai Suyue found herself at a loss for words. Lacking both witnesses and evidence, she could not defend herself in this matter. The great hall fell into an abrupt silence as Emperor Xian's gaze, laden with authority, remained fixed on Bai Suyue. A chill ran down her spine, and she clutched her sleeves tightly, lightly biting her lip. Just as she was about to speak, a low voice suddenly resonated from behind her. "This prince can testify. Your Highness, the Emperor has not summoned you. You must not enter at will." The voice of Eunuch Da echoed from behind. Yet a figure clad in dark crimson gracefully strode through the doorway, tall and elegant, radiating an undeniable brilliance. Yenamochi held a brand new folding fan delicately in her hand, the corners of her pale lips curving slightly upward. Her dark, ink-like eyes met Bai Suyue's for a fleeting moment. She lowered her head slightly, attempting to disregard the other's ethereal yet bewitching visage, and spoke softly, "Uncle Huang, Suyu has never lied to you. Do you not believe me now?" Yening Ro's eyes flickered with intensity. Upon seeing Yenamochi's arrival, her heart raced as she pressed on relentlessly. Just because it was never said before does not guarantee it won't be said in the future. "Moreover, Your Highness, how can you prove that my sister was asleep before I arrived? Were you in her chamber?" Though her tone was gentle, the content of her words was sharply incisive, infused with a formidable potency. If Yenamochi were to concede, Bai Suyue's reputation would be irreparably tarnished today. If he were to deny it, he would be complicit in deceiving the emperor alongside Bai Suyu. Yenamochi, casting a sidelong glance at Bai Suyu, blinked playfully, mischief sparkling in her elongated phoenix eyes. The once composed Bai Suyu felt a wave of anxiety wash over her at Yenamochi's sudden appearance. What was his intention? Bai Suyu clenched her teeth in frustration. His unwarranted interference only served to complicate matters further. Should he utter another word, she feared that even plunging into the Yellow River would not absolve her. "Uncle Huang, I did not see the Flame King." Yenamochi feigned a heartbroken expression, gazing at Bai Suyu as if she were a faithless lover. Intentionally, he stepped closer to her side, his slender fingers caressing her cheek lightly. "You, my dear, are truly cold-hearted. That night you were utterly intoxicated. It was I who returned you to your room. Today, you dare to claim before all these witnesses that you have never encountered me." His words caused Xuandie's demeanor to soften slightly. According to Yenamochi, it was entirely reasonable for Bai Suyu not to remember him. With a hint of indulgence, he playfully tapped her on the head, inciting a fierce desire within Bai Suyu to snap her new steel-boned fan in half. "I reside next door. That day, you left your room wide open. How could I not know when you awakened?" There was a certain ambiguity in Yenamochi's statement, causing Bai Suyu's mind to whirl, beginning to accept his words as truth. If what he said was accurate, then he had indeed witnessed everything that transpired that night. Yet in her previous life, he had not intervened. An inexplicable sensation unfurled in her chest, chilling her to the bone. The disappearance of the corpse was indicative. Yenamochi's desire to handle it was merely a matter of convenience. She let out a quiet scoff inwardly, never expecting that this second chance would unveil such a significant secret. Had he purchased her that night out of guilt for past events? Xuandie narrowed his eyes, stroking his beard thoughtfully, his astute gaze resting upon Bai Suyu. "Not be alarmed, Yuer. Uncle Huang was merely testing you. His inquiries stem from a matter concerning something lost within the palace." Chapter 44. Coercive torture. Bai Suyu withdrew her thoughts from Yenamochi, her eyes widening as she anxiously gazed at Emperor Xian. "Uncle, have you lost something? Is it of utmost importance?" The emperor straightened his expression, his lips parting slightly. "What has been lost is the tiger talisman capable of mobilizing 50,000 troops of Lin Chung." Bai Suyu was momentarily taken aback, tilting her head slightly and blinking her clear, bright eyes. "Uncle, what is that used for?" Yining Ro observed Bai Suyu's feigned ignorance with a flash of irritation in her gaze. "Sister, please stop pretending. As the daughter of a general, How could you possibly be unaware of what a tiger talisman is? Bai Suyu turned her head, her eyes fixated intently on Yining Ro. Then, does my sister happen to know? Yining Ro felt the weight of her previous words, her complexion paling slightly. Suddenly, she recalled that Bai Suyu had always been well protected by Bai Zhan, never having encountered the affairs of the court, and it was only natural for her to be oblivious to such matters, given her disinterest. However, how could a mere maidservant, who merely accompanied the young lady in play, be aware of the tiger talisman? Yet, Yining Ro's response was swift. Of course, His Highness the Crown Prince has already informed me. The Emperor cast a fleeting glance at Yining Ro, causing her to break into a cold sweat, her resentment towards Bai Suyu deepening. Suddenly, Emperor Xin coughed, interrupting the verbal sparring that was about to ensue. Bai Suyu maintained her gaze fixed on the Emperor, for not only did she not know the whereabouts of the tiger talisman, but even if she did, she would not disclose it. Yenmo Qi, witnessing the Emperor's diminishing suspicion towards Bai Suyu, casually brought a chair for himself and sat nearby, enjoying the spectacle. Every movement he made seemed to go unnoticed by Emperor Xin, who allowed him to do as he pleased. Feng Muling, observing Yenmo Qi's lack of decorum before his father, wore a deeply troubled expression, yet dared not confront the enigmatic Yin Wang in the presence of the Emperor. The pouch containing the tiger talisman had been left in the very room where you were present that day, and within that room lay the body of the slain Minister of Revenue's son. Such a chain of events could surely be deemed too coincidental. Her mind raced as she realized what Emperor Xin was suspecting. No wonder the old emperor had been preoccupied these past few days. It turned out he had lost something so crucial. The tiger talisman, with the power to command tens of thousands of soldiers in Lincheng, could inadvertently topple the entire imperial city. Bai Suyu felt a sense of trepidation at the thought. Uncle desires to know what Yuer has to say, but alas, my knowledge is quite limited. It seemed that her unwitting act of killing someone who sought to harm her had now intertwined her fate with the lost tiger talisman. A mystery was slowly weaving itself into a web within her mind, unfurling gradually, leaving Bai Suyu gasping for breath. Your Majesty, who can tell whether she is merely pretending? If not subjected to severe torture, she will not confess. Yining Ro suddenly interjected, plunging the entire hall into a profound silence. Feng Muling stepped forward, bowing respectfully towards the Emperor. Your Majesty, Roer speaks with some merit. Bai Suyu's recent behavior has indeed caused the Crown Prince to feel a lingering unease. Though she is the daughter of General Bai, it is precisely for this reason that one must remain vigilant. Upon hearing Feng Muling's words, Bai Suyu felt a shiver run down her spine. These two are truly more ruthless than the other. Yin Machi, seated in his position, showed no intention of speaking further, his folding fan tapping rhythmically against the armrest. Yin Ingru, noticing Yin Machi's silence, felt a slight relief. How could a man of his stature, the esteemed Flame King, possibly take an interest in a headstrong and impudent girl like Bai Suyu? With her eyes slightly lowered, her thick lashes fluttered gently, yet a peculiar shade flickered across her lowered visage. Yuer, I shall ask you one last time. Have you taken the tiger talisman? If you surrender it now, your royal uncle shall not hold it against you. Upon hearing the Emperor's repeated inquiry, Bai Suyu scoffed inwardly. As expected, all affection was but a facade. When it came to a crucial moment, the Emperor would unhesitatingly abandon her as a pawn. Although injuring him would invoke Bai Zhan's wrath, it would ultimately eliminate a lurking threat. Bai Suyu's expression darkened, and suddenly, before the assembly, she knelt straight before the old Emperor, bowing her head. Royal uncle, Yuer confesses. I shall confess everything. This proclamation rendered the smile on Yining Ro's lips utterly rigid. Feng Muling let out a cold chuckle, his face betraying an expression of foreknowledge. A glimmer of intrigue sparked in Yin Machi's eyes as his steel fan halted midair. Father, my words have proven true. The tiger talisman was indeed stolen by her. The Emperor, however, fell into sudden silence. Where have you concealed the talisman? Bai Suyu, her hands anxiously twisting the sleeves of her garment, knelt on the ground, pondering for a long moment before slowly replying. Yuer does not know. Are you jesting with your royal uncle? The Emperor's countenance darkened. Though his tone bore no visible anger, the oppressive atmosphere around them gradually thickened. Yuer would never dare jest with the royal uncle. I merely fear that, rather than being coerced into confession in the end, it would be wiser to confess everything now to avoid corporeal punishment. Upon hearing Bai Suyu's declaration, the Emperor suddenly laughed. This laughter filled the great hall with a warmth akin to the arrival of spring. At that moment, Eunuch De hastily approached, whispering into the Emperor's ear. Let him in, yes. The Emperor squinted, a frown creasing his forehead. Little Suyu, Your father is concerned that your royal uncle may harm you. He is waiting outside. Bai Suyue's heart tightened, and just then, she saw Bai Zhen, clad in armor, striding in like a gust of wind. Upon confirming Bai Suyue's safety, he breathed a sigh of relief. This humble minister pays his respects to the emperor. I am unaware of what transgression my daughter has committed, but I am willing to bear the burden of all blame. As Bai Zhen entered, he assumed a stance that suggested he would shoulder all the sins. The Emperor Xian offered a faint smile. His visage, now tinged with the marks of age, radiated a hint of affection. General Bai, what harm could I possibly inflict upon a mere young girl? You are truly overthinking this. Summon you heir, for I simply wish to clarify a few uncertainties. Now that my inquiries have been addressed, you may take her back at your leisure. A wave of relief washed over Bai Zhen's face, allowing him to finally exhale the tension that had lodged itself in his throat. However, upon turning, he caught sight of Yin Machi seated nearby, who returned his gaze with a slight smile that sent a shiver down his spine, as though he were being scrutinized by some terrifying entity. Yet, I must assign you a task that you are required to complete within a fortnight. Failure to do so will not be tolerated. Bai Zhen's expression grew solemn. I shall dutifully comply. Retrieve the tiger talisman for me. Chapter 45. One's own deeds bring ruin. Having received the imperial decree, Bai Zhen emerged from the Yangxin Hall, beads of cold sweat dotting his brow, accompanied by the crown prince and Yin Yingru. I implore you, sister, please hold. Bai Suyue paused momentarily, clasping her hands behind her back as she turned to face Yin Yingru. The latter leaned in to whisper something into Feng Muling's ear, and upon receiving a nod of acknowledgement, she strode confidently down the steps. Observing her countenance, Bai Zhen sensed an ominous undertone. Yin Yingru, however, paid no heed to Bai Zhen's gaze, instead grasping Bai Suyue's sleeve. Sister, I have a few words I wish to share with you privately. Bai Zhen, filled with concern, patted Bai Suyue's shoulder and shook his head. Given the circumstances, it was evident that Yin Yingru was not to be trusted. Then let us depart. Bai Suyue maintained a composed demeanor as Yin Yingru led her to a nearby flower bed. Once assured of their privacy, Yin Yingru turned to Bai Suyue. Sister, how have you fared these past few days? Without you, it has been rather dull. Bai Suyue's response was laced with provocation, her obsidian eyes glimmering with playful mischief. Upon perceiving this expression, Yin Yingru swiftly grasped the underlying implications of her words. A flash of anger crossed her face. Humph, Bai Suyue, you truly have a heart of stone. After all these years of camaraderie, a single utterance from you has cast me from paradise into the abyss. Yet, alas, I am thriving all the same. Bai Suyue arched an eyebrow, inquiring with mock curiosity, are you here to boast? It seems your whip scars have nearly healed. I would not mind adding a few more. As she spoke, Bai Suyue began to roll up her sleeves. Yin Yingru recoiled in fright, panic flickering in her eyes. Witnessing the disdain etched upon Bai Suyue's features, her previously triumphant smile faltered in a fit of vexation. She stamped her foot, bewildered as to what had transpired to provoke such a dramatic shift in Bai Suyue's demeanor. No, this is utterly bizarre. Could it be that Bai Suyue has also traversed through time? Yin Yingru scrutinized Bai Suyue, suspicion lurking in her gaze. Bai Suyue, aware of her thoughts, understood that Yin Yingru was certainly concocting some ill-intentioned scheme. Was your past kindness merely a fade? Yin Yingru's voice quivered slightly, tinged with a hint of hysteria. Bai Suyue lowered her gaze, the brilliance in her eyes flickering with a mocking glint as she retorted, what if it is true, and what if it is false? Ultimately, it does not alter the fact that I have raised a white-eyed wolf. You dare to covet even my fiancé. What else are you incapable of? A tremor coursed through Yin Yingru's heart, and a sense of panic began to take root within her. Could it be that Bai Suyue had uncovered something, or perhaps someone had deliberately sown discord between them? Ronger. It must be that Ronger. When she had secretly visited Feng Muling, she had unexpectedly encountered her. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Yin Yingru's eyes, yet they softened in that very moment. Such a fool as Bai Suyue was indeed an inconvenient encounter. Relinquishing this advantageous position would be a tremendous loss for her. I understand now. This must have been instigated by that little girl Ronger. Am I not right? I wondered why you suddenly turned so fierce towards me. It appears there are indeed treacherous individuals lurking behind the scenes. Her expression turned sorrowful, her eyes brimming with a pitiful allure, prompting Bai Suyue to marvel at the woman's theatrical performance. It was this very pitiable facade that had once deceived her, leading her down an irreversible path. Now, as she beheld Yin Yingru exhibit such expressions again, she felt an overwhelming desire to rend her apart with her own hands. Do not attribute everything to others. You are well aware of your own actions. I, by Suyue, am not blind, Yuer. Our bond forged over the years cannot be easily overshadowed by the mere words of that little girl. I harbor no fondness for his royal highness. It is he who clings to me, and I dare not offend him, which has led to your misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, Bai Suyue's eyes brightened slightly, a smile gracing her lips as she inquired, if it is indeed a misunderstanding, will you sever all ties with the prince right now? Can you accomplish that? This. Yinningro's gaze flickered, taken aback by Bai Suyue's audacious demand. Humph, if you cannot, then refrain from uttering such shameless words in my presence. Or do you seek a beating at my hands? Yin Yingru regarded Bai Suyue, whose appearance was unremarkable yet exuded an air of superiority. If only she possessed a father like Bai Zhan and a status akin to Bai Suyue's. As the fiancée of a grand consort, why must she now stoop so low, calculating every inch? A hidden malice lingered in Yinningro's eyes as she clenched her teeth tightly. The heavens are unjust. Whether in this life or the next, she had never known a day of peace in her past life. She had painstakingly clawed her way to the position of the chairman's wife, only to have all her efforts rendered null by a tragic accident. It seemed that no matter what I say, my sister will never believe me again. Bai Suyue scoffed coldly. Believe her? Trusting her would lead to one's own demise. Yinningro's gaze fell slightly, her heart lamenting the unfortunate turn of events. If Bai Suyue ceased to assist her, she would become a stumbling block, and one day, she would surely kick her aside. Bai Suyue remained silent, turning her back to Yin Yingru, when suddenly, a figure clad in white emerged through the moon gate behind her. The young man possessed a visage as delicate as jade, exuding an aura akin to a gentle breeze at dawn. His enchanting countenance, which bore a perpetual smile regardless of his surroundings, suddenly graced the presence of Bai Suyue and Yin Yingru. In an instant, Bai Suyue perceived a hint of a suspicious blush adorning Yinningro's cheeks. It was evident to her that Yin Yingru harbored feelings for Feng Qingqing, likely from the very outset. Feng Qingqing gazed at Yin Yingru, his eyes radiating warmth reminiscent of the blazing sun. He deliberately approached her, gently brushing aside a stray lock of hair from her forehead. Such a profoundly intimate gesture, when executed by him, evoked no sense of impropriety. Rather, Feng Qingqing embodied an air of elegance that invited admiration from afar but discouraged familiarity. Yin Yingru lowered her gaze slightly, a flicker of fluster evident in her eyes. So, it was the second prince. What are you two sisters discussing? Bai Suyue was about to speak when Yin Yingru interjected. I haven't seen Sister Yu in quite some time, so I came to reminisce. Bai Suyue, fatigued by the pretense of the two, contemplated leaving, yet her keen eyes caught sight of a figure lurking around the corner point. One cannot escape the consequences of their own actions. A thought abruptly surfaced in her mind. She found herself unwilling to depart, as today seemed an opportune moment for Feng Muling to witness Yinningro's true nature. Resolutely, she pivoted and strode purposefully toward Yin Yingru, colliding with her forcefully as they brushed past one another. So engrossed was Yin Yingru in her infatuation with Feng Qingqing that she could hardly anticipate Bai Suyue's audacious maneuver, causing her to lose balance and tumble forward. Chapter 46. I have indeed guessed correctly. Feng Qingqing instinctively caught the beauty in his arms. Bai Suyue observed the poignant exchange between them, a smile deepening in her eyes. Indeed, Yin Yingru was formidable, effortlessly captivating both the crown prince and the second prince with a mere flicker of allure. What are you doing? Suddenly, a stern voice resonated from a distance, and the crown prince, clad in bright yellow, advanced toward them. Yin Yingru, flustered, pushed Feng Qingqing away and turned, her eyes reddening as she fixed her gaze on Bai Suyue. You pushed me on purpose, didn't you? Bai Suyue, with an air of playful ambiguity, refrained from answering. Feng Qingqing tilted his head, discerning the glint of mischief in Bai Suyue's eyes, his warm gaze narrowing slightly. Brother, this is a misunderstanding. I merely stepped forward to assist when I saw this young lady about to fall. Feng Muling, however, was not inclined to entertain Feng Qingqing's explanation. A glint of danger flickered in his eyes as he regarded his younger brother, stating, You should be aware of what is permissible to touch and what is not. This proclamation, laced with a potent blend of authority and arrogance, rendered Feng Qingqing's otherwise resplendent visage somewhat awkward. He lowered his gaze slightly, yet maintained a semblance of a smile. I appreciate the reminder. Brother, I am certainly aware. As long as you are self-aware, that suffices. With that, Feng Muling wrapped an arm around Yinningro's waist and turned to leave, showing no inclination to linger, as if guarding his possession. At this moment, Bai Suyue was lost in thought, a cold glimmer flashing in her eyes. Does the second prince harbor feelings for his younger sister? Suddenly, Bai Suyue spoke, causing Feng Qingcheng to look at her with a hint of surprise in his gentle gaze. Why would Miss Bai make such a statement? Bai Suyue chuckled lightly. If the second prince is indeed fond of her, I could assist you. After all, having lived alongside her for so many years, I am well acquainted with her preferences. Feng Qingcheng furrowed his brows slightly. Could it be that Miss Bai is a worm in this princess belly? The fact that Feng Qingcheng openly expressed his thoughts caught Bai Suyue off guard. Seems my guess was indeed correct. Her eyes flickered as she turned and entered the adjacent room, shortly returning with a piece of paper. The black ink was still fresh, each character bold and vigorous, leaping off the page. The moment Feng Qingcheng's gaze fell upon the paper, he was captivated by the handwriting. So much so that he had yet to even read its contents. Is this your work? Bai Suyue paid no heed to the astonishment reflected in Feng Qingcheng's eyes. It was painful to stand before her greatest enemy from her past life, unable to exact revenge. Yet, having been granted a second chance at life, she cherished it dearly. Feng Qingcheng was not worthy of sharing her fate. The paper detailed Yinningro's preferences. If the second prince were to act upon them, he would surely win her heart. Feng Qingcheng glanced briefly at the contents and smiled lightly. Why do you wish to assist this prince? A glimmer of danger flickered in Bai Suyue's eyes. The crown prince is somewhat akin to my former fiancé. Witnessing their closeness brings me discomfort. Is this explanation satisfactory to the second prince? Feng Qingcheng immediately broke into laughter, his clear, melodious laughter resonating deeply. For when he employed his full charm to pursue a woman, none could escape his grasp. In her past life, Bai Suyue had been one such victim. How ironic! A faint smile graced Bai Suyue's lips as she did not conceal her subtle changes. She was acutely aware of how to pique Feng Qingcheng's interest. Taking a life is merely a matter of a swift strike. Yet how could that ever quell the seething resentment within her? This prince had not anticipated that Miss Bai was, in fact, quite akin to him. Feng Qingcheng blinked, a light laugh escaping his lips, hinting at a touch of wickedness. Bai Suyue found it amusing. She and he were fundamentally different, and would forever remain so. As Yinninggru walked alongside them, she observed the crown prince's demeanor. Noticing Feng Muling's foul mood throughout their journey, her heart quickened slightly as she grasped his arm and halted. Your Highness, do you not find Bai Suyue somewhat peculiar? This remark seized the crown prince's attention. A flicker of doubt crossed Feng Muling's eyes. Indeed, she was correct. Yinninggru softly remarked, Mu Ling, you should still remember how well my sister treated me in the past. Yet, look at her sudden change in temperament these past few days. It's as if she no longer recognizes me, nor even the old lady or you. Her tone was imbued with a sense of nostalgia and sorrow, her eyes reflecting a wistfulness for bygone days. Feng Mu Ling gently wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, a flicker of sympathy evident in his gaze. Rower, do not weep. If what you say is true, I shall ensure that her true nature is revealed. Yinninggru composed herself, and as she lowered her head, a cold smile escaped her lips. The Xian Emperor had granted Baizhen merely half a month to return to the estate, and upon his arrival, Baizhen immediately plunged into a whirlwind of activity. The matter concerning the tiger talisman was of utmost significance. Mishandling it could lead to dire consequences, even the loss of one's head. Yet, at this critical juncture, the last person Bai Suyu wished to see paid an unwelcome visit. Miss, the old lady has arrived with company and is waiting at the door. Ronger hurriedly approached Bai Suyu. Panting as she spoke, Bai Suyu stretched lazily, emerging from her room with an air of fatigue. Is it merely a guest? Why the fuss? Miss, it is the old lady, Ronger exclaimed, her face a mask of anxiety. With Baizhen absent, the prospect of facing the old lady alone filled her with dread over what might transpire. Bai Suyu, sensing Ronger's concerns, couldn't help but chuckle. She had nearly forgotten the scenes that unfolded during the old lady's previous visits. Enough, Ronger, I shall go see her now. As she reached the entrance to the parlor, Bai Suyu was greeted by the old lady's scornful voice from within. I've been here for quite a while. Yet no one has come forth to greet me. Is everyone in this house dead? The venom in her words was unmistakable. Yet Bai Suyu had grown accustomed to such cruelty. What did this matter? There were far more vicious remarks to endure. Had it not been for the crowd at the last birthday banquet, the old lady would have already unleashed a torrent of invective. Pushing the door open gently, she beheld a scene in the parlor. 2 young men and 2 young women sat within. The old lady occupied the seat of honor, while several maidservants knelt with their heads bowed in attendance. Before Bai Suyu could utter a word, Bai Qinglan, seated to the left of the old lady, exclaimed, Pa, what is this wretched brew? It's utterly foul. With a flourish of her hand, she hurled a cup filled with scalding water directly at Bai Suyu. A familiar scene unfolded before her eyes once more in a swift motion. Bai Suyu seized the teapot beside her and deftly aimed it at the incoming cup. With a resounding clash, the teapot collided with the cup, sending water splattering everywhere, accompanied by a chorus of startled gasps. Chapter 47. Who was more shameless? The young woman who had thrown the cup found herself in the most unfortunate predicament. As the force of the teapot's impact drenched her, scalding her fair and delicate face to a vivid red, Bai Suyu, you have the audacity to my face. Old lady, my face hurts terribly, Bai Qinglan shrieked. While the old lady herself fared little better, her dark-hued longevity gown now soaked through. Steam rising from it is viewed from Bai Suyu's angle in stark contrast to the scalded young woman. Bai Miaoru, adorned in a delicate azure gown, exuded a far greater composure as she stepped forward to promptly remove the soaked outer robe from the elderly matron. The two young men remaining cast predatory glances at Bai Suyu. One of them, had it not been for the intervention of his companion, might have already charged towards her. Second brother, do not act rashly. The speaker, a young man with pronounced and somber features, his countenance edged with a hint of chill, spoke with a measured tone. Bai Suyu recalled that this was Bai Xiaojun, the legitimate eldest son of her uncle Bai Sun. The other, whose temperament seemed to be as fiery as his appearance suggested, was his younger brother, Bai Xiaoting. She remembered distinctly how, in her previous life, the old matron had coerced her father into sending Bai Xiaoting into the military, resulting in considerable turmoil. Under the pretense of the Baizhen name, he had wielded power within the army, causing his father distress on numerous occasions. There was even an incident where Bai Xiaoting had killed the son of an official, and had it not been for his father's extensive apologies and compensations, the situation could have escalated dramatically. While the misdeeds lay with Bai Xiaoting, it was Bai Zhen who bore the brunt of the blame, significantly tarnishing his reputation within the military. As she regarded Bai Xiaoting, her gaze deepened with contemplation. She began to understand the intentions of this group. Upon the elderly matron's preparations, she was taken aback to find her adversary already seated in what was once her rightful place. This was the parlor, where, according to custom, the matron and her party should have occupied the lower seats. Yet, every time the matron graced the place, she assumed the role of the host, displaying a remarkable lack of decorum. Bai Suyu resolved not to indulge this group's arrogance any longer. If the matron refused to acknowledge her as a granddaughter, she could hardly be faulted for her lack of respect. You should rise at once, exclaimed the young woman in the pink gown, covering her scalded face in indignation. Bai Suyu raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at the raucous and obstreperous Bai Qinglan. This is the general's residence, not a marketplace for raucous quarrels. I am the rightful mistress of this household, so why should I not occupy this seat? Bai Miaoru, standing beside her, furrowed her brow, her eyes betraying her dissatisfaction. The two were, at best, mere concubine daughters within the household, receiving the matron's attention solely due to the scarcity of offspring within the family, serving merely as pawns to pave the way for the legitimate sons and daughters. Bai Suyu had never regarded them with any measure of respect. The elderly matron stood before Bai Suyu, her aged visage etched with deep-seated fury. I have no desire to converse with a little wildling like you. Summon Bai Zhen to see me at once. How unfortunate, Bai Suyu replied. My father has already departed early this morning and does not return until the dead of night. If there is something of significance, you may wait here. But Dachi stifled a yawn, her previously bright mood now thoroughly marred by this group. She had intended to visit Yunyu Tower that very morning, but now it seemed that plan would be dashed. Bai Xiaoting strode forward to obstruct Bai Suyu's path, while Bai Xiaojun hesitated, yet refrained from restraining his younger brother. The old lady remained silent, for she was a woman of her word and would naturally refrain from intervening in the affairs of the general's residence. In the eyes of both the old lady and Bai Xiaojun, no matter how strong Bai Suyu might be, she was merely a woman, incapable of matching the prowess of Bai Xiaoting, who had trained in martial arts. Just as everyone awaited the spectacle of Bai Suyu's cries for mercy, the scene that unfolded before them left them utterly astounded. Instead of engaging in combat herself, Bai Suyu merely clapped her hands, and the door swung open instantaneously. A dozen or so imposing servants armed with clubs charged in, positioning themselves defiantly in front of Bai Suyu. Their faces twisted into menacing expressions. Bai Xiaoting hesitated. Despite his fiery temper, he was not foolish enough to think he could take on so many alone. This woman, she truly was the epitome of shamelessness. Bai Suyu, if you have the guts, let it be a one-on-one duel between us. Bringing all these people to confront me is utterly unfair. Bai Suyu inwardly scoffed, and what of you? Bullying a weak woman. Does that seem fair? She stood confidently behind her servants, beaming with a radiant smile. Although Bai Xiaoting was undoubtedly no match for her, engaging him in combat would only serve to diminish her stature. In her previous life, she had been foolish, always relying on brute force to resolve matters. As the mistress of the general's residence, everyone within was bound to heed her command. Who dared to bully her? A collective beating would suffice. Bai Xiaoting's face flushed with anger, his fists clenched tightly. If you wish to fight me, you must first defeat all of these people. Bai Suyu crossed her arms, sitting calmly to the side and enjoying the chaos. Surrounded by over 20 individuals, Bai Xiaoting could hardly contain his rage, panting heavily, and even Bai Xiaojun behind him wore a grave expression. Suddenly, he spoke up. Yuer, grandmother has come with urgent matters to discuss with your father. Go fetch him at once. Bai Suyu regarded Bai Xiaojun's earnest face with a slight smirk. You keep referring to him as my father. Don't you know how to address him as uncle? Bai Xiaojun faltered, rendered speechless by her retort. Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. I shall make it abundantly clear. Do not think to take advantage of the general's residence. Guards, escort them out. Bai Suyu raised her head slightly, uttering those audacious words, and as her voice faded, the old lady, trembling, pointed a finger at Bai Suyu, rolled her eyes, and suddenly collapsed. Bai Miao Ru swiftly caught the old lady, and chaos erupted in the room. Witnessing the commotion, Bai Suyu was filled with cold mockery. The old lady truly had a remarkable way of handling things. Bai Xiaoting, infuriated, shouted, What are you doing, you useless dogs? Hurry and fetch a doctor. The group of servants standing before Bai Suyu all turned towards her, awaiting her command. Unfazed, Bai Suyu sat leisurely, her voice languid. Are none of you from the Xiao family fleet-footed enough to fetch help? Bai Xiaoting, seething with fury, felt an overwhelming urge to charge at Bai Suyu and strangle her. Bai Suyu, if anything happens to grandmother, I will take your life. Bai Suyu rested her leg over the other, arching an eyebrow and speaking in a tone that could infuriate the dead. Come on, my life is right here. If you have the guts, come and take it. Suddenly, her tone shifted dramatically, adopting an ominously chilling demeanor. Don't say I didn't warn you. If you accidentally kill me, I won't be paying with my life. Bai Xiaojun remained composed beside her as he attempted to revive the elderly matriarch. However, it wasn't long before beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and he spoke in a grave tone. Sister Yu, stop this nonsense. If grandmother dies, you will bear the eternal sin of unfiliality. Chapter 48. Can you afford it? Bai Suyu chuckled lightly. I have always been unfilial. Did you only just discover this? Bai Xiaojun realized that further words were futile. He lifted the elderly matriarch without a moment to spare for anything else and shot Bai Suyu a fierce glare as he left. Once the harbinger of misfortune departed, Bai Suyu erupted into laughter, finding great satisfaction in witnessing the others' disheveled retreat. Ronger had long been trembling in fear. The shock Bai Suyu had delivered today was overwhelming. Miss, what has come over you? You were not like this before. What was I like before? Humph, one less person to irritate me. Bai Suyu fell into deep contemplation. In her previous life, she had gone to great lengths to curry favor with her uncle's family, yet in their eyes, she was little more than a dog, never receiving even a modicum of kindness. She had indeed spoiled them into such a state, as the eldest daughter of the general's residence. Her rank and status were not inferior to those daughters of the prime minister's household. Yet, in the kingdom of Tianfeng, the literati were held in higher esteem than the martial class, even among officials of the same rank. Civil servants held disdain for military generals. Miss used to treat these people quite well. This time Ronger remained silent, but her eyes sparkled with excitement, as if relieved. This lady merely sees through it all. Bai Suyu pondered briefly, then patted the innocent little maid's head, chuckling. You stay at the residence and keep a close watch on the front gate, and tie a few wolfhounds outside. Should anyone dare to enter, let the dogs tear them apart. Ronger looked at Bai Suyu in shock as she began to pack her belongings, suddenly noticing a fragrant pouch beside her. Miss, is this the sachet made from the jade flower we gathered yesterday? It smells wonderful. Bai Suyu tied the sachet around her waist, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. Indeed, it is quite fragrant. Dressed in a sharp, fitted outfit, Bai Suyu stood before the once glorious Yunyu Tower. She glanced at the seal on the grand door, reached out to tear it away, and cast it aside. The guards stationed at the entrance, upon recognizing the general's daughter, dared not impede her. Obstruct her? Absurd. This young lady was known to unleash her fury without restraint, and no one wished to suffer the consequences of a bruised visage. Bai Suyu pushed open the door. She found a layer of dust cloaking the interior, a testament to the few days that had passed. Recalling her memories, she ascended the adjacent staircase, arriving at the room where she had been just days prior. Since departing from the brothel, this marks the first return of Baisuyu to the place of her rebirth. The door to the room she once resided in remained firmly shut. With a bit of effort, Baisuyu managed to push it open. However, upon raising her gaze, she was taken aback to find an unexpected figure upon the bed. Baisuyu's eyes widened, her face betraying an unrestrained expression of shock. Prince Yin? Hearing the commotion at the door, Yenimochi turned delicately to look. His elongated phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, exuding a beguiling charm that captivated the soul. What? Does Yue feel displeased at the sight of this king? A myriad of emotions flickered within Baisuyu's eyes before settling into a calm demeanor. She strode purposefully to the side of the bed, her joy evident. Yet today she had come to investigate a case and had no time for idle reminiscence with the prince. I must ask you to step aside, Your Highness. Yenimochi chuckled softly, showing no intention of yielding. Suddenly, he leaned closer, inquiring, Does Yue truly not recall that day's events? Baisuyu paused, her expression growing serious. Have I lost my memory? What is it that you speak of? Your Highness. I seem to have forgotten. A sly smile curved Yenimochi's lips, his mesmerizing eyes revealing a hint of mischief. He vividly remembered the complex emotions reflected in her gaze when they first met before the government office. He had intended to engage her in conversation, yet upon this encounter, her demeanor towards him was as if she were an entirely different person. Forgetting is one thing, but I never anticipated that the taste of your company would linger in my thoughts. Concealing his amusement behind a fan, he gracefully took a seat in a nearby chair. Baisuyu glared at Yenimochi for a long moment, her brows furrowing lightly. I certainly do not presume that His Highness would take an interest in someone like me. Yenimochi's eyebrows arched playfully, a glimmer of intrigue hidden in his slender eyes as if he were deliberately testing Baisuyu's boundaries. And what do you suppose those marks upon your body signify? Baisuyu's gaze turned icy, a flicker of realization dawning upon her. Prior to her awakening that day, it was clear that the individual had not yet acted upon her. Those marks were indeed suspicious. Initially, she had believed they were the result of Yin Ingrou's machinations, but Yenimochi's words compelled her to reconsider. Anger surged within Baisuyu, and she kicked the nearby chair towards Yenimochi in a fit of frustration. Yenimochi deftly sidestepped, the chair crashing to the ground, splintering into pieces. Rising to his feet, he feigned regret. Ah, little Yue, your temper is quite formidable. If that chair had truly struck this king, do you think you could afford to compensate me? Compensate? I would rather perish alongside your highness. Your life is worth far more than mine. Baisuyu found it increasingly difficult to reconcile the image of the divine figure she once revered with the cunning and capricious man before her. A celestial being should inspire reverence from a distance, not this ambiguous Prince Yin, who wore a teasing smile. Suddenly, she recalled that after becoming a courtesan in her previous life, she had seemingly abandoned her original identity. It was uncertain whether Yenimochi would even remember the current version of her. How could he possibly know that the woman he had spared that fateful night was, in fact, her? Contemplating this, Baisuyu felt a modicum of tranquility within her heart and could not help but reveal a bitter smile. Observing the peculiar shift in Baisuyu's expression, Yenimochi's eyes flickered with intrigue. Each time he encountered this woman, it seemed she spent most of her time evading his gaze. Curiosity piqued, he approached her, slightly lowering his head. It appears that my charm has waned, as you would rather be lost in thought than spare me a glance. What shall I do about this? Baisuyu snapped back to reality, regarding Yenimochi with a wary glance. What are your intentions? I still recall, that you have gifted me your gaze. I wonder if that still holds true. Upon witnessing the shadow that danced in Yenimochi's eyes, Baisuyu was instantly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of peril. She remembered the rumors circulating about him. How he could be jesting with someone one moment and the next, snapping their necks. Though she had never witnessed it firsthand, she knew the tales must be steeped in truth. Yet, before she could discern his next move, a wave of paralysis washed over her, rendering her immobile. Baisuyu raised her brows in indignation, exclaiming, If you dare lay a finger on me, I shall haunt you even in death. Yenimochi gently lifted his hand, rolling up his sleeve, and with his slender fingers, he drew perilously close to Baisuyu's face, his gaze fixated intently on her eyes. Baisuyu's heart raced, taut with tension. Yenimochi indeed harbored a peculiar fascination for her eyes. Then let us wait until you become a ghost and are able to contend with me, she retorted defiantly. Without a moment's hesitation, Yenimochi's cool fingertips brushed against Baisuyu's eyes. Chapter 49. Do not rejoice too soon. Feeling an excruciating pain in her eyes, A chill enveloped her heart. Bai Suyu clenched her teeth, resolutely refraining from uttering a word of plea. Was she to lose her sight once more? Though a sense of desolation washed over her, fear was not her companion. To once again behold the world was a rare gift. She was not greedy, a soft chuckle echoed in her ear. Suddenly, Bai Suyu sensed that she had regained control over her body. She lifted her hand, neither pleased nor angered, to touch her left eye, which throbbed painfully, and felt a slight release in her chest. Thankfully, it remained struggling through the discomfort to open her eyes. She beheld Yin Mo-chi, the architect of her torment, gazing at her with a smile that belied her earlier gratitude, which evaporated without her notice. Indeed, the benefactor from her past life was not the man standing before her now. She needed to delineate the boundaries between her past and present more clearly. Little Yuer, do not celebrate too soon. I hold great affection for your eyes, which are merely under my temporary custody. He grinned wickedly, and his eyes gleamed with an unsettling hue. Most importantly, he believed it would be a pity if you could not gaze upon this exceptionally handsome face of mine. Bai Suyu was exceedingly displeased, her eyes still stinging with discomfort. In former times, had she been wronged, she would have retaliated without hesitation. However, she now clearly recognized the disparity in martial prowess between herself and her adversary. The fact that the opponent could silently strike her acupoint, albeit during her moment of distraction, indicated that such a maneuver was not without its merits. Gritting her teeth, she chose to disregard Yin Machi's presence. With a swift motion, she lifted the bed board, revealing its hidden contents. Bai Suyu gazed in astonishment at the stone slab beneath, which bore a residual gap, her expression suddenly tightening. Yin Machi's elongated eyes narrowed slightly, and he subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Bai Suyu crouched down, using one hand to pry at the floorboard. With a sharp crack, she successfully dislodged the stone slab. Beneath it lay a dark, square pit, in the depths of which was concealed a corpse, already beginning to emanate a foul odor. Bai Suyu recoiled, covering her nose as she stepped back. Prior to lifting the slab, she had detected no scent, but upon its removal, the noxious stench assaulted her senses. Unbeknownst to her, Yin Machi had already arrived at the doorway, carefully closing the door behind him. Little Yuer, this prince shall await you here at the entrance. Take your time to search. Perhaps the tiger talisman is hidden somewhere within this room. Yin Machi toyed with an object in his hand, seated leisurely on a chair at the door, a smile gracing his lips as he gestured. Bai Suyu rolled her eyes in exasperation at his swift escape. No wonder no one had discovered the corpse of the man she had slain, hidden beneath the bed. With a damp handkerchief pressed against her nose, Bai Suyu furrowed her brow, contemplating the man beneath the stone slab. Was she truly to run outside and inform the guards that this man was the one she had killed? After searching beside the corpse for a while without further discoveries, Bai Suyu calmly replaced the stone slab over the body. Maintaining her composure, she pushed open the door, only to find Yin Machi lounging nearby, enveloped in an aura of indolence, his brow slightly furrowed. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" she inquired. Yin Machi's lips curled into a smile as he replied softly, "Because this is one of my domains." Bai Suyu paused, her mind racing as she comprehended the implications. Indeed, he was quite formidable, having extended his reach into the brothel. Yet, she wondered why the emperor had not suspected Yin Machi. Just as she pondered this, Yin Machi seemed to read her thoughts, chuckling softly, because the informant is none other than this prince. Bai Suyu's eyes widened in disbelief as she glanced at Yin Machi. Yet she remained silent. The more one spoke, the more one erred. She did not presume her wits to surpass those who had long dwelled in the realm of power struggles. Alas, Yin Machi's assertions were compelling. He continued, even if this prince were not to speak, the emperor would eventually uncover the truth. Rather than allowing someone else to seize the initiative, it is wiser for this prince to act first. Yuer, do you not find my reasoning sound? As Bai Suyu lowered her gaze, she noticed the glimmer of anticipation in Yin Machi's eyes. Your Highness speaks with great wisdom. The laughter of Yin Machi is extraordinarily melodious, imbued with a hint of deep resonance that resonates crisply within the heart, in comparison to the hypocritical Feng Qingsheng. This king of hell, Yin Machi, is undoubtedly a genuine scoundrel with a cold snort. Yin Machi raised his elegantly arched brows slightly, saying, "Do not presume that this king is unaware of your thoughts." Bai Suyu hastily concealed her emotions and took a step to depart, but Yin Machi interjected softly. "Halt!" She turned around, her focus sharpened, gazing at the man of unparalleled grace with confusion. "Last time at the Xiang residence, I found your words piercing. Yet today, before this king, why is it that you remain utterly silent?" Bai Suyue sighed in exasperation, thinking to herself, I fear offending the prince, lest I inadvertently become his prey, which would be a grave miscalculation. Oh? Yin Machi chuckled lightly. Do I possess such a predatory visage? Or is it that you secretly wish for me to indulge in such appetites? In the depths of his dark eyes, a kaleidoscope of colors danced, as Yin Machi leaned closer, his hand unceremoniously encircling Bai Suyue's waist. She swiftly raised her hand, seizing his wrist, thinking, this is a royal offering from His Highness. With a forceful twist of her wrist, a sharp crack resonated, causing the smile on Yin Machi's face to freeze instantaneously. Bai Suyue released her grip and, in a flash, darted towards the exit, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Yin Machi watched with amusement as the woman fled faster than a hare, then glanced at his dislocated arm, the hue in his eyes deepening with intensity. You are the first to dare to dislocate this king's arm. A shadow swiftly descended beside him, a long sword drawn in an instant, and before Yin Machi could utter a word, the youth was poised to pursue. Oh Zhu, halt! The tall, slender youth's face darkened as he witnessed Yin Machi grasping his dislocated left arm, effortlessly resetting the bone with a swift motion. His murderous intent intensifying. Why, lord, I shall ensure this matter is handled without a trace. Yin Machi flexed his left arm and, with a lowered gaze, remarked, there is no need for you to intervene in this affair. Zhu hesitated before gradually stepping back. Yin Machi retrieved a translucent stone from his robes, tossing it into Zhu's hands. Deliver this to her, my lord. This is a tiger talisman capable of mobilizing 50,000 troops from Lin City. With this, we shall have a means of retreat, and it took immense effort to. Upon seeing the talisman in his hands, Zhu's expression shifted dramatically. Yet, in the next moment, he caught sight of Yin Machi turning his head, offering a gentle smile. Have you begun to disregard my orders after being by my side for so long? My actions are guided by my own considerations. Zhu dared not defy him. Swiftly exiting through a window on the second floor, a cold smile crept across Yin Machi's lips, his slender phoenix eyes concealing a subtle delight, as the intricate web he had woven began to unfurl. Chapter 50. The old matron is fading. Bai Suyue, relieved that Yin Machi did not pursue her, exhaled deeply, twisting her wrist as a glimmer of amusement flickered in her eyes. This was the price for the earlier affront to her vision. She had shown considerable restraint. Bai Suyue. Before Bai Suyue could steady herself, a thunderous shout echoed from a distance. A figure clad in pale pink, brimming with fury, led a contingent of over a dozen guards wielding swords and knives, swiftly surrounding Bai Suyue. She cast a fleeting glance at Bai Qinglan, her brows slightly arched. The old matriarch was not ill. Why had Bai Qinglan abandoned her to come here? Arrest this young lady. Bai Qinglan bellowed, instantly capturing the attention of many onlookers. The common folk encircled the scene, and upon witnessing the guard's imminent aggression, Bai Suyue's gaze turned icy. On what grounds do you presume to apprehend me? With her head held high, Bai Suyue strode purposefully towards Bai Qinglan, who paled at the approach. The burn from the tea scalding her face still throbbed, and she genuinely feared encountering this headstrong girl again. Had it not been for the matriarch's directive for her to come, she would have preferred never to lay eyes on Bai Suyue again. You unfilial daughter, who has caused our grandmother such distress. How dare you question me? The matriarch lies bedridden, on the brink of death, and now father seeks to bring you to justice. Bai Qinglan theatrically wiped her eyes, devoid of any genuine tears, and vociferously condemned Bai Suyue before the assembled crowd. The spectators, upon hearing this, began to murmur and point fingers at Bai Suyue. The commotion surged among the crowd. Is it true that the eldest daughter of the Bai family has caused the old matriarch to collapse? What a calamity! If I had such a daughter, her legs would have been broken long ago. The general Bai is a man of integrity and filial piety. How could he have raised such an ungrateful daughter? Sighs of lamentation and pity swirled around Bai Suyue, who pressed her lips together slightly, her hands gently clasped before her. Though the general's residence and the Xiang residence hailed from the same lineage, after the former's downfall, the latter's status had soared, and those people had never regarded her family as kin. Humph, lost for words now. Are we? You ungrateful wretch. Surrender at once, or do not blame me for being ungracious. Bai Qinglan, sheltered behind the guards, shouted defiantly. In her mind, Bai Suyue could not possibly contend with these martial experts. Bai Suyue lifted her gaze, a chilling glint flickering in her eyes. Who has seen the old matriarch perish due to my actions? To accuse me while being unwell yourself, and to place such an egregious charge upon my head. Do you still possess any semblance of shame at the Xiang residence? Bai Suyue's voice resonated clearly. each word piercing the ears of the crowd. The onlookers began to exhibit expressions of skepticism. Bai Qinglan was momentarily taken aback by Suyue's retort, completely unprepared for the fact that her opponent had not rushed to violence, but instead redirected the blame back to the Xiang residents. Bai Qinglan gritted her teeth in silence. The matriarch had instructed her meticulously before she left. If Bai Suyue made a move, the blame would fall squarely on her shoulders, and no matter how formidable she might be, she would be at the mercy of the Xiang residents. Yet, the unfolding events were diverging from her expectations. Taking advantage of the moment when Bai Qinglan was momentarily distracted, Bai Sue once again spoke. Or perhaps it is that the people of the Xiang residents have failed to care for the old matriarch adequately and, fearing public criticism, seek to use me as a scapegoat. This statement was indeed potent, as the discussions that had previously revolved around Bai Suyue turned to accusations against the Xiang residents. Bai Qinglan's expression darkened. Bai Suyue, you speak nonsense. The old matriarch went to the general's residence and returned sickened by your vexations, and yet you dare to deny it. Bai Suyue burst into laughter. Only you from the Xiang residence could utter such words. The old matriarch has just celebrated her 60th birthday and is in robust health. Who would believe she was aggrieved by me? Bai Suyue, you are spouting utter drivel. Bai Qinglan shrieked in fury, recklessly commanding her guards to seize Bai Suyue. A sly smile crept across Bai Suyue's face. One must always think twice before acting. Even if she was unafraid of the multitude approaching her, she understood that one must have the moral high ground before engaging in conflict. A dozen guards immediately received their orders and charged toward Bai Suyue. The surrounding populace hastily retreated, fearing to be caught in the crossfire. Yet, such a hasty and unjustified action only served to tarnish the reputation of the Xiang residents further in the eyes of those present. How shameful for the residents to send so many to apprehend the general's daughter, fabricating baseless charges. Indeed, it was disgraceful that the head of the officials would stoop to such tactics. Bai Qinglan sensed that the situation was becoming precarious, her heart racing with anxiety, but upon seeing the guards engage with Bai Suyue, seemingly gaining the upper hand, she felt a slight sense of relief. For now, all she needed was to bring Bai Suyue back to the residence. She would not concern herself with anything else. Bai Qinglan's countenance regained its composure, though a flicker of satisfaction lay hidden in her eyes, as she anticipated the imminent downfall of Bai Suyue. Little did she know, Bai Suyue was intentionally withholding her full strength. As she retreated, she seized nearby objects to hurl at the guards, then swiftly dashed toward an uninhabited street. She could not afford to confront them in front of so many witnesses. It would tarnish her image. What she sought was the sympathy of the populace. Having lived a full life, Bai Suyue understood all too well the potency of rumors. Now, she wished for the Xiang residents to experience the taste of public disdain. Just then, a young man emerged from the crowd. He reached into his bundle and scattered a white powder, instantly enveloping the guards in a cloud of mist. What is this? I can't see. The guards were thrown into disarray. In the midst of the chaos, Bai Suyue felt a tight grip around her wrist, held by a hand that was bony and calloused. A voice, cool and commanding, echoed in her ear. Come with me. Bai Suyue was momentarily taken aback, her heart fluttering as she recognized the familiar young man before her. The man was clad in a simple deep blue garment, his long hair secured with a wooden hairpin, exuding an air of aloof elegance. His finely arched brows knitted together in a contemplative manner. Bai Suyue never anticipated that she would encounter Mu Chou at such a moment. Without a second thought, she followed him as he dashed out, vanishing into the crowd in the blink of an eye, and soon found herself at a modest inn nestled at the corner of an alley. Standing at the entrance, Mu Chou released Bai Suyue's hand and cast a glance at their surroundings. They were safe. The inn was unpretentious, devoid of any significant presence outside, save for a couple of passers-by. Bai Suyue cleared her throat gently, her demeanor turning earnest as she quickly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Brother Mu, for saving my life. Mu Chou paused momentarily, his brows knitting even tighter. You know me? The coolness of his azure-hued eyes held a hint of curiosity and recollection, as if pondering whether he had encountered Bai Suyue before. Know him? It was more than mere acquaintance. In a past life, Mu Chou had indeed saved her life. At that time, she had just been rescued from the palace's water prison, her tendons severed, and after consulting numerous physicians to no avail, it was Mu Chou who had mended her injuries. Bai Suyue chuckled softly. I've heard my sister mention Brother Mu's appearance and made an educated guess. She inwardly mocked herself, finding it hard to believe the veracity of her own words, yet she maintained an expression of composure. The skepticism in Mu Chou's eyes faded, and his clear gaze became evident. He was not one to smile easily. his face consistently bearing a solemn expression. During their month-long interaction in the past when he had cured her, they had scarcely exchanged words. Nevertheless, Mu Cho was exceptionally gentle, devoid of any malicious intent, truly a sanctuary in Bai Suyue's heart in that previous life. "Are you well?" Mu Cho inquired, a hint of concern lacing his tone. Bai Suyue paused, reflecting on his character, and smiled softly. "I am well." Mu Cho entered the room and retrieved a letter from Mu Ling. Placing it into Bai Suyue's hands, "I arrived early," he stated succinctly. Yet, Bai Suyue quickly grasped his implication. This must have been shortly after Mu Ling's letter had been dispatched, for Mu Cho had already reached the capital. She had initially believed it would take a month, never anticipating such swift progress in hopes of treating Fang Qingxia. The inn was devoid of patrons, and Mu Cho invited Bai Suyue to sit by the entrance and enjoy some tea. However, before she could even take a sip, she noticed two figures approaching the door, engaged in conversation without regard for their surroundings. She had just seen General Bai hastily passing by with a couple of individuals. She wondered what business they were attending to. The imperial city seemed remarkably tranquil at present. Surely there was no cause for the general's involvement. Judging by their direction, they appeared to be heading to the Xiang residence. What could have transpired there? Bai Suyue tightened her grip on the teacup, casting an apologetic glance at Mu Cho. "Brother Mu, it seems I must return." Mu Cho hesitated, regarding her with a questioning gaze. "Would you like me to assist you?" Upon hearing this, Bai Suyue felt a slight stir within her heart. However, she was acutely aware that her connection with Mu Cho was merely one of fleeting encounters. Having sought his assistance for her family's medical needs, she already owed him a tremendous favor, making it difficult for her to press further. "No need. I can manage." With that, she turned to leave, only to find Mu Cho closely following her. Bai Suyue was taken aback, yet she noticed Mu Cho's gaze had lowered slightly. "Mu Ling instructed me to protect you." A warmth blossomed within Bai Suyue's heart, realizing that Mu Ling had truly embraced her as one of her own. In the midst of this chaotic imperial city, to have found such genuine affection felt like a stroke of fortune for Bai Suyue. The two hastened to the front of the Xiang residence, where Bai Zhen's horse was still tethered. Seeing that someone had already entered, Bai Suyue wasted no time and strode toward the entrance. The two doormen, upon witnessing Bai Suyue not only unharmed but also approaching with an air of confidence, exchanged puzzled glances as they took in the figure who appeared to be accompanied by a servant. Bai Suyue stood at the doorway, her expression frosty. "What are you waiting for? Open the door for this young lady." Startled by her imposing demeanor, the two doormen hastily complied, swinging the gates wide open. Bai Suyue strode in, Mu Cho following closely behind, his gaze scrutinizing her with a touch of curiosity. The transformation of the young woman before him was striking. She seemed a world apart from the gentle and courteous lady he had encountered moments earlier. As Mu Cho trailed behind, he observed the throng of individuals gathered outside the residence. The servants in the courtyard fixated their sympathetic eyes upon Bai Suyue as she made her way unimpeded to the main courtyard, which was notably spacious and the residence of the matriarch. The gates were wide open, revealing the entire household assembled within, including the Chancellor Bai Sun, who was burdened with various affairs. To Bai Suyue's astonishment, she also spotted the esteemed concubine Bai Ruoyao, present within the palace. Bai Ruoyao donned a magnificent crimson concubine's robe, her eight-tailed phoenix hairpin only a notch below that of the empress. Her regal beauty was renowned, earning her the title of the fairest maiden of Tianfeng, and she was the emperor's most favored consort, garnering the Xiang residents considerable favor in the court. Yet, despite her 2 years in the palace, she had not conceived, which weighed heavily on Bai Sun and the matriarch. It was evident to all that in the imperial court, the matter of offspring was a transparent affair. The concubine and the Xiang residents held esteemed positions, and with the emperor still in his prime, the question of succession remained uncertain, potentially stirring ulterior motives among the courtiers. Thus, many in the household placed their hopes on Bai Ruoxue, the second legitimate daughter of the Xiang residents, who harbored affections for the crown prince, leading to resentment when she was made his betrothed. Bai Suyue entered with her head held high and a steady gait, instantly drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. The moment they laid eyes on her, Chancellor Bai Sun's expression darkened, his hands clenched into fists atop the table. Bai Zhen's expression shifted dramatically, his resolute visage now tinged with reproach, while his eyes betrayed a deeper hue of helplessness and tension. Bai Suyue was well aware of Bai Zhen's predicament. Should the old matriarch genuinely be unwell this time, she would indeed be the architect of the calamity. Asa son. Bai Zhen naturally found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Lowering her gaze, Bai Suyue maintained an outwardly calm demeanor. Had the old matriarch not provoked her, she would not have sought discomfort at the residence. The current stalemate had brought Bai Zhen to a pivotal juncture. To delay a decisive action would only yield future repercussions, and suddenly, Bai Suyu felt a pang of regret for her previous softness at the birthday banquet, where she had not compelled Bai Zhen to sever ties with the old matriarch. The residence was akin to a parasite gnawing at the general's estate. The sooner it was excised, the safer they would be. Lord, the old matriarch may truly be beyond saving. The eldest lady emerged from within, her countenance heavy with solemnity. The moment those words escaped her lips, the atmosphere thickened with tension, teetering on the brink of combustion. Bai Sun, the elder son, slammed his palm upon the table with vehemence. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Bai Zhen, cold and unyielding. Bai Zhen, this is the daughter you have raised. Splendidly done indeed, for she might yet cause our mother to perish from anger. Bai Zhen, a man of martial prowess, was not adept at counterarguments, and compounded by his own guilt, he bowed his head slightly in silence. Sitting nearby, Bai Ruiyao gently dabbed at the corner of her eye and remarked, "Uncle, the old matriarch has always been frail and cannot withstand distress, yet your esteemed daughter has managed to infuriate her to this extent. This news has already reached the emperor's ears. If no resolution is found, all shall believe the Bai family to be devoid of decorum, capable of driving their elders to death." Chapter 52. She is still quite cheap. As Bai Ruiyao's words invoked the emperor's name, Bai Zhen's shoulders trembled with indignation. Casting a glance toward Bai Suyu, his voice was cold yet resolute. The old matriarch has long been aware of Yu Er's temperament. How could she suddenly be so agitated? If it were truly Yu Er's fault, our mother would have fallen ill long ago. Bai Suyu regarded Bai Zhen's direction, feeling an overwhelming sense of fearlessness. With such a father, one who stood resolutely behind her, forever believing and trusting in her, she felt liberated from any lingering concerns. Bai Zhen, are you choosing to shield her to the end? Bai Sun erupted in fury, rising to his feet, hands clasped behind his back, his eyes deep with intensity. However, no matter how fiercely you protect her today, as her elder, I cannot remain indifferent. That headstrong nature of Yu Er's will not ease until properly reprimanded. Bring forth the family law. At his command, someone swiftly presented a long whip. This whip was exceedingly thin, and such a whip, when brought to bear upon the flesh, was excruciatingly painful. By Miao Ru, standing at a distance, cast a glance at the whip, her expression revealing a hint of anticipation for the unfolding drama. Bai Suyu glanced back at Mu Qiu, standing behind her, and whispered, "This matter, I entrust to you, Brother Mu." Without hesitation, Mu Qiu nodded and retreated a few steps. Exiting the courtyard, it is commonly perceived that Mu Qiu serves Bai Suyu, and thus, he garners little attention from others. Point 2. Formidable martial artists from the residence advance towards Bai Suyu, intent on launching an attack. Who among them is unaware that Bai Suyu possesses innate divine strength, rendering her nearly impervious to capture by ordinary individuals? Attempting to seize her without a modicum of martial prowess is futile. Bai Suyu's expression hardened as she positioned herself behind Bai Zhen. Bai Zhen stood resolutely before her, his countenance darkened as he glared in the direction of Bai Sun, an aura of battle-hardened intensity emanating from him. "Elder brother, do not overstep your bounds. Is it you who wrongs me, or am I merely compelled to act?" With a tone that bore a hint of reproach, he continued, "I had thought you to be a man of discernment, yet you indulged this rebellious daughter so. That woman, upon entering our home, was already with child by another, and you have raised another's offspring for all these years. Are you a fool or simply deranged?" Bai Suyu was taken aback, her heart sinking abruptly. As Bai Zhen's unwavering gaze bore into Bai Sun, a resolute chill radiated from his eyes, a level of anger Bai Suyu had never witnessed in her father before. "Yu Er, do not heed the unfounded words of others. How could you possibly not be my Bai Zhen's daughter?" Bai Suyu regained her composure, arching an eyebrow slightly. "Father, do you take me for a fool who would heed the idle gossip of others?" Instantly, the tension surrounding Bai Zhen dissipated, and his eyes regained their vitality, although Bai Suyu discerned a lingering anxiety reflected in them. These words were foreign to her. In her previous life, she had never encountered such sentiments. Yet, she almost forgot that whenever the matriarch chastised her and her elder brother, the term bastard was hurled at them, and perhaps she was the only one who had never questioned it. "Very well, Bai Zhen, you are truly infuriating." Bai Sun, brandishing a long whip, advanced methodically towards Bai Suyu. "Guards, restrain Bai Zhen. If I do not discipline this rebellious daughter today, she may very well ascend to a position of power over me in the future." With a commanding shout, a line of archers suddenly appeared along the walls of the residence, their glinting arrows poised under the blazing sun, aimed at the father and daughter. Bai Zhen was utterly unprepared for Bai Sun to employ the guards of the residence. Bai Sun, what are you attempting to do? Bai Sun narrowed his eyes. Should you dare to intervene, I shall command the archers to release their arrows. To deal with a disobedient wretch is a task that even the emperor would not reproach me for. Bai Sun had never regarded Bai Zhan with any seriousness, his eyes imbued with a frosty demeanor as he marched towards Bai Suyu. Bai Zhan, fearing the archers would indeed shoot, hesitated momentarily, unsure of how to proceed. Bai Sun was quite pleased with Bai Zhan's reaction. He clapped his hands, and two attendants lunged forward, each seizing one of Bai Suyu's arms. However, their initial attempt to restrain her proved ineffective. Bai Suyu stood upright, a faint smile gracing her lips, a smile so uncanny that it deepened the scowl on Bai Sun's face. A person with martial prowess is not to be feared. What is truly alarming is when that individual possesses both strength and intellect. Bai Suyu lifted her foot and stomped down hard on the insteps of the two burly men, resulting in two muffled groans. The men instantly released their grip on Bai Suyu, hopping on the ground while cradling their injured feet. Their appearance is comically absurd. Father, if he truly dares to shoot an arrow, let him do so. I am eager to witness how the esteemed Prime Minister will account to the Emperor and the people after he has slain me. An account? I shall seize you and deliver a fitting punishment. For a rebellious daughter like you is unworthy of stepping foot into the Bai family residence. Bai Suyu couldn't help but laugh, her shoulders trembling with mirth. Do you really believe I yearn to enter your ministerial estate? A bunch of pretentious, hypocritical individuals. The sight of you makes me want to retch, truly, one more repugnant than the other. Bai Ruiyao's expression turned icy. Seeing Bai Suyu's arrogance, she too gradually rose to her feet, lifting her chin high, exuding an unparalleled air of nobility. Father, why must you personally deal with this girl? Since these ordinary soldiers cannot subdue her, it would be better to summon a couple of experts and see how she can remain so defiant then. Bai Sun's expression darkened slightly, yet he wholeheartedly agreed with Bai Ruiyao's words. Whoever can capture her shall be rewarded with 100 taels of silver. 100 taels. Bai Suyu furrowed her brow. To think she was worth merely 100 taels, how exceedingly cheap. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhan, infuriated, disregarded the archers above and stepped in front of Bai Suyu, shielding her with his own body against those archers. Bai Sun, should you dare harm a single hair on Suyu, I, General Bai, will not rest until you pay for it. This time, Bai Zhan was utterly enraged, his piercing gaze fixed unwaveringly on Bai Sun. How could he allow his beloved daughter to be so bullied, as if he were already dead? Seeing that the threat fell on deaf ears, Bai Sun's lips curled into a sinister smile. If General Bai intends to harm someone within the ministerial estate, I shall be left with no choice but to shoot. No sooner had the word shoot left his lips than a cold glint flickered from the corner, and in an instant, a dozen arrows were already aimed at the father and son. Bai Zhan, accompanied by several guards, swiftly moved to shelter them, yet a thud was heard as an arrow embedded itself in the body of one of Bai Suyu's protectors. Upon witnessing his close attendant injured, Bai Zhan stepped forward to stand before the First Lady, who gasped in shock, her neck caught firmly in his grasp. Let anyone dare to shoot again, and I shall show no mercy. The First Lady could hardly fathom that Bai Zhan, usually obedient and rule-abiding, would display such audacity. Though panic surged within her, her face quickly transitioned to a look of astonishment, a strange glimmer passing over her dignified features. Bai Zhan, regardless of our relationship, I am still your sister-in-law. If word of this were to spread, do you understand the consequences? Chapter 53. The Prince's Servant. Consequences? At this moment, Bai Zhan's mind and heart were solely focused on ensuring Bai Suyu's safe departure from the ministerial estate, with no other thoughts occupying him. He had even forgotten the perilous situation of the elderly matriarch inside. Initially, upon receiving the news, he felt a twinge of anxiety, and when informed that Bai Suyu had caused the matriarch to fall ill, he had been somewhat miffed with her. However, after arriving at the Bai residence and witnessing the family's disdainful attitude towards him and his daughter, Bai Zhan had completely discerned the true nature of this family. Bai Suyu swiftly extricated herself and, upon witnessing Bai Zhan holding the first madam hostage, felt a surge of foreboding. She turned to gauge Bai Sun's countenance, yet found no trace of alarm in his eyes. A vague sense of unease enveloped her. The sudden grave illness of the old madam, the appearance of Bai Ruiyao at the Bai residence, and the precarious situation she and Bai Zhan found themselves in, especially with the first madam merely a stone's throw away, converged into a disquieting revelation that sent a chill through her heart. In a sudden burst of determination, she forcefully pushed aside the two imposing figures that obstructed her view, her strength sending them tumbling away as if they were mere feathers. She darted forward like an arrow released from its bow. positioning herself before Baijian. "Father, step aside." Baijian hesitated for a moment, and in that fleeting instant, Bai Suyue had acquired a dagger, pressing it firmly against the First Madam's throat. The stark terror in the First Madam's pupils was unmistakable. "What do you intend to do, you little wretch?" Bai Suyue retorted coldly from behind her. "If I am the wretch, then what are you?" The cold steel of the dagger grazed the First Madam's neck, eliciting a sharp pang that sent her pallor deepening, silencing her in fear. At that moment, a figure appeared around the corner, assisted by others. A figure clad in resplendent yellow, the Xian Emperor, accompanied by Feng Muling and Yan Yingru, advancing step by step into the courtyard. Upon catching sight of the Emperor, Bai Zhan's heart raced alarmingly, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He abruptly turned his head towards Bai Suyue, astonishment coursing through him. Though a martial general, he was not devoid of intellect. His earlier impulsive actions had merely been driven by emotion. Yet now, clarity washed over him. It became evident that today was a carefully laid trap orchestrated by the Shi residents, designed to ensnare him step by step, leading him into their machinations. Holding the elder sister-in-law hostage, committing violence in public, potentially provoking the old madam to her grave. Setting aside the disgrace of such unfilial conduct, one could only imagine the emperor's thoughts upon entering and witnessing his hand upon the throat of the First Madam Wei, a scene reminiscent of rebellion. The trust the Xian emperor had placed in him stemmed from his reputed steadiness and unwavering loyalty, appearing sincere and manageable. Yet, should this perception shatter in the emperor's mind, he would swiftly be branded as disloyal, unfilial, unkind, and unjust if he could threaten even his elder sister-in-law, disregarding the life or death of his own mother. How could such a man ever be loyal to the emperor? "Your Majesty." The Xian emperor approached Bai Sun, a delicate frown adorning his brow. The courtyard was in disarray, with injured guards by Bai Zhan's side being tended to, arrows scattered haphazardly across the ground. "Why, dear minister, what on earth is happening here?" Not far in front of the courtyard, a group of ladies stood across, gazing this way. Upon seeing the emperor enter, they all bent in a respectful bow, which consequently cast Bai Suyue and Madame Bai directly into the gaze of Xian emperor. "Your Majesty, the rebellious daughter has vexed her elders, and I am currently administering a lesson." Yet, who would have known that this girl not only refuses to heed discipline, but also creates a ruckus in the residence, even going so far as to take her elders hostage as leverage. Bai Sun spoke, deliberately avoiding mentioning Bai Zhan's recent actions. For if he were to criticize Bai Zhan in front of the emperor, Xian emperor, though displeased, would ultimately be unable to strike a fatal blow against Bai Zhan, and would perhaps even find himself embroiled in the matter. Xian emperor pondered for a brief moment and cast a glance at Bai Suyue. "You err, why do you not release your aunt? Just look at yourself now. What a shameful display." The emperor's tone bore no hint of great fury, yet Bai Sun's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a flicker of disappointment upon his countenance. Bai Suyue found it perplexing why Bai Sun harbored such animosity towards the general's manner. After all, her father was his own mother's brother, yet now, all his actions seemed directed towards a singular objective: the downfall of the general's household. A fierce glint flashed in Bai Suyue's eyes as she let the dagger in her hand clatter to the ground. She stepped down from the platform, confronting Xian emperor with an expression of defiance. "Uncle, my elder uncle's family, accompanied by a dozen or so individuals, intends to seize me, claiming that I have brought the old matriarch to her demise. I am left bewildered. What have I done to provoke such a fate? Why is it that others remain unscathed while she alone has succumbed?" Since the last birthday banquet, everyone had witnessed Bai Suyue's attitude towards the old matriarch. Upon hearing her words, Xian emperor harbored no doubts. Yan Yingru, standing nearby, lowered her gaze slightly. Suddenly, she spoke softly, covering her face in amusement. "Sister, your words are truly infuriating. Even if the old matriarch were in perfect health seated here, you would still manage to vex her." Bai Suyue, upon hearing Yan Yingru's tactless remark, inwardly scoffed. Every encounter with her seemed to herald misfortune. A thought struck her. Given Yan Yingru's previous close ties with those in the residence, was there some ulterior motive at play? "This is not a place for a lowly slave such as yourself to speak. I shall present you to the crown prince, and you think yourself superior?" Bai Suyue's words were devoid of courtesy, as she publicly exposed Yan Yingru's status as a slave before the emperor and the assembled crowd, causing Yan Yingru's complexion to shift dramatically. Feng Muling's eyes turned notably cold. "The crown prince shall soon take Rower to have her slave status annulled. You shall no longer humiliate her." Bai Suyue was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly smiled. "Your Highness, you truly are a benevolent soul. However, Considering the multitude of slaves in this realm, if a single word from you could annul their status, it would indeed be a great fortune for the world. Upon hearing Bai Suyue's words, Feng Muling's heart raced. He glanced at Xian Emperor's expression, noting the already stern face grow even tenser. A chill ran through his limbs as he reflected on his earlier statement, feeling a prickling unease at the back of his neck. As the crown prince, to wield his power recklessly for the sake of a woman is indeed the gravest transgression in the eyes of Emperor Xian. Had he acted in secrecy, the emperor might have turned a blind eye. Yet, to utter such words before so many witnesses was utterly reckless. However, upon reflection, as the crown prince, it is within his prerogative to manage his servants as he sees fit, without needing the input of others. Bai Suyue and Yin Yingru are but the prince's handmaids. It is entirely up to him how he chooses to deal with them. Chapter 54. A lesson for her. Bai Suyue had been waiting for this very moment. With a gentle smile, she produced the tattered contract of servitude from her bosom, waving it lightly in the air. The crown prince had never regarded this document with any seriousness, yet it had always remained in her possession. Your Highness, while I have indeed presented her to you, the contract remains in my hands. She is merely a plaything lent to you, and how you choose to deal with her is entirely your decision. However, to nullify her status as a servant may require my consent. Once again, the contract of servitude. Yin Yingru nearly rolled her eyes in disbelief upon seeing it still in Bai Suyue's possession, nearly fainting from frustration. Feng Muling, incensed, stepped forward, attempting to snatch the document from Bai Suyue's grasp, but she deftly retreated a few steps, seeking refuge behind Bai Zhen. Your Highness, do not act rashly. At the sound of the emperor's voice, Feng Muling realized his impudence and quickly halted, returning to stand beside the emperor, though his gaze remained fixed on Bai Suyue, laced with a hint of murderous intent and fury. Bai Suyue found herself somewhat astonished. How had she managed to ensnare such a cold-hearted man? It was likely that Feng Muling would never fathom that the woman he cherished most harbored affections for his greatest rival. Yin Yingru, appearing pitiful and delicate, cowered behind the emperor. Though she dared not lean openly against Feng Muling, she discreetly cast him glances. Feng Muling stood rigid, his expression dark and thunderous. Bai Suyue, hand over the contract to this prince. Bai Suyue replied with a playful smile. If you possess the courage, your highness, come and take it, Bai Sun. Observing Bai Suyue's complete lack of fear and her audacity before the emperor, felt a deepening sense of concern. Your majesty, this girl is exceedingly bold. If she is not properly disciplined, she will inevitably cause trouble. I implore your majesty to issue a decree to teach her a lesson. Bai Suyue interjected, Uncle Emperor, you have entrusted me and my father with an important matter. If I am punished, it would be a loss beyond measure. Emperor Xian coughed lightly, silencing Bai Suyue's impending retort. Go maintain order and quell any unrest. The matter of the lost tiger talisman had not been disseminated widely. Although Bai Sun was aware, with so many onlookers present, should Bai Suyue speak indiscreetly, the knowledge could spread like wildfire. Why, dear? Regardless of the circumstances, you have wronged your aunt, and that cannot be overlooked. Bai Suyue nodded. Her gaze lowered as she obediently stood before the emperor, resembling a wayward child acknowledging her misdeeds. Uncle Emperor, I recognize my fault. I apologize to my aunt. I was simply overwhelmed by the scene earlier, which led to my impulsive behavior. The Emperor Xuandi suddenly smiled, as a thought struck him. He recalled a conversation with the crown prince, realizing that Feng Muling was merely overthinking the matter. A wise individual would never dare to hold a senior relative hostage in front of so many witnesses, thereby leaving themselves open to criticism. Unbeknownst to Feng Muling, his words had made not the slightest impression on Emperor Xuandi. Observing the emperor's continued affection for Bai Suyue, he couldn't help but grit his teeth in frustration. Bai Suyue turned her gaze towards Yin Yingru, who trembled in fear, her fingers digging deeply into her palm. She fixated on the delicate contract of servitude in Bai Suyue's hand, wishing fervently to rush forward and snatch it away. With Feng Muling in the mix, matters concerning the officials were easily navigated. Yet as long as the contract existed in Bai Suyue's possession, her heart remained unsettled. After all, they were family. What was there to pursue? Since Yuer had already acknowledged her mistake, perhaps it was best to let it go. Emperor Xuandi acted as a mediator, and when the emperor spoke, who would dare to dissent? Bai Sun and Bai Zhen immediately adopted more pleasant expressions, while Bai Suyue, upon witnessing the forced smile on Bai Zhen's lips, felt a sense of helplessness. This political maneuvering was indeed a trial for her upright father. Regardless of their inner disdain, they had to show respect to the emperor. Yuer, remember, old Madame Bai is your grandmother. You must learn to be more respectful. Tomorrow, I shall summon the etiquette matron from the palace to teach you, and you must learn diligently. Bai Suye wore a bittersweet smile as she strode over to Emperor Xuandi's side. Uncle, I am well versed in etiquette, but you know my disposition. If you prefer the refined demeanor of Sister Ruo Xue, there are countless young ladies who embody that. However, I simply do not wish to conform to such expectations. If you insist on forcing me to learn, you might as well give me a rope and let me hang myself. Bai Suye's expression was one of distress, eliciting a light laugh from Emperor Xuandi, his furrowed brow easing. Yet the Bai sisters present found her words disconcerting. It was evident that she was subtly belittling Bai Ruo Xue. Bai Ruo Yao, the elder sister of Bai Ruo Xue, could not allow anyone to insult her sibling thus. With grace, she approached the emperor, her alluring visage adorned with a gentle smile. Your Majesty, you may not be aware, but at the recent banquet, Yue truly shone, performing her etiquette impeccably. She must have put in considerable effort behind the scenes. Her current display of reckless abandon is likely just to elicit a smile from you. Emperor Xuandi regarded Bai Suye intently to oh, is that so? Bai Suye rolled her eyes inwardly, recognizing that Bai Ruo Yao, having emerged from the palace, was insinuating that her current demeanor was merely an act. Nevertheless, she had indeed guessed correctly. Bai Suye chose not to elaborate further, her voice clear and decisive. Uncle, having watched me grow up, how could you not discern whether I am feigning it or being genuine? Bai Ruo Yao cast a subtle glance at Bai Suye, her slender and brilliant eyes narrowing slightly. Yue, given the gravity of the situation concerning grandmother, you cannot absolve yourself of responsibility. Tonight, you shall remain in the Xiang manor, kneeling in the Buddhist hall to pray for grandmother's well-being. I wonder how His Majesty perceives my decision. Just as Xiandi was about to nod in agreement, a maid rushed out of the room in haste. Master, the old madam has awakened. A flicker of astonishment crossed Bai Sun's eyes as he turned and strode purposefully into the chamber. The first madam exchanged a glance with Bai Ruo Yao, their expressions cloaked in an inscrutable gloom. Bai Suye discreetly observed the countenance of those present, her mind already forming several conjectures about the unfolding events. Indeed, it is a cause for celebration. Perhaps the old madam has been blessed by the auspicious aura of your Majesty, which has facilitated her recovery. Otherwise, the two physicians just now declared that grandmother was beyond saving. Bai Ruo Yao feigned a token display of excitement, attributing all the credit to the emperor, which naturally delighted Xiandi, who erupted into hearty laughter. Today, on the occasion of the noble consort's birthday, it appears I have made the right choice in coming. Mu Chou, unbeknownst to him, had already approached Bai Suye from behind, blending in with the entourage of guards brought by Bai Zhan. He cautiously leaned closer to Bai Suye, whispering two words in her ear. Poisoned? Understanding flooded Bai Suye's mind, her eyes sparkling with clarity as a cold smirk graced her lips. Thank you, Brother Mu, for your assistance. I shall repay you handsomely in the future. Mu Chou, captivated by the glimmer in Bai Suye's enchanting eyes, felt an inexplicable stirring in his heart at that moment. A shrill cry pierced the air as a young maid exclaimed in alarm. Oh no, the old madam has been poisoned. Upon hearing the word poisoned, Xiandi's eyes flickered slightly, and even Bai Sun, who had reached the doorway, suddenly changed countenance. The first madam's face paled, while the remaining attendees displayed a spectrum of reactions. Bai Suye crossed her arms, lifting her chin defiantly. I told you, grandmother's illness has nothing to do with Yue. Yet, I am unjustly made to bear this blame. Bai Zhan's heart trembled with fury. Elder brother, not only did you fail to protect mother, but you also cast all blame upon Yue. Were it not for the emperor's keen insight, wouldn't Yue be left battered and bruised by your actions? Bai Sun's face shifted through shades of green and purple, yet he could not muster a single retort to Bai Zhan's accusation. How could he have known that the old madam's condition was not merely a result of anger, but rather due to poisoning? Bai Miaoru shrank back, and when she met Bai Sun's scrutinizing gaze, she hastily retreated to a corner, fear etched across her features. Although she had reported the situation, with both her elder brothers present, she had spoken no falsehood. Why should she bear the brunt of their ire? Bai Ruo Yao, standing behind Xiandi, cast a distant glance at the first Madame Wei, their silent understanding prompting them to lower their heads and remain mute amidst the crowd. Xiandi stroked his beard thoughtfully. It seems today has indeed placed an unfair burden upon Yue. Bai Suye pouted, her expression one of palpable indignation. Your Majesty, were it not for your esteemed presence, the moon would certainly not relent so easily. Emperor Xian, after soothing Bai Suye for a moment, pondered deeply. The old matroness poisoning must have a cause, and I am somewhat astonished why the physicians in this residence failed to discern her condition. The first lady, taken aback by the emperor's sudden inquiry, quickly retorted, "It must be due to the incompetence of the household physicians, which is why they could not detect anything." Bai Suyue tugged at Bai Zhan's sleeve, prompting him to cough lightly before sternly questioning, "Is it not true that the household physician here is an esteemed royal doctor of many years? Can it be that even old royal physician Su could not perceive the old matron's poisoning?" Bai Sun's face flushed with embarrassment. Bai Zhan's words clearly implied that he was shirking responsibility. The very words he had intended to use to reproach Bai Zhan were now thrown back at him, causing him great discomfort. The matter cannot be settled merely by words. The physician must be summoned for clarity. Bai Sun promptly instructed his servants to fetch the old royal physician in less than half an hour. A white-haired elder carrying a medicine box entered, and upon seeing the emperor and the empress, he immediately knelt and bowed his head. Upon encountering the elder, Emperor Xian's expression turned grave as he remarked, "Old physician Su, the old matron has just expelled a black substance. She is indeed poisoned." "What? Poisoned?" Old physician Su exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. He hurriedly implored, "Might I be allowed to examine the old matron once more?" The emperor acquiesced, and old physician Su hurried inside to re-examine the old matron. A number of individuals stood at the door, intently watching as Su administered treatment. After a brief interval, the physician emerged with a solemn countenance. "Your Majesty, I was remiss. I failed to detect the chronic poison within the old matron's body. This poison typically lies dormant deep within, mimicking ordinary ailments, and is only discernible when it truly manifests. However, I am perplexed as to how this poison suddenly erupted." Upon hearing old physician Su's words, Bai Suyue turned her head slightly in surprise to glance at Mu Chou. Mu Chou's expression remained placid, devoid of any extraneous emotion, as if the matter did not concern him in the slightest. Yet, Bai Suyue knew that the situation would unfold to her advantage, undoubtedly orchestrated by Mu Chou. Bai Sun, standing nearby, felt a chill in his heart. Someone had the audacity to poison the old matron within the Bai residence, and he could not guarantee his own safety. After a moment of silence, he quickly spoke up, "Given how concealed this poison is, how can one ascertain whether they have been poisoned? Furthermore, when did the old matron begin to suffer from this affliction?" Old physician Su pondered carefully. "This poison has likely been administered for some time. Though it acts slowly, the old matron is of advanced age and cannot withstand it. Should she become agitated, it may attack her heart, if there is no antidote. I fear." Hearing that the old matron's life was in jeopardy, Bai Sun's heart tightened. Old physician Su conducted examinations on the present members of the Bai family but found no second victim of poisoning. "The residence must be sealed. As the Prime Minister, I must thoroughly investigate who possesses such audacity to harm the old matron." The Xuandi could hardly discern that Bai Sun was intent on cleansing his household. He had no inclination to involve himself in the domestic affairs of his ministers. "Might the Prime Minister require my assistance?" he inquired. "How could I trouble your Majesty?" Bai Sun replied. "I am grateful for your Majesty's kindness. This matter is one I can manage myself." Xuandi nodded, leading Bai Ruoyao and the Crown Prince, among others, out. Bai Zhan and Bai Suyue also wished to depart, but Wei Shi interjected publicly, "Bai Zhan, you are, after all, your mother's son, and Yuer is the old matriarch's granddaughter. Given the old matriarch's current grave illness, returning home in this manner may not be appropriate." The words of the first madam struck a chord. If they were to leave now, it would hand their opponents a weapon to wield against them. Although Bai Zhan was reluctant, he found himself unable to depart. Anger simmered within him, and his expression darkened. "Then it falls upon you, elder sister, to prepare the rooms." Wei Shi glanced at Bai Miaoru. "Why not take General Bai and your cousin to the guest quarters in the West Garden?" Bai Miaoru inwardly bristled but dared not show her dissatisfaction. "Come with me." Her voice was cool and detached, and her gaze towards Bai Suyue was laced with disdain and mockery. Bai Suyue had no desire for anyone in this residence to take a liking to her. She had no need to concern herself with the sentiments of a concubine's daughter. "This is the place. The courtyard has maidservants to attend to you. As for these guards, they can find lodgings in the servants' quarters." Upon spotting Mu Chou, Bai Suyue turned to follow the guards, declaring, "Bai Miaoru, go and find me another guest room." Bai Miaoru's eyes narrowed, her face betraying her displeasure. "Just the two of you. Why do you need so many rooms?" Bai Suyue narrowed her eyes. "If I instruct you to go, then go swiftly. Why all the questions?" At that moment, Bai Zhan noticed Mu Chou, who had yet to leave. The young and handsome man had caught his attention upon entering. Yet the circumstances had been unsuitable for introductions, and his identity remained uncleared. "Yuer, who is this?" "Father, this is my elder brother whom I recognize." "How could my elder brother be made to share quarters with the servants of this household?" Bai Miaoru, standing nearby, caught the implication in Bai Suyue's words, and a glimmer of realization crossed her features. It became evident that the man following Bai Suyue was not a servant of the general's residence at all. Intrigued, she widened her eyes, her tone dripping with sarcasm. What elder brother? He appears to be just some paramour you picked up. Now that the crown prince has discarded you, you resort to consorting with such a dubious character. Truly, you bring shame upon the Bai family. Bai Miaoru cast a disdainful glance at the fabric of Mu Chao's attire. In her eyes, he had transformed into a handsome gigolo, a mere leech. However, Mu Chao remained unperturbed, his expression calm as if he had not heard her, though the fingers behind his back subtly flicked. Returning to tranquility, a chill surged within Bai Suyue's eyes. She swiftly closed the distance to Bai Miaoru, raising her hand to deliver a resounding slap that echoed through the air, instantly causing Bai Miaoru's cheek to swell. Chapter 56. The progenitor of poison. This young lady is here to teach you a lesson on behalf of my uncle. Is such talk befitting of a young lady? The two loyal maidservants standing behind Bai Miaoru swiftly positioned themselves before her, their gazes towards Bai Suyue tinged with wariness. Bai Miaoru, coming to her senses, covered her cheek and cast a fierce glare in Bai Suyue's direction, a hint of resentment flickering in her eyes. Qinghua, Qingyu, let us depart. As Bai Miaoru left, Mu Chaoqingjun slightly furrowed his brows. Bai Zhan, with a resigned glance at Bai Suyue, who had once again stirred up trouble, sighed. My dear girl, how can you resort to violence so readily? Bai Suyue let out a faint smile, noticing that the guest room was indeed quiet now, as the maidservants who had been guarding it had been taken away by Bai Miaoru. She rubbed her palms together. Some individuals, if not sternly admonished, would surely never learn their lesson. Did father truly believe that today's events were mere coincidences? Bai Zhan's expression tightened. Having risen to the rank of general, he was not a naive person and could easily discern the underlying intricacies. As long as you are safe and sound, your father is content. Quickly return to your room and rest. Seeing Bai Zhan's demeanor urging her to sleep early and leave at dawn, Bai Suyue couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Father, allow me to share my thoughts with you. Mu Gu is present, and he is one of us, so there is no need for discretion. Mu Chao felt somewhat awkward at Bai Suyue's mention of one of us. Although his expression was not particularly revealing, Bai Suyue could see through to the underlying sentiment in his eyes. A faint smile crossed Bai Suyue's heart. He remained unchanged from her previous life, showing no signs of alteration. If he truly wished for revenge, he could easily take matters into his own hands. Currently, Mu Chao possessed remarkable medical skills, yet he lacked renown. Coupled with the fact that the Poison Master sect was not well regarded, it paled in comparison to the esteemed apothecary sect that was widely respected and celebrated in the present day. However, in a few years, the power that Mu Chao would build would undoubtedly reach a level comparable to that of the apothecary sect of Tianfeng Kingdom, showcasing the vast potential within him. The mere thought of the apothecary sect sent a chill through Bai Suyue's heart. She clenched her fists tightly, shutting her eyes forcefully. After a moment, she finally regained her composure. She could not afford to rush. She needed to lay her foundations step by step. At present, she was far from being a match for the apothecary sect. Now, she must swiftly draw Mu Chao to her side, ideally making him a trusted confidant. The three entered a spacious chamber in the western courtyard, the evening sky having darkened outside. The flickering candlelight illuminated the room as Bai Suyue, Bai Zhan, and Mu Chao took their seats at the large round table in the center, commencing a lengthy discussion. Meanwhile, Bai Miaoru had already arrived at the door of the matriarch, Madame Wei, her face covered, accompanied by several maidservants. Inside, Madame Wei wore a tense expression, and upon seeing Bai Miaoru enter, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Her face bore a maternal kindness, a gentle smile lingering at the corners of her lips as she looked at Bai Miaoru, seemingly concerned as she inquired. What has happened to you? Bai Miaoru, upon observing her expression, dared not truly believe that this woman was so easy to converse with. She hurriedly lowered her head, her eyes concealing a profound sense of grievance. Madam, just now when you instructed Ruer to escort Bai Suyue and her father to the West Garden, Bai Suyue suddenly directed a servant beside her to also stay in the guest room. Ruer refused, and as she spoke, tears streamed down Bai Miaoru's cheeks. Wei Shi's eyes flickered lightly, her lips curving into a sudden smile, a glimmer of delight flashing in her gaze. Is it truly for such a trivial matter that she would strike you? Bai Miaoru, suppressing the pain at the corners of her mouth, quickly replied. Ruer noticed that her relationship with that man seemed rather unusual, and she innocently commented on it. Who could have anticipated that Bai Suyue would instantly erupt in fury, as if Ruer had seen through her? Is everything you said true? The eldest madam appeared somewhat skeptical and pressed for further confirmation. Bai Miaoru promptly nodded, vividly recounting the incident, and with the several maidservants standing behind her as witnesses, the eldest madam swiftly accepted her testimony. That makes things much easier. The eldest madam's lips curled into a faint, cold smile, her well-maintained visage graced by a gentle expression, though the smile sent a chill to the heart. Dinner was served in the West Garden, and Bai Zhan and Bai Suyue, having gone the entire afternoon without food, were already famished. The residence was not lacking in provisions, as the table was adorned with an array of delectable dishes, ample enough for the three of them. This feast has been specially prepared by the madam for Miss Yue and the general. May you all enjoy a restful evening. The little maid, clad in a green long skirt, turned around and dutifully closed the door, her steps light as she walked away. Only then did Bai Suyue relax, yet before she could set down her chopsticks, she heard Mu Qiu frown and exclaim, "Wait!" Bai Suyue halted her movement, watching as Mu Qiu stood up and took the chopsticks from her hand, gently wiping them. On the white silk cloth, a distinct trace of discoloration was evident. The chopsticks were poisoned. Bai Zhan, who had been about to bring the food to his mouth, was startled into an upright position at this revelation, staring intently at the chopsticks before coldly declaring, "I shall confront them about this at once." Bai Suyue softly interjected, "Father, please sit down. Yue has already stated that the old madam's poisoning is inextricably linked to the eldest madam. If you storm in there with these poisoned chopsticks, who would know if it is not a deliberate act to create trouble and slander you?" The stern, handsome features of Bai Zhan darkened slightly as he remained silent in his seat. Bai Suyue waved the chopsticks back and forth in her hand, gently wrapping them in a handkerchief before concealing them in her sleeve. "Father, let us not concern ourselves with this for now. Let us enjoy our meal." Bai Suyue was not afraid of such matters, yet she did not wish to be secretly plotted against. Just as they finished eating, a few maidservants entered to clear the dishes, one of whom stole a glance at Bai Suyue. Upon noticing that the chopsticks had been used, a hint of relief flickered in her eyes. As the maid crouched down to retrieve the plate, Bai Suyue inadvertently stepped on the hem of her skirt. A startled cry pierced the air, and the plates in the maid's hands shattered upon hitting the ground, producing a deafening cacophony of breaking porcelain. Bai Suyue quickly retreated a step, feigning nonchalance as she approached the trembling maid. "How is it that this household is filled with such clumsy individuals? This leftover food has sullied my attire." The maid cast a panicked glance at Bai Suyue, her face draining of color at the sight of the large grease stain on her skirt. "Please, Miss Yu, spare me this once." "It was not my intention," Bai Suyue replied with a gentle smile, her eyes glimmering with haughty disdain. "If I were to accidentally strike you dead, would you then say it was unintentional? Would you forgive me?" The maid trembled uncontrollably, and Bai Suyue lightly patted her shoulder, retrieving a pair of chopsticks from the ground. "Who commanded you to do this? Speak clearly, and I shall grant you mercy." What matter? "I know nothing," the maid stammered. Bai Suyue clenched the chopsticks, gripping the maid's chin with one hand, causing the other two maids to flee in a flurry from the room. Bai Suyue and Bai Zhan paid them no mind. Their attention fixed on the kneeling maid. As a general, Bai Zhan upheld strict military discipline, and such treachery as poisoning was a grave offense that could not be tolerated. Thus, he sat with a stern demeanor, offering no sympathy to the maid. The maid, trembling in fear, could not fathom how her covert actions had been discovered. Unbeknownst to her, among the three present, one was a master of poison. The maid's eyes widened in horror as she watched Bai Suyue's hand, holding the chopsticks, draw ever closer, and I will speak. Her voice was barely discernible through her fear. "Do not grip my chin," she implored. Bai Suyue understood her plea and halted her actions, offering a faint smile. "Speak now. This is your final chance, or you shall experience the consequences yourself." The maid's eyes darted, her lips quivering, but at that moment, several figures appeared in the moonlight at the entrance, led by the matriarch, Madame Wei. Upon seeing Madame Wei, the maid appeared as though she had encountered a savior, struggling to break free from Bai Suyue's grasp and hastily kneeling before the matriarch. "Madam, please save me. I merely accidentally knocked over the dishes, and Miss Yu intends to take my life." Madame Wei's expression was icy as she stepped forward, surveying the chaotic scene. "Where? Is it not merely a matter of soiling your garments? I have plenty of fine attire to spare, far superior to what you wear. Simply select a few outfits later. Why must you be so harsh on a maid?" In Madame Wei's eyes, Bai Suyue had transformed into a spoiled and unreasonable individual. As Bai Suyue rose, she had already discarded the chopsticks onto the ground. With the matriarch present, even presenting evidence would bear little fruit, for this was the residence of the Wei family, where Madame Wei would deftly evade accountability. As you say, Aunt, then do let Yue have a few more sets. At this moment, Wei Shi had already entered the room, standing not far from the table. Bai Suyu, with a clear purpose in mind, walked towards the area where the tablecloth was hanging, as if she wished to wipe away the stains upon her. A trace of faint disdain lingered in Wei Shi's eyes, barely perceptible unless one looked closely, a detail that Bai Suyu remained oblivious to. She felt somewhat surprised that this typically stern and upright aunt could harbor such profound thoughts. The matriarch's gaze lingered on Mu Chou for a few moments longer. Yue, your sister Ruo Shui has prayed for your grandmother all night at the existing Buddha hall in this residence. You should also go tonight. Bai Suyu responded with a soft acknowledgement, her hand already resting on one end of the tablecloth. With a gentle tug, as if inadvertently exerting too much force, several plates still containing remnants of broth suddenly flew from the table, splattering a few individuals with food under Wei Shi's astonished gaze. Bai Suyu hurriedly rushed to the matriarch, flustered as she attempted to wipe the remnants from her. Aunt, it was not my intention. Please do not be angry. Not angry. Wei Shi finally understood why the old matriarch had gone out only to have her frustrations manifest so prematurely. A shadow of gloom crossed her eyes. This meticulously crafted plan was supposed to be flawless, capable of eliminating the bothersome old matriarch while dragging the entire general's residence into the depths. Yet who would have thought the old matriarch's toxicity would reveal itself so soon? This was entirely unanticipated. If one were to blame, it would be this wretched girl, whose fortune seemed inexhaustible, enabling her to gain the upper hand time and again. Cease this at once, the matriarch exclaimed, hastily pushing Bai Suyu away. Not only had Bai Suyu rushed at her with reckless abandon, but her strength had even reddened the matriarch's skin. Bai Suyu looked up at the matriarch with an expression of guilt. The innocence reflected in her eyes caused the matriarch to feel a tightness in her chest. It was evident to her that Bai Suyu was being deliberately mischievous, clearly seeking retribution. Very well, assist me in returning to freshen up, and do not forget to visit the Buddha hall, Yue. The matriarch reminded through gritted teeth. Observing the disheveled state she was in, a faint chill flickered in Bai Suyu's eyes at the sight of the matriarch's embarrassment. Bai Zhan had not anticipated his daughter would reduce the matriarch to such a state. Though he felt a sense of vindication, concern still nagged at him. Yue, how about I accompany you to the Buddha hall? No need, I can go alone. Brother Mu can rest here with father. There's no need to worry about me. Mu Chou glanced at the small porcelain vial concealed within Bai Suyu's palm, a glimmer of light dancing in his eyes, yet he remained silent. Under the cover of night, Bai Suyu strode purposefully from the room towards the Buddha hall. The night was thick and silent. As she pushed open the somewhat ancient and worn door of the hall, her eyes narrowed. The air within the hall was chillingly cold. Although summer was approaching, the evening breeze still bore a sense of chill. In such an environment, Bai Ruo Shui, a young lady of noble birth, could not possibly endure a whole night. She would never believe it, even if her life depended on it. This is not the first time Bai Suyu has visited the Buddhist hall. In her past life, whenever she made a mistake, she was punished by kneeling in the hall, where she remained obedient and cautious, enduring the ordeal for an entire night. Without Bai Sun's orders, she did not even dare to eat. Perhaps it was due to Yeningro's instigation from a young age that this headstrong girl, who disregarded even her father's words, found herself ensnared by this family. All because of the notion that if she won the favor of the old matriarch, the status of the general's residence would rise, allowing her to capture the attention of the crown prince. Bai Suyu couldn't help but smile faintly. Truly, it is often the case that those who are pitiable harbor their own faults. To echo Yeningro's words, her miserable plight was merely a consequence of her own foolishness. However, her past life had transformed into a nightmarish memory. Now, she was determined to tread carefully on the path ahead. The reason she had chosen to visit the Buddhist hall today was for something entirely different. Just as she advanced a few steps, she sensed a shadow passing behind her, gliding through the moonlight like a specter. Who is it? Bai Suyu suddenly turned around and rushed to the entrance, yet found nothing amiss, only noticing a jade crescent imprint on the ground. Glistening under the moonlight, she grasped the seal in her hand. Her heart raced at the sight of the characters inscribed upon it. The tiger talisman? She ran outside, circling around but saw no sign of anyone. Clutching the slightly warm jade, her heart fluttered. She raised her head, standing at the silent entrance of the Buddhist hall, and spoke, her voice neither too loud nor too soft. I must sincerely thank His Highness, the Flame King, for this and the dark of night. A shadow stirred slightly. The door to the courtyard of the hall creaked open, and a robust matron entered with a smile. Upon seeing Bai Suyu outside, she scoffed, saying, "Miss you," instead of praying for the old matriarch inside. "Whom are you conversing with?" Chapter 58. A thrilling encounter. The matron took a couple of steps closer, scrutinizing Bai Suyue as though she were catching her in the act. After surveying the surroundings, she returned with a mocking grin. "Miss Bai, this Buddhist hall is not a place for clandestine meetings. Do you perhaps have some unspeakable business?" Bai Suyue narrowed her eyes slightly, casting a cold glance at the matron. "Even if I were to meet someone in secret, you would need evidence to support your claims. Otherwise, be wary of the consequences." With that, Bai Suyue made a symbolic gesture with her fist, causing the matron to lean back slightly, her laughter strained. "I have been ordered by the eldest madam to supervise your prayers, and should you behave improperly tonight, do not blame me for the repercussions." "What do you intend to do?" Bai Suyue's eyes narrowed dangerously as she fixed her gaze on the matron. The matron's mouth moved, but the remaining words were caught in her throat. "Or are you, an old servant, contemplating striking me?" As Bai Suyue approached, the matron instinctively stepped back, her previously imposing demeanor faltering. "Miss Bai, if you wish to avoid punishment from the Xiang family tomorrow, it would be wise to behave accordingly." Upon encountering the other's utterly unconvincing words, Bai Suyue offered a gentle smile. Unexpectedly, she extended her hand and struck heavily upon the shoulder of the old matron. The matron rolled her eyes and collapsed to the ground. Unconscious, a slight curve graced the corners of Bai Suyue's lips as she dragged the matron to the entrance, positioning her as if seated beside her, before returning once more to the Buddhist hall. Casting a glance at the distant statue of Buddha, Bai Suyue felt a stirring within her heart. She approached and circled it, revealing a hidden compartment behind the statue. Inside lay a fragment of a military treatise she had once perused in her previous life. At that time, she was unaware that Bai Sun had no inkling of this hidden treasure within the hall. However, the significance of this fragment became clear to her when she witnessed Bai Sun seeking accolades before the emperor. Bai Sun's position as chancellor was already exalted, leaving no room for further elevation. Yet, this fragment had directly enabled Bai Sun's eldest son, Bai Xiaojun, to become the deputy general to Bai Zhen, thus indirectly seizing military power from him. Furthermore, concealed within was a half-map of the neighboring country, Nan Huaidai. In her previous life, she foolishly divulged this information to Yanning-Ro, which ultimately allowed Yanning-Ro to rise dramatically, becoming a county princess of Tianfeng. Although this title was not particularly lofty, it elevated Yanning-Ro beyond the status of a commoner, granting her access to numerous royal descendants and nobles. Henceforth, her standing soared, facilitating her eventual ascendancy to the position of crown princess without significant hindrance. Upon opening the hidden compartment, she indeed found a box, precisely as her memories had recalled. Glancing at the unconscious matron, Bai Suyue settled within the Buddhist hall and meticulously copied the military treatise from beginning to end. Observing her nearly indistinguishable imitation, a faint smile graced her lips as she returned the replicated version to the box. As for the authentic fragment, Bai Suyue committed it entirely to memory. Watching as the slightly aged paper succumbed to the flames, turning to ash, should anyone have witnessed this act, they would have undoubtedly denounced her for squandering precious resources. Concealing the half-fake map within her garments, Bai Suyue exited the hall with excitement, pushing open the door and hastening towards Bai Sun's courtyard. "Miss Yu, what is your intention?" "The Lord has already retired for the night," Bai Suyue, with an anxious expression, replied. "I must speak with my uncle at once. If this matter is delayed, can you bear the consequences?" After a brief commotion, Bai Sun emerged from the courtyard, clad in casual attire, his face etched with irritation as he regarded Bai Suyue with a somewhat unkind tone. "What is all this ruckus about?" Bai Suyue immediately approached, her voice tinged with nervousness as she stated, "Uncle, while I was in the Buddhist hall, I accidentally knocked over the statue, damaging a book inside." With an expression of profound guilt, she held up the item in her hand, presenting it before Bai Sun. Upon hearing Bai Suyue's words, his countenance shifted to one of impatience, as he already anticipated that this girl would never settle down in the estate. "Is merely a book. If it's damaged, then so be it." Yet before Bai Sun could finish his sentence, his gaze fell upon the cover of the book in Bai Suyue's hand, and he was instantly rendered speechless. He reached out, swiftly seizing the half-book from Bai Suyue's hands, his eyes brimming with uncontainable delight. Lifting his gaze to glance at Bai Suyue, his spirits inexplicably soared. "Is this truly all that remains?" Bai Suyue furrowed her brow, explaining that she had also been unable to locate the other half, and given the item's secretive placement, she assumed it to be of great significance, prompting her to hastily deliver it to her uncle. At that moment, Bai Sun appeared to have relinquished any notion of reproaching Bai Suyue. His mood considerably brightened as he affectionately patted her head. Bai Sun had no reservations about this gesture, as she had always exhibited such behavior in the past. In his heart, he believed that Bai Suyue's recent temper was merely a consequence of the prince's annulment of their engagement. Return and rest well. There is nothing for you to concern yourself with here. With a beaming expression, Bai Sun retreated to his chamber, clutching the remnants of the book. Bai Suyue complied, but as she lowered her head, a cold smirk crept upon her lips. This time, she was determined to plunge the Xiang residence into utter chaos, rendering it irretrievable. Under the cover of night, Bai Suyue returned to the western courtyard, where the silence was palpable. Perhaps the matriarch assumed she would not return that night, for no maidservants had been prepared. As she entered her room, the lights suddenly blazed to life at the bedside. A figure clad in dark crimson sat, conspicuously visible against the backdrop of the night. Leaning against the door, Bai Suyue regarded the silhouette with astonished eyes, her heart racing. She recalled the fates that befell those who had provoked this individual, and she could not help but swallow hard. Could it be that this person had come here in the dead of night to seek retribution for the humiliation she had inflicted upon him during the day? The enchanting man lounging against the headboard, upon hearing the noise at the door, leisurely straightened his posture and gently waved his folding fan. Bai Suyue narrowed her eyes, standing at the threshold, stealthily grasping a nearby vase for self-defense. Are you not delighted to see me? Delighted? More like terrified. Bai Suyue had no time to reminisce with this captivating figure. She hurled the vase at him without hesitation. Yin Machi was momentarily taken aback as the steel ribs of his fan met the porcelain vase with a sharp crack, causing the vase to shatter upon impact with the floor. Bai Suyue's eyes narrowed. She understood all too well that her actions in the Buddhist hall had undoubtedly been observed. Yet, she also recognized that his choice to bring the imperial talisman here was deliberate. However, this did not grant him the liberty to enter her private quarters at will. Just as Yin Machi was about to speak, Bai Suyue kicked the door wide open, turning to shout towards the outside. Someone? Apprehend the thief. Chapter 59. This prince is serious now. Yin Machi was initially taken aback, but then he lunged forward. Bai Suyue felt her arm tighten as a slender hand pressed against her lips. You truly are quite the brute. If you continue to shout, I shall become serious. He lowered his head slightly, his breath warm against Bai Suyue's ear. Bai Suyue squinted her eyes and, with a swift motion, bit down upon the delicate finger before her, akin to jade. Yin Machi, caught off guard, replaced his hand with a folding fan. Bai Suyue quickly halted her action, a flicker of anger glinting in her gaze. Yin Machi regarded Bai Suyue for a moment, her exquisitely enchanting visage magnified before him. I am not one to be trifled with. However, I have come this time to assist you. Do you not feel gratitude for my presence? Bai Suyue let out a soft huff, retorting, Your Highness must be an individual of immense affairs. While I welcome your visit, your sudden intrusion is rather inappropriate. At that moment, the courtyard door was pushed open by two maidservants. Miss you, what has transpired here? The bone of Yin Machi's fan gently rested upon her shoulder. Bai Suyue narrowed her eyes, speaking coolly, I misjudged the situation. You may leave now. The two maidservants reluctantly turned to depart, muttering about Bai Suyue's startled demeanor as they exited. Observing the expression of Bai Suyue in distress, Yin Machi's smile deepened. His grin never faded, leaving one to ponder what could be so amusing. Bai Suyue collected her thoughts and asked, Pray tell, what brings your highness to seek me at this late hour? Yin Machi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What you have done prior has not escaped my notice. Do not presume you can deceive me. Indeed, Bai Suyue maintained her composure, unperturbed and unflustered, as if Yin Machi's words bore no relation to her actions. And what now? Is your highness attempting to threaten me? Yin Machi chuckled lightly, though the mirth held an edge of chill. I need to resort to threats to command you. Though the statement was somewhat unpalatable, it aligned with the temperament of the esteemed Prince of Yin. Bai Suyue preferred this manner of discourse. It seemed less peculiar. Yin Machi's lips curled slightly as he observed Bai Suyue's commendable awareness of her situation, then relaxed, fanning himself as he settled into a chair. His legs crossed, exuding an air of languid ease. Did you not wish to dismantle the Prime Minister's residence? I shall assist you, provided you perform a task for me. Bai Suyue was taken aback, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes. Might your highness disclose what you require of me? If I am unable to fulfill it, would that not be a loss for you? Yin Machi instantly erupted into laughter, the sound melodious and imbued with an alluring magnetism. I am a businessman, never one to engage in unprofitable ventures. Do you wish to reveal all your schemes now? Or will you heed my counsel and execute this transaction well? Having traversed the expanse of Tianfeng Kingdom's commerce, Bai Suyue would not underestimate the man's capabilities before her. After a moment's silence, she nodded softly, "Very well." Hearing such a decisive affirmation, Yin Machi's mood inexplicably brightened. He lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his tone laced with a hint of coldness. "This is your promise to me. Do not come to regret it." "Regret?" Bai Suyue stood in silence, gazing at the heavens, for her counterpart had afforded her no opportunity to choose. What was there to regret? Overthrowing such a formidable ministerial residence. Her solitary strength might not suffice. If the King of Flames could assist her in achieving her aims, then there was little to dispute. Bai Suyue remained quiet, observing Yin Machi rise to his feet, indicating his impending departure. However, he unexpectedly paused beside her, tilting his head with sudden curiosity. "That Mu Cho, when did you become acquainted? Your relationship appears rather intimate." With a frosty expression, Bai Suyue retorted, "This is a private matter of mine. I believe you have yet to earn the privilege to inquire, Your Highness." The smile on Yin Machi's lips faded slightly, his enchanting visage now tinged with a hint of mischief. "I have inadvertently taken a liking to you. You must remember to guard your virtue for me, understand?" Without waiting for Bai Suyue's response, he effortlessly leaped out of the room. Bai Suyue paid his words no heed. Her affairs were not for an outsider to comment upon. Yet, it was destined to be a sleepless night. Before she could settle into slumber, a cacophony erupted from the courtyard. Although the western garden was not in close proximity to the main residence, the abundance of maidservants here meant that news traveled swiftly. They all surged towards a singular direction, leaving Bai Suyue unable to ignore the commotion. As Bai Suyue emerged, clad in her garments, Bai Zhen and Mu Cho were already waiting outside. She lifted her gaze to behold the night sky, where flames engulfed the minister's residence, with numerous servants chaotically fetching water to extinguish the fire, creating quite the uproar. The burning courtyard belonged to Bai Sun, the master of the residence, and Bai Suyue was somewhat astonished, for she had not instigated this incident. Suddenly, she recalled Yin Machi, who had just departed, promising to assist her. A flicker of intrigue sparked within her heart. Who else could set ablaze the master's quarters in such a heavily guarded ministerial estate but him? Bai Suyue found herself no longer anxious. She was eager to witness how the King of Flames would aid her. Bai Zhen, upon witnessing the inferno, grew anxious. "Where? Should we not go and see what has transpired?" Bai Suyue shook her head. "Father, let us return and rest. Regardless of what occurs outside, we shall remain within. I refuse to believe that the distance between the western garden and the main residence could implicate us." Naturally, Mu Cho acquiesced entirely to Bai Suyue's wishes, expressing no dissent. The trio returned to their quarters to rest. Meanwhile, within the main residence, Bai Sun, clad only in a nightgown, was covered in dust, the half-scroll of military tactics he held long since reduced to ashes amidst the ruins. His countenance was one of utter dismay as he beheld his abode engulfed in flames, radiating a palpable fury. "Someone, how did this fire come to be?" At that moment, a drenched official hurried forth, adorned in fresh robes, standing before Bai Xuying. "My lord, please quell your anger. The arsonist has been apprehended. It is the third miss." Bai Sun was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed upon Bai Miaoru, who was being restrained and kneeling on the ground, her face bearing a hint of astonishment. "Miaoru, how could this be you?" Bai Miaoru appeared utterly bewildered, completely oblivious to the unfolding events. Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself surrounded, having just risen to her feet, and she vehemently protested her innocence, declaring that she had not set any fire. "Father, it was not me, but rather your daughter was knocked unconscious and abandoned here." "Ruer knows nothing," Bai Sun, in a fit of rage, raised his foot and forcefully kicked Bai Miaoru to the ground. "No, nothing. Just moments ago, 2 maidservants claimed they witnessed you running out with a lantern of oil. Is it possible that you are unaware of your own actions?" Bai Miaoru's eyes widened in shock, and she suddenly exclaimed, "Father, it must have been Bai Suyue's doing, along with Bai Zhen. Surely it is because we shot arrows at her during the day that she harbors resentment, seeking to set fire to harm you. Ruer harbored no motive to harm you." Despite her inner turmoil, Bai Miaoru quickly concocted a plan. Though her words were a blend of truth and falsehood, she was certain that the main courtyard was not set ablaze by her hand. She had taken the oil outside merely to confront Bai Suyue, intending to frighten her. The slap she received earlier had festered in her heart, and if she did not vent this frustration, she feared she would not find rest. "But what of Yuer?" Bai Sun's expression darkened, his seemingly benign face now tinged with a hint of menace. The destruction of the manuscript in his hands was undoubtedly no mere coincidence. "Father, just moments ago, Ruer was in the Buddhist hall, whereby Suyue was far from compliant. The matron assigned to watch over her was struck unconscious by her. No one knows what she has been up to during this time. How could such a coincidence occur? Even if Ruer possessed the audacity, she would never dare to set fire to the courtyard. Bai Miaoru wept bitterly, her performance remarkably vivid. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Sun commanded, "Summon Bai Jian and Bai Suyue immediately." At once, a servant hurried off to relay the message. The inferno raged, thick smoke enveloping the air, and soon the madam arrived at the main courtyard accompanied by a throng of servants. "Why, lord, who set this fire?" As Bai Sun turned, he was taken aback by the sudden appearance of red patches blooming on the madam's face, momentarily rendering him speechless, causing him to forget her earlier inquiry. "What has happened to your face?" Wei Shi, startled by the unexpected question, touched her cheek in astonishment. The red patches were distinctly palpable beneath her fingertips, and in the flickering firelight, they appeared almost ghostly. She gasped, utterly bewildered by the situation. In the brief moment she turned, the maidservants standing behind her were equally startled. "Madam, your face." The maidservant's eyes widened in horror, having not noticed the alarming transformation of the madam's visage when she departed. In mere moments, the spots deepened and spread alarmingly. Fear gripped those present, causing even the maidservants closest to Wei Shi to retreat hastily. The patches on Wei Shi's face itched, yet she dared not scratch, her demeanor becoming increasingly flustered as she attempted to conceal her face with her hands. "I do not understand how this has happened. Why have spots suddenly appeared?" The emergence of these red patches had no prior warning, instilling an eerie sensation in the hearts of all those gathered. Suddenly, a maid standing behind Madame Wei leaned closer and whispered, "Madam, I recall that you seem to be allergic to a certain type of flower." This reminder instantly sparked a flicker of confusion in Madame Wei's eyes. After all, there were no jade orchids in this residence. If she were truly allergic, how could she have encountered one? Bai Sun furrowed his brow tightly, his expression icy and severe. "Dr. Su is in the manor. Summon him immediately." Madame Wei gritted her teeth, retreating to a side courtyard that had miraculously escaped the ravages of the fire. Meanwhile, Bai Suyu and Bai Jian had arrived at the main courtyard's entrance. She cast a quizzical glance in Bai Sun's direction, realizing that their presence was indeed imperative. Initially intending to observe the unfolding drama from the safety of her home, she found herself unwittingly drawn into the fray. Could this be a part of Yinamochi's plan? She was curious to see how Yinamochi merely ignited a conflagration and what other schemes lay beneath the flames. Upon seeing Bai Jian and Bai Suyu's arrival, Bai Sun's expression grew more solemn. "You err. The manuscript has been lost to the flames. Do you recall what was written on it?" Bai Suyu looked at Bai Sun in surprise. "What manuscript? I have never seen it." Realizing Bai Suyu was not deceiving him, Bai Sun's heart sank, his eyes betraying a profound regret. He had scarcely had the opportunity to examine the manuscript before it was left to the inferno. He could only wonder what his dispatched men had discovered. "You err. May I ask where you were when the fire broke out?" Bai Suyu narrowed her eyes slightly, instantly comprehending Bai Sun's implication. He likely suspected that she was responsible for the blaze. Lowering her gaze, she noticed Bai Miaoru kneeling nearby, her face still swollen, and a glimmer of understanding crossed her eyes, her lips curling into a barely perceptible smile. "Uncle, I delivered the manuscript to you and then went to rest." She gently lowered her gaze, her expression clear, devoid of any signs of anxiety or guilt. Bai Jian interjected coldly, "Elder brother, I saw you return. Do you truly suspect that she started this fire? The manor is on high alert. How could she possibly set your courtyard ablaze without being discovered?" Bai Sun suddenly realized he had underestimated his younger brother. "Second brother, I was merely inquiring and meant no offense. Why the urgency?" Bai Jian scoffed lightly and turned his attention back to the direction of the fire. In such circumstances, Bai Suyu need not speak further. It was sufficient for her to await the answers. Suddenly, one of the men he had sent to search for the manuscript returned, excitement radiating from him as he clutched a small parcel. "Master, we found it." Bai Sun's face instantly lit up with joy, a glimmer of hope sparking in his eyes. "Where is it?" "Right here." The servant, brimming with enthusiasm, handed the small black package to Bai Sun, who, upon opening it, was met with a shocking revelation. What is this?" Bai Sun gazed at the water-drenched remnants of the ancient manuscript, upon which lay a jade-colored crescent imprint. The moment he laid eyes on that significant mark, his complexion turned ashen. He yearned to retract his hand. Yet it was already too late. Bai Jian observed with clarity as the imprint glimmered softly beneath the moonlight. "Brother, is this not the tiger talisman?" Bai Suyu exclaimed in astonishment, This is the fragment I previously recovered from the Buddhist hall. It is indeed fortuitous that uncle has managed to retrieve it. You are mistaken. Bai Sun's expression grew grave as he attempted to conceal the tiger talisman. Bai Zhen stepped forward, gripping his wrist with a fierce tenacity. It appeared that the loss of the tiger talisman was inextricably linked to his elder brother. A chill swept through the hearts of all the servants present in the Xiang residence upon hearing this. Although the talisman had been lost and subsequently found, the identity of the one who had taken it was of paramount importance. The recent fire had undeniably led to the discovery of the talisman within Bai Sun's quarters. Bai Sun was acutely aware of the implications of the talisman being left in the residence, and coupled with his earlier fluster, it seemed Bai Zhen had already concluded that he was the thief. A fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on Bai Sun's forehead. Despite his years of service in office, he had never felt such trepidation. Bai Zhen was notorious for his unyielding integrity. Over the years, he had exposed countless corrupt officials. To conceal something as grave as the theft of the tiger talisman from him was virtually impossible. Chapter 61. What more is there to say? Bai Suyu stood behind Bai Zhen, suddenly grasping the answer to it all. From the moment the fire ignited, it was likely that Yin Mochi had orchestrated this very scenario. Behind the conflagration, there were those who had clandestinely placed the tiger talisman alongside the manuscript. Had Bai Sun merely handed the manuscript to Emperor Xian, even if the emperor discerned its falsity, he would likely have only reproached Bai Sun a few times, never inflicting a fatal blow upon the Xiang residents. She had previously failed to recognize the significance of the union of the tiger talisman and military strategy. As she reflected on this, Bai Suyu cast her gaze around, only to realize that the servant who had come to deliver the items had mysteriously vanished. However, Bai Sun had not noticed such a minor detail. A smile of amusement crept into her heart. Indeed, Yin Mochi was formidable, and she felt a surge of admiration. Had they not arrived, this entire performance would have been in vain. They had deliberately prompted Bai Miao Ru to assert that the fire was their doing, sowing seeds of doubt in Bai Sun's mind and compelling him to summon them. Had she and Bai Zhen arrived of their own accord, witnessing the scene, Bai Sun would undoubtedly have believed that the trap was of their design. Yet, if they were summoned by him, he would be left with no choice but to swallow his pride and accept the consequences. The more she contemplated the intricate details, the more her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Meanwhile, the tension between Bai Sun and Bai Zhen had escalated to a fever pitch. The murderous glint in Bai Sun's eyes betrayed his fierce determination to retain possession of the tiger talisman, while Bai Zhen's grip on his wrist tightened with increasing force, his eyes widening in alarm. "Second brother, let go at once." Bai Zhen let out a cold laugh, saying, "If I were to let go and the tiger tally were to be lost once more, the responsibility would fall squarely upon me. General Bai Sun, I address you as elder brother, yet I never anticipated that those within the Xiang residence would resort to such treachery." Upon hearing Bai Zhen's words, Bai Suyu could not help but chuckle softly. Bai Zhen must have believed that the tiger tally was stolen by someone from the Xiang residence, and that it was a deliberate act to lay blame upon her. Perhaps that visit to the brothel was also a scheme orchestrated by those in the Xiang residence. If this matter were substantiated, it would indeed be of monumental consequence, and Bai Zhen would never forgive the entire clan of the Prime Minister's residence. Treachery? Bai Sun gritted his teeth. As a civil official, he lacked the strength of Bai Zhen. His grip involuntarily loosened, and the silhouette of the tiger tally instantly appeared before Bai Zhen. Bai Zhen seized both the tiger tally and the fragmented military treatise, his eyes glinting with icy resolve. "It is indeed you, Bai Sun. You would do well to accompany me to the palace to meet the emperor at once." Bai Sun's expression darkened, a palpable aura of murderous intent brewing in his gaze. "Bai Zhen, do not provoke me into taking action. I have no knowledge of how this tiger tally came to be here. If I had known of its existence, would I have left it lying about to be discovered by you?" Bai Zhen scoffed coldly. Although Bai Sun's words bore some semblance of truth, he had already lost all faith in the people of the Xiang residence. With both witnesses and evidence in abundance, this general obtained the Great Seal directly from your residence. As for any further defense, you may present your case to the emperor. Bai Sun's face turned pale with rage, his body trembling. "Bai Zhen, do not be foolish. The individuals present are all from my residence. With a mere word from me, who would dare to utter another? If you dare report this matter to the emperor, I assure you, I have ways to ensure that you and your daughter will find it impossible to leave the Xiang residence." Bai Sun's words dripped with a palpable threat. Bai Suyu immediately stepped behind Bai Zhen, laughing lightly. "Uncle truly is formidable. This is an overt display of rebellion. Father, we need not fear them. Yuer is no easy target." With that, Bai Suyu deliberately extended her arm and clenched her fist. Baisun shot a fierce glare at Baisuyu, yet he felt a twinge of fear in his heart, for there were many present, and perhaps one or two might lack discretion. Close the doors. Everyone, remain in place and heed my command. Among those present to extinguish the flames of discord, there were no fewer than dozens, if not 100. It was inconceivable that their hearts would remain untroubled amidst such turmoil. The moment Baisuyu's words fell, she shouted, "Tell me, whose lips are the most sealed?" This question, once posed, caused many of the attendants present to feel their legs weaken. Baisun, witnessing Baisuyu inciting the crowd, let out a cold snort. "Today, I promise that anyone who captures these two will be richly rewarded, I assure you. Once this matter has passed, I will provide you with ample silver to ensure your departure from the capital. Surely, I cannot kill all of you, can I?" With Baisun's proclamation, many present, upon hearing the promise of rewards, began to waver in their resolve. After all, where there are promises of great rewards, courageous souls are bound to arise. Those willing to risk their lives for wealth are by no means rare. Furthermore, it is akin to what Baisun remarked. With so many individuals present, it is inconceivable that the opposing party, regardless of their formidable power, could eliminate them all. Otherwise, once word of their demise reaches the public, the news of a potential rebellion from the minister's residence would inevitably leak, and one could only imagine who would be left trembling in fear. Contemplating this, the hearts of the servants within the estate found a semblance of tranquility. Observing Baisun's adeptness at garnering the support of those around him, Baisuyu's eyes dimmed slightly, reflecting a growing concern. Baizhen, holding the tiger talisman and remnants of military strategy, pulled Baisuyu back a couple of steps. The household attendants began to intentionally form a surrounding circle, encapsulating the two within. Baisuyu's lips were tightly pressed, yet her gaze harbored profound depths. She had long anticipated that Baisun would not relent so easily. Should the tiger talisman and military strategies be uncovered from the minister's residence and fall into the emperor's hands, even if the emperor refrained from immediate action, the threat would loom over the heads of the minister's family, akin to a blade poised to strike at any moment. Baizhen, after all, you are the second brother of the minister. The Bai family's current stature was not easily attained. Do you truly wish to dismantle it with your own hands? Baizhen chuckled lightly, retorting, "What concern have I with the affairs of the Bai family? If corruption lies within, what consequence does its destruction hold?" Baisun's anger intensified. "Do you no longer trust your elder brother's words? As the chancellor of the court, he stands above all others. There is no need for rebellion. Do not let those with ulterior motives sow discord, lest you bring ruin upon yourself." Baizhen hesitated momentarily, glancing back towards Baisuyu. Perhaps it was due to her recent remarkable performance that he found himself increasingly inclined to seek her counsel before embarking on any venture. Now that events had escalated to this juncture, how could Baisuyu possibly retreat? The memory of the general's residence being ransacked in her previous life flooded her mind, igniting a fervor within her heart. After Baizhen's demise, the true nature of Baisun's family swirled in Baisuyu's thoughts, rendering her spirit increasingly frigid. The Bai family had supported the crown prince, and Bai Ruoxue had become his concubine. During that time, they had shown no regard for fraternal ties. "Father, the evidence is irrefutable. What further discussion is there?" Chapter 62. Intriguing, most intriguing. This statement instantaneously solidified Baizhen's resolve. Yuer is right. What more is there to discuss? Baizhen's countenance turned suddenly frigid, his gaze resolute as he shielded Baisuyu and began to retreat slowly. Baisuyu glanced towards the outside, her eyes narrowing slightly. If they could delay just a little longer, Brother Mu Cho should have returned with reinforcements by now. Baisun, losing his patience, barked, "Baizhen, you are truly obstinate. It is you who compels me to take action." Baisun stepped back a few paces, retreating into the throng, commanding, "Seize these two. If they can be captured alive, it is preferable. If not, dead will suffice." The murderous intent in his voice echoed far into the night. Baisuyu felt as though her arm had been struck by some unseen force. She suddenly lifted her head, gazing towards the direction from which the stones were flying, high in the moonlight. A figure slowly emerged on the nearby rooftop. A smile graced the corners of Baisuyu's lips, and her previously anxious heart instantly felt at ease. Baizhen squinted his eyes and spoke softly, "Yuer, amidst the chaos, make haste to escape. Do not concern yourself with father. As long as you deliver the tiger talisman and the remnants of the military strategy to the emperor, he will undoubtedly come with reinforcements to rescue me." Holding the pouch containing the tiger talisman, Baisuyu's gaze remained remarkably calm. "Father, we must leave together today. As for the reinforcements, you need not worry. I have already informed Brother Mu that should anything occur here, he would seek help from the palace. He He holds no official position and is merely a foreigner. How could he possibly summon aid? Bai Suyue narrowed her eyes. Rest assured, there is no need for concern. With Mu Ling in the palace, how could she fail to summon reinforcements? Moreover, she is no longer passive in this matter. The commotion should not be too great. Bai Sun would naturally refrain from ordering the archers to assemble. With a wave of his hand, the dozens of men rushed forth armed with swords, spears, and clubs. Bai Suyue casually seized a nearby stone block and, without hesitation, hurled it in the direction of Bai Sun. Caught off guard, Bai Sun widened his eyes and clumsily dodged, the stone crashing to the ground and creating a massive crater point. One could only imagine the catastrophic consequences had it struck its target. Witnessing Bai Suyue's display of strength, all the servants present felt a tremor of fear, their resolve wavering. This was no ordinary woman before them. Even 10 strong men could not match her might. The sheer force of that blow would surely reduce a man to mere pulp. Bai Suyue, composed and unflustered, lifted another stone block. The stark contrast between the sizable stone and her petite figure produced an eerie juxtaposition, causing onlookers to widen their eyes in a state of bewilderment. They regarded Bai Suyue with expressions akin to those witnessing a monster. Even Yen Machi, seated atop the roof and fanning himself as he enjoyed the spectacle, revealed a hint of astonishment in his gaze as he straightened slightly, narrowing his eyes. Bai Suyue, are you intent on committing murder? Upon hearing Bai Sun's cry, a cold smile flickered across Bai Suyue's lips. It was indeed a rare sensation to feel such power again, even though she understood that this talent had been extracted from the potential of the human body. The Qilin pill was truly the treasure of the medicinal sect. It would likely be impossible to find another. You permit yourselves to kill this young lady, yet you think to deny her the right to retaliate. With a light, chilling laugh, Bai Suyue's tone brimmed with a murderous intent, and the icy glint in her eyes evoked a palpable fear among all present. Even Bai Zhan struggled to comprehend why his once innocent daughter now harbored such a heavy aura of malice. He could not discern whether this transformation was for better or worse, but as her father, he resolved to ensure her safe passage, even at the cost of his life. If anyone dares to advance another step, this young lady will not hesitate to wash the Xiang residents in blood. 4 weighty words emerged from Bai Suyue's lips. In the past, Bai Sun would have merely laughed them off, yet today, for reasons unknown, a tremor coursed through her calves, and she suddenly sensed that this young girl before her would undoubtedly follow through on her words. Though Bai Suyue had only just reached the age of coming of age, she had not anticipated the magnitude of impact she could impart. Bai Suyue, you. Bai Sun attempted to articulate her thoughts but fell silent. She watched as Bai Suyue strode towards her from the throng, step by determined step. Some servants attempted to rush forward to impede Bai Suyue's advance, and a massive club loomed, poised to strike her down. Yet, with a gentle lift of her foot, Bai Suyue sent the assailant sprawling away. With a fierce resolve, she pressed onward, unimpeded by any obstacle. A chill swept through Bai Sun's heart, prompting her to turn and flee. Witnessing their master's retreat, the onlookers' morale plummeted. Bai Zhan stood behind Bai Suyue, astonished by his daughter's formidable skills, which soon transformed into unbridled joy. He had not expected Bai Suyue to inherit his legacy. Perhaps one day, a female general would emerge from their lineage. As for Bai Sun, she had long ceased to command Bai Zhan's respect. The actions of the Bai family had left him feeling cold, and he believed that remaining within their ranks even a day longer would inevitably entangle him in their schemes. The figure clad in crimson gear flickered in Yen Machi's eyes, a smirk slowly curling at the corners of his mouth. How intriguing indeed. His slender eyes narrowed with amusement, their dark pupils seemingly more radiant than the crescent moon. Just then, the courtyard door swung open, and a throng of armed guards rushed in. Bai Sun stood nearby, her tone sharp and authoritative. These two are plotting rebellion. Swiftly execute them. Her words echoed with a sense of righteous indignation, yet the underlying menace was palpable. The declaration of rebellion by the general's residence reverberated throughout the crowd, causing Bai Suyue to lift her gaze and catch the ruthless glint in Bai Sun's eyes. Her heart momentarily stalling. It became evident that this incident had likely been premeditated. In her previous life, it had appeared abrupt, yet she was unaware of the extensive planning that had preceded it. Hearing Bai Sun's self-righteous pronouncement, a sense of amusement washed over her. The evidence capable of toppling the general's residence must be impeccably crafted. Otherwise, Feng Muling would not have acted so decisively. However, time was not on the side of the Xiang residents. She was eager to observe how they would twist the narrative against her. In an instant, soldiers surrounded Bai Suyue and Bai Zhan, their synchronized steps far surpassing those of the unskilled servants. Bai Suyue's expression grew serious. Though she possessed great strength, she was but a mortal. Weapons were blind, and a single strike could spell her doom. Just as Bai Sun prepared to issue the order for execution, a flustered guard rushed in from the entrance. "My lord, it's bad. The Xiang residence is surrounded." Chapter 63. A profound scheme he could not help but fix his gaze upon Bai Suyue and Bai Zhen, recalling that there were originally 3 individuals within the West Garden. "Have you already sent for reinforcements?" A hint of amusement tugged at the corners of Bai Suyue's mouth as she replied, "My lord, do you truly believe we would simply sit idly by?" Yet, despite her words, none had anticipated that matters would escalate to such an extent. How could Bai Suyue manage to summon aid from the palace in such a short span of time? Was this all a deliberate ploy on her part? Bai Sun seemed to have come to a realization, casting a grim glance at Bai Suyue. Her expression was serene, and although her features were not particularly striking, they radiated confidence and assertiveness. Bai Sun suddenly pondered whether he had grossly underestimated this young girl. Could it be that her previous demeanor was merely an act? As the Prime Minister, having navigated the corridors of power for many years, he had never before been so thoroughly deceived. "You little girl, you possess a profound cunning." Bai Suyue chuckled, indifferent to Bai Sun's opinion of her. All she wished to convey was that she had emerged victorious in this contest. Eliminating the Prime Minister's residence was merely the first step in her quest for vengeance, for that establishment was indeed a formidable adversary. "My lord, what shall we do now? What shall we do?" Bai Sun's gaze flickered with intensity. "General Bai, alongside Bai Suyue, seeks to rebel. Mark my words." Bai Suyue burst into laughter at this. "My lord, do you truly lack any other pretext to slander others? This imperial token is in my possession, having been retrieved from your esteemed residence. And this military strategy. One can see that your ambitions are quite grand." Bai Sun felt a constriction in his chest at Bai Suyue's words, his hands clenched into tight fists. How could a lifetime of wisdom be undone in a moment of folly, ensnared by a mere girl? Perhaps this entire scheme had been orchestrated by this cunning child. Bring forth the executioners. Bai Sun's singular intent now was to eliminate Bai Zhen and Bai Suyue. He could not bear the weight of their rebellion's accusations. Since these two were so oblivious to the times, he would show no mercy. Once they were dead, there would be no witnesses to contradict his narrative. Bai Suyue turned, casting a fleeting glance at the rooftop nearby. Yen Machie's figure had already vanished, leaving her unaware of his current whereabouts. Just as she hesitated, a long sword appeared before her, and she swiftly sidestepped to evade it. Bai Zhen seized 2 swords from a nearby guard and tossed one to Bai Suyue. "You err, quickly escape." Bai Suyue's expression hardened as the courtyard was suddenly breached by a kick, and dozens of imperial guards stormed in. "Bai Sun, what are you doing?" A low shout reverberated from behind the guards. And to Bai Suyue's astonishment, the old emperor had also arrived. A guard's sword lunged towards her at an inopportune moment. A fierce glint flashed in Bai Suyue's eyes. Though she could have evaded the strike, she abruptly halted. With a piercing sound, the sword tip pierced her shoulder, but Bai Zhen swiftly intervened, blocking the assailant. Yet, in an instant, Bai Suyue's shoulder was stained crimson with blood. "You err." Bai Zhen let out a low growl. Swiftly supporting Bai Suyue as the old emperor entered, he beheld this scene with clarity, his expression darkening with wrath. This was no trivial matter that could be resolved with a few casual words in the light of day. Upon meeting the emperor's gaze, Bai Sun felt a shudder run through him. His grip faltered, and the sword he held clattered to the ground. As the emperor advanced menacingly, Bai Sun hastily spoke. "Your Majesty, do not approach. These two are rebels." "Nonsense. General Bai and little you are no traitors. Your Majesty, I possess evidence." Regrettably, Emperor Xian did not halt his advance, approaching Bai Suyue directly. "You, how are your injuries? What has transpired?" Bai Zhen immediately knelt, holding the blood-stained tiger talisman and remnants of military strategies taken from Bai Suyue's hands. Although the military strategies were merely transcribed by her, they were not entirely fabricated. Only some intricate explanations had been omitted. While they held some value, without a comprehensive layout, they could only be speculated upon by individuals, rendering them precious yet not particularly practical. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Emperor Xian's eyes widened with astonishment. "This is A nearby young eunuch promptly took the items from him, declaring, "Your Majesty, this is the tiger talisman, and it appears to be a military treatise." Emperor Xian's gaze flickered with surprise upon seeing the title on the cover. "Your Majesty, these were discovered by a servant from the Xiang residence during the recent fire in the main courtyard." Upon hearing this, the emperor instantly grasped the sequence of events, deducing that Bai Zhen must have clashed with Bai Sun. Anticipating that the emperor would take immediate action, Bai Sun quickly retorted, "Your Majesty, this is entirely a misunderstanding." Emperor Xian commanded the tiger talisman and military treatise to be secured, turning to cast a cold, scrutinizing glance at Bai Sun. "A misunderstanding? How can this be a misunderstanding? Speak." Bai Sun, drenched in anxiety, felt as if he were about to be enveloped by sweat. Under such suspicion from Emperor Xian, it seemed that the Xiang residence's fate was perilous. Just as Bai Sun was about to respond, two figures approached gracefully from a distance. The old matriarch had awakened at some point and was being assisted, taking small, cautious steps forward. Emperor Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, standing still with a cold and composed demeanor. Beside the old matriarch, Wei Shi's face was veiled in white gauze. Nonetheless, the crimson blotches upon her forehead were distinctly alarming. Bai Suyu stifled a chuckle, carefully touching the sachet at her waist. Inside was a potent mixture of jade orchid powder, all of which she had generously applied to the matriarch's face. Even if Wei Shi were to bathe 10 times, she would be unable to cleanse her already allergic skin. By Lao matriarch, Emperor Xian's voice was calm, yet carried a hint of respect. Bai Zhan's father had been a renowned scholar of his time, a founding elder who had assisted the emperor in ascending the throne, hence the emperor's natural reverence for the old matriarch. "Might I implore your majesty to heed the words of this aged and weary soul? Today's events are entirely orchestrated by Bai Zhan, who has deliberately sought to implicate the Xianfu. Even if he were my own flesh and blood, I would not grant him leniency." Bai Zhan, taken aback, gazed at the old matriarch, only to observe the profound sorrow etched upon her countenance. She clutched her chest and coughed violently, directing her ire at Bai Zhan. "You truly aim to drive me to my demise. At such an advanced age, how can you harbor such ambition? Speak. Who is the true mastermind behind this plot?" Bai Zhan stood in bewilderment, rendered speechless for a prolonged moment. Bai Suyue's eyes turned icy. The old matriarch's bias was utterly indefensible. It seemed to her that Bai Zhan was not her son, but rather her adversary. "Old matriarch, even if you wish to protect your son, there is no need to slander me and my father. The evidence lies before us, and with so many witnesses present, they all saw that this tiger talisman originated from the Xianfu. Why father sought merely to present himself before the emperor? Where is the fault in that?" Cough, cough. "Not only do you wish to eradicate the evidence, but you also intend to silence both me and my father. The emperor has witnessed the entire scene, and having committed wrongdoings, what further excuse can you muster?" Chapter 64. Severing ties. The old matriarch fixed her frigid gaze upon Bai Suyue and suddenly lamented. "What sin have I committed to bear such a son? You are truly forcing me towards my own demise." Bai Zhan, astonished, watched as the old matriarch sat upon the ground, beating her chest in despair. Her eyes now devoid of warmth, it became evident that in the old matriarch's heart, he was nothing but a hollow figure. No matter how he endeavored to seek her affection, it would avail him naught. Though the Xianfu and the general's residents hailed from the same lineage, they had refrained from crossing paths for many years. Bai Zhan had believed that time would allow the old matriarch to relinquish past grievances, but it appeared he had been overly naive. "Your Majesty, the truth is far from what it seems. Regardless of who stands in righteousness now, all must be determined by the evidence presented." Suddenly, Bai Zhan rose to his feet, bowing deeply before the old matriarch 3 times with great fervor. When he lifted his head, Bai Suyue noted that her father's forehead had already turned a shade of blue. She pressed her lips tightly together, remaining silent, a hand clutching her wound as she leaned against the wall. "Old matriarch, for all these years, Bai Zhan believed he owed you nothing. The debt of life is beyond recompense, yet through countless brushes with death, it was always at your behest, and why life, I trust, has been repaid in full. Therefore, from this day forth, Bai Zhan shall sever all ties with the Bai family, having no further association with them. Regardless of what transpires in the future, the Bai family shall not be implicated." With these resolute words, Bai Zhan declared his intent, causing the old matriarch to fall silent. Yet her face bore a ghastly expression, her eyes glinting with a hint of malice. "So, Bai Zhan, you believe that a few words can free you from your mother? Do not cloak your intentions in such sweet rhetoric. You are merely seeking to distance yourself from the Xianfu now that it finds itself in peril, are you not?" The old matriarch's eyes widened in fury, her sharp words piercing through the air. Bai Suyue felt a surge of anger rising within her, her desire to disregard all decorum and reason igniting a wish to silence the old matriarch's incessant tirade. Bai Zhan, a paragon of filial piety, must have been driven to an extraordinary state to utter such resolute words. Yet the old matriarch remained oblivious to the slightest hint of his turmoil. Emperor Xian stood to the side, having no intention of intervening in the familial strife among his ministers. He merely observed the unfolding drama with a detached gaze. Upon hearing Bai Zhan's declaration, Bai Sun displayed neither surprise nor delight, his countenance revealing not a trace of emotion. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Zhan implored, "Your Majesty, as you are present today, I beseech you to adjudicate this matter." The emperor, acknowledging Bai Zhan's inquiry with a nod, declared that irrespective of right or wrong, this was not the appropriate venue for discourse. "Bring forth all participants to the palace. I shall diligently uncover the truth." The old matriarch attempted to raise a ruckus, yet her frail body betrayed her, and after a brief bout of vitriol, her strength waned. Under the emperor's command, she exited alongside Bai Sun, Bai Suyu, supported by another, joined Bai Zhan in the carriage that awaited outside. Her wound had been hastily attended to and ceased to bleed, though the pain remained undeniable. However, at this moment, Bai Suyu found herself unperturbed by the sensation of pain. In her previous life, as she faced her demise, she had been perpetually accompanied by agony, and over time, she had grown accustomed to it. Having endured such a lengthy period without feeling pain, she now felt as though she were living in a dream. Two groups were arranged in separate carriages, with Bai Suyu and Bai Zhan seated together. She lifted the curtain of the carriage and glanced towards the direction of the residence, realizing that Yenimochi had long since vanished from sight. Whether the outcome would be favorable or unfavorable now depended entirely on the investigation's findings. Should Yenimochi recklessly involve himself, it could potentially incite further chaos. Observing Bai Suyu's silence throughout the journey, Bai Zhan perceived the weight of her thoughts and inquired, "You err. What troubles you?" Startled from her reverie, Bai Suyu lifted her gaze and offered a faint smile, responding, "It's nothing. Is it your wound that aches?" Bai Zhan's inquiry was met with a flash of irritation as he lamented, "These Bai family members possess hearts of stone. Bai Sun is truly heartless to wield such cruel intentions, if only." Witnessing the fire in Bai Zhan's eyes, Bai Suyu clenched her fists beneath her sleeves. She recognized that Bai Zhan had discerned the true nature of the Bai family and would show no mercy. This minor injury had not been in vain. In front of so many witnesses, Bai Zhan had severed ties with the old matriarch of the Bai household. Henceforth, any happenings in the residence would bear no relation to her military household. That sufficed. The group was escorted to the Xuanwu Hall, where the civil and military officials, roused from their slumber in the dead of night, stood in a state of disarray along the sides. Upon seeing the emperor, resplendent in his dragon robe, stride through the entrance, the officials bowed in reverence, proclaiming "Long live the emperor." Seated upon the dragon throne, with a mere wave of his hand, the emperor summoned the principal figures involved in this matter. For the first time, Bai Suyu found herself standing formally within the Xuanwu Hall. She raised her head, surveying the surroundings, but did not catch sight of Yenimo Chi. Was only natural. For such a grave matter as rebellion, his status as an outsider rendered his presence inappropriate. "I wish to understand what transpired at your residence tonight that has led to such upheaval." The emperor intoned sternly, his penetrating gaze sweeping over the assembly with an air of authority. "Your Majesty, I must convey that it is due to the rebellion plotted by Bai Zhan and his daughter Bai Suyu that I was compelled to issue such a decree." Upon hearing this, Bai Suyu smiled softly and remarked, "Even if my father and I were indeed to conspire against the throne, it is your duty, dear uncle, to inform the emperor for a proper resolution. Your immediate resort to execution bears no distinction from the reckless disregard for life. Furthermore, do you possess any evidence to substantiate your claims against us?" Bai Sun paused momentarily, asserting, "Your Majesty, I dare utter these words precisely because I possess evidence. As for the sudden appearance of the imperial talisman in my household, it raises significant suspicion of self-theft, framing me for treachery." Bai Sun exuded an air of being the emperor's right-hand man, suggesting that without him, Emperor Xian would lose a formidable ally, vividly reversing black and white. Having held the position of chancellor for many years, Bai Suyu could not underestimate his prowess. With just a few phrases, he appeared capable of turning the tide. Yet, she yearned to hear the truth behind their family's plight in the past life, which led to their execution without even a summons. She vividly recalled the scene of countless crossbow bolts raining down upon the general's residence. "Speak," Emperor Xian inquired casually, plunging the hall into silence. Bai Zhan feigned calmness, though it was a facade. Despite having committed no offense against Tianfeng, he could not evade the machinations of others. Bai Sun cast a subtle glance toward Bai Zhan, a shadow of ominous intrigue flickering in his eyes. "Your Majesty, have you forgotten what Bai Zhan did during the decisive battle between Tianfeng and Nani 20 years ago?" The moment those words left his lips, a wave of astonishment swept through the grand hall. Bai Zhen's complexion paled slightly, a flicker of ire igniting in his gaze. Observing Bai Sun's unyielding demeanor, Bai Suyu's eyes mirrored her confusion. However, she had not been born 2 decades prior and thus remained unaware of the events that transpired. Chapter 65. The scheme of framing a peculiar expression flickered across Bai Sun's face, stirring unease within those who beheld it at that time. Tianfeng was on the brink of defeat, yet Bai Zhen suddenly intervened, merely negotiating with the opposing side alongside his wife, after which they unexpectedly declared a ceasefire. Who truly knows what transpired in those negotiations? This utterance rendered the expressions of the assembly ethereal, their gazes converging upon Bai Zhen. A significant portion of those present were witnesses from that era, and although this matter had been discussed multiple times, Bai Zhen's elevated status deterred any from daring to voice such suspicions before Emperor Xian. As time passed, the incident faded from collective memory. Bai Zhen's numerous military accolades overshadowed any lingering doubts, and this perplexing affair had long been submerged in the river of history. Regrettably, Emperor Xian recalled it, but did not react with profound intensity. After all, so much time had elapsed since the Great Battle. The 3 nations had already signed a peace treaty, pledging 2 decades of non-aggression. Why bring it up now? The moment Emperor Xian voiced these thoughts, the assembly was collectively taken aback. Indeed, the peace treaty of 20 years was nearing its expiration. The scholars of the Tianfeng realm have always favored literature over martial prowess, yet they seem to have forgotten the arduous conditions of survival that prevailed 2 decades ago. On the battlefield, one can only imagine how these literati would be reduced to quaking in their boots. Bai Sun clasped his hands in salute. Your Majesty may be unaware, but I have recently learned from various sources that the Southern Night Kingdom departed so hastily due to Bai Zhen's treacherous pursuit of glory. What? Bai Zhen, taken aback, clenched his teeth and glared fiercely at Bai Sun, his eyes now brimming with an intense murderous intent. Your Majesty, this is utterly unfounded. I am steadfastly loyal to you, and have never committed any act that betrays my conscience. Emperor Xian, however, did not turn to face Bai Zhen. Instead, he inquired of Bai Sun with a hint of curiosity. Bai Zhen is one of my most trusted generals. If you speak thus, do you possess concrete evidence? If not, do you comprehend the gravity of deceiving your sovereign? Bai Suyu stood silently to the side, yet she sensed that the emperor still sided with her and her father, as he had just mentioned. If there truly existed that 20-year peace treaty, this war ought not to reignite so soon. Bai Sun scoffed lightly. By mere chance, I came into possession of a list of gifts presented by the Southern Night Kingdom to the general's manor. Each item on that list is worth a fortune, suggesting a close relationship between Bai Zhen and them. As he spoke, Bai Sun had already prepared for this moment, presenting a thick document, which he folded in half. When Emperor Xian opened it, a lengthy list immediately unfolded before his eyes. A chill ran through Bai Zhen's heart. Your Majesty, there is indeed such a matter. However, upon learning of the gifts, I promptly declined them. I am unaware of how the Prime Minister could possibly know, Bai Sun sneered. Even if you refused, does that absolve you of any ties to the Southern Night Kingdom? Bai Zhen abruptly lifted his head, speaking coldly. Are you suggesting that if one day an enemy kingdom were to send a multitude of gifts to the Prime Minister, regardless of whether he accepted them or not, he would be branded a traitor? That would make it all too easy for the enemy to eliminate anyone they wished. After a moment of contemplation, Emperor Xian cast the document aside on the table. Bai Sun, your claims are insubstantial. If you have no further evidence, I shall hold you accountable. Beads of cold sweat formed on Bai Sun's forehead. Your Majesty, should you choose to punish me, I would not dare to contest your judgment. However, if Bai Zhen does not elucidate the matter from 2 decades ago today, I shall not be satisfied. Bai Sun lifted his gaze, his eyes gleaming with a peculiar brightness. Bai Suyu sensed that this matter was far more complex than it appeared. In her memories, there lingered a vague image of her mother, yet she could not clearly recall her face. Bai Zhen had stated that her mother passed away when she was 5 years old, and subsequent inquiries yielded no answers. Over time, Bai Suyu had grown accustomed to life without her mother, only feeling a pang of inexplicable loss when she observed other children with their mothers. Especially in recent years, she often pondered how different her life might have been had her mother been present, sparing her from such deceptions. Curiosity regarding this matter is widespread. It is not solely Bai Sun who is puzzled, for many venerable officials present are equally baffled as to why the kingdom of Nani did not pursue their advantage, but instead retreated without a fight. Had this segment of history been altered even slightly, the outcome might have been different. Bai Suyu had expected Bai Zhen to reveal the truth before Emperor Xian, yet she heard Bai Zhen declare, word for word, Your Majesty, You once promised not to inquire into this matter. This statement seemed to strike a nerve within Emperor Xian, causing his expression to darken slightly. Baijian, are you aware of the implications of your words to me? Baijian displayed no hint of fear. His voice resolute. Your Majesty's words are golden. After a prolonged silence, Emperor Xian's gaze turned cold, yet he eventually nodded. I did indeed promise you that I would not question this matter, but today Baisun accuses you of rebellion. Will you not defend yourself? This remark was laden with a palpable threat, and Baisu discerned its significance. With a look of confusion, she turned her gaze towards Baijian. Based on her understanding of him, he would never remain tight-lipped about such matters unless absolutely necessary. Could it be true, as Baisun suggested, that her mother had a connection with the monarch of Nani? Your Majesty, I have something to say. Baisuyu's voice, tinged with the frailty of someone recently wounded, drew the attention of the seasoned officials, who had largely disregarded her presence until now. You should retire to recuperate. This is a matter for adults, and you, a mere child, should not meddle. Had it not been for the evidence of her injuries, Emperor Xian would not have allowed her presence in the Xuanwu Hall. Baisuyu chose not to sit, instead standing with a feigned weakness, her face remarkably pale. Your Highness, you must understand my father's character. Even if he remains silent on this issue, it does not imply he would act in defiance. If my father intended to rebel, why would he not have done so 20 years ago, instead of waiting until now? The assembled ministers found Baisuyu's argument quite compelling. If Baijian had truly colluded with the kingdom of Nani, the peace and prosperity of the present day would not exist. Baisun's eyes darkened with anger, yet he ultimately miscalculated. After years of preparation, he was left with no choice but to reveal his hand prematurely. After a moment of contemplation, he opened his mouth to speak, only to be interrupted by the thin, sharp voice of a young eunuch at the door. His Highness, the Flame King, has arrived. Suddenly, a figure, as if carried by the wind, appeared before Baisuyu, clad in a dark red brocade robe embellished with cloud patterns. Upon raising her gaze, she beheld Yin Imo-chi, his expression a blend of amusement and mischief. Chapter 66. The Flame King testifies within the Grand Hall. A fleeting silence ensued as His Highness, the Flame King, stood behind Baisuyu, fanning himself, his extraordinarily handsome face adorned with a hint of playful mischief. Today, I happened upon an intriguing affair. This statement left everyone in the room exchanging bewildered glances. The esteemed Prince Yin, being of great significance, commanded respect even from the emperor, yet he was generous in his demeanor, earning the admiration of many officials present. Upon hearing Yin Imo-chi's words, someone soon stepped forward to inquire. Might I ask what the esteemed Prince Yin has observed? Yin Imo-chi gracefully folded his fan, a hint of amusement glimmering in his slender eyes. Baisuyu lowered her head slightly, her heart tightening as she caught a glimpse of the dangerous glint in Yin Imo-chi's gaze. What was his true purpose for being here? Prince Yin, what matter do you wish to report to me? The emperor's eyes sparkled with curiosity. The interests of the Yin prince were always unique, and he relished in building suspense, instantly captivating the attention of numerous officials. Baisuyu lowered her head even further, discreetly stepping back a couple of paces. She had no desire to maintain any connection with him. I happened to be out enjoying the moonlight and inadvertently found myself atop the residence of the Xiang family. So well. Yin Imo-chi's smile remained intact, yet he deliberately refrained from continuing. This brief statement was laden with implications, rendering the expressions of those present rather grim. Baisun was instantly incensed. Your Majesty, the Yin prince is truly overstepping. This is clearly an act of trespassing. Despite his words, a chill ran down his neck. Setting aside whether the Yin prince had indeed witnessed everything, the very act itself posed a grave threat to his safety. If the other party intended harm, it would be all too easy. This sentiment was echoed among nearly all officials within the hall. The emperor's expression darkened. Prince Yin, what do you mean by this? Yin Imo-chi chuckled lightly, a shadow flickering in his elongated, phoenix-like eyes. Your Majesty, please remain calm. Indeed, my actions were not entirely appropriate in this matter, but let us set this minor issue aside for the moment. It would be remiss of me not to disclose the truth of what I have witnessed. Baisuyu found it utterly incomprehensible why Yin Imo-chi chose to involve himself in this affair. He could easily have observed from the sidelines and awaited the outcome, with no need to entangle himself and jeopardize his own standing. The fan obscured half of Yin Imo-chi's face, and as Baisuyu discreetly assessed him from the corner of her eye, she suddenly realized that, at some point, he had shifted his gaze towards her. Winking playfully, Baisuyu, unable to decipher his intentions, remained motionless, saying nothing further. The emperor inhaled deeply, suppressing the flicker of anger within him. The Yin prince was indeed significant to the Tianfeng kingdom, not least due to his unparalleled wealth, which incited envy among many nations, particularly the equally matched Qingwu kingdom and Nani kingdom. Your Majesty, this is far from a trivial matter. If no punishment is meted out, I shall be uneasy. Should the Yin prince harbor ill intentions towards any minister in the future, it would spell misfortune for Tianfeng. Baisuyu, standing at the rear, silently offered a prayer for Baisun's fervent words. Those who dare to oppose Yin Machi have yet to be found within the realm of Tianfeng. He is undoubtedly courting his own demise, and cannot blame others for it. Yin Machi stood in the center of the grand hall, a light chuckle escaping his lips, yet his eyes glinted with a hint of lethal intent. There is some truth in the Prime Minister's words, however. If he wishes to prevent me from entering at will, it is a simple matter of reinforcing defenses. I am merely performing a service by testing the security capabilities of the minister's households. Baisuyu silently chuckled to herself. One could hardly discern the truth beneath the surface, for this man was indeed the epitome of shamelessness. He audaciously trespassed into an official residence and then brazenly claimed to be doing a good deed. The words of His Highness the Yin King contain a modicum of reason. Suddenly, several individuals emerged from the crowd, offering their sycophantic praises with a single statement. The corner of Yin Machi's mouth curled slightly upwards, the smile exuding an unmistakable air of malevolence. Your Majesty, the Yin King is clearly attempting to obfuscate the truth and engage in nonsensical arguments. Baisun, despite his typically calm demeanor, found himself momentarily shaken with indignation. To Baisuyu's ears, Yin Machi's words were easily dismissed with a laugh, yet to Baisun, they sounded like a deliberate provocation, an assertion of authority. Seeing Baisun's rising temper, Emperor Xian spoke in a composed tone. Bai Qing, do not be hasty. Let us first hear what the Yin King claims to have witnessed. The Emperor's voice was typically measured, devoid of overt emotion, making it rare for any sentiment to manifest upon his visage. Yin Machi then began to speak slowly. I personally witnessed that the Tiger Talisman originated from the Prime Minister's residence, and the military strategy was provided to him by Miss Bai. The Prime Minister has been toying with it for half the night. After this declaration, he paused momentarily, observing that Baisun's complexion had drained of all color. I also witnessed a fine performance of murder and silencing. The Prime Minister is indeed a master of turning black into white and reversing the cosmos. Yin Machi's words sent shockwaves through the assembly at Xuanwu Hall, igniting a flurry of speculation among the crowd. Your Majesty, could it be that the Prime Minister harbors ulterior motives with the military strategy and talisman in his possession? No wonder he has been scheming to place his two sons within the military. His intentions may have been premeditated. Whispers of conjecture spread through the throng, though at least half of those present bowed their heads, hesitant to speak. In the court, officials were well aware of the need for alliances, many of whom had been promoted by Baisun. The clamor of defense and accusation persisted for some time, until Emperor Xian had seen enough of the spectacle. Silence. This matter is at my discretion. With a firm slap of his hand upon the table, the ministers immediately resumed their original positions, each one cautiously gauging the Emperor's countenance. Point one was the current Prime Minister, the head of the civil officials. The other, a general of notable military accomplishments. Should anyone in the imperial city dare to rebel, I would not believe it would be you. This pronouncement nearly brought Baisun to tears. Yin Machi stood lightly smiling in the center, as if he had anticipated the outcome, his expression betraying not a hint of surprise. Emperor Xian was no foolish ruler. He understood the dynamics well. Otherwise, Baisun would not have waited until after the Emperor's demise to take action against the general's residence. Baisuyu once again recognized the Emperor's formidable prowess and his deft manipulation of public sentiment. A mere sentence can win hearts and inspire unwavering loyalty. Thank you, Your Majesty, for trusting your humble servant. Baisun's heart raced uncontrollably. The Flame King had nearly condemned him to death. Ultimately, the power of choice rested solely in Emperor Xian's hands. Should he believe that Baisun truly stole the imperial talisman and harbored rebellious intentions, then Baisun's life would be in grave peril. Emperor Xian was thoroughly pleased with Baisun's demeanor. However, with the Flame King testifying, I shall not spare the true thief of the talisman. I will investigate this matter thoroughly, and for the time being, Bai Qing must endure this hardship. Chapter 67. Would you marry this prince? As the officials dispersed, Baisun was taken into the imperial dungeon. Baisuyu bit her lips slightly. Although she had long anticipated the arduous path ahead, she had not expected it to be this challenging. It appeared they had gained the upper hand. Yet she understood that Baisun was merely in temporary confinement. Emperor Xian had no intention of targeting the minister's residence. Father, please leave first. I wish to see someone. Bai Zhen's eyes flickered with concern. You err. The emperor's intentions are clear. He delights in the balance of power between the minister's residence and the general's estate. If there are no pressing matters, it would be wise for you to refrain from wandering about. A glimmer of determination sparked in Bai Suyu's eyes as she pressed her lips together. Father, rest assured, I know what I must do. Bai Zhen patted her shoulder and glanced at her injuries. Return promptly. After he departed, Bai Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. She hurried towards Mu Ling's direction but had barely taken a few steps before she found Yinamochi standing before her. I have assisted in sending Bai Sun to the dungeon. Should it not be time for you to repay my kindness? Bai Suyu was startled by the sudden appearance of the dark crimson figure. The night was deep, and the garden was illuminated only by the flickering candlelight of lanterns, casting a red glow upon Yinamochi, making him appear almost ethereal. If His Highness the Flame King continues to appear and disappear like a specter, I fear my courage may shatter, Bai Suyu muttered, a flicker of displeasure crossing her gaze. Yinamochi's abrupt entrance had inadvertently disrupted the balance established earlier in Xuanwu Hall. While he had indeed aided her as a witness, it bore little significance. The atmosphere she had painstakingly cultivated was utterly dismantled. Regardless of his lofty status, he remained an outsider, and how could the astute Emperor Xin be swayed by the words of an outsider? You are audacious indeed. How could I possess the ability to frighten you? From your tone, it seems you are lamenting my sudden intervention that spoiled your plans. Yinamochi chuckled softly, his smile in the moonlight resembling that of an otherworldly being. The golden patterns on his dark crimson sleeves shimmered gently in the light, lending him an air of divinity. Habitually, he lifted Bai Suyu's chin with his fan. Why do you always lower your head upon seeing me? Is it that I appear so fearsome? Your Highness the Flame King, I have some personal matters to attend to. Might you grant me passage? Yinamochi smiled gently, his laughter magnetic and alluring. You are indeed bold, not one to stand on ceremony with this prince. Now, I shall bring forth the condition I previously requested of you. Bai Suyu widened her dark, luminous eyes with a wary gaze. Those strikingly defined orbs shone under the moonlight, resembling radiant black gemstones. Eyeing Yinamochi's gaze, a fleeting hint of nostalgia emerged. Your Highness, we had an agreement. You would assist me in eliminating the Xiang residence, and in return, I would acquiesce to one of your conditions. Yet, the Xiang residence continues to loom over me. You are not honoring your word. Yinamochi raised his head slightly, the depths of his slender eyes shimmering with hidden light. This prince merely expressed the condition in advance. His lips parted gently, the corners adorned with a hint of enigmatic amusement. This prince shall eradicate the Xiang residence and clear all obstacles before you, provided that you agree to marry me. Bai Suyu's face was a tableau of surprise, her gaze upon Yinamochi imbued with disbelief. However, her heart remained unfazed by his words. Your Highness, are you feeling unwell? Yinamochi narrowed his eyes at Bai Suyu's sudden, piercing inquiry. I have laid my intentions bare to such an extent. Do you still refuse? As long as you accompany me, I assure you a life of luxury and protection from any who might dare to bully you. A hint of anticipation colored his expression. Bai Suyu cleared her throat, interrupting his confidence. I believe your Highness is a bit muddled. Not far ahead on the left is the Imperial Medical Office. I shall not escort you further. She intended to brush past Yinamochi, seizing the cover of night to visit Mu Ling in the inner palace and gather information. However, her arm was seized firmly, and she grasped his wrist in return, her tone laced with a touch of menace. Does your Highness find dislocating an arm to be a pleasurable experience? Yinamochi chuckled lightly, a hint of peculiarity in his smile. It feels rather agreeable. Bai Suyu remained perplexed about Yinamochi's intentions in approaching her. The fond feelings from their past life had long since evaporated, replaced by her vigilance. Having been deceived too often before, she had sealed her heart within an icy fortress, impervious to intrusion. I never imagined your Highness harbored such peculiar tastes. Yinamochi chuckled softly, maintaining his grip on her arm, neither too tight nor too loose, as if allowing her the illusion of escape. Yet, Bai Suyu was acutely aware of the man's formidable prowess. He would never leave such a flaw unguarded. You have yet to respond to my earlier query. Will you accept, or will you not? Before Bai Suyu could utter a word, Yinamochi's eyes gleamed with understanding. Your silence implies consent, so I shall take it as your agreement. She had yet to say anything, however. Bai Suyu hastily shook her head, her eyes revealing a flicker of coldness. As he released her grip, she quickly retreated a few steps. When did I, this young lady, ever consent to that? Your Highness, please refrain from spinning such fanciful tales, such duplicity. Yinamochi, with a hint of ambiguity, traced his finger across her forehead. It can be said that whenever a man devotes himself so earnestly to a woman, none can escape his allure. Had Bai Suyu not been deceived so many times in her past life, it is likely that Yinamochi would not need any stratagems. She would have been utterly enchanted. Regrettably, the current Bai Suyu possesses no heart to offer anyone. Do not fret, little Yuer, your wait shall not be long, Yinamochi remarked with a gentle smile, fanning himself as he strolled past her. Bai Suyu merely turned her head to steal a fleeting glance at his retreating figure, her thoughts deepening as she made her way toward the palace where Mu Ling resided. The path was sparsely populated, and the few palace attendants who spotted Bai Suyu did not impede her. Mu Ling still occupied the side hall, yet it would not be long before she could relocate to the crown prince's residence. Bai Suyu knocked on the door, and a weary voice from within beckoned. Come in. She pushed the door open and stepped into the hall. Upon seeing her, Mu Ling's eyes sparkled with surprise. Yuer, what brings you here? Though Mu Ling had aided her in seeking assistance, she had not personally intervened. Given the significant fire at the Xiang residence, it was inevitable that the emperor had learned of it. Mu Ling had merely subtly guided events to ensure the emperor was led there. Sister Mu, I have come to discuss something of great importance. After lulling Xiao Sheng to sleep, Mu Ling quietly invited Bai Suyu to sit beside her at the table. What is it? Speak. Sister Mu, I am curious to know the origins of Brother Mu Cho. Mu Ling's expression stiffened slightly, a hint of difficulty flickering in her eyes. If it is inconvenient for Sister Mu to disclose, she need not do so. However, I have come to learn a secret regarding the Yao sect. The Yao sect? Mu Ling glanced at Bai Suyu, puzzled. The Yao sect is a rather enigmatic faction, with branches scattered throughout the realm. It is not only present in the Tianfeng kingdom, but also revered in both Qingwu and Nani kingdoms as a sacred order. The disciples of this sect frequently descend the mountains to heal and aid the populace, earning the affection of the common folk, and the entire sect is regarded as a paragon of righteousness. Yuer, how do you know of the Yao sect? Are you perhaps a disciple of theirs? Bai Suyu chuckled lightly, shaking her head. Sister Mu, you need not gaze at me so that I harbor an irreconcilable enmity with the Yao sect. I vow not to rest until I have avenged this grievance in this lifetime. Who could have imagined that this esteemed sect, lauded by all, secretly engages in vile acts, masquerading under the names of other factions while committing unspeakable wrongs, all the while cloaked in the guise of justice. The duality of their faces is orchestrated by the Yao sect's leader, whose cunning is undeniable. Mu Ling was taken aback by Bai Suyu's words. Yuer, how have you come into contact with the Yao sect? Bai Suyu gritted her teeth, her fury surging in an instant. Sister Mu, it's not that I am unwilling to share. Rather, I do not know where to begin. Bai Suyu furrowed her brows, her face etched with a shadow of distress. Upon noticing this, Mu Ling refrained from pressing further. Bai Suyu had resolutely decided to keep the secret of her rebirth locked away within her for eternity, never to divulge it to anyone. This was her greatest trump card, and the very assurance of her survival. Very well, I shall reveal to you that my elder brother hails from the Poison Physician Valley. However, as you may know, the valley is infamous for its malevolence, evoking cries of terror from children upon mention. That is why I find it difficult to discuss it with you. Mu Ling cautiously glanced at Bai Suyu's expression and, upon seeing no further change, felt a sense of relief wash over her. Yuer, after spending so many days together, I have come to realize that you are the only person I can truly trust. Though I am unaware of the exact circumstances you have faced, I sincerely hope that we can maintain this trust between us. Bai Suyu nodded solemnly. Sister Mu, rest assured, I shall not conceal anything from you. Moreover, I am aware that those who perpetrate wrongdoing under the banner of the Poison Physician Valley are affiliated with the Yao sect, and they have caused my elder brother Mu to feel so threatened that he dares not return home. As she spoke, her eyes brimmed with helplessness and anger, evoking a sympathetic response from Mu Ling. Let us set this matter aside for now. What is your purpose in questioning me? Bai Suyu fell silent for a moment, her fingertips tracing the rim of the teacup, leaving wet imprints on the table. The watermarks dried swiftly, yet Mu Ling discerned that Bai Suyu had something significant to convey. She regarded Bai Suyu with a grave expression, utterly astonished that a mere general's daughter possessed such profound insights into royal affairs. Yuer, is what you say truly the case? Sister Mu, I have no reason to deceive you. Understood, I shall exert every effort in this matter. Mu Ling nodded, and the two exchanged a knowing smile. Bai Suyu candidly shared the lineage of Feng Qingqing with Mu Ling, now awaiting the inevitable clash between the two princes, Feng Qingqing and Feng Muling. As they fell into a dog-eat-dog scenario, a knock at the door interrupted them once more. Mu Ling narrowed her eyes, a flicker of tension in her gaze. Miss Mu, Her Majesty the Empress has learned of Miss Bai's presence and requests your attendance at the Xian Palace. The small palace maid who delivered the message stepped into the moonlight. Her demeanor calm and composed. Mu Ling hesitated, casting a glance at the sleeping Sheng'er, but ultimately stood up and opened the door. What could the Empress possibly want from us at this late hour? The palace maid lowered her head, her gaze steady. I am unaware. I merely follow the orders of Her Majesty to relay the message. Very well, I shall take Sheng'er with me. Mu Ling turned to retrieve the child. But the palace maid stepped forward, speaking softly. Given the urgency of Her Majesty's summons, it may be inconvenient to bring the young master along. Perhaps it would be best if I were to care for him in your stead. Bai Suyue let out a soft, scornful laugh. Entrust him to your care? By the time we return, he might very well be in peril. Regardless of where we go, the child must accompany us. Otherwise, we shall not go at all. The maid hesitated, appearing somewhat troubled. Very well, Miss Mu, do as you see fit. Alone in the palace, Mu Ling faced the daunting challenge of protecting a child, rendering her circumstances exceedingly precarious. The other party exhibited not the slightest hint of distress. Her demeanor was composed and efficient. She directly placed the child, swaddled in fabric, into a handmade carrier and proceeded to leave the room alongside Bai Suyue. Given the late hour, the Empress's summons could only portend ill tidings. The lights of Xi'an Palace blazed brightly, and several waiting maidservants stationed at the gates furrowed their brows upon seeing Bai Suyue and Mu Ling enter with the child. They promptly opened the grand doors, revealing the Empress awaiting them inside. Bai Suyue maintained a tranquil gaze as she entered the palace alongside Mu Ling, who preceded her. Moments later, the Empress gracefully emerged from behind a screen. You have arrived, she declared, gesturing for the maidens within the chamber to step outside while locking the doors, leaving only a trusted confidant behind. Do not be alarmed. I have summoned you both for a private matter. She exchanged a knowing glance with the maid, who promptly retreated a couple of steps to survey the surroundings. Your Majesty, there are no outsiders present. Very well, you may withdraw, the young maid replied and exited. Thus, within the grand hall remained only Mu Ling, Bai Suyue, the Empress, and the sweetly slumbering infant. Bai Suyue, I have been quite curious these past few days about that matter. From whom did you hear of it? The Empress's smile was gracious and benevolent, her tone exceedingly gentle, yet her piercing gaze subtly scrutinized Bai Suyue, as if attempting to penetrate her facade. Bai Suyue understood well the implication behind the Empress's inquiry. She sought to ascertain the extent of Bai Suye's knowledge and whether others were privy to it. Your Majesty, do you take me for a fool? Should I divulge this information, I might not even be able to exit the doors of Xi'an Palace tonight. A faint smile graced her lips, tinged with a hint of coldness. The Empress's expression darkened, her gaze flitting over Mu Ling before emitting a disdainful huff. I intended to have a cordial discussion with you tonight. But should you choose not to cooperate, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Noticing the Empress's attention shift to Sheng'er, positioned behind Mu Ling, Bai Suyue's countenance hardened with a trace of malice. With a casual flick of her fingers, she remarked indifferently, the entire palace is under my command. If I wish to eliminate a child discreetly, it would be a trivial matter. Your Majesty, should you desire death, feel free to enact it. Chapter 69. Severing lineage suddenly, Mu Ling interjected, momentarily halting the Empress's movements. She lifted her head, decisively unfastening the strap from her back and gently placing the child upon the table with an air of assertiveness. If your Majesty does not wish to sever your lineage, then go ahead and kill. Determination gleamed in Mu Ling's eyes as she fixed her gaze upon the Empress with an unwavering intensity. Her lips pressed tightly together, as if she were making a desperate stand. The Empress, momentarily taken aback, allowed a slight smirk to play upon her lips. What audacity you possess to speak thus to me. Mu Ling tilted her head slightly, exchanging a glance with Bai Suyue, a glint of resolute defiance flashing in her eyes. I have poisoned the crown prince, ensuring that he will never bear another child in his lifetime. Save for Sheng'er. Should you wish otherwise, feel free to eliminate him, for if your son inherits a vast empire with no successor, then so be it. These words rendered the Empress pale, her eyes ablaze with seething fury, a tempestuous aura of lethal intent erupting instantaneously. The Empress rose abruptly, her voice quivering with indignation. You vile woman, how could I have misjudged you? Produce the antidote at once, or I swear, even at the cost of my own punishment, I shall ensure that both of you remain here in Xi'an Palace. Bai Suyue, seated calmly beside her, smiled lightly. With my presence, Your Majesty, are you truly confident you can detain us? If this matter were to become widely known, do you believe the Emperor would still choose a worthless prince to ascend the throne? Bai Suyue's words struck a grievous blow to the Empress. Narrowing her eyes, her expression regained a semblance of composure. I shall ascertain the veracity of your claims. If this is but a ruse, then I have indeed fallen prey to your deception. Mu Ling slightly lowered her gaze. Your Majesty may choose to believe or disbelieve. At worst, my son and I shall perish together. After all, my life is of little worth, and should I be able to drag the prince down from his pedestal, it would not be in vain. The Empress's eyes flickered, a myriad of emotions flashing within. She scrutinized Mu Ling for some time but discerned no traces of deceit, causing her heart to tighten with unease. Her gaze fell upon the infant lying before her, not yet a year old. If this child were to be the sole heir of the crown prince, she would undoubtedly protect his life. The Empress's slender fingers brushed against the baby's serene visage. Mu Ling felt a surge of anxiety. Yet she steeled herself. She could not afford to lose this battle. Though I cannot ascertain the truth of your words, you are correct in noting that Sheng'er is indeed my beloved grandson. Thus, I would never harm him. This declaration eased Mu Ling's tension. It is well that you understand. The poison afflicting the crown prince has no antidote, and thus, your Majesty need not inquire further about it. Bai Suyue sensed an ominous shift in the Empress's countenance as a smile graced her lips. Just as she intended to reach out and reclaim the child, a small palace maid, who had been standing by the Empress's side, returned and promptly took the infant into her arms. He is my grandson, and naturally, he cannot be cared for by someone of your lowly status. From now on, Sheng'er shall reside in my Xi'an palace, under my personal care. Mu Ling's heart ached, a flash of anger igniting within her eyes. No. I am the child's mother, and it is only right that I care for him, the Empress scoffed. Do you not see that your own fate hangs by a thread? Since all of this is of your own doing, you must bear the consequences. The child belongs to the crown prince. But what do you possess? Mu Ling's fists clenched tightly beneath her sleeves, her desire to rush forth and reclaim her child overwhelming. However, to her astonishment, she noticed that even as this thought crossed her mind, someone else was already acting on her behalf. Bai Suyue forcefully kicked the palace maid aside, and in the instant the child slipped from the maid's grasp, she swiftly cradled the infant in her arms. The startled Sheng'er, wrapped in swaddling, awoke with a frightened wail. Mu Ling was momentarily taken aback, a slight smirk curling at the corners of her lips. Good Yuer, it seems there is little left to discuss. We must depart. Rising to her feet, the Empress cast an irritated glance at the palace maid beside her. Bai Suyue, possessing formidable martial prowess, was not easily restrained by mere palace attendants. Her demeanor grew suddenly frigid as she commanded sharply, "Summon assistants. Seize these two at once." She had yet to inquire how Bai Suyue had uncovered her secret. If such knowledge reached the Emperor's ears, the repercussions would be dire. Thus, the Empress could not allow Bai Suyue to leave after their confrontation. The sensation of having such leverage held over her was unsettling, intensifying the fierceness in her gaze. In an instant, a multitude of figures clad in black surged into Xi'an Palace. Bai Suyue recognized them immediately as the palace's covert guards, elite protectors of the royal family. She hastily halted her steps, recalling the formidable prowess of these individuals from her previous life. Had it not been for Yin Ingru's deliberate assistance in her entry, she would have scarcely had the chance to even brush against them. Yuer, take the child and flee without concern for me. Mu Ling's heart sank as she urged Bai Suyue towards the exit. While Bai Suyue could manage to protect one person, safeguarding two posed a significant challenge. With a light chuckle, Bai Suyue placed the child into Mu Ling's arms. Sister Mu, do you truly believe I am the sort to abandon my comrades in the face of danger? Mu Ling, left with no alternative, clutched the child tightly and shook her head vigorously. No, but the Empress likely harbors murderous intent. If we do not leave soon, we may find ourselves unable to escape at all. Bai Suyue lifted her gaze towards the ceiling of the grand hall, her lips pressing together slightly, her expression serene. Fear not, I have a plan. The hall was ablaze with light as the black-clad figures formed a tightening circle, trapping Bai Suyue and Mu Ling at the center. The Empress, her face icy, sat imperiously above, casting her gaze downwards with a cold chuckle. If I had not made ample preparations, how could I allow you both to enter here? I advise you to relinquish the child. I may yet consider sparing your lives. Bai Suyue glanced in the Empress's direction, her bright eyes concealing a glimmer of coldness. The flickering candlelight danced around them, casting a rosy hue upon her cheeks. Your Majesty, should I perish here today, within 3 days, news of your indiscretions with your lover will inevitably spread throughout the imperial city, including the whereabouts of your paramour, of which I am thoroughly aware. Bai Suyue emphasized her words with conviction. The hall fell into a heavy silence as the Empress abruptly rose, her finger trembling with rage as she pointed accusingly at Bai Suyue's face. You speak nonsense. I shall silence you. Bai Suyue chuckled lightly, spinning in place with her hands clasped behind her back. The young lady stands here, at the mercy of Her Majesty the Queen. For my worthless life can indeed be exchanged for the lives of the Queen and the Crown Prince. A most advantageous bargain. The Queen glared at Bai Suyue for a prolonged moment, suddenly appearing somewhat lost in thought, before resuming her seat. Chapter 70. If you do not return, I shall go rescue, pray tell. Whose words have you heeded to dare slander me thus? You possess no evidence whatsoever. If it is evidence that Her Majesty desires, I assure you I possess it, though I cannot allow you to know it. Should the Queen wish to see it, she may wait until the Emperor has perused it first. The Queen inhaled deeply, casting a fierce glare in Bai Suyue's direction, her fingertips concealed within her sleeves, trembling slightly. She could never have anticipated that this matter would come to light. Bai Suyue wore a subtle smile, her arms crossed over her chest, exuding an air of absolute confidence. She was gambling, wagering that the Queen would not jest with her own family's lives. The more exalted a person, the more they cherish life. In her previous life, the Queen had concealed everything so well that it was only after Emperor Xian's passing that the court learned of her close ties with a certain imperial physician. Yet by that time, she had already become the Empress Dowager, and none would dare speak ill of another in her presence. Thus, this matter evolved into a tacit secret among the ministers. Cease at once. The Queen pondered for a moment, her gaze as frigid as ice. What is the evidence you hold? Speak it, and perhaps I shall believe you. She had always been cautious with that individual, and it was impossible for anyone to grasp any incriminating evidence against them. Had it not been for Bai Suye's unexpected revelation of that person's name, causing her to falter, she would have remained silent. Bai Suyue chuckled softly. Certainly, Your Majesty. Do you recall the poem that physician Yin was compelled to recite during a palace banquet? The Queen's complexion paled at once. How could she possibly forget? That may have been the only occasion when Yin Qing so boldly recited such a poem before all. She struggled to maintain her composure. And what of it? That poem has long since vanished. Could it be that you can fabricate another to threaten me? Bai Suyue promptly shook her head. Of course not. The poem composed by Lord Yin is currently in my possession. If I were to present this to the Emperor and elucidate its implications, do you think His Majesty would believe me? She had not been idle. She had initially sent Bai Jian to seek out a servant from the Yin residence, intending to discover who had stealthily taken that letter. What else would she be doing at the Imperial Medical Bureau? The Queen narrowed her eyes slightly, a shadow of dark intrigue crossing her gaze, her heavily adorned eyes lifting in surprise. How had Bai Suyue learned of such covert matters? So much time had elapsed, and how did she come to know Yin Qing? Who had imparted this information to her? If Bai Suyue had no formidable guidance behind her, the Queen would never accept it. Could this affair be connected to King Yin? With this thought, the Queen's gaze turned icy. Hand over that poem. That may well be the sole piece of testimony in Bai Suyue's possession. Should she acquire it and subsequently destroy it, regardless of how eloquently she speaks, weaving a tapestry of truth and falsehood, the Emperor would be unlikely to believe her without hesitation. After all, she has the backing of the Duke of the State, leaving no room for others to sow discord here, and of course, it is possible. Bai Suyue remarked, a subtle smile gracing her lips. The Empress, taken aback by Bai Suyue's swift acquiescence, paused momentarily. However, it must come with conditions. The Empress felt a lightness in her heart. She had anticipated that Bai Suyue would not so easily relinquish her hold on such leverage. If she were to lose this tool of intimidation, it would not be long before her own demise followed. Gritting her teeth slightly, she demanded, Speak. What are your conditions? Noticing the Empress's teeth grinding in ire, Bai Suyue smiled faintly. Your Majesty, your true adversary should not be myself and Sister Mu. After all, Sister Mu has borne a son for the Crown Prince, and now, even if she becomes the Crown Prince's principal consort, it would hardly be an exaggeration. The Empress's gaze flickered, resting on Bai Suyue, laced with a hint of skepticism. I recall you once held a particular fondness for Mu Ling. What has changed now that you seek to pair him with another woman? The Empress's eyes sparkled with malice, deliberately attempting to drive a wedge between Mu Ling and Bai Suyue. The two of them united would pose a challenge, but should they be separated, the situation would be much easier to manage. Bai Suyue stood before Mu Ling and sighed softly. I merely realized that the Crown Prince's grand demeanor is truly unworthy, hence I sought a woman fitting to serve as his principal consort. Mu Ling, standing silently behind Bai Suyue, cast a cold glare at the Empress, cradling her child in silence, choosing to ignore the Empress's insidious scheme entirely. Very well, I shall grant your wish. Let her become the Crown Princess, and you will present all the evidence to me. Should I discover that you have deceived me, not only you, but the entire general's mansion would be unable to withstand my wrath. Bai Suyue and Mu Ling emerged from the Qian palace, drenched in cold sweat. The child in their arms had drifted back to sleep, yet Mu Ling's heart raced incessantly. Were it not for the leverage that Bai Suyue held over the empress, it is likely they would not have made it out unscathed today. Bai Suyue gazed at the heavy, darkening sky, her thoughts beginning to swirl. Given the empress's nature, relying on a single piece of leverage for an extended period was clearly not a viable long-term strategy. Moreover, should this matter reach Yin Qing's ears, that formidable official might take drastic measures to protect the empress's reputation. If the empress were to be pushed too far, they too would be in peril. The leverage I possess can only aid you to this point. Once you become the crown princess, you will naturally wield power, making the path ahead far more navigable. Mu Ling discerned the implications of Bai Suyue's words and chuckled softly, her voice barely a whisper. You have assisted me thus far, and I scarcely know how to express my gratitude. Without your intervention, I might not last a few days in this palace. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadowy corner, causing Bai Suyue's heart to leap with caution. Mu Ling waved her hand and smiled. That is not an outsider. It is my elder brother. Bai Suyu then relaxed her combative stance and stepped forward to discern the face shrouded in shadow. Mu Cho remained as frosty as ever, yet the warmth in his eyes betrayed a hint of affection. It is good that you have returned. Cradling the child, Mu Ling approached Mu Cho, saying, Elder brother, I owe a great debt to you ere today. Otherwise, I fear I would not have made it back. Mu Cho glanced at the child in Mu Ling's arms, and his eyes shimmered with evident fondness. If you had not returned, I would have gone to rescue you. A warmth surged within Bai Suyu. It dawned on her that Mu Cho had been prepared for their potential absence, ready to venture forth to save them if necessary. As the heir to the Poison Master Valley, even if Mu Chao's martial prowess was not the highest, his mastery of toxic arts was truly remarkable. It would be a simple task for him to deal with a few cloaked adversaries. Even when confronted by true martial experts, they would likely not stand a chance against him. Suddenly, Bai Suyu felt an urge to learn some of Mu Chao's toxic techniques. Despite her unique constitution, she could not guarantee the safety of those around her. Mu Cho noticed Bai Suyu's attentive gaze and spoke in a somber tone. Yanning Ro has returned to the general's residence. Will you remain here? Chapter 71. The Crown Prince desires you what? Bai Suyu was initially taken aback, but her expression soon cleared. She had not anticipated such a swift return. A faint smile graced her lips. Given her proud nature, how could she possibly consent to remain in the Crown Prince's residence, allowing him to possess her? It was truly a feat for her to endure in the Crown Prince's abode for so many days. A glint of mockery flickered in Bai Suyu's eyes as she recalled Yan Ingro's earlier smug recounting of her experiences, where she had claimed that the more unattainable a man was, the more he desired it. Yan Ingro, however, did not aspire merely to be a concubine for the Crown Prince. She sought to become the Crown Princess. Lacking noble lineage and influential backing, she had to rely solely on her own cunning and the Crown Prince's affections. Yet Bai Suyu had directly placed her beside the Crown Prince, reducing her to the status of a lowly maid. Sooner or later, the Crown Prince would tire of her. Yanning Ro would rather endure humiliation and return than luxuriate in the Crown Prince's residence, for she understood the underlying truth. She had long awaited this day. Since such a distinguished guest had arrived, of course, this lady must return to see if Brother Mu had a place to stay in the imperial city. If not, the general's residence had plenty of guest rooms. Mu Cho shook his head. I will not go. Upon hearing her elder brother's blunt refusal, Mu Ling quickly interjected. It would be quite inconvenient for him to visit your residence. He may be the target of malicious gossip. Bai Suyu immediately laughed. I am unconcerned with such trivial formalities. Reputation cannot be eaten. Mu Ling was somewhat astonished by her reasoning, yet her gaze towards Bai Suyu softened significantly. Then, elder brother, you should stay there. When you encounters trouble, you may be able to lend assistance. Mu Cho hesitated for a moment before nodding. I will not stay for free. Bai Suyu stroked her chin thoughtfully and remarked, how about this? Brother Mu can directly take up residence here as the court physician. I shall have my elder brother bring sister-in-law to the residence as well, which will facilitate your treatment. Mu Cho regarded this minor issue as utterly inconsequential, yet he was intrigued to see the bedridden patient who had suffered for many years. Under the cover of night, he donned the garb of a servant, masquerading as a coachman, and drove the carriage to the gates of the general's residence. At this late hour, the streets were devoid of any human presence, yet the front of the Bai residence was abuzz with activity. The Crown Prince's carriage stood prominently before the entrance, its bright yellow drapes fluttering gently in the moonlight. The tall figure of the Crown Prince, clad in resplendent yellow royal attire, stood with his hands clasped behind him, exuding an icy demeanor as he waited at the gates of the general's estate. Yin Ingru knelt upon the ground, her frail form seemingly ready to be scattered by the wind at any moment. With her head slightly bowed, an expression of stubborn defiance adorned her delicate features. "Rower, please heed my words and return with me, for the general's residence has no need of you. It is I who desires you." Yin Ingru bit her lip, tears staining her otherwise pitiful visage. "Your Highness, Rower has lived in the general's residence for 10 long years. This is Rower's home, and she shall not leave." Baisuyue's carriage was stationed not far away, and she overheard Yinningro's words distinctly. How shameless of her to say such things. Who could bear to have their home seized? All she sought was a stepping stone to elevate her status, and the Bai family was her chosen path. Yet she was eager to see how long Yin Ingru could remain in the Bai household under her lack of trust. As the carriage gradually came to a halt, Baisuyue's figure emerged before the gathered crowd. The moment Feng Muling laid eyes on her, his expression turned frosty as he stepped forward to shield Yin Ingru, as if she were a ravenous beast. "Yin Ingru, how dare you return?" Yin Ingru fell silent for a moment, her head drooping slightly. "Sister, Rower acknowledges her mistakes. Regardless of how you choose to punish me, please do not cast me out." Baisuyue smiled softly, suddenly bending down to lift Yin Ingru from the ground. Feng Muling opened his mouth to protest, but Yin Ingru cast him a pleading glance. Though he found it difficult to contain his emotions, he stepped back, suppressing his desires. A girl as virtuous as Rower was rare in this world. How could he harbor such impure thoughts? Regaining his composure, he observed Baisuyue supporting Yin Ingru at her side. With a heavy heart, the crown prince spoke coldly. "For the time being, I entrust Rower to your care. Should she suffer even the slightest grievance, do not blame me for seeking retribution." Baisuyue laughed lightly, her voice melodious. "Rower is my sister. How could I allow her to be wronged? Would you not agree, dear sister?" Her fingers tightened slightly, and Yin Ingru let out a pained cry, her complexion paling in an instant. Fear gripping her heart. "Rower, what have you done to her?" Feng Muling stepped forward, intent on pulling Yin Ingru into his embrace. Yet Baisuyue tugged her away towards the gate, a glimmer of amusement dancing in her eyes. "Sister Rower, what do you intend to do? Speak nicely with the crown prince and enlighten him on what I have just done to you. If you remain so frail and delicate, I fear I cannot dare to take you in." Yinningro's face turned pale, and the pain in her arm made her tremble uncontrollably. Baisuyue, witnessing the sheer terror etched on Yinningro's countenance, found it exceedingly amusing. "Oh, it's nothing. I merely saw a bug crawling over and was startled." Feng Muling clearly did not believe Yinningro's words and stepped forward to grasp her arm. Yinningro's gaze flickered momentarily. These were the very tactics she had previously employed against Baisuyue. It was precisely for this reason that the crown prince had grown increasingly disdainful of Baisuyue. Yet now, Baisuyue was employing such genuine tactics against her, leaving her unable to voice her grievances, akin to a mute consuming bitter herbs. Baisuyue tilted her head, lightly grasping Yinningro's arm, and chuckled. "Your Highness, do you intend to linger in the general's residence? Though my father and I would be amenable. It may tarnish your reputation if word gets out." Indeed, upon hearing Baisuyue's remarks, Feng Muling took 2 steps back. "Rower, you should rest well in this residence. Fuzhong, you shall protect Miss Yan's safety on my behalf. No one is permitted to bully her, do you understand?" A tall guard promptly stepped forward, cupping his hands in salute. "I shall obey your command." A glimmer of relief crossed Yinningro's eyes, and her heart steadied somewhat. With Fuzhong present, she felt assured that no one would dare to harm her within this residence. As the crown prince's carriage receded into the distance, the smile on Baisuyue's face gradually faded. Yin Ingru hastily retreated a few steps, positioning herself behind the guard. "The crown prince has spoken. If you dare to bully me again, I shall not stand idly by and endure it." Yin Ingru clenched her teeth fiercely, nursing the grudge from the 2 slaps she received from Baisuyue, and the whipping had left her heartbroken. She vowed to exact her revenge one day. Baisuyue raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on her lips, revealing a trace of disdain. "Not speak so grandly. Perhaps you should wait until you can best me before making such claims." Pushing the door open, Baisuyue strode inside, glancing back at the still-dazed Yin Ingru lingering at the threshold. "Remember, upon entering the gates of this general's residence, you remain my maid. Should you disobey, I shall sell you to the lowest brothel." Chapter 72. "Impossible you." Yin Ingru ground her teeth in fury, yet upon seeing that she had finally crossed into the general's residence, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Interacting with the crown prince while maintaining her pristine reputation, all without offending him, was utterly exhausting. even if staying in the general's residence proved to be arduous. She was determined not to let the crown prince lose interest in her so soon. The hour had long passed midnight, and Yin Ingru was assigned to a side chamber adjacent to Bai Suyue. Naturally, Fu Zhong could not enter Bai Suyue's courtyard and could only stand guard at the entrance, prepared to rush in should any unforeseen events arise. Yin Ingru, heart pounding with trepidation, followed closely behind Bai Suyue, casting fiery glances at her back. Sensing the intense gaze upon her, Bai Suyue's eyes revealed a hint of coldness, as long as the contract of servitude belonging to Yin Ingru remains in her possession. She is undoubtedly unable to escape. Noticing the absence of onlookers, Yin Ingru ceased her pretense, even neglecting to cast a glance at Bai Suyue. Bai Suyue, for the time being, I shall reside in your estate. But do not mistake this for servitude. If you dare to bully me further, the crown prince shall assuredly avenge me. A glint of malice flickered in Yin Ingru's eyes as she nonchalantly seated herself beside a chair in the courtyard. The maid Ronger, alerted by the commotion outside, hurriedly rushed out. Upon seeing Bai Suyue and Yin Ingru together, a look of astonishment crossed her face. Miss, how could you bring her in? The moment she spotted Ronger, Yin Ingru's gaze turned lethal. She raised her eyes, feigning indifference as she stood, and let out a cold laugh. I intend to become the crown princess. What are you, to dare dictate terms in my presence? Bai Suyue, witnessing Yin Ingru's unwavering confidence, couldn't help but laugh. Yin Ingru, are you lost in a daydream? No, it is no longer daytime, Bai Suyue. I am aware that you harbor jealousy towards me. I shall overlook it for now. Treat me kindly, and perhaps I may grant you a chance at survival in the future. Upon hearing this, a cold glimmer danced in Bai Suyue's eyes in her past life. She had treated Yin Ingru with sisterly affection, yet the latter had not only denied her a glimmer of hope, but had also driven her into a corner, forcing her to endure a life more dreadful than hell for several years. You ought to kneel and plead for me to spare your life, Yin Ingru. Bai Suyue lifted her chin, surveying Yin Ingru's vividly colorful visage, feeling somewhat uplifted. The burdens of her previous existence seemed to dissipate before her eyes. She should release all that weighed her down and live this life to the fullest. Soon, once she had eliminated all the obstacles surrounding her, she, along with her elder brother and father, could finally lead a life devoid of fear and anxiety. Frustrated at her inability to best Bai Suyue in this exchange, Yin Ingru stamped her foot in anger and turned to retreat into her chamber for rest. After spending an entire night kneeling outside, she felt exhausted and famished, yearning for immediate rest. Halt! Bai Suyue's voice rang out coldly. Irritated, Yin Ingru turned back. I currently have the crown prince as my backing. The vast expanse of this world shall eventually belong to him. So you had better tread carefully. Bai Suyue curled her lips into a smirk. You make a fair point, but what if the crown prince no longer favors you and chooses another as his bride? What? Impossible! Yin Ingru shrieked in horror, her face contorted with rage. I have invested so much time nurturing my relationship with the crown prince. The position of crown princess cannot possibly be claimed by another. Bai Suyue turned slightly, her hands clasped behind her back, adopting an enigmatic demeanor. Oh, it is indeed possible. Just wait patiently for the announcement of the crown prince's betrothal. I hope you can maintain your current arrogance. Mu Ling was no fool either. Although she had lost interest in the crown prince, she would not allow Yin Ingru to ensnare him. Yin Ingru's heart raced with anxiety as she watched Bai Suyue's figure fade away, feeling as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. What had gone awry? How could her meticulously crafted plans have come to naught? Bai Sun was imprisoned in the celestial dungeon, and after Bai Leofurin had caused a ruckus at the general's residence twice without catching even a glimpse of Bai Jian, she had quieted down considerably. However, following her poisoning, Bai Leofurin's health had deteriorated significantly, and she soon found herself bedridden. Had it not been for the presence of physician Su, Bai Leofurin would likely not have survived even a few days post-poisoning, leaving her with no energy to act. News of the complete severance of ties between the general's residence and the Xiang residence spread widely throughout the capital, yet the emperor had yet to issue any orders regarding Bai Sun, leaving the outcome shrouded in speculation. Suddenly, a momentous announcement reverberated through the palace. The crown prince had selected a crown princess and would be marrying her on an auspicious day. A wave of excitement surged through the imperial city, as the matter of the crown prince's selection was of utmost importance. The emperor, with a furrowed brow, found himself inundated with memorials regarding this issue, each minister fixated on the position of the crown princess, particularly the Bai family. Yet, with Bai Sun presently entangled in imprisonment, it was unwise to broach the subject, for doing so would likely result in an avalanche of memorials. As the emperor pondered the towering pile of documents before him, De Gonggong suddenly rapped on the door and cautiously entered. "Your Majesty, the noble consort has arrived. Do you wish to see her?" The emperor lifted his gaze and was immediately enveloped by a fragrant breeze. His eyes narrowing slightly, a glimmer of interest igniting within. Despite being in his 40s and having endured injuries in his youth that had compromised his health, he was still in the prime of life. Upon seeing the enchanting beauty who entered, clad in a flowing crimson gown with sheer white fabric beneath, he could not help but feel a stirring in his heart. Bai Ruoyao gracefully glided forward, her long hair dancing in the breeze, imbuing her with an ethereal quality. The sheer fabric of her gown billowed alluringly, and she approached the emperor, bowing slightly, her eyes sparkling with seduction. "Your Majesty, seeing you toil so hard, I have personally brewed some fragrant tea for you. Please, do take a sip." Captivated by her beauty, the emperor nodded gently and accepted the cup from Bai Ruoyao, drinking it down in one go. "Indeed, it is exquisite." Without hesitation, Bai Ruoyao boldly perched herself upon the emperor's lap, her arms entwining around his neck, exuding a hint of playfulness. Having entered the palace merely 2 years prior and already elevated to the rank of noble consort, it was evident that she possessed formidable skills and an astute understanding of the emperor's temperament. Coupled with her youth and stunning beauty, she naturally became the most favored consort in the palace. "Your Majesty, I have come today to inquire about a matter. If I speak out of turn, I hope you will not take offense." The emperor tenderly caressed the fragrant shoulder of the beauty, chuckling softly. "Speak freely. What cause for anger could I possibly have?" Leaning against the emperor, Bai Ruoyao's tone took on a hint of discontent. The crown prince, as the heir apparent, should not be subjected to the queen's unilateral decision to wed him to a woman of unknown origins as a secondary consort. Not only do the ministers harbor discontent, but even I, Ruoyao, find it rather unsettling. Chapter 73. Bai Sun has died. Emperor Xian's eyes flickered lightly as he reached out a finger to lift Bai Ruoyao's chin. "These are mere trifles. My beloved consort need not dwell on them." The empress's actions are surely guided by her own reasoning. Though a hint of displeasure lingered in Bai Ruoyao's gaze, she dared not express it before the emperor. He directly embraced her and made his way towards the resting chamber at the rear. After a night of intimate entanglements, Bai Ruoyao finally opened her eyes to find Eunuch De standing before her, holding a bowl of steaming broth. "Your Highness," pleased in a manner akin to routine formality, Eunuch De placed the still steaming medicinal concoction before her. Bai Ruoyao's complexion paled, and she instinctively took several steps back. "I understand. You may leave now." Upon seeing the unpleasant brown potion, Bai Ruoyao suddenly broke into a smile. Her time in the palace was still relatively short, yet she had already shared the emperor's bed numerous times. If she were to drink this medicine too often, it might well render her incapable of conceiving a child for the rest of her life. Her fingers trembled as she grasped the bowl, momentarily shielding it with her sleeve, and in a fleeting moment, the bowl was emptied. She wiped her lips and cast a cheerful glance at Eunuch De. "You may go." Eunuch De, having witnessed Bai Ruoyao consume the potion, felt reassured enough to depart. As soon as he left, she swiftly retrieved a white handkerchief from her sleeve, now stained with the brown concoction. A cold smile crept onto her lips. Navigating the treacherous waters of the imperial court was indeed arduous. Yet the emperor was still young and vigorous. If she bore a child, there would still be a chance for her to ascend to the highest position. After lunch, upon returning to her chambers, Bai Ruoyao was met by a pale-faced maid who reported, "Your Highness, grave news has emerged. The Prime Minister." The maid's voice faltered, instantly raising Bai Ruoyao's anxiety. "What has happened to the Prime Minister?" She reached out, unable to suppress her agitation, and grasped the maid's arm. The maid stammered, "He has died in the dungeon." These words struck Bai Ruoyao like a thunderclap, directly impacting her very core. How could her father possibly die in a dungeon? What on earth transpired? Speak clearly. This sudden, dreadful news transformed Bai Ruoyao's previously joyful demeanor into one of dark foreboding. She stared intensely, striving to maintain her composure. Though she held the title of consort, her status was intricately tied to the Prime Minister's influence. With Bai Sun's death, her own position in the palace was now perilous. The last person to visit the Prime Minister was General Bai Zhen. Bai Zhen. Bai Ruoyao hissed through clenched teeth, the name escaping her lips laced with deep-seated animosity. It had to be Bai Zhen's doing. Otherwise, how could her father have suddenly perished in his cell? "Where is the emperor? I must see the emperor." The unfolding tragedy was utterly unforeseen. Following Bai Zhen's sudden demise in the prison, Emperor Xian arrived at the dungeon without delay. The head jailer, along with a throng of guards, knelt on the ground in a display of desolation. Emperor Xian's expression was grave, rendering his emotions inscrutable. In those profoundly enigmatic eyes, a hint of inquiry lingered. On the ground before them lay a simple wooden frame, upon which rested a lifeless body. Bai Sun's complexion was ashen, tinged with shades of purple, and the corners of his lips bore the traces of darkened blood. "Your Majesty, Lord Bai has succumbed to poisoning." The coroner, having examined Bai Sun thoroughly, arrived at this grim conclusion. "What sort of poison?" The emperor cast a swift glance at the attending physicians, among whom a seemingly ordinary yet youthful man stepped forward with urgency. "In my humble opinion, the Lord was bitten by a venomous insect. However, the toxin had lingered within him for some time without manifesting." Emperor Xian stroked his chin thoughtfully. "So, it follows that someone intentionally released the venomous creature to bite Bai Qing, leading to his untimely demise." The assembled company remained silent, tacitly acquiescing to this inference. Yet, at that moment, the most likely perpetrator behind Bai Sun's death was Bai Zhan. Contemplation weighed heavily on the minds of those present. Bai Sun had served as prime minister for many years, administering the realm of Tianfeng with prosperity and stability. Now, with such a vital ally suddenly lost, the emperor would undoubtedly find himself ensnared in sorrow. Moreover, the looming presence of the general's residence added to the complexity. Who had visited prior to this tragedy? It was evident that the poison could not have been administered before Bai Sun was imprisoned, for at that time, Physician Su had already examined the bodies of all present. Even if the toxin lay dormant, it would not have gone unnoticed. Thus, it could be surmised that the poisoning occurred within the confines of the prison. "Your Majesty, whether it be truth or falsehood, a simple inquiry to Bai Zhan will reveal the answer. Furthermore, it is well known that relations between the General's residence and the Prime Minister's house have soured recently. With Bai Sun's death, he becomes the prime suspect." Emperor Xian fell into contemplative silence, weighing the implications. But what if it is not Bai Zhan, but rather a deliberate frame-up? Should we apprehend Bai Zhan? I stand to lose two invaluable allies at once. This rhetorical question, the assembly fell into hushed contemplation. Amidst the palace's preparations for the crown prince's wedding, none anticipated such a grave occurrence. The death of the prime minister would surely cast a long shadow over the kingdom of Tianfeng. Summoned Bai Zhan forthwith. "I wish to question him alone. As for Lord Bai's remains, let them be returned to the prime minister's residence for the time being. I shall ensure a thorough investigation." With a stern countenance, Emperor Xian returned to the palace, only to encounter Bai Ruoyao, her eyes swollen with tears. Your Majesty, is the Lord here?" The emperor's expression softened somewhat. The demise of Bai Zhan weighed heavily on Bai Ruoyao's heart, allowing her a measure of leniency for her previous indiscretion. "My beloved, grieve not. I shall surely seek justice on your behalf." Bai Ruoyao immediately began to sob, her gaze following Bai Sun's body as it was carried away. "Your Majesty, it must be Bai Zhan. He alone had access to my father. How else could my father have perished so suddenly?" Her voice seethed with indignation. Emperor Xian, attempting to soothe her, replied, "Return to your chambers and rest. Here, I shall remain." Yet, as Bai Ruoyao turned to leave, she suddenly knelt before Emperor Xian, imploring, "I beseech you, Your Majesty, uncover the one who has caused my father's demise and grant me vengeance. Hurry and assist the noble consort back." With a single command from Emperor Xian, several palace maids immediately rushed to support Bai Ruoyao. A chill radiated from Emperor Xian's eyes, and despite his usual calm demeanor, a flicker of anger could not be suppressed. Inside the Yangxin Hall, Bai Suyue entered the palace alongside Bai Zhan. Yan Yingru closely trailed behind Bai Suyue, unwilling to squander such a splendid opportunity to enter the palace. The three of them stood before the entrance of Yangxin Hall, where two eunuchs ushered them inside. As they crossed the threshold, Eunuch De cast a subtle glance at her. Bai Suyue was well aware of the animosity harbored by these two eunuchs. Such individuals were inherently vengeful and narrow-minded. After her previous forceful intrusion, they had undoubtedly marked her as an adversary. "Your subject pays respects to your Majesty." The grand doors closed, and Emperor Xian's expression turned grave. "You err. Why have you come as well? You should leave." Bai Suyue understood that Emperor Xian wished to shield her from certain matters and had already grown cautious of her presence. Naturally, she would not be a source of annoyance. Standing at the entrance of Yangxin Hall, Yan Yingru glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then leaned towards Bai Suyue and whispered, "I must see the crown prince. I have no time to accompany you." Bai Suyue let out a cold snort. "Halt." The reluctant Yan Yingru was immediately stopped in her tracks, looking at Bai Suyue with evident impatience. "What do you want?" The smile on Bai Suyue's face turned frosty. "You are currently my servant. This palace is not a place for you to roam freely. Bai Suyue. Yin Ingru shouted her name in anger, her eyes darkened, and her lips twitched incessantly. After being toyed with by Suyue for days, she was already exasperated, and now, even in the palace, her rival dared to assume a superior air. Bai Suyue smirked. Is my name something you can call? How dare you? With her fists clenched tightly, Yin Ingru found herself unable to summon Fu Zhong within the palace's confines. You refuse to act, then allow me to take matters into my own hands. Swiftly striding towards Yin Ingru, Bai Suyue raised her arm, poised to strike that delicate, fair face. Stop! A sharp voice rang out from the moon gate. Yin Ingru's eyes turned red, and she turned to throw herself into the crown prince's arms. Bai Suyue looked up, only to be taken aback to see Feng Qingqing entering alongside the crown prince. Dressed in white, Feng Qingqing wore a warm smile, and upon seeing Yin Ingru rush into the crown prince's embrace, there was not a trace of anger in his eyes or demeanor in her recollection. Yin Ingru had always harbored feelings for Feng Qingqing. Yet, it seemed that Feng Qingqing's feelings for Yin Ingru were merely utilitarian. This man appeared to prioritize only himself. The previous incident involving the stolen imperial seal undoubtedly implicated him as well. Bai Suyue, did you forget what the crown prince has said? How dare you bully Rower so? Feng Muling's voice was cold and furious, yet he could not act because Yin Ingru was still in his arms. Your Highness, it is all Rower's fault. Please do not blame my sister. Upon hearing Yin Ingru's words, Feng Muling was further incensed. How dare she strike you in the presence of the crown prince? One can only imagine the torment she inflicts upon you in private. If I do not discipline her today, how can I expect her to behave obediently? Guards, seize her and administer 30 slaps. At the crown prince's command, 2 young eunuchs stationed outside the door rushed forward to apprehend Bai Suyue. Without hesitation, Bai Suyue raised her foot and delivered a forceful kick towards the 2. They had intended to defend themselves, but to their astonishment, Bai Suyue's strength sent them sprawling over 10 paces away, their cries echoing in the air. Bai Suyue dusted off her hands, a cold smirk gracing her lips. Your Highness, would you care to join the fray personally? Feng Qingqing chuckled from the side. Brother, you are well aware of Yuer's temperament. Do you truly believe she would be the type to suffer in silence and wait for you to strike? Feng Muling was seething with rage, while Yin Ingru's eyes burned with fury. After years of living alongside Bai Suyue, she knew only one of her weaknesses, and now even the Bai family was powerless to subdue her. Sister, please refrain from engaging the crown prince. We do not know when the general will return. I invite you to join me for lunch in the palace instead. Bai Suyue, noticing the glint in Yin Ingru's eyes, smiled lightly. What, do you intend to intoxicate me with wine? Once a tactic is employed, it should not be reused. It will only reveal your intentions. Yin Ingru's face flushed. How could I have such an intention? If you do not wish to drink, you need not do so. It is merely a meal. Are you truly afraid? Bai Suyue's gaze flickered. Fear? What a jest. It is simply. Yin Ingru's eyes sparkled with determination. Subduing Bai Suyue would not be an arduous task. Once she was intoxicated, she would surely face the consequences. But what? Curiously, she inquired, only to be met with by Suyue's scornful gaze. You are nothing more than a servant by my side. What right do you have to dictate matters in this palace? Do you truly believe yourself to be the crown princess? Yin Ingru's complexion turned pale, a chill seeping into her heart. Upon hearing this, the crown prince's fury surged anew, and just as he was about to speak, Feng Qingqing placed a hand on his shoulder. Brother, do not be so angry. Yuer is, after all, a lady of the general's household. Do not act impulsively. Impulsive? If I were impulsive, she would not still be standing here, taunting me. Feng Muling realized that every encounter with Bai Suyue left him restless and filled with a desire for retribution. Yet, despite his frustration, he found himself powerless to act against her. If only he were to become emperor. The thought flitted through his mind, dissipating into a cloud of gloom. Meanwhile, the warmth in Feng Qingqing's eyes deepened as he regarded Bai Suyue, his heart swelling with delight. Such a genuine woman was truly appealing to him. Should he succeed in marrying her, coupled with her family's military influence, she would undoubtedly become a formidable ally in his endeavors. Yin Ingru, why haven't you come over yet? Do you have such an infatuation with His Highness the Crown Prince that you aspire to become his concubine? Yin Ingru suddenly stood up and pushed the Crown Prince away. The deep humiliation reflected in her eyes pierced Feng Muling's heart. Rower, I have promised you that you shall be the Crown Princess, and I shall certainly keep my word. Let us go find Mother and persuade her to change her mind. Upon witnessing the Crown Prince grasping Yin Ingru and striding forward, Bai Suyue quickly followed suit. Bai Suyue, what do you think you are doing? Feng Muling exclaimed angrily, causing Bai Suyue to instinctively cover her ears. She retorted with frustration, "If my sister Rower wishes to become the crown princess, how can I not be involved? Let us not forget, the contract of servitude is still in my possession." Feng Qingqing gently concealed her face with her sleeve, her slender eyes curving like crescent moons. Her countenance, as pure and exquisite as jade, radiated an ethereal aura that stirred a sense of yearning within others. Ignoring Feng Qingqing, Bai Suyue continued to observe Feng Muling's face, which was on the verge of an explosion with rage, and chuckled once more. "Sister Rower is all alone. I am her only kin of sorts. Naturally, I must ensure her future happiness. Otherwise, if she were to be taken away, where would I find such a splendid maid?" Feng Muling, seething with anger, clenched his fists tightly and glared in Bai Suyue's direction. In frustration, he turned and supported Yin Yingru toward the direction of Xi'an Palace. Seeing that Feng Muling was about to engage in a fierce confrontation with the Empress, Feng Qingqing made no attempt to intervene. She deliberately slowed her pace, walking alongside Bai Suyue. "I never anticipated you possessed such a fierce side." Bai Suyue felt a wave of disgust but maintained an expression of indifference. "What do you mean by that, second prince? Is it a matter that concerns you? Moreover, I am quite curious as to why the esteemed second prince has not captured the heart of a beauty either. Could it be that Yin Yingru does not fancy you?" Chapter 75. The side concubine. "She has also taken her place." Feng Qingqing chuckled lightly. "As the crown prince, I am as elegant as a willow. Which woman would not be enamored by me?" Bai Suyue's eyes darkened slightly as she narrowed them. Hearing this, she found it amusing. In the midst of their conversation, Bai Suyue noticed the crown prince supporting Yin Yingru as they arrived at the gates of Xi'an Palace. Two palace maids, just emerging from within, caught sight of the crown prince. "Your Highness, are you here to see Her Majesty? Is there something amiss?" The palace maid inquired routinely, her gaze flitting back and forth between Bai Suyue and Yin Yingru. The crown prince pursed his lips, too agitated to engage in further dialogue, and forcefully pushed open the palace door, storming inside. Yin Yingru, who had initially appeared somewhat fearful, now bore a triumphant expression. The Empress was just about to step out, having donned her attire, when she fortuitously encountered the crown prince and his entourage. Upon seeing the Empress, Feng Muling immediately pulled Yin Yingru down to kneel. "Mother, I have a rather unreasonable request to make today." The Empress raised an eyebrow slightly, her gaze cooling as she observed Feng Qingqing and Bai Suyue walking behind Feng Muling. "What is your intention?" The queen's tone was subtly lowered, tinged with dissatisfaction. "Mother, your son has no desire to wed that woman. My heart belongs to Rower. I implore you to issue a decree granting Rower as the crown princess. As for that child, he can easily be adopted under Rower's care. Her gentle temperament ensures he will not be mistreated." As expected, Bai Suyue witnessed Feng Muling coldly dispatching the affairs of Mu Ling and her son. If Yinningro's disposition could be considered gentle, then surely no one in this world possessed a fiery temper. This woman merely excelled at theatrics more than the average. The queen lifted her gaze, casting a glance in Bai Suyue's direction, and coldly admonished Linger, "What nonsense is this? The grand wedding approaches. You ought to prepare obediently. As for your affection for this girl, you may take her into your residence as a concubine. This palace will not meddle in your private matters." Upon hearing the queen's words, Yinningro's complexion turned pale. Indeed, in the presence of this exalted queen, her status was akin to mere dirt. She weakly tugged at Feng Muling's sleeve, her lips curling into a bitter smile. "Your Highness, Rower is well aware of her unworthiness. My presence here is merely to invite humiliation." The queen regarded Yin Yingru with cold amusement, finding her reaction somewhat entertaining. A slight smirk graced her lips. Neither Mu Ling nor this Yin Yingru held any significance for her. Compared to Mu Ling, she found herself more intrigued by the methods Yin Yingru employed to win her son's unwavering devotion. "What do you mean by that? Am I merely speaking the truth, or is it an insult to you?" Yin Yingru dared not retort against the queen, hastily kneeling properly. "Your Majesty speaks the truth. Rower's lowly status is indeed unworthy of comparison with His Highness." With her head bowed, Yin Yingru buried her face, her shoulders trembling gently, and in a moment, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Bai Suyue admired Yin Yingru's ability to weep so freely. Such tears seemed to flow without cost. However, Feng Muling's greatest dread was the manifestation of such sorrowful expressions on Yin Yingru's face. Anger flickered across his features as he declared, "Mother, my heart is resolute. If you do not permit me to marry Rower, then no other woman shall ever cross the threshold of my crown prince's residence." The queen raised her head slightly, her teeth clenched in silent wrath. On one side, Bai Suyue was leveraging her secrets against her, while on the other, Feng Muling was behaving recklessly, leaving her caught in a dilemma. She desired neither of these women, if given the choice. She had numerous candidates in mind for the position of crown princess. What purpose did it serve to have a woman who could not offer Feng Muling any support? Yin Yingru, catching a glimpse of the queen's concealed fury from the corner of her eye, suddenly lifted her head and softly spoke, "Your Majesty, Rower wishes to speak with you privately. Perhaps after hearing me, you may reconsider." The queen's expression darkened as she noted Feng Muling's determined gaze. After a moment of hesitation, she relented. "Very well, come inside." The queen turned gracefully, leading Yin Yingru into the inner chamber. Bai Suyue stood before Feng Qingcheng, her eyes wide with curiosity. She knew all too well that Yin Yingru possessed an abundance of knowledge. Over the years of their acquaintance, it had always been Yin Yingru who introduced new and fascinating ideas. Had she not uncovered Yin Yingru's greatest secret just before her demise, she might have spent her life believing that Yin Yingru was a natural prodigy. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed that the other was simply more fortunate than herself. Feng Muling paced restlessly in the outer hall, occasionally darting a glare at Bai Suyue. Unperturbed, Bai Suyue leaned against the wall, hands clasped behind her back, exuding an air of serene self-satisfaction. Feng Qingcheng found this aura particularly appealing and quietly inched closer to Bai Suyue. He suddenly felt a profound sense of comfort in standing beside her. However, there was an ever-present impression of being shut out by her, as if since their last encounter on the street, she had undergone a complete transformation in attitude, her gaze never reflecting his presence. This inexplicable sensation stirred within Feng Qingcheng feelings akin to provocation. "What are you truly thinking?" Standing behind Bai Suyue, he slightly lifted the corners of his lips, his countenance as polished as jade, radiating a gentle warmth. Bai Suyue's eyes brightened a fraction, straightening her posture as her gaze fell upon Yin Yingru, who had just re-emerged from within. Yin Yingru retained the same expression as when she had entered. Yet the queen behind her observed a slight improvement in her demeanor. A subtle smile graced Bai Suyue's lips as she deliberately placed the map of the Southern Night Kingdom's terrain upon the open stone platform. When she returned later, the map was mysteriously gone, just as it had been in her previous life. Yin Yingru had claimed it for herself, feigning a search in the courtyard for several days. Bai Suyue raised no suspicions from Yin Yingru. The outcome appeared promising. She speculated that the conversation between Yin Yingru and the queen might indeed relate to that very map. Bai Suyue cleared her throat, shattering the tranquility that enveloped the palace. Suddenly, the queen seemed to recall something, pursing her lips, the lines on her brow deepening slightly. "My child. The crown princess has been chosen and cannot be altered. However, your residence may accommodate 2 concubines. Why not allow her to serve as your concubine on the day of your wedding?" Bai Suyue scrutinized Yin Yingru's expression closely and noticed no sign of dissent. The crown prince stepped back, gently taking Yin Yingru's hand out. "Rower, what do you think of this suggestion from mother?" Yin Yingru blinked her large, watery apricot eyes, slightly turning to glance at Bai Suyue, her face revealing a hint of determination. "I shall heed the arrangements of His Highness the Crown Prince. As long as I can be with him, being a minor concubine is of little consequence." Chapter 76. What is so good about him? Upon hearing Yin Yingru's words, a cold smile crept across Bai Suyue's lips. She recalled a time when someone had whispered in her ear that she would never accept the role of a concubine in this lifetime. However, at this moment, Yin Yingru had completely transformed her original intentions. Although she was but a consort, she remained a concubine, merely cloaked in a more palatable reputation. The crown prince was instantly filled with satisfaction. The remnants of happiness visible on their faces seemed to evoke a sense of reluctance even in her wicked heart to shatter it. Yet, she took a step forward, her countenance tinged with a hint of coldness. "Your Highness, for this servant to serve as a consort is indeed an elevation of her status, but do not forget, this girl belongs to me. As long as I am opposed, she shall not cross the threshold of the general's residence." A consort. Himph. Bai Suyue lifted her chin, smiling triumphantly. Under the golden sunlight, her smile bore an inexplicable air of sanctity, yet to Yin Yingru, the one displaying such a smile resembled a demon. She wished to unleash her fury, but with so many witnesses present, it was inconvenient. She could only roll her eyes, her tears of pearls cascading chaotically. "Sister, are you truly so relentless as to wish for your sister's demise?" Upon seeing Yin Yingru gritting her teeth, resembling one ready to perish with her, Bai Suyue chuckled. "Then die before my eyes. You were born into the Bai family, and in death, you shall remain a ghost of the Bai lineage." Such words, if spoken by another, might have been tender declarations of love. Yet, from Bai Suyue's lips, they sounded like a curse. Yin Yingru's eyes widened, fixating fiercely on Bai Suyue's face, her limbs beginning to stiffen. Feng Muling rose, shielding Yin Yingru behind him, his expression icy. Bai Suyue, even if I must invoke my princely status, I shall abolish Roer's status as a servant, not even think of harboring any further intentions towards her. Bai Suyue slightly tilted her chin, a smirk gracing one corner of her mouth. Yin Yingru, do hurry and prepare yourself. Upon returning, do you intend to become a runaway servant, or perhaps wish for me to sell you to another? As Bai Suyue's words became increasingly outrageous, Feng Muling's eyes appeared as if they could unleash shards of ice. I am about to take Roer as my wife. Your disrespect towards her is a slight against me. Feng Muling strode toward Bai Suyue, his gaze filled with profound chill. Do not force me to take your life myself. Bai Suyue, undaunted, glared back at Feng Muling. Since her rebirth, she had encountered nothing that instilled fear within her. It appears, Your Highness, you can only utter such grandiose threats. You cannot even best a mere woman, yet you dare to act so arrogantly before me. In an instant, the fury within Feng Muling erupted completely. Regrettably, the woman before him was one he could not overpower. Before his hand could even graze Bai Suyue's face, he felt his arm seized, twisted sharply, and found himself ensnared by her. The Empress, astonished, opened her eyes wide. Witnessing Bai Suyue's fierce actions and ruthless methods, she clutched her chest and cried out, Bai Suyue, how dare you lay a hand on His Highness? Bai Suyue lifted her head slightly, tilting her face. Your Majesty, how dare he strike me? Am I not permitted to defend myself? He is merely the crown prince, and what are you? The queen exclaimed sharply, and in an instant, a multitude of guards armed with weapons surrounded Bai Suyue. Bai Suyue had long grown accustomed to such scenes. As a member of the royal family, lacking the strength to fight back, she had no choice but to seek external aid. Regrettably, even with the guards charging at her, fear did not grip her heart. Yet, she wished to avoid further complications. Lowering her gaze, she beheld Feng Muling, his back turned to her, his face shadowed with a pallor of humiliation and fury that twisted together in a disquieting expression. Bai Suyue found herself inexplicably amused by his countenance, unable to suppress a laugh. Feng Qingcheng, witnessing the situation spiraling into chaos, hurried to Bai Suyue's side and whispered, Yue, you must release your royal brother at once. Bai Suyue cast a sidelong glance at Feng Qingcheng, her eyes glimmering with a hint of coldness. Release him, of course, but I must ensure he remembers this vividly. As she spoke, Bai Suyue relinquished her grip, and the moment Feng Muling regained his freedom, he felt a sudden force propel him forward towards Yin Yingru. Startled, Yin Yingru let out a shriek as Feng Muling collided with her, and the two tumbled into a heap upon the grand hall floor. Bai Suyue retracted her foot, noticing a distinct shoe print on the hem of the crown prince's robe, a faint smile dancing on her lips. Feng Qingcheng, unable to stifle a smirk at Feng Muling's misfortune, approached him with an expression of concern. Royal brother, are you well? Well, how could he be well in such a predicament? Feng Muling struggled to rise from Yin Yingru, only to discover a crimson stain blossoming on the back of her head, the result of her unintentional collision with the table. In that moment, he forgot his desire to seek vengeance against Bai Suyue, lifting Yin Yingru in his arms and calling out, quickly, fetch a doctor. His anxious demeanor, if known to those unaware of Feng Muling's true nature, would surely evoke sympathy. Bai Suyue pressed her lips together. Even amidst such turmoil, she could not help but marvel at Yin Yingru's fortune. Despite Feng Muling's typically cold demeanor, he seemed to pour his heart into her. The atmosphere in Xi'an Palace was in disarray, and the queen, momentarily disregarding her anger, regarded Bai Suyue with a gaze that flickered with uncertainty. If I discover who leaked today's events, do not expect mercy. She cast a warning glance around the chamber, prompting the palace attendants to bow their heads, fully aware that to survive within the palace, one must possess an understanding of propriety. Bai Suyue was certain that her earlier kick had not inflicted any harm upon Yin Yingru. The table had been a considerable distance away, and had it not been for someone deliberately colliding, no contact would have occurred. To remain so composed while attempting to ensnare her in such a manner was indeed a testament to Yin Yingru's cunning. Bai Suyue, stop right there. Feng Muling emerged from the inner palace, observing Bai Suyue attempting to leave, and immediately called out loudly. The guards, who had not yet departed, swiftly obstructed Bai Suyue's path, their expressions bearing an ominous hue, as if to suggest that should she take another step, they would resort to violence. Feng Qingcheng gazed for a moment before suddenly addressing the assembly. Your Highness, I assure you that you harbored no intent to harm that Miss Yin. Any injury she may sustain is entirely self-inflicted. Chapter 77. The true identity of Yin Ing Ro Feng Qing Cheng's words elicited a flicker of surprise in Bai Suyu's eyes. Feng Mu Ling retorted coldly, "Second brother, your words unmistakably favor this unattractive woman. Could it be that you have taken a liking to her?" Feng Qing Cheng's countenance darkened in response. "It appears that your highness has been bewitched by a woman, to the extent that you can no longer discern right from wrong. What did you say? This crown prince cannot distinguish the truth, yet you claim to be able to? Or do you aspire to occupy this crown prince's position?" Feng Qing Cheng narrowed his jade-colored eyes, his exquisitely handsome face revealing a hint of aloofness. "Your highness jest. Qing Cheng has never entertained such thoughts, never? Who would believe such a statement?" Feng Mu Ling's tone grew increasingly acerbic, as if he were blinded by fury, relentlessly pressing Feng Qing Cheng. Nearby, the empress, having overheard Feng Mu Ling's remarks, hastened from within, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Ling heir, what on earth are you saying?" Feng Mu Ling fell silent, his face taut, refraining from uttering another word. Bai Suyu noted the fleeting glimmer of anger in the empress's gaze and inwardly smirked. It seemed that Yining Ro had managed to exert such influence over Feng Mu Ling that even statements typically concealed within one's heart were now spoken before so many. This behavior was hardly befitting of a crown prince. The empress, visibly incensed, took her seat on the side, her regal phoenix robe appearing somewhat disheveled in the moment. The assembly within Ci and palace fell into a hushed silence, the atmosphere thick with tension, as Feng Mu Ling, radiating an icy demeanor, stood at the palace door awaiting news from the physician inside. Bai Suyu and Feng Qing Cheng, realizing they could not leave at this juncture, chose to remain and wait as well. Shortly thereafter, an elderly physician emerged. "Your Highness, this young lady has sustained a severe injury to her head, yet her life is not in peril. You may rest assured, though she requires a period of proper recuperation and must refrain from anger." A look of relief washed over Feng Mu Ling's face. He lifted the curtain, casting a glance within, and coldly commanded, "Mother, you must have heard the physician's words. Ro heir cannot be agitated at this time. Therefore, let us postpone the wedding for another month." Before the empress could respond, Feng Mu Ling strode inside, while Bai Suyu feigned indifference, secretly winking at the empress. A chill settled within the empress's heart, and her expression bore a semblance of malice. Nevertheless, she gestured for the way to be cleared, allowing Bai Suyu and Feng Qing Cheng to depart. Feng Qing Cheng distinctly observed the interaction between the two. Moreover, the fact that Bai Suyu subjected the crown prince to such humiliation, yet the empress not only refrained from expressing her wrath or issuing any punishment, but even allowed her to depart unimpeded, piqued his curiosity immensely. "Are you concealing something from this prince?" Feng Qingcheng sensed that Bai Suyu possessed some leverage over the empress, which instilled fear in her. If only he could obtain that leverage. A subtle smile graced his lips, rendering his expression increasingly gentle. Bai Suyu cast him a fleeting glance, a light laugh escaping her lips. "The second prince might be overthinking, for the empress has always treated me well. Has the second prince forgotten? Well?" Feng Qingcheng burst into laughter, yet at that moment, a certain thought solidified in his mind. Suddenly, he reached out, attempting to caress Bai Suyu's hair. She instinctively took a step back, evading his hand, feeling utterly repulsed even by a mere touch from Feng Qingcheng. While she despised the crown prince, she did not necessarily wish him dead. However, her feelings towards Feng Qingcheng were markedly different. She harbored a desire to see him utterly obliterated. "Yuer, halt!" Feng Qingcheng stepped forward, blocking her path. His expression softened further, his eyes exuding a tenderness that seemed capable of shedding tears. He sought to grasp her hand, to bridge the distance between them, yet she once again evaded him. The slender, jade-like depths of her eyes were tinged with disappointment. "Yuer, have you really not discerned this prince's affections after all this time?" Bai Suyu lowered her head slightly, her thoughts drifting far away as if transported back to a previous life. Recalling the moment she neutralized the poison of the Qilin Dan, during her most vulnerable state. "Little Yuer, this prince has long harbored feelings for you. It was merely that you have always favored my elder brother, never acknowledging this prince's place in your heart. That I swear, once my ambitions are fulfilled, I shall marry you, sharing the realm with you." The very thought of Feng Qingcheng uttering words so reminiscent of the past sent chills through Bai Suyu's heart. 6 months of companionship and care had ensnared her in the gentle embrace of Feng Qingcheng. Yet as he spoke of grand ambitions, his tone was as frigid as glacial ice, leaving her wounded and bleeding, the memory indelibly etched in her mind. "Bai Suyu, take a good look at yourself. You are nothing but a wretched woman of ill repute, who has lain with countless men, Yet you dare to think you are worthy of sharing the realm with this prince. What a farce! The only reason I did not pursue you was to avoid tarnishing my reputation with someone like you. Unbeknownst to Feng Qingqing, she had spent 3 years in a brothel without ever engaging in any sordid deeds, preserving the last vestiges of her purity, which was why she felt such profound gratitude towards Yin Machi. Regaining her composure, Bai Suyue fixed him with a serious gaze, a hint of mist concealed in her eyes. Affection? What affection? Is the second prince truly so fickle and romantic, having only recently favored Yin Ingru, and now turning his attention to me? Such sentiments I neither desire nor esteem. Feng Qingqing chuckled lightly. You are indeed quite forthright, but it is precisely this quality that endears you to me. Bai Suyue's lips curled into a cold smile as she suddenly leaned closer to Feng Qingqing. With such a frail body, if you are not afraid, should I accidentally kill you one day, feel free to provoke me. I shall ensure you experience the exquisite torment you so deserve. As her words lingered in the air, she cast a glance at Feng Qingqing's somewhat bewildered expression before striding away from him. However, the smile that had graced her lips turned icily distant as she walked further. Sometimes, to exact vengeance upon someone does not necessitate their demise. Rather, it involves making them endure the very agony and despair they once inflicted upon others. Bai Zhen furrowed his brows tightly, standing at the palace gates, awaiting Bai Suyue's return. From a distance, he spotted Bai Suyue clad in a simple white dress emerging from the corridor. Yet he noticed that Yin Ingru, who had been by her side earlier, was nowhere to be seen. Where is Yin Ingru? Bai Zhen inquired, curiosity piquing within him. It seemed that Bai Su's rapport with Yin Ingru had significantly improved in recent days. Otherwise, she would not have brought her back to the general's residence. Bai Su's eyes narrowed slightly with a hint of amusement, recalling how she had tormented Yin Ingru recently, prompting the latter's eagerness to marry into the crown prince's residence, albeit as a concubine, the very role she despised. Father, do not worry about her. She is currently inside, being affectionate with the crown prince. The empress has even suggested she become the crown prince's secondary consort. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhen's expression turned even more furious. That child is clearly no good. In the past, you never heeded my counsel. Your kindness towards her is evident, yet she engages in such treachery. Truly an ingrate. Bai Sue felt a slight heaviness in her chest and suddenly asked, Father, do you know what Yin Ingru's true identity is? Chapter 78. The one I least wished to encounter. Bai Zhen was momentarily taken aback, then fell silent for a moment. This predicament was partly his fault. A decade ago, Emperor Xian issued a decree punishing numerous corrupt officials, and Yin Ingru was the daughter of the former Minister of Revenue. He had managed the ministry but was greedy for disaster relief funds and engaged in smuggling. It was Bai Zhen himself who had unearthed the evidence and apprehended Minister Yin. Upon hearing this, Bai Suyue finally understood why Yin Ingru had uttered such words before her demise. Revenge. How intriguing. Yin Ingru's father had committed heinous acts that violated the law, leading to the emperor's direct order to confiscate their property. Bai Zhen, merely a subject, executed the decree. Yet, Yin Ingru had the audacity to claim she sought vengeance against her father. If revenge was truly her aim, she ought to confront Emperor Xian. Instead, she entangled herself with the son of her adversary while trampling upon the one who had nurtured her for years. She even regarded her ungrateful actions as justified, believing the Bai family owed her something. Bai Suyue found herself amused by this revelation, realizing how absurd it was for Yin Ingru to concoct excuses for her misdeeds. Yue, what prompted you to inquire about this matter? It is indeed your father's fault. Had I not once felt pity for her, I would never have allowed her to remain by your side. Father, it is nothing of great consequence. I am merely a daughter filled with curiosity as to why Yin Ingru would conspire against me. At last, I comprehend. Bai Zhen let out a light sigh, acknowledging that the girl harbors ill intentions, and it is also a reflection of my failure in upbringing. It is not your fault. Bai Suyue interjected, a slight smile gracing her lips. If it were an ordinary little girl who had resided in the general's residence for so many years, she would undoubtedly develop a sense of belonging. Moreover, having never faced any grievances within the general's household, how could she possess such ambition? One can only surmise that within this child's form lies the soul of another mature woman. No matter how hard the general's household strives, it cannot melt the heart that has already turned dark. Such matters are indeed extraordinary, yet even more astonishing is that she has experienced them herself, which is why she now feels no trepidation towards Yin Ingru. Bai Zhen guided Bai Suyue into the carriage, where silence reigned. His brow furrowed deeply, burdened with unspoken thoughts. Bai Suyue lifted the carriage curtain. Glancing at the bustling street outside, she softly inquired, Father, do you have something weighing on your mind? After a moment of silence, Bai Zhan chose not to conceal the truth. Just now, I was summoned by the Emperor, who spoke of several matters. Your uncle has perished in the dungeons. Bai Suyue's eyes widened in astonishment upon receiving this news. The sudden death of Bai Sun was entirely unexpected. She had believed he would emerge within a few days. Yet, to her shock, circumstances had taken such a turn. She felt neither sorrow nor joy, only a sense that more events were yet to unfold. Father, does the Emperor suspect you? She raised her gaze towards Bai Zhan, who appeared to be troubled by this matter. Not at all. The Emperor merely instructed me to return and mobilize the Imperial Guards to thoroughly investigate the perpetrator. According to the Imperial physician, Bai Sun died of poisoning, inflicted by a venomous bite from 100 venoms insect, likely the work of the Poison Master's Valley. Thus, the Emperor has tasked me with searching for any suspicious individuals within the capital. Upon hearing these words, Bai Suyue's heart immediately grasped the answer. If there were anyone in the capital associated with the Poison Master's Valley, it could only be Mu Chou. Few were aware of Mu Chou's arrival in the capital. But that did not imply the apothecary sect was ignorant. Go disguise oneself as a member of the Poison Master's Valley to commit murder and then frame Mu Chou, forcing him into the Emperor's wanted list, was indeed a clever scheme. The apothecary sect. Bai Suyue clenched her teeth in silence, mentally repeating the name Yuer. Have you deduced something? Bai Zhan noticed her contemplative demeanor and pressed for an answer. Father, I believe I know who the culprit is this time. Alas, I possess no concrete evidence. Who? Bai Zhan exclaimed in surprise, looking at Bai Suyue with disbelief. That his daughter could conceive such a notion was completely beyond his expectations. It is the second prince, Bai Suyue whispered, lowering her voice to confide in Bai Zhan. Instantly, Bai Zhan's eyes widened in shock, filled with an expression of utter disbelief. It is inconceivable that the second prince possesses any authority or capability. How could he possibly be involved in such matters? Moreover, how could he possibly have any connection to the Poison Doctor Valley? Bai Suyue's words utterly bewildered Bai Zhan in the minds of all. Feng Qingcheng epitomized the quintessential good prince. He indulged not in debauchery and treated everyone with utmost courtesy in terms of both literary and martial prowess. He surpassed Feng Muling were it not for the lack of a formidable maternal clan or a supportive mother in the palace. Securing the position of crown prince would have been well within reach. More importantly, the Emperor has recently placed considerable emphasis on this second prince, with at least a third of the ministers in court showing their support for him. Father, do not be anxious. I have already mentioned that we currently lack evidence. With this lead, it is certainly better than having no clues at all. We shall discreetly assign someone to monitor the second prince. Bai Zhan found Bai Suyue's reasoning to be quite sensible, yet he could not fathom why the second prince would wish to harm Bai Sun. However, unbeknownst to him, Bai Suyue's mind was as clear as a mirror. The residents of the Bai family could not possibly protect any prince, yet Bai Ruoshui's importance to the crown prince was evident to all. The empress was particularly fond of her, making her the ideal candidate for crown princess. Had it not been for Bai Zhan's interference, who exchanged her marriage for military merit, Bai Ruoshui would have long since ascended to the position of crown princess. Although this endeavor ultimately faltered, the Bai family had already covertly aligned itself with the crown prince, a pressure that Feng Qingcheng would be loath to endure. Bai Suyu and Bai Zhan disembarked from the carriage and opened the gates of the general's residence. Rong Er rushed over, her face alight with joy. Why the flurry? Speak calmly, Rong Er exclaimed, her exuberance palpable as she declared, Miss, Fang Gunyang has awakened. Fang Gunyang has awakened. After repeating this twice, Bai Suyu's eyes widened, her astonishment evident. Bai Zhan's heart leapt. The previously shadowed expression on his face suddenly brightened with hope. Quickly, take me to see her. Bai Zhan and Bai Suyu hurriedly made their way to the courtyard where Bai Junyi resided. Surrounded by a tranquil grove of bamboo, ideal for recuperation, at the entrance of the courtyard stood numerous maids and servants, all vigilantly awaiting a miracle. Bai Suyu and Bai Zhan quickened their pace. Bursting through the door, and before long, Bai Suyu encountered Mu Chou emerging from within. Brother Mu, is it true what Rong Er relayed to me? Has Sister Fang truly awakened? Mu Chou's countenance remained solemn. Upon seeing Bai Suyu grasping his sleeve, he awkwardly nodded but did not withdraw his arm. May I go in for a moment? Not just yet. Mu Chou's words quelled the tumultuous emotions within Bai Suyu. She quickly lowered her gaze, her tone tinged with disappointment. Indeed, it is true. Now that my sister-in-law has just awakened, I suppose I would be the last person she wishes to see. Chapter 79. I am ready to take action. Not at all. Mu Chou replied softly, a flicker of emotion flashing in his eyes. She has lost her memory and only recalls events from the past. Bai Suyu's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared into Mu Chao's eyes. If Mu Chao's words hold any truth, then her elder brother. Before she could finish her thought, a piercing scream resonated from within. Do not lay a finger on me, you scoundrel. How on earth did you manage to abduct me to this place? Fang Qingxia had just awakened, her body still somewhat feeble, yet her tone was imbued with unwavering firmness. Bai Suyue gazed blankly towards the window, where she could vaguely discern two figures. It appeared that the gravity of her transgression was indeed considerable. Even if she wished to atone, fate itself denied her that opportunity. A heavy stone seemed to press upon Bai Suyue's chest, leaving her breathless with discomfort. Mu Chao gently patted her shoulder, his voice carrying a hint of reassurance. As long as she has awoken, nothing else matters. Bai Suyue took a deep breath and nodded emphatically. Elder brother Mu speaks wisely. As long as she is awake, everything can return to how it once was. With this thought, a slight smile graced Bai Suyue's lips as she stepped forward to cautiously peek through the crack of the door. Fang Qingxia had calmed down, tightly embraced by Bai Junyi. Although her face still bore a look of disdain, her eyes now reflected a blend of confusion and yearning. Bai Suyue smiled gently, finally releasing the trepidation that had lingered in her heart. Even if they were to start anew, it seemed these two could still find their way back to one another. Silently, she retreated from the backyard, where Bai Zhen awaited at the door, his face etched with concern. Yuer, how fares the situation inside? Father, do not worry. Elder sister-in-law has awakened, but I am uncertain how to convey this matter to her family. Bai Zhen's expression darkened slightly, revealing a hint of difficulty in his gaze. This matter, your elder brother should be able to handle himself. Bai Suyue discerned a deeper meaning in Bai Zhen's eyes, but refrained from probing further. In her previous life, Fang Qingxia had been taken away abruptly, leaving her elder brother to wallow in despair for an extended period before regaining his composure. Although she never learned whether Fang Qingxia had truly awakened, she felt certain that the situation was far more complex than she had initially imagined. As half a month sped by, Bai Suyue kept the news of Mu Chao being a member of the Poison Physician Valley from Bai Zhen, all the while discreetly advising Mu Chao to exercise caution and not to reveal his identity. Bai Sun had perished at the hands of the venomous creatures of the Poison Physician Valley, and Emperor Xian had personally commanded Bai Zhen to investigate, ostensibly providing him with an opportunity for exoneration. However, if Bai Zhen were to fail in identifying the culprit, or if there were delays, the court would undoubtedly be rife with individuals seeking to censure the general. A chill coursed through Bai Suyue, yet she was at a loss as to how to draw out those disciples of the Poison Physician Valley hidden within the imperial city. The day of the Crown Prince's wedding had been delayed by an entire month due to Feng Mulink's interference, yet no one anticipated that just as this turmoil began to settle, another piece of news would emerge from the palace. The second prince, Feng Qingqing, had unexpectedly sought the emperor's permission for a marriage. This, however, was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was that the object of his desire was none other than Bai Suyue, the legitimate daughter of the general, who had recently been cast aside by the crown prince after her entrance into a brothel. Though the emperor has yet to grant his approval, the news has swiftly captivated the entire imperial city, and Bai Suyue has suddenly become a household name. Ronger ventured outside and relayed the tidings she had gathered to Bai Suyue. Miss, as for the second prince, setting aside his appearance, his character is indeed exceptional. Numerous women admire him, yet he has chosen to take an interest in you. Truly a discerning individual. Upon hearing this, Bai Suyue let out a light chuckle. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon her skin, which, despite its slight imperfections, radiated an unexpected warmth. She gently lifted her head, her tone laced with playful sarcasm. Perhaps he is merely someone with poor judgment. Ronger's face flushed as she quietly murmured, Miss, it seems you are not particularly fond of the second prince. Ronger, one must not judge solely by appearances. Much like fruit, which may appear splendid on the outside, one can never be certain of what lies within. It may well be infested with worms. Huh? What does the miss mean? I don't understand. Ronger gazed blankly at Bai Suyue, who reached out to gently pat the girl's forehead. Though Ronger was efficient and obedient in her tasks, she still lacked a certain cleverness. Perhaps it was time to consider finding a more astute maidservant. Shortly, let us visit the matchmaker and select 2 maids of suitable age. Ronger was taken aback, looking up at Bai Suyue with a hint of apprehension. Miss, do you find me wanting? Bai Suyue was momentarily startled but then laughed. Even if I were to dismiss someone, it would never be you. My dear, fear not. Before long, Ronger returned, breathless and in a flurry, exclaiming, Miss, the old matriarch has come again with company. Upon hearing this, Bai Suyue pressed her temples, frowning. She had anticipated that once the old matriarch's health improved, she would surely pay a visit. Given the matriarch's temperament, it was inevitable that she would place all blame upon her father. However, what intrigued Bai Suyue most was her father's disposition towards the matriarch. It was precisely because of this relationship that she felt constrained, unable to strike decisively against the Xiang residents. Instead, she must proceed gradually, dismantling their power piece by piece. Bai Suyue gently lifted her head, setting aside the paper and brush in her hand. The sheet bore several names: Yaningru, Feng Muling. And the last, Feng Qingqing. Matters that require resolution must indeed be addressed. Evasion is not a viable option. Rising to her feet, Bai Suyue rubbed her wrists, a faint glimmer of cold light flickering in her eyes. "Miss, are you preparing for a fight?" Bai Suyue shook her head, though her steps did not falter. She replied coolly, "No, I am not preparing for a fight. Rather, I intend to take a life." Ronger hurriedly followed in Bai Suyue's wake, calling out, "Miss, please do not act impulsively." In the front courtyard, a throng of individuals stood guard outside the main entrance. At the doorway to Bai Zhan's residence, several unfamiliar guards wielding swords and blades stood stoically, their expressions cold as they watched Bai Suyue approach. "The old matriarch is inside conferring with the general. We kindly ask Miss Bai to remain here." Bai Suyue narrowed her eyes, a glint of ferocity gleaming within. The individual before her was tall and wielded a weapon, yet standing in front of Bai Suyue, he suddenly felt exceedingly diminutive. "If you do not step aside, do not blame me for being impolite." A chill gripped the man's heart, and his complexion paled slightly. However, as a guard of the aristocratic residence, retreat was not an option. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the direction of a long corridor in the inner courtyard. Bai Xiaojun, hands clasped behind his back and clad in military attire, walked out slowly. The moment he appeared, the guard standing before Bai Suyue felt a wave of relief wash over him, as if a savior had come. "Bai Xiaojun, this is my home. Should your men dare to obstruct me again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." At that moment, Bai Xiaojun had arrived at the entrance. The guards stationed there promptly stepped aside, saluting in unison, calling out "General." Bai Suyue narrowed her eyes slightly. She recalled that just a couple of days prior, Bai Xiaojun had brought Bai Shouting here to secure a position under Bai Zheng. To her astonishment, within such a short span of time, he had already been addressed as general. "What general?" Bai Suyue inquired, her expression stern. Bai Xiaojun's eyes glinted with a hint of coldness as he raised his head with a touch of pride. His chest slightly puffed out. His tone dripped with disdain. "The emperor has just appointed me as the commander of the Imperial Guard, overseeing more than 30,000 troops within the Imperial City." This declaration left Bai Suyue momentarily stunned. Previously, the commander of the Imperial Guard was the deputy general under Bai Zhan, which indirectly meant that all commands fell under Bai Zhan's authority. However, with Bai Xiaojun now in command, the power dynamics within the capital had shifted to two distinct factions. A significant portion of Bai Zhan's authority stemmed from the Imperial Guard, and without their support, his other loyal troops would undoubtedly be constrained. Bai Suyue narrowed her eyes slightly. "Hasn't your residence always looked down upon our military officials? Why are you now here to claim a share?" Bai Xiaojun snorted coldly, though he maintained a semblance of composure. "Bai Suyue, my father was harmed by yours. Regardless of what you say, it is futile. I intend to watch as you are trampled beneath my feet." Bai Suyue raised an eyebrow, her expression now more serene. "Your residents can only resort to bringing the elderly to create a ruckus. Having committed such despicable acts, do not adorn yourselves with false glory. In the future, we shall see who truly becomes the fish on the chopping block." As she spoke, Bai Suyue struck out with her palm towards Bai Xiaojun. Startled, he sidestepped, and in a swift motion, she darted into the inner courtyard. Bai Xiaojun, realizing he had been outmaneuvered, felt his face flush with anger as he shouted, "Stop her! Do not let her enter!" The onlookers were well aware of how Bai Suyue had previously infuriated the old matriarch. Should she burst in again, it would certainly jeopardize his grand plans. Bai Suyue turned her head and noticed that the pursuers had been shaken off, along with Ronger, who had failed to follow. She composed her expression and adjusted her slightly disheveled attire. Before she could step through the door, the furious voice of the matriarch echoed from within. "I raised you, and this is how you repay me? Your life belongs to me. If you wish to sever ties with the Xiang residents, then relinquish your life." Although Bai Suyue had anticipated such words from the old lady, hearing them still ignited a simmering rage within her. Her eyes glinted with coldness, and she clenched her fingers tightly, leaving a red mark on her palm. "By matriarch, my resolve is unwavering. Take your people and leave at once. Depart. If you refuse my request today, I shall end my life right here in your residence, so the world may witness how this great general treats his own mother. Bai Zhen's brows furrowed with anger, his entire being trembling slightly. Standing outside the door, Bai Suyue listened intently, her stride steady as she approached the grand hall, her brows knitted in cold determination. Let her crash. No one should dare to stop her. The old lady, caught off guard by the voice from the entrance, felt a chill run through her. Supported by Bai Qinglan and Bai Miaoru, she raised a finger accusingly towards Bai Suyue. You wild spawn? Do you dare to show disrespect to me? Bai matriarch. Bai Zhen's face darkened further at his mother's repeated insults towards his daughter. Why resolve is firm. As Mooner said, if you wish to end your life, there are plenty of pillars in this room. As he spoke, Bai Zhen strode forward to stand before Bai Suyue. Girl, why have you come here? Bai Suyue smirked, a hint of mischief playing on her features. I've heard there's an uninvited guest at home, so of course, I came to chase them away. Not even these two hounds at the door can stop a few weasels. The old lady's fury intensified upon hearing her family compared to weasels. Bai Miaoru, retreating slightly behind the matriarch, murmured, Old lady, it seems our cousin intends to marry the second prince, which is why she is so audacious. Bai Qinglan's voice dripped with coldness, laced with jealousy. Marry the second prince? The emperor has yet to give his consent. How could someone with neither talent nor beauty like her ever hope to wed such a celestial figure? The matriarch cleared her throat, interrupting their dialogue. She resumed her seat, gazing down at Bai Suyue from her elevated position. I have come today for you, girl, and yet you dare to shout at me as if I have wronged you. For my sake? Bai Suyue stepped forward again, but Bai Zhen tugged at her sleeve, subtly shaking his head. He did not wish for his daughter to bear any further accusations of disloyalty. Bai Suyue chuckled lightly, a trace of coldness gracing her lips. What, Bai matriarch? Are you still contemplating marrying me off to that distant nephew of yours? The matriarch hailed from a merchant family that once basked in glory. Yet after so many years, their fortunes had long since declined. The old lady's nephew, whom she had encountered in her previous life, presented himself as a scholarly gentleman, yet in truth, he was consumed by lust and possessed a gambling addiction. Were it not for the support of the Xiang family, it is likely that his entire household would have succumbed to starvation by now. The old lady's countenance darkened, and her words bore a weight of earnestness. Yuer, my nephew is indeed a striking figure, and he now aspires to travel to the capital for the imperial examination. Should he emerge as the top scholar next year, he would be a person of great potential. Marrying him would be an immense fortune for you. The second prince is a person of great stature. You, my dear, are hardly worthy of him. Grandmother advises you not to indulge in fanciful thoughts of claiming what does not belong to you. Bai Zhen's eyes widened in fury upon hearing these words. Bai Suyue secretly mocked him in her heart, knowing that even without her intervention, Bai Zhen would still attempt to obstruct her. Yet, she had not forgotten the good deeds that man had performed. As she pondered this, her expression suddenly shifted. Old lady, upon hearing your words, I find myself genuinely curious to meet this person. The old lady's eyes narrowed, her heart swelling with the belief that her persuasion was bearing fruit, and her brow relaxed somewhat. Bai Xiaojun, accompanied by others, approached the hall, intending to burst in, but was halted by a mere glance from the old lady. Bai Qinglan and Bai Miaoru exchanged knowing glances, concealing their hidden mockery behind their sleeves, and raised their heads to speak with utmost seriousness. This uncle is quite popular. There is no telling how many virtuous young women admire him. Cousin, you must cherish this opportunity. Indeed, cousin, once this village is past, the shop shall be no more. Bai Miaoru added, her face a mask of concern, though her eyes shimmered with a subtle chill. Chapter 81. The mandate of parents and the matchmaker's words. Bai Suyue absorbed the expressions of those around her. Bai Zhen stared at her in disbelief, whispering urgently in her ear, Yuer, this is a matter of your lifelong happiness. You must think carefully. The old lady, noticing Bai Zhen's attempt to counsel Bai Suyue, frowned and retorted sharply. Bai Zhen, if Yuer has made her decision, it is not for you to meddle. Since she is resolute, I shall take her to meet him shortly to finalize the arrangements, thus alleviating my own concerns. Bai Suyue's gaze faltered momentarily as she replied to the old lady, how can this not concern my father? The mandates of parents and the words of the matchmaker hold weight. If my father does not speak, I cannot possibly marry. The old lady's eyes flickered as she feigned a cough, lightly placing her hand on her chest. Although the death of Bai Sun had left her feeling despondent for some time, she had since regained her composure, focusing more on how to preserve the family's standing. Observing the old lady's expression closely, Bai Suyue felt a growing chill within her. She had assumed that with Bai Sun's passing, The old lady would take a respite from her machinations, not that she would be so quick to disrupt matters at the general's residence. Yet, she had underestimated the old lady's cold-heartedness. The death of her own flesh and blood had not visibly affected her, and now, mere moments after Baisun's burial, she was already plotting against her. Though not worry about your father. Grandmother will ensure he complies. As she spoke, the old lady's eyes glimmered, as if she harbored some secret concerning Baisuyue. She observed Baijan's expression, only to find him equally perplexed. It seemed that the old lady still held something of her father's over him, and it must be of considerable significance. With this thought, her heart immediately filled with vigilance, yet simultaneously, a thrill coursed through her veins. At least now, they had seized the initiative and could act preemptively. Father, Yue felt, had a point in the old lady's words, so she decided to heed her advice and observe for now. Baijan stood dumbfounded, his outstretched hand eventually retracting. Yue knew well the nature of that old lady's nephew. She certainly had her own agenda. Father had said, as long as you are happy, even if you marry a beggar, he would not interfere. But the life that follows would be yours alone, with no room for regret. Baisuyue obediently nodded, subtly concealing the redness that crept into her eyes. Baijan truly adhered to this, yet she felt a pang of regret. Regret for not heeding her father's counsel, for insisting on marrying the crown prince. Regret for trusting a heartless outsider over her own kin. She was grateful to the heavens for granting her this opportunity to rectify the mistakes of her past. Upon witnessing the compromise between the two, the old lady finally allowed a smile to grace her lips, her words becoming more polished. As long as you, my dear girl, remain compliant, your grandmother shall ensure you are well cared for. Hearing the old lady refer to herself as grandmother, Baisuyue found it somewhat amusing. She cleared her throat and replied nonchalantly, if this indeed comes to fruition, Yue shall express her gratitude to the old lady for her matchmaking. The old lady's smile faded slightly, her eyes now tinged with ire. She had come in the capacity of an elder, yet Baisuyue had reduced her to the status of a mere matchmaker. At her side, Baimiaru gently tugged at the old lady's garment, whispering, Grandmother, do not be hasty. Now is not the time to be angry with her. Once she is married in, she will have her share of it. Hearing such comforting words from Baimiaru, the old lady's heart sank a little. She cast a glance at Baijan and suddenly spoke softly. Baijan, your elder brother met a tragic end not long ago, and my heart is truly heavy. Would you consider bringing Yue to reside in the residence for a time? You are now my only son, and I long for your company. The softened tone struck a chord within. Had the previous events not transpired, Baisuyue knew Baijan would have readily agreed. However, no. This general must investigate the cause of the prime minister's death, and there is little time for rest in the manor, whether to go or not. It matters not. Baisuyue watched as the old lady wiped the corners of her eyes, devoid of tears, her gaze shimmering with a glow. The old lady's acting truly left her in awe. Observing Baijan's indifference, the old lady gently pressed her hand to her forehead and leaned back in the nearby chair. The doctor had said she had but a few years left to live. After enduring so many hardships, was it not for you and your elder brother, the younger generation, to have a better life? Now that your brother is gone, I have sent a white-haired person to mourn a black-haired one. Do you understand how much anguish resides within a mother's heart? Baisuyue concealed a smirk within her heart as she observed the old matron perform with such vividness, standing steadfastly to the side with little reaction. A flicker of sadness crossed Baijan's eyes, yet he bit his lip, retracting that fleeting softness. This general had already severed ties with the old matron. Let her speak of such matters to others. Genre, you truly possess a heart of stone. Is it too much to ask for such a small request from your mother? Even if you are busy, could you not allow Yue to accompany me at the residence? At last, the crux of the matter was laid bare, causing Baisuyue to snort coldly. Upon hearing this, Baijan narrowed his eyes, seeking Baisuyue's opinion. Yue, do you wish to go? Baisuyue smiled gently and nodded. Since the old matron has invited me to stay at the residence for a few days, would it not be disrespectful to decline? The old matron's thoughts shifted, her eyes sparkling with newfound light. Baimiaru and Bai Qinglan, who stood behind her, exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their triumph. These individuals believed Baisuyue was oblivious to their intentions, yet they made no effort to conceal them. Upon receiving Baisuyue's response, the old matron immediately rose to her feet. Yue, since you have made your decision, would you be so kind as to accompany your grandmother now? Go fetch a couple of garments. No need to pack. Bai Qinglan suddenly interjected, feeling her words were somewhat abrupt, and with a stern expression added, there are plenty of fine clothes within the residence. It would be just as well to have a couple made anew for you. But would it not take time to have them remade? Bai Suyue opened her eyes, gazing blankly at Bai Qinglan. The latter felt an overwhelming pressure under Bai Suyue's scrutiny, her forehead beginning to perspire. She recalled their previous encounter on the street and felt an urge to retaliate against Bai Suyue, yet could only suppress her fury and say, "Your figure is quite similar to that of Sister Ruoxue. She possesses many unworn new garments, so sending you a couple would not be a burden." Bai Suyue turned her head, inwardly amused. It would indeed be surprising if Bai Ruoxue were truly willing to part with her new clothes. The old matron appropriately interrupted their exchange, stating, "These are mere trifles. Yuer, come along with me. It is not as if you shall never return." Only then did Bai Suyue nod and follow behind with her hands clasped. Bai Zhan wished to impart some words of caution, parting his lips, yet ultimately furrowed his brow and swallowed his words in the past. He would have done everything in his power to prevent this. But now his thoughts had shifted. Yuer had grown up. There was no longer a need for him to overly concern himself with such matters. Chapter 82. Is it still valuable now? Bai Suyue settled into the carriage used by the old matron, arriving at the residence without incident. Bai Xiaojun accompanied the old matron to the general's mansion, while the first lady and Bai Ruoxue remained at the estate. Though half a month had passed, the entire residence still lingered in a somber atmosphere, with remnants of white cloth faintly visible in the corners of the courtyard. The sudden demise of Prime Minister Bai had taken many by surprise, leaving them unable to react in time. The sudden demise of the former Prime Minister has drawn a considerable number of visitors to the residence, yet as time passes, the atmosphere within the Bai household grows increasingly desolate. After all, the extinguishment of life is akin to the extinguishing of a flame. When a person departs, the warmth of companionship fades, and the world of politics is no different. Were it not for Bai Xiaojun, who has recently gained the emperor's favor and was unexpectedly appointed as the leader of the imperial guards just yesterday, the residence would undoubtedly face a swift decline. The once prosperous glory of the estate would soon dissipate. Power and wealth are transient. One cannot carry them into the afterlife. Regrettably, some individuals remain oblivious to this truth. Take, for instance, the matriarch. The foundation of the Bai family, established over many years, still endures, bolstered by the presence of a favored concubine in the imperial court. Thus, despite the hardships of recent days, the dignity and decorum of the Bai household have not waned. Upon Bai Suyue's arrival, servants stood at attention by the entrance to greet her. The matriarch regarded Bai Suyue with an unusual warmth, yet it was merely a faade, akin to a weasel wishing a chicken well without any genuine intent. The first wife emerged from within, her facial redness having faded, though remnants of spots lingered. Her complexion appeared pale, and her eyes were somewhat swollen, betraying her sorrow over Bai Sun's passing, a rare instance of genuine concern. However, the moment she laid eyes on Bai Suyue, a fierce glint flashed in her gaze, and she coldly remarked, "Mother, why have you brought the murderer of the Prime Minister into our house?" The matriarch's eyes widened in indignation. "What murderer? Yuer is soon to be my daughter-in-law. Sun's death has nothing to do with the general's residence. Grandmother, had it not been for her, how could father have been imprisoned in the dungeons? If he were not in the dungeons, how could he have died? Even if she did not slay him herself, she is undoubtedly the architect of my father's demise." Bai Ruoxue trembled with rage at the sight of Bai Suyue, her eyes flashing with malice. Bai Suyue gently tilted her head, casting a glance at the matriarch. "Grandmother, ought I not to remain here? Who says so? If I wish for you to stay, then stay you shall. You need not heed the words of others." The matriarch spoke insincerely, harboring ulterior motives in her heart. She shot a covert glare at Wei Shi. "Does Sun's death mean you no longer take my words to heart?" Wei Shi gritted her teeth and bowed her head, replying, "I dare not." "Then hurry and prepare a fine room for Yuer." Wei Shi led Bai Ruoxue away while instructing a maid to escort Bai Suyue to her new chamber. Bai Suyue narrowed her eyes slightly and strode purposefully alongside the maid, arriving at a place that still lingered in her memory. This courtyard was uniquely picturesque. In her past life, it had captured her heart at first glance. A small river ran before it, separating the front courtyard from the back. However, what Bai Suyue had not anticipated was that behind this courtyard lay a dense grove of peach trees, flourishing in their verdant splendor, offering a clear view of her every movement within the premises. Here, Bai Suyue had once resided. The most vivid memory she held was of a near miss with the matriarch's nephew, Lu Yu, who had attempted to take advantage of her, only to be rescued by a mysterious figure clad in black who had intruded in the dead of night. She had always believed that the figure in black was Feng Muling. However, upon further reflection, she realized that someone who despised her so deeply could hardly be expected to save her. He would likely relish the opportunity to sit nearby and watch her misfortunes unfold. Now that she had returned, albeit at an inopportune time, Bai Suyue was determined to uncover the true intentions of the old matriarch Bai. With Bai Sun deceased, the trajectory of her life was gradually shifting, and she was resolute in crafting a conclusion that she could be proud of. Miss Yu, you may stay here for the time being. Bai Suyue stepped into the room and surveyed the exquisite furnishings. Her brow furrowing slightly, the maid, presuming that Bai Suyue had never experienced such opulence, smirked inwardly but proclaimed with feigned pride, Miss Yu, I dare say you haven't encountered many of these treasures. They are worth a fortune, so do be careful not to damage them. Bai Suyue offered a faint smile, her fingers brushing against a porcelain vase nearby. The maid quickly positioned herself beside the vase, her voice dropping to a serious tone. This is a masterpiece from a renowned artist, worth a small fortune. This single vase could very well equate to General Bai's annual salary. Upon hearing this, Bai Suyue slightly lifted her gaze, then snatched the vase from the maid's hand and, with a decisive motion, let it crash to the floor. The sharp sound startled the maid, who looked up at Bai Suyue with a mix of anger and disbelief. Miss Yu, how can you disregard its value now? Miss Yu, you cannot afford to compensate for such a thing. If I cannot afford it, then take it all away. I find it most displeasing to have these items cluttering my view. Otherwise, I shall ensure that they are reduced to ashes by tomorrow. The maid's expression shifted through shades of green and white, her gaze at Bai Suyue akin to that of a villager who knows not the worth of precious goods. Bai Suyue's eyes grew cold as she scanned the room, her attention drawn to a folding screen positioned not far away. That screen was the most valuable item in the entire room, and she strode confidently towards it, causing the maid's heart to race as she hurriedly positioned herself in front of it. These items have been placed here at the behest of Miss Ruoxue. Each one holds significant value, and while the screen may appear unremarkable, it is indeed the most precious of them all. I cannot fathom how you dare to covet it. Step aside for me. Bai Suyue lowered her gaze slightly, her long lashes fluttering, her tone as frigid as ice. The maid felt the weight of her folly, realizing she had stirred a hornet's nest. Miss Ruoxue had cautioned her repeatedly not to let Bai Suyue damage anything here, and yet, no sooner had she finished speaking than Bai Suyue began her destruction. Miss Yu, that screen was a gift from the emperor to the Xiang residence. Should you break it, it would be an affront to his majesty. Bai Suyue narrowed her eyes and forcefully pushed the maid aside, delivering a kick to the screen. Instantly, a large hole appeared in its center, rendering it utterly ruined. The maid stood in stunned silence as she watched Bai Suyue lift the screen with one hand and casually toss it towards the door. A gasp echoed from outside as Bai Ruoxue, startled by the sudden projectile, turned to see the mangled item and trembled with rage. Bai Suyue, you better come out here this instant. The young maid within trembled at the sound of Bai Ruoxue's voice, her legs quaking with fear. The screen, which was Bai Ruoxue's most cherished possession, featured lifelike peony embroidery crafted by the late master embroiderer. The frame, forged from pure gold, was adorned with delicate gemstones, exuding an air of opulence. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Bai Suyue turned and stepped through the doorway, only to find Bai Ruoxue standing beside the screen, fuming with rage, her usual grace and elegance completely absent, replaced by a glint of derision in her eyes. So it is my cousin, Bai Suyue exclaimed, raising her voice from the threshold, her face adorned with a faint smile. The old lady has permitted me to reside here, but upon seeing the state of this room, I intended to dispose of all its contents. If my dear cousin desires anything, please feel free to take it. Bai Ruoxue's cheeks flushed with indignation, her eyes glaring at Bai Suyue, brimming with fury. Do you have any idea how much silver this broken screen is worth? Bai Suyue shrugged nonchalantly. I do not know, nor do I wish to hear. All I know is that anything within my room belongs to me. Nonsense, Bai Ruoxue glared at Bai Suyue, who appeared utterly unrepentant and unyieldingly righteous, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration. This screen belongs to me, worth 50,000 taels of silver. If you cannot produce that sum today, I shall take you to court. Bai Suyue merely smirked, her expression indifferent. How petty. It is merely a screen. The maid has already stated that the residence is as wealthy as a nation. 50,000 taels is but a trifling amount. I had thought you were implying that the Bai family could not even afford that. Bai Ruoxue trembled with rage at Bai Suyue's twisted reasoning, her gaze swiftly shifting to the young maid standing behind Bai Suyue. Did you say this? And no, it was not me. Miss Yu is wrongfully accusing me. I merely cautioned her that the items in this room are priceless and advised her not to touch anything. Upon hearing this, Bai Suyue let out a soft sigh. So I misunderstood. The Bai family is so impoverished that they cannot even produce 50,000 taels. You have invited me to stay here merely to exploit these worthless trinkets to extort me. Extort you? Bai Ruoshui felt a sharp pang in her heart. She had deliberately placed her treasures here to ensure Bai Suyue would only dare to look, not touch, and to make her aware of her own worth. Yet, she had not anticipated such an outcome. Bai Suyue, it seemed, lacked the discernment to recognize genuine valuables, mistaking her prized possessions for mere fakes. Bai Zhan, a military general, was perennially occupied with his duties, while Bai Junyi devoted himself to caring for his beloved who had fallen ill. The exorbitant cost of medical remedies had already depleted Bai Zhan's salary. Were it not for the monthly subsidies from Emperor Xian, the general's household would likely struggle to maintain even a semblance of normalcy. Furthermore, given Bai Suyue's notorious extravagance and the need to support someone like Yin Yingru, who has never hesitated to indulge in lavish expenditures, the current state of the general's mansion, while appearing opulent on the surface, is in reality teetering on the brink of financial ruin. Bai Suyue is acutely aware of this predicament. However, the absence of wealth is inconsequential. The lack of power is truly dire. The audacity of Bai Xiaojun to challenge her father for authority indicates that this standoff is precisely what Emperor Xian is keen to witness. Ultimately, it reflects a waning trust in her father by the emperor. What do you think you are? Do you truly believe this young lady would stoop to extort you? Do not presume that I am unaware of the considerable debts your general's mansion currently owes. Bai Ruoshui exclaimed, her frustration causing her to kick the screen on the floor. Bai Suyue gently dusted herself off, raised her head slightly, and smiled faintly. If you are not attempting to extort me, then why come before me with talk of 50,000 taels? Is this truly worth that sum? Bai Suyue's gaze fell, her mind scheming quietly. This room contained an abundance of valuable items, which she planned to sell openly to provide some financial relief to the general's mansion. Ronger had long been lamenting the lack of her monthly stipend for 2 months. Bai Ruoshui soon realized that communicating with Bai Suyue was futile, and no matter how incensed she became, Bai Suyue remained unperturbed, as if her demands for silver were nothing but an act of extortion. At this critical juncture, the old matriarch had forbidden her from taking any independent action. Very well, bring all the items within out to me. Swallowing her pride, Bai Ruoshui resigned herself to this humiliation, acknowledging that it was her own miscalculation. As a few maidservants moved to comply, Bai Suyue stepped back, positioning herself at the doorway. This is my room. If I do not permit you to enter, do you dare to intrude? Bai Suyue, do not forget, this is my residence, not your general's mansion. Every room here belongs to me, Bai Ruoshui retorted. Bai Suyue crossed her arms, feigning ignorance to Bai Ruoshui's words, her cold gaze fixed on the eager maidservants before her, in a voice barely above a whisper, yet imbued with an air of intimidation. She declared, Bai Ruoshui, do you truly believe that your few maidservants stand a chance against me in a direct confrontation? Bai Ruoshui's complexion paled suddenly. She had not forgotten that recently, nearly all the guards of the residence had failed to subdue Bai Suyue and Bai Zhan. Even though Bai Suyue had sustained injuries, significant time had passed, and she had likely recovered. Those minor wounds were mere trifles to Bai Suyue, hardly meriting a second thought. You don't dare to raise your hand against me in this residence? Bai Ruoshui gritted her teeth. Yet upon seeing Bai Suyue's unyielding demeanor, she couldn't help but feel a flicker of trepidation within her. While she could resort to cunning schemes, facing someone like Bai Suyue, who played by her own rules and was unrestrained in her approach, rendered all of Bai Ruoshui's tactics ineffective. Even if Bai Suyue were to demolish all her precious belongings, Bai Ruoshui knew she must stifle her indignation until the other party faced their reckoning. It was indeed an uncomfortable position to be in. Bai Ruoshui, lost in a myriad of thoughts, cast a fleeting glance at the several maidservants nearby. Upon meeting her gaze, they all instinctively recoiled in fear, silently cursing her in their hearts. Truly, a worthless lot they were. Gritting her teeth gently, she raised her chin with an air of arrogance and proclaimed, if you cannot produce any silver, then so be it. I shall grant you an opportunity for atonement. Starting tomorrow, you will wash my clothes and serve me, as long as I am pleased. You need not repay your debts. Bai Suyue shot her a nonchalant glance and replied, are you jesting? I owe you nothing. Why should I serve you? As she spoke, Bai Suyue rubbed her wrists and stretched her limbs, exuding a demeanor that suggested she was ready to engage in a physical confrontation should Bai Ruoshui persist. After fixing Bai Suyue with an intense stare for a considerable moment, Bai Ruoshui finally reined in her emotions and coldly warned, Bai Suyue, should I catch you damaging anything in the courtyard again, I will promptly send the fragments and the bill to your father. If he fails to remit the funds, I assure you that your general's mansion will face dire consequences. Having delivered her harsh ultimatum, Bai Ruoshui turned on her heel and departed. Bai Suyue let her hands fall to her sides and cast a dispassionate glance at the maidservant who had previously led her. The maidservant shrank back and hastily exited the courtyard. Once the surroundings fell into silence, Bai Suyue finally turned around and meticulously surveyed the room. Though the time had changed, the experiences mirrored those of her previous life. She recalled that during the old matriarch's birthday banquet, there had been intentions to marry her off to a nephew, which led to Bai Jian escorting her here under some pretext. When she first arrived, she had mistakenly believed that others were treating her kindly, especially since Yin Yingru had been by her side, instilling a sense of security. Little did she know that upon entering, she would accidentally shatter the vase placed at the entrance. Bai Ruoshui and her entourage had berated her severely, compelling her to toil for them daily under the guise of repaying a debt. Memories of her past traumas flickered through her mind. Bai Suyue's gaze landed on an item within the room. Chapter 84. She was not afraid of fatigue. With a swift motion, she reached out and removed a painting hanging on the wall. A spark of excitement glimmered in her eyes as her fingertips gently caressed its colors, the corners of her mouth lifting ever so slightly in a smile. Upon closer inspection of the signature beneath the painting, her heart surged with exhilaration. The joy in her eyes deepened as she rolled it up and clutched it firmly in her grasp. She remembered that this artist was relatively unknown at present, but in a few years, his fame would soar, and his earlier works would become priceless treasures. Though she had never met him, his name had become legendary, Jimu. In her mind, she envisioned him as an elderly gentleman. These thoughts flitted through her consciousness in an instant. She retained this painting solely for the prospect of future profit. Neatly placing the artwork in a box, Bai Suyue commenced a thorough search of the room, gathering all valuables into a bag, which she then slung over her shoulder as she made her exit on the road. As the servants and handmaidens proceeded, they beheld Bai Suyue emerging from the inner courtyard, a large sack slung over her shoulder. Observing Bai Suyue's composed demeanor, the servants noted nothing unusual. Most merely cast a fleeting glance before returning to their tasks. Thus, Bai Suyue boldly gathered items from the Xiang residence and made her way to a nearby pawnshop to sell them. This particular pawnshop was modest in size, and its obscurity was precisely why Bai Suyue chose to conduct her business there. Upon entering, she encountered the relaxed staff lounging at the table, including the shopkeeper. When they noticed a customer at the door, the clerk immediately rose to greet her, a broad smile illuminating his face as he inquired, "Esteemed lady, what might you wish to pawn?" With a casual thud, Bai Suyue set the cloth sack aside. "All of this," she declared. The clerk and shopkeeper, recognizing a lucrative opportunity, promptly gathered around, their expressions shifting to one of incredulity as they inspected the contents of the sack. Inside were various jars and bottles, even bowls and chopsticks included, and given Bai Suyue's seemingly modest attire, they exchanged glances, both concluding that this woman bore the semblance of a thief. However, the shopkeeper remained unperturbed, methodically arranging the items and assessing their worth. While they appeared decent, all were forgeries, cumulatively valued at no more than 1,000 taels of silver. Bai Suyue chuckled softly, narrowing her eyes, "I shall not pawn them." And with that, she turned to leave. The shopkeeper, feeling a pang of urgency, called out, "What about 10,000 taels? That's the maximum." Yet, Bai Suyue did not break her stride, heading towards a larger pawnshop not far away. The shopkeeper, anxious, pursued her, unwilling to let this golden opportunity slip through his fingers. "The price is negotiable. How much does the lady desire?" At this, Bai Suyue finally paused, extending her hand to indicate a figure. The shopkeeper's heart sank upon seeing the amount she gestured. He had initially thought he had encountered an easy mark, only to discover she was well informed. "Very well, 10,000 taels it is," Bai Suyue returned with the sack, and the shopkeeper meticulously re-evaluated the items before instructing his clerk to fetch the banknotes. Surprised by the shopkeeper's promptness in providing the funds, Bai Suyue felt a flicker of astonishment. She had not anticipated that such a small pawnshop could absorb so many goods in one transaction. However, as she turned to leave, the shopkeeper exchanged a knowing glance with his clerk, who swiftly vanished into the back room. With the banknotes in hand, Bai Suyue's spirits lifted considerably. She had long been accustomed to spending money, yet had never grasped the art of earning it. Had it not been for her myriad experiences, she would still be the oblivious young lady of the general, unaware of the world's hardships. Just as she passed through a deserted alleyway, a sudden gust of wind caught her attention, tightening her chest. Startled, she swiftly sidestepped as a wooden stick narrowly missed her shoulder, crashing down with a whoosh. "Missed?" A furious voice erupted behind her, and as she turned to face her assailant, Bai Suyue raised her hand to catch the descending stick. leaving her attacker dumbfounded. A stick as thick as an arm was firmly gripped in the palm of Baisuyue's hand. With a gentle yet forceful motion, she pulled it towards her chest, causing the tall man with a masked face opposite her to tumble to the ground with a cry of despair. The sound of his wailing exploded in her ears, and the remaining 3 men, also masked and clad in the attire of commoners, watched in horror as the giant fell before them, beads of sweat instantly trickling down their foreheads. This woman poses a significant threat. One of them, his voice trembling, took 2 steps back, while the others felt their hearts race as they observed Baisuyue advancing towards them. This was no ordinary woman. She was a veritable monster. The force with which she swung that stick was inconceivable for such a frail arm to withstand effortlessly. Even those skilled in martial arts would struggle to match her strength. This woman possesses martial prowess. We must flee. Wait, that is a fortune of 100,000 taels of silver. If she can fight, surely we have someone among us who can as well. You, hurry back and fetch help. We 3 will hold her off. The shorter man interjected coldly. Upon hearing his voice, Baisuyue's ears perked up, instantly recognizing him. So, it is you, the servant from that shop. As soon as she uttered these words, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in the man's eyes. Regardless of the outcome, let us go. The 3 men, taking turns with their sticks, charged at Baisuyue once more. She narrowed her eyes slightly, this time showing no mercy. Within mere moments, the 3 men were once again sprawled upon the ground. With no reinforcements in sight, their expressions grew grim, revealing their desperate pleas for mercy. Fair lady, please spare us. We shall never dare again. Baisuyue chuckled softly. If I were to beg for mercy, would you let this young lady go? Instantly, the trio fell silent, their faces etched with fear as they gazed at Baisuyue. With a slight upturn of her lips, she swiftly dispatched 2 of them into unconsciousness. Grasping the collars of the 2 incapacitated men, she dragged them towards the government office. After carelessly tossing the unconscious bodies at the entrance of the office, Baisuyue dusted off her hands and made her way back to the minister's residence. This entire scene had been observed by another, Imoju, who concealed himself in the shadows, casting a perplexed glance at Baisuyue before vanishing behind the wall. Retracing his steps, Imoju quickened his pace and arrived at the second-floor private room of a small tavern opposite the minister's residence. He knocked on the door, and upon entering, his gaze fell upon a man sitting by the window, leisurely sipping tea while lifting the curtain. The light haloed around the man's exquisitely flawless profile, imbuing him with an air of supreme authority even in his tranquility. Your Highness, Baisuyue has stolen something from the minister's residence to sell, but was intercepted along the way. She knocked out 2 of her captors and delivered them to the government office. In Yin Machi's elongated phoenix eyes, ripples of resplendent light danced. His brows knitted lightly before he shook his fan, a smile blooming on his lips like a seductive red lotus. After such a long journey, dragging 2 large men, she seems unfazed by fatigue. Did you not think to lend her a hand? Chapter 85. The Salem Zhu fell silent, his mind racing with speculations regarding Yin Mochi's intentions. What merits did that woman possess to warrant his assistance? However, the King of Flames offered no indication, his expression growing slightly frosty as he slowly articulated the answer to Imoju's inner turmoil. The second prince is so eager to wed this girl. It would be remiss of me not to join in the excitement. Imoju's countenance shifted, sensing in Yin Mochi's gaze a seriousness that brooked no jest. He quietly inquired, Your Highness, what is it about this woman that captivates you so? Yin Mochi cast him a sidelong glance, his eyes suddenly icy. This matter lies outside your purview. Imoju hastily reined in his suspicions. His question had evidently provoked the king's threshold of patience. I acknowledge my error. The king's gaze darkened, his enchanting, profound eyes concealing a shadowy depth. With his hands clasped behind his back, he averted his gaze from Imoju. You shall remain by her side. Go forth. With that command, Imoju's expression turned pensive as he bowed slightly and turned away. The radiant phoenix-like eyes briefly swept over the figure of the departing youth, while a faint smile curved the corner of Yin Mochi's lips. He languidly waved his folding fan, its delicate motion casting a gentle glow in the flickering candlelight. His long, jade-like fingers traced over the characters Chil and Dan in a book, his gaze darkening further. When Baisuyue returned to the mansion, a commotion had already ensued in the courtyard. Rua Shui, having heard of Baisuyue's departure, intended to send someone to retrieve her cherished possessions, only to discover that her room had been ransacked. The private savings she had accumulated over the years and her beloved belongings had all vanished. Upon witnessing this scene, Rua Shui nearly fainted from indignation and promptly sought out Wei Shi. Under Wei Shi's guidance, she arrived at the old matriarch's quarters. "Grandmother, someone has stolen our possessions. All the valuables I left in the courtyard have been taken." The old matriarch, engaged in conversation with her trusted maid regarding the future plans for the household, was suddenly interrupted by the uproar outside. An expression of impatience flashing in her eyes, Eli Mama, standing beside the matriarch, whispered, "It seems something grave has occurred. Perhaps the matriarch should step outside, lest Miss Ruoxue remain in such a state of fury." The old matriarch nodded, supported by Li Mama. As they made their way to the outer hall, Wei Shi, her face a mask of fury, stood at the center of the hall with Bai Ruoxue. Upon seeing the matriarch emerge, Bai Ruoxue, her eyes swollen and red, seethed, "Grandmother, we have been robbed. Someone witnessed Bai Suyu leaving with a large bundle. It's likely that she has made off with my belongings. Is this truly the case?" The old matriarch was taken aback, and upon seeing Bai Ruoxue's distressed countenance, she understood that the loss was significant. "Just how much silver has been taken?" Bai Ruoxue felt a tightness in her chest. Just the thought of that scene caused her heart to ache severely. It was likely that she had lost items worth approximately 100,000 taels of silver, and she had even carelessly kicked over the precious screen valued at 50,000 taels, not to mention the 1,000 taels blue porcelain vase. Upon hearing this, the old matriarch's eyes widened in shock, realizing that the entire household had suffered a loss amounting to over 100,000 taels of silver. Bai Ruoxue, why on earth would you place such valuable items in her room? Perhaps she has already discarded them as mere trash. The old matriarch could hardly fathom that Bai Suyu was discerning. In her eyes, Bai Suyu had never even hired a tutor and only knew how to fight and scold. Were it not for her slight display of talent at the old matriarch's birthday banquet, she would have never believed that the girl could dance or read. "Grandmother, what is the point of discussing this now? The urgent matter is to quickly retrieve that thieving girl Bai Suyu and hand her over to the authorities." A flash of resentment flickered in Bai Ruoxue's eyes as her clenched fists trembled beneath her sleeves, her delicate and gentle face slightly flushed with anger. The old matriarch was fully aware of what Bai Ruoxue was truly thinking. Yet she had not anticipated that such actions would lead to both a loss of reputation and resources. "Hurry and find Yuer. You all go together." The old matriarch slammed her hand on the table in frustration, and Li Momo, who stood beside her, wore a similarly grim expression. As the stewardess of the household and the old matriarch's confidant, she was acutely aware of the current situation within the residence. Over the years, the various shops run by the household barely managed to cover their expenses, leaving no surplus. This loss of over 100,000 taels represented nearly a year's worth of income from those shops. Most of it was bestowed by the late emperor, its value exceeding that of mere silver. Losing it caused the old matriarch even greater distress. If this were to be compensated to her maternal family, their business would likely flourish to new heights, rendering the support from the household unnecessary. Wei Shi's chest heaved slightly. "Mother, I truly do not comprehend what you are thinking. Why bring this troublemaker into our home? What do you understand?" The old matriarch cast a dismissive glance at Wei Shi, who, despite being young, had assumed the role of a widow, her grievances naturally running deep. The death of Suner at the hands of Bai Zhen would not be overlooked by the old matriarch. She vowed to make that father and son pay for Suner's life sooner or later. Wei Shi looked up in slight astonishment at the old matriarch's fierce expression. She had underestimated the old woman's cunning. "Mother, what do you plan to do?" Although Wei Shi had a powerful maternal family backing her, and Bai Ruoyao was within the palace, in the current household, the only voices that mattered were hers and the old matriarch's. Their goals aligned, and she was willing to heed the old matriarch's thoughts. After all, having spent so many years in the household, she understood the old matriarch's nature well and the past, to ensure Bai Sun could be with her. The old matriarch had exerted considerable effort, and my nephew shall be arriving this evening, providing an opportune moment for these two to exchange glances. That Lu Yu is quite the striking young man. Even I, at my age, find them to be a suitable match. The old matron, with a knowing expression, concluded her statement, and the eldest lady instantly grasped its implication. The prospective daughter-in-law appears quite commendable. No sooner had she spoken than a maid announced at the door, "Madam, old madam, Miss Yu has returned." The eldest lady's countenance became noticeably strained, yet she quickly composed herself. The old matron sat in her elevated position, while the eldest lady held onto Bai Ruoxue, both fixated on the entrance. Bai Suyu strode in with her head held high, exuding a certain charisma. The old matron inquired, "I wonder what brings Yuer here?" Considering her recent return? Observing Bai Suyu's perplexed expression, Bai Ruoxue's irritation intensified. "Bai Suyu, cease your pretense, pray tell. Where have you hidden my belongings? Bai Suyue calmly tilted her head, taking in the sight of Bai Ruoshue's commanding demeanor, and replied unhurriedly, I sold them. What? Bai Ruoshue gasped, her eyes narrowing at Bai Suyue with a murderous glare. Those were my possessions. By what right did you take them? Someone, seize this thief and deliver her to the authorities. Chapter 86. Is she slapping my face? As Bai Miaoru and Bai Qinglan entered, they beheld Bai Ruoshue's somewhat unhinged demeanor. Bai Miaoru, who had always maintained a cordial relationship with Bai Ruoshue, swiftly approached her and inquired softly, Sister Ruoshue, what has transpired to incite such fury? Bai Ruoshue shot a venomous glance at Bai Suyue, her expression dark and silent. Bai Suyue raised an eyebrow, her lips curling into a mocking smile. In my goodwill, I sold those worthless trinkets of yours for 1,000 taels of silver, yet Sister Ruoshue dares to chastise me. If need be, I shall return the silver. With that, Bai Suyue produced a pre-prepared banknote from her sleeve. The 1,000-tael note fell to the ground, and a maid hastily picked it up and placed it in Bai Ruoshue's hand. Clenching the remaining banknote tightly, Bai Ruoshue seethed, Grandmother, you must stand up for me. These are my belongings, and she sold them without my consent. How is that not akin to theft? The old matron's heart ached at the sight of the 1,000-tael note, yet she resolved to endure for the sake of her impending plans. After all, they were merely possessions. If Yue has sold them, so be it. Since the silver is returned, do forgive your sister you this once. Bai Miaoru, having grasped the full context, concealed a smirk of schadenfreude in her eyes. Yet when she spoke, her tone mirrored Bai Ruoshue's mutual indignation. Grandmother, you truly show favoritism. To dismiss over 100,000 taels of silver so easily is beyond comprehension. It appears Sister Yu is blissfully unaware of her misdeeds. Such a lack of upbringing. Bai Suyue's gaze narrowed, her piercing stare sweeping over Bai Miaoru. Her expression bore a stern demeanor, laced with a tone of admonition. Do you, a mere concubine's daughter, presume to instruct me? Bai Miaoru's countenance paled at the words, and she instinctively withdrew her head, yet a flicker of resentment and frustration danced in her lowered gaze. The chasm created by their differing statuses was an insurmountable divide. Regardless of her capabilities or her attempts to curry favor with the matriarch and the elder lady, she would never receive the same treatment as a legitimate daughter. As a concubine within this household, she existed in a liminal state, neither entirely free nor wholly subservient. Fortunately, she and her mother had consistently adhered to the matriarch's wishes. Otherwise, she would have faced the same fate as the other concubines and the less favored illegitimate daughters. The day after Bai Sun's death, the matriarch had purged the household, selling off all the concubines and sending the few with slightly higher statuses back to their maternal homes. She and Bai Qinglan had been fortunate to remain, having always been obedient, yet now, the household had clearly become a realm ruled solely by the matriarch's will. Bai Ruoshue's delicate face turned slightly pale. Her heart trembling with indignation, it was as if she were suppressing an inner turmoil, her anger threatening to erupt. Yet in this moment, she felt somewhat powerless. She had overheard the words exchanged between her mother and the elder lady. The injustice she faced would likely have to be swallowed in silence. Her complexion shifted from red to white, then to a shade of green, ultimately resulting in her clenching her fists before releasing them. Very well. I am not one to harbor such pettiness. Taking several deep breaths, Bai Ruoshue managed to quell the inner fire, re-emerging with a gentle smile as she glanced in Bai Suyue's direction. Seeing Bai Ruoshue adjust her demeanor so swiftly surprised Bai Suyue, it appeared that the Bai family had cultivated their daughters well, for Bai Ruoshue's character was indeed remarkable. Even in the face of knowing she could not retaliate for the time being, she managed to suppress her anger, which was a testament to her resilience. Wei Shi gently patted Bai Ruoshue's shoulder. My dear, it's merely a matter of over 100,000 taels of silver. Consider it lost. Come to your mother's quarters later, and she shall provide you with something delightful. Bai Ruoshue obediently nodded. Though a flicker of anger remained in her eyes, she refrained from expressing it further. After all, she had been raised as a legitimate daughter in this household for many years. Had it not been for Bai Suyue's sudden provocation, she would not have lost her composure so. Merely over 100,000 taels, that amount represented her entire fortune, most of which was intended as her dowry. As someone destined to become the crown princess, how could she possibly show up without a proper dowry? Truly, the matriarch possessed a generous spirit, which Bai Suyue admired greatly. Bai Suyue feigned admiration, performing a slight bow towards Wei Shi, her face adorned with a semblance of reverence. The matriarch's expression grew even colder, casting a fleeting glance at Bai Suyue. Suyue, Did your father not enlighten you that what you did earlier constitutes theft? The word theft left Bai Suyue momentarily stunned. She had acted openly and with integrity, carrying items out of the Wang residence. How could this be deemed stealing? Do not attempt to feign innocence any longer, esteemed young lady. How could you, with such audacity, appropriate the possessions of another? This egregious act has undeniably transgressed the law. With both witnesses and evidence gathered, a mere word from Sister Ruishui could lead you to imprisonment. Bai Qinglan, standing nearby, craned her neck and exclaimed loudly, her expression laced with derision and contempt as she regarded Bai Suyue. Bai Suyue, placing a hand upon her chest, maintained a demeanor of unruffled clarity, and with a sardonic smile, replied, I am truly terrified. This retort incensed Bai Qinglan to the point of fury, prompting her to lunge at Bai Suyue. No one present intervened. Indeed, Bai Ruishui hoped fervently that Bai Qinglan would impart a lesson to Bai Suyue. After all, as a young lady of high standing, she would never initiate a confrontation, regardless of her ability to best Bai Suyue in a physical altercation. Seeing Bai Qinglan charging towards her, Bai Suyue reached out to grasp her hair, yet with an icy countenance, she did not rush to retaliate. Instead, she swiftly darted behind the matronly Momo, who stood beside the old matriarch. Bai Qinglan, unable to reach Bai Suyue, was infuriated and, in a fit of rage, raised her hand, resulting in a resounding slap. Li Momo's eyes widened in disbelief as she witnessed Bai Qinglan retract her hand. Stunned and covering her face, a profound silence enveloped the room, and the old matriarch's face darkened with fury upon witnessing Li Momo struck by Bai Qinglan. Bai Qinglan, after all these years, you dare to bring disgrace upon me? Bai Qinglan, flustered, stammered, no, I intended to strike Bai Suyue. Yet her protests rang hollow, for the act of striking Li Momo was now an undeniable reality, explaining the old matriarch's ire. Bai Suyue, standing behind Li Momo, made a face in the direction of Bai Qinglan, further igniting her rage, prompting another charge. With a deft flick of her fingers, Bai Suyue sent a small stone hurtling towards Bai Qinglan's knee, causing her to buckle with a startled cry and collapse against the startled Li Momo. Chaos erupted within the room. Oh dear, old matriarch, I am done for, utterly finished. Li Momo, being the most senior servant in the household and of advanced age, found herself unable to rise after being toppled by Bai Qinglan. The old matriarch, enraged, hastily summoned maidservants to assist Bai Qinglan to her feet, nearly exploding with fury upon seeing Li Momo's plight. Cease this at once. Look at yourselves. Do any of you embody the grace of a distinguished young lady? Should outsiders witness this, who would dare to seek the hand of a lady from our esteemed house? Chapter 87. I shall not disdain you. Bai Suyue remained composed, and upon catching the old matriarch's penetrating gaze, nonchalantly lifted her chin. The old matriarch's expression grew somber, and she gestured for Bai Suyue to approach. Yuer, come here at once. Bai Suyue did not respond verbally, yet upon observing the old matriarch stride towards the inner chambers, she followed suit. In the hall, servants had already lifted Li Momo onto a soft platform, taking her to seek the physician, while Bai Qinglan hung her head. A measure of fear etched upon her features. Bai Miaoru and Bai Ruishui stood to one side, their expressions fluctuating as they gazed at the direction in which Bai Suyue had vanished. The newcomer had only been present for a brief time, yet had already caused a considerable uproar within the residence, truly a harbinger of chaos. The old matriarch, stooped and frail, sat at the edge of the bed. She lifted her head with a knowing glance, surveying the newly arrived Bai Suyue. Yuer, your grandmother understands that you harbor grievances against me, yet I too have my own unavoidable tribulations. As she spoke, there was a glimmer of consolation in the elder's eyes. However, soon you will become my nephew's wife. Could it be that I would treat you unjustly? Bai Suyue could not help but stifle a laugh within her heart. The matriarch's nephew was of the same generation as her father, and though the latter's parents had been latecomers to parenthood, he was now nearly 30. Moreover, Bai Sun had only recently passed, and the old matriarch was already scheming. Leaving Bai Suyue both surprised and somewhat saddened, for Bai Xun.it seemed that in the heart of this elderly woman, no one held greater importance than herself. Suddenly, Bai Suyue began to comprehend the reason behind the matriarch's treatment of Bai Zhan. Indeed, the old woman was considering Yuer's interests, even for a girl who had already been pushed into a marriage proposal. The matriarch's eyes narrowed slightly. Are you referring to your previous experiences in the brothel? Worry not, for I am here. Lu Yu will not disdain you. Ha! How sweetly she spoke, yet Lu Yu was a notorious libertine, certainly unimpressed by her looks. However, should he take her home, it would indirectly grant him influence over the general's household. With Bai Zhen's affection for her, he would surely not allow his daughter to suffer at that moment. They would all be compelled to heed the matriarch's wishes. The reason her father had not completely severed ties with the old matriarch over the years was solely due to Bai Zhen's childhood, during which the matriarch had genuinely cared for him before the untimely demise of her grandfather. It was only after the death of the former prime minister that the matriarch's demeanor had shifted so drastically. Reflecting upon it now, such a profound transformation in one's feelings towards another must have stemmed from significant reasons. Truly, what an honor it was for Yue. Bai Suyue concealed her inner mockery, responding in a neutral tone. The matriarch, witnessing Bai Sui's awareness of the situation, felt a measure of relief. As for Ruoxue, I shall speak with her shortly. Since the deal is done, the 1,000 taels shall be given to you. Consider it the betrothal gift from me to you for the general's household. Bai Suyue's eyes widened slightly, a deeper sense of ridicule blossoming within her. Indeed, when it came to shamelessness, the old matriarch was truly unparalleled. Noting Bai Suyue's prolonged silence, the matriarch's expression turned somewhat frosty. What is it? Do you still disagree? Bai Suyue raised her gaze, fixing her eyes upon the matriarch's. It is not a matter of disagreement, but Ruoxue mentioned that this betrothal gift is valued at over 100,000 taels. Does that not seem excessive? The matriarch slowly waved her hand, a serious expression gracing her features. None of that is of consequence. As long as Yue is happy, that is all that matters. Bai Suyue curled her lips into a sweet smile, as if she were experiencing the tender bloom of first love. But what does Lu Yu look like? The moon has yet to catch sight of him, and what if he does not take a liking to the moon? Upon hearing this, the old lady's mood brightened considerably, her countenance softening somewhat. There is no need for the moon to worry about such matters. If I calculate correctly, that child should have arrived by now. Come, let us go and take a look. Bai Suyu nodded, signifying her agreement. Seeing that the arrangement was settled, the old lady lifted the curtain and stepped out, her face brimming with confidence. Wei Shi and Bai Ruoxue, observing the old lady's expression, finally exhaled in relief, concealing the ire that had been simmering in their gazes. Despite their disdain for Bai Suyu, it was prudent to maintain a facade of cordiality for the time being. Miao Ru, you shall accompany the moon. Wei Shi signaled to Bai Miao Ru, who dutifully lowered her head and followed behind Bai Suyu, resembling a humble maidservant. Upon exiting the old lady's courtyard, Bai Suyu glanced towards a nearby pavilion, where she noticed several individuals seated within, their attire resplendent and bearing an air of literary elegance. Yet, the moment Bai Suyu caught sight of two of their faces, a smile broke forth. The old lady, observing her countenance, inquired softly, Moon, have you spotted those individuals over there? Can you guess which one is Yue? Bai Suyu had already discerned Lu Yu's figure and deliberately adopted a tone of admiration as she remarked, the tall and handsome gentleman standing at the edge must be the old lady's nephew. Instantly, the old lady's face illuminated with satisfaction, her internal calculations resounding clearly. Indeed, Moon, your discerning eye is quite remarkable. Bai Miao Ru, standing behind Bai Suyu, cast a glance at the pretentious Lu Yu, unable to suppress a chuckle. Even she recognized the true nature of Lu Yu. Witnessing Bai Suyu's infatuated demeanor, Bai Miao Ru felt that the humiliations of the past had now dissipated into oblivion. Nothing could bring her more joy than witnessing Bai Suyu ultimately descend into the abyss of despair. The old lady led Bai Suyu and Bai Miao Ru to stand beside the pavilion. The three gentlemen over there had already noticed their approach and promptly rose in respectful greeting. Bai Suyu was acquainted with all three, with Lu Yu, clad in a cerulean brocade robe seemingly borrowed from elsewhere, standing at the center, solemnly bowing towards the old lady. The two companions flanking him mimicked his demeanor with exaggerated seriousness. We, the younger generation, pay our respects to Bai Lao Lao. The old lady nodded, her smile warm as she said, Please, be seated. I have come today to see if you and Moon, these two young ones, might be well suited to each other. Why you where are your parents? Why have they not come? Lu Yu bowed his head, replying, My father is engaged in business abroad, often away from home, and my mother has been unwell lately, thus unable to attend, and I beg for Moon's understanding. The moment they met, the familiarity with which he addressed Bai Suyu by her given name made her feel quite nauseated. She had long seen through the decayed heart hidden beneath that facade. In her past life, this person had never succeeded, and in this life, they would find no such fortune either. Yet, in her previous existence, her indifference stemmed from her lingering affection for the crown prince. However, in this life, having already called off her engagement, it was evident to the old matriarch that Bai Suyue had developed feelings for Lu Yu. In her view, how could any young lady resist the charm of a refined gentleman like Lu Yu? Initially, She had considered introducing a noble lady from another family to marry him, but upon reflection, how could a lady of higher birth possibly look favorably upon someone of Lu Yu's merchant background? Thus, her thoughts turned towards Bai Suyue. Chapter 88. Truly a perfect match. Bai Suyue smiled sweetly. She had never been fond of makeup, yet her skin had taken on a sallow hue, rendering her once exquisite features somewhat ordinary due to the blemishes on her face. Nevertheless, from a distance, she still possessed a certain allure. The moment Lu Yu laid eyes on Bai Suyue, he could vaguely discern her beauty, and being the daughter of a general, it inevitably stirred within him a strong desire to conquer. Young Master Lu, you are too courteous. Just call me Brother Yu. My dear Yuer. The old matriarch's nephew was a whole generation older than Bai Suyue, and his shamelessness in pursuing her was quite remarkable. A hint of a suspicious blush crept onto Lu Yu's face, tinged with a touch of shyness, which could be quite captivating to younger women. It was no wonder Lu Yu had lingered in the world of pleasure for many years, well aware of the nature of certain ladies, some of whom had even declared they would marry no one but him. In this regard, Lu Yu could be considered exceptional. Unfortunately, Bai Suyue had no affection for such a perfumed and powdered scholar. The old matriarch noticed Lu Yu's evident interest, and her smile grew ever more pronounced. After all, once Bai Suyue married into the family, she would be free to mold and shape her as she pleased, allowing her to flaunt her arrogance for a few days. Since you both harbor such intentions, you shall rest here today, and tomorrow you may go to the general's residence to propose. Bai Suyue did not object, though a subtle smile flickered in her eyes. She was quite eager to witness the reaction of Feng Qingqing upon learning of her suitor's intentions. Some matters were best left for others to address. So Bai Suyue decided to retreat to her room for a while. She spoke. Bai Suyue rose, her demeanor shy as she prepared to leave. Bai Miaoru had kept her head lowered, striving to diminish her presence, to the extent that the two other gentlemen mistook her for a mere maidservant of the household. Just as Bai Suyue turned to depart, Bai Miaoru suddenly stepped forward, summoning all her strength to collide forcefully with Bai Suyue. Positioned at the foot of the steps, with Bai Suyue and Lu Yu above in the pavilion, the distance between the three was not insurmountable. Should she succeed in striking Bai Suyue, the scenario she envisioned would inevitably unfold. Once Bai Suyue and Lu Yu embraced, their union would be as good as sealed, leaving no room for objection. Ultimately, even if Bai Suyue were reluctant, with so many witnesses to her embrace with a man, she would find herself without recourse. In her heart, Bai Miaoru's lips had already begun to curve into a smile, her strength intensifying by a notch. Suddenly, Bai Suyue's foot executed a peculiar pivot. Just as she was about to collide with Bai Suyue, she witnessed the latter swiftly evade her path, leaving her unable to halt her advance. With her eyes wide open, Bai Miaoru, propelled by the force of her momentum, collided into Lu Yu, who instinctively caught her in his embrace with an exclamation of surprise. The onlookers were left in a state of shock as they beheld the pair tumbling to the ground, Bai Miaoru's cheeks flushing a vivid shade reminiscent of a ripe apple. Except for Bai Suyue, everyone else wore expressions of frozen astonishment. The elderly matriarch stood up from her seat in disbelief, her gaze fixed on Bai Miaoru as she rose from the floor. Bai Suyue's voice drifted from beside the matriarch, imbued with a palpable sense of grievance. Grandmother, it seems that Yuer no longer desires this marriage. Evidently, Sister Ruer harbors a deep affection for young Master Lu, otherwise, she would not be so brazen as to embrace my fiancé in front of such a crowd. She feigned wiping her eyes, standing tall with an expression of stubborn defiance. The matriarch's face flushed with rage, the fine lines at the corners of her eyes deepening in an instant. Bai Miaoru, no matter how anxious you may be, this is not your place to interfere. You truly infuriate me. Bai Miaoru, wearing a look of grievance, attempted to rise from the ground. Observing the two about to separate, Bai Suyue nonchalantly flicked a pebble with her toe, which struck Bai Miaoru's foot sharply. Once again feeling a surge of pain, Bai Miaoru's legs buckled, and she found herself uncontrollably falling back into Lu Yu's arms. The familiar ache prompted a sense of suspicion within her, and as she lifted her gaze toward Bai Suyue, she found her indifferently turned away. Grandmother, it was not Ruer's intention. Could it be that I was the one who caused you to tumble into young Master Lu's embrace? Yuer believes that Ruer and this gentleman are quite well matched. How could she presume to be an interloper? Lu Yu, visibly anxious, reached out to pull Bai Suyue closer. Sister Yuer, that incident was purely accidental. The one I hold dear is you. How could it possibly be her? Bai Suyue took a step back, her eyes reflecting disappointment as she regarded Lu Yu's perspiring face, fully aware of his thoughts. A cooked duck had flown away. How could he remain calm? Before so many witnesses, He had embraced my sister and still dared to utter such irresponsible words. It is all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Bai Suyue gritted her teeth and turned away, showing no inclination to engage with Lu Yu further. The matriarch had never anticipated that what was initially a smooth affair would be so thoroughly disrupted by Miaoru. You infuriate me to no end. Someone, take this girl and confine her to her room. Why is she wandering about? Your sister Yu is here for matchmaking, and you have no business stirring up trouble. Bai Miaoru cast a fierce glare at Bai Suyue, suddenly recalling the pain in her ankle, and hurriedly exclaimed, "Old madam." It was she who secretly struck Yu with a stone just moments ago, causing her to stumble. This whole affair is a malicious plot of hers. Bai Suyue, upon hearing this, was taken aback, her eyes reflecting a profound disbelief. Bai Miaoru, what do you mean by that? You were standing below. How could you possibly be so careless as to leap from such a distance? Stammering, Bai Miaoru found herself at a loss for words, unable to explain her previous actions. Would she dare to admit, in front of Bai Suyue, that she had intended to humiliate her? Absolutely not. Such an admission would not only tarnish her own reputation, but the first madam would also show her no mercy, leaving her with the infamous label of a malicious woman. I have evidence. Old madam, please look, you. Bai Miaoru desperately sought to defend herself, but the two imposing men standing nearby regarded her with a gaze tinged with curiosity, realizing that she was indeed a young lady of the household. Their intense stares bore down on her, causing her to hesitate in lifting her skirt. A proper young lady would never remove her shoes and socks in front of others, revealing her ankles. Should anyone witness this, her reputation would be irrevocably damaged. Cold sweat broke out over Bai Miaoru as she narrowly escaped a fate from which there would be no return. Sister Ruer, where is the evidence you mentioned? Bai Miaoru bit her lip, frozen in place, utterly unsure of her next move. Bai Suyue gently raised an eyebrow, her exquisitely arched brows knitting together slightly. In that case, I wish Lu Gongzi and Sister Ruer a life of happiness and fulfillment. Chapter 89. Come and catch the cheater. The old madam felt a wave of despair as she watched Bai Suyue's lonely figure descend the steps, her heart sinking. She had never anticipated that events would unfold in such an unimaginable manner. Beside her, Bai Miaoru stifled soft sobs, her eyes quickly reddening, evoking deep sympathy. Lu Yu, observing the scene, found himself captivated by Bai Miaoru's delicate, fragile beauty. From a distance, Bai Suyue seemed quite lovely, but up close, the blemishes on her face paled in comparison to those of well-maintained beauties. After a brief glance, he felt somewhat repulsed. Yet Bai Miaoru was different. Though a concubine's daughter in the residence, her attire and manner were still quite respectable. Being a year younger than Bai Suyue, she resembled a tender blossom. Grandmother, please do not blame Sister Ruer. She was merely careless. Who could have imagined that Bai Suyue would be so petty, unable to tolerate even the smallest slight? If in the future, Ruer establishes a family and has many wives, would she not become a jealous shrew? Such a woman is unworthy of consideration. Though the old madam was privately aware of some of Lu Yu's actions, he remained her only beloved nephew, and thus her heart inevitably leaned in his favor. Moreover, Lu Yu possesses a certain talent. Should he achieve the distinction of top scholar, he could indeed become a formidable ally to the prestigious residence in the future. Upon noticing Bai Suyue walking away, the old lady squinted her eyes and nodded approvingly. This girl is the legitimate daughter of the General's household, spoiled by the great General Bai Zhan. Her previous reputation was rather unsavory, yet once she is wed to you, submission is inevitable. Lu Yu nodded in agreement, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes as he respectfully saluted the old lady, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Auntie, for your concern. Your nephew knows how to proceed. Bai Miaoru wiped the corners of her eyes, biting her lip as she cast a glance towards Lu Yu's direction. Flustered, Lu Yu was captivated by her bashful gaze. Sister Ru, my earlier behavior was indeed disrespectful. Upon witnessing Lu Yu's expression, akin to a toad coveting a swan's flesh, Bai Miaoru felt a pang of unease within her heart. However, with the old lady present, she could not voice her grievances and could only suppress her irritation, murmuring, "The earlier incident was of no concern to me. I kindly ask my esteemed brothers to refrain from speaking carelessly. Otherwise, I shall have to." Lu Yu, observing Bai Miaoru's delicate demeanor, promptly nodded. Rest assured, Auntie and Sister Ru, Lu Yu would never be the sort to tarnish another's reputation lightly. A flicker of disdain crossed Bai Miaoru's eyes. Lu Yu was the type determined to achieve his goals at all costs, and thus his words could only be taken lightly, not to be considered seriously. The old lady, infuriated, was assisted away from the pavilion. Noticing that Bai Miaoru was also departing, Lu Yu bid farewell to his two companions and quietly followed behind her. Just after rounding a corner, Bai Miao Ru heard footsteps behind the flower bed. Her heart raced, and as she contemplated leaving, she found herself frozen in place. A fierce light flashed in her eyes as she slowly turned to face Lu Yu. Young Master Lu. By the standards of their lineage, Lu Yu was clearly her elder cousin. However, she found it impossible to utter the term uncle, thus she chose to address him directly as young Master Lu. Much like Bai Suyu. Sister Ru, given our ages, we should address each other accordingly. Simply calling me elder brother will suffice. Bai Miao Ru hastily shook her head. That is not appropriate. If the old lady were to hear, she would be displeased. Nonsense. Auntie has always treated me exceedingly well. When I called you sister just now, did she not remain silent? Lu Yu's choice to address her thus was not only to avoid appearing overly aged, but also to foster a closer bond with Bai Miao Ru. If the term uncle were to be involved, their interactions would undeniably feel somewhat awkward. Bai Miao Ru, observing Lu Yu's audacity, felt a slight heaviness in her heart. Doesn't young Master Lu have affections for Bai Suyu? Affections for her? Humph. Were it not for her status as the legitimate daughter of the great general, how could I possibly take an interest in someone so marred by a broken engagement and lost purity? If there is affection to speak of, it is you, Sister Ru, whom I truly admire. Bai Miao Ru's countenance turned ashen, her breath unsteady. Striving to regain her composure, she lifted her gaze and spoke. Young Master Lu, since you hold an affection for this young lady, could you assist me with a favor? Oh, what does the little beauty wish for me to do? I am more than willing to oblige. He licked the corner of his lips, a peculiar glint flickering in his eyes. Bai Miao Ru suddenly broke into a charming smile, her voice laced with a hint of seduction. Beneath her smiling facade, however, lay a ruthless demeanor. She whispered softly, it should be quite easy for Brother Yu. Upon hearing her request, Lu Yu's eyes brightened slightly. It seems that Cousin Ruer has an unfavorable relationship with that Bai Suyu. Nevertheless, since it is your request, Brother Yu shall comply. But do not forget, once the task is accomplished, I expect some benefits in return. He grinned ambiguously, winking at Bai Miao Ru. Though their thoughts diverged, an unspoken agreement was forged between them. As night enveloped the sky, Bai Suyu, exhausted from the day's toils, finally retired after counting her remaining 99,000 taels and silver notes. A figure concealed upon the rooftop, having observed Bai Suyu throughout the day with a tinge of boredom, turned to take their leave only after noticing the extinguishing lights within her chamber. A crescent moon ascended the night sky, casting its scattered glow, while tranquility blanketed the surroundings of the small building. Yet, within the woods, an eerie whisper of the wind emerged. Here, it must be, Lu Yu mused, cautiously retrieving a fire stick from his hand as he circled around the back of the building, finally standing before Bai Suyu's door. Igniting the smoke in his possession, he slipped it through the door's crack, gently blowing upon it. A peculiar, fragrant mist wafted towards the bed, causing Bai Suyu to open her eyes in an instant. It has come, she silently repeated the words in her mind, yet remained motionless in bed. The individual outside proceeded with utmost caution. After what felt like an eternity of a quarter hour, the sound of the door latch being dislodged echoed through the stillness. This small courtyard was isolated, with even the servants' quarters situated far away. Thus, any unusual commotion would go unnoticed. Were it anyone else, it might suffice, but alas, it was Bai Suyu. A faint smile curled at the corners of her lips as she watched the shadows of 3 figures at the door. Reminiscent of gazing upon 2 corpses, one wonders if the old matriarch would perish from rage upon discovering her beloved nephew's demise at the Su residence. The door creaked open, and a beam of moonlight poured in, illuminating Bai Suyu's cheek, as if the moonlight itself had gained warmth. Inside, she appeared to be in a deep slumber. Lu, should we take her away? No need. I shall remain here. You two go to the front yard and inform Sister Ruer to bring others to catch her in the act. I am sacrificing my own reputation to assist my sister. Chapter 90. Have we ever met? The conversation outside was crystal clear to Bai Suyu. Her lips pressed tightly together, her eyes harboring a glimmer of murderous intent. This Lu Yu, in a past life, ascended the ranks solely by relying on the old matriarch's backing, ultimately becoming a top scholar, just as she had predicted, thanks to her influence in bribing the examiners, allowing him to bask in wealth and glory. Bai Suyu took a deep breath, her eyes gently fluttering. In her past life, she had steadfastly believed that evildoers would ultimately receive their just deserts. Yet, what transpired later? She had never harmed a soul, yet met with a tragic and untimely demise. Yin Yingru, ungrateful and treacherous, orchestrated the downfall of her entire family, yet now occupied the most esteemed position in the whole Tianfeng kingdom. Feng Qingcheng, with her ruthless methods, ascended to the throne as the emperor. And then there was Lu Yu, a man whose greed and lust were evident, lacking any true talent or skill, yet still wielded power through the influence of others, basking in his ill-gotten gains. A cold smile crept onto Bai Suyue's lips as she clenched her fist. No. She still believed in the principle of good being rewarded with good and evil with evil. Otherwise, why would the heavens grant her a chance at rebirth? The sound of footsteps grew increasingly closer, approaching the screen by the bedside. Bai Suyue tightly shut her eyes, counting the number of individuals entering the room. From the sounds, there were 3 in total, undoubtedly the same one she had encountered earlier in the pavilion. Little beauty, uncle has arrived. Lu Yu's voice dripped with an unmistakable suggestiveness. He exchanged a glance with the 2 accompanying him, signaling for them to secure the door, before hastening toward the bed. However, upon grasping the blanket, Lu Yu quickly realized that the bed was empty. In that moment of confusion, a sharp pain struck the side of his neck, plunging him into darkness as he collapsed onto the bed. Bai Suyue frowned slightly, seizing Lu Yu by the collar and casting him onto the floor with a muffled thud. She strode purposefully towards the door, intending to deal with the 2 sentinels as well, yet, just as she reached the entrance, she witnessed 2 figures suddenly fall to the ground. The moonlight illuminated the window frame, and in an instant, another shadow emerged. The door was pushed open from the outside, prompting Bai Suyue to take a step back and focus her gaze ahead. A man clad in black stood before her, his face bearing a cold demeanor, his elongated phoenix eyes concealing a hint of murderous intent. Upon seeing the newcomer, Bai Suyue was momentarily taken aback. A scene from her past life flickered in her mind, reminiscent of the very same pair of eyes she had encountered before. Could it be that the person who had aided her that day was indeed this individual? Yet, on that dark night, she had been unable to discern his features. Now, however, the strikingly alluring visage of the man stood before her. Little Yuer, did you come specifically to await this prince at the door? Yin Machi tapped his palm with a folding fan as he stepped through the threshold, effortlessly commanding the doors to close behind him with a wave of his hand. In the opening and closing of the doors, an aura of authority and a gust of air seemed to emanate from him. With a subtle smile playing on his lips, Yin Machi's delicate and finely drawn brows appeared as though crafted by a master artist's hand. Bai Suyue stared at him in astonishment, unable to comprehend why Yin Machi had appeared here at such a late hour. Your Highness the Flame King, what brings you here at this hour? Noticing Bai Suyue's customary tone of unfamiliarity as she questioned him, Yin Machi raised his fan and lightly tapped the top of her head. Bai Suyue made no attempt to evade the gesture, her long eyelashes fluttering gently. The depths of her eyes, seemingly capable of merging 1,000 rivers, concealed ripples of emotion yet remained crystal clear, akin to purest crystal. Yin Machi lowered his eyes slightly and caught sight of Lu Yu lying on the ground, a gentle smile gracing his lips. This king merely wished to see you. Is that so unreasonable? Bai Suyu concealed her doubts behind her gaze. The fact that His Highness, the Flame King, remembered a humble girl like her was indeed an honor. Yin Machi lifted his head gracefully, brushing past her. It is good that you know. He strode purposefully to Lu Yu, lightly clapping his hands that a figure that had been closely following him now appeared. Emoju clasped his fists respectfully and bowed to Yin Machi. You should know what to do without this king having to instruct you. Emoju nodded, casting a glance in Bai Suyu's direction, before bending down to lift Lu Yu from the ground and swiftly departing. Only Bai Suyu and Yin Machi remained in the room. Bai Suyu felt a tension coursing through her, fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Being in the presence of this man was undeniably overwhelming, leaving her heart in disarray. Yin Machi settled himself at the edge of the bed, adjusting his attire, and observed Bai Suyu, who stood frozen at the doorway, her eyes reflecting a glint of playful mockery. Come and sit. No, Your Highness, if you have something to say, please say it now. Bai Suyu's voice carried a sense of distance as she remained rooted at the entrance. Noticing the anxiety etched in her eyes, Yin Machi chuckled softly. If you are so fearful of me now, how will you manage to coexist with me in the future? Her eyes narrowed slightly as she absorbed his words, which resonated deeply, catching her off guard. Your Highness, have we ever met? Yin Machi pondered for a moment, resting his chin on one hand. A seemingly simple gesture appeared remarkably elegant in his demeanor. For some reason, upon seeing you, I am struck by a sense of familiarity and an overwhelming desire to draw closer. Bai Suyu's heart fluttered involuntarily but quickly regained its composure. She had not forgotten her past experiences. The most beautiful of things often concealed a venomous sting. Once ensnared, it was only oneself who would bear the brunt of the pain. A rare smile graced her lips as she faced Yin Machi, though it bore a hint of sarcasm. "What could His Highness possibly see in me? Am I not enough as I am?" Yenomochi appeared momentarily taken aback, contemplating her words before gently shaking his folding fan. "I fear you cannot change, for it is your visage that captivates me." Bai Su-yu's smile vanished instantly, her hands clenching tightly. She had no enmity with Yenomochi, so why was he so insistent in his pursuit? If he claimed to have no ulterior motives, she would not be naive enough to believe him. Might His Highness reveal his intentions directly? Is this charade not exhausting? Hearing the last three words in Bai Su-yu's statement, the smile on Yenomochi's strikingly handsome face gradually faded, and his movements halted abruptly. Exhausting? Indeed, it can be, but alas, reality does not afford me the luxury of weariness. The transformation of expressions occurred in but a fleeting moment, as Yenomochi stood up. The look on his face had already reverted to its usual demeanor, the earlier fracture seeming as though it had never existed. Suddenly, he reached out and encircled Bai Su-yu's waist. Within those slender, enchanting eyes lay a glimmer of amusement, as if anticipating a grand spectacle. "The show is about to commence. Do you not wish to enjoy it alongside this prince?" Before Bai Su-yu could fully comprehend the situation, she found herself swept into Yenomochi's arms, and in a single leap, they ascended to the rooftop nearby. This was the first time Bai Su-yu had been held in such a manner. She could vaguely sense the solid chest beneath his seemingly slender frame, a weightiness that instilled a sense of security within her. She bit her lip gently, her gaze lifting slightly as she couldn't help but steal a glance at Yenomochi's chin. This man, it seemed, was not as fearsome as the rumors suggested. As soon as her feet touched solid ground, a series of fiery sparks flared not far away. The brilliance of those lights shimmered in the night, casting an almost blinding radiance. What had the prince done? Bai Su-yu settled onto the ground, concealing her figure, while Yenomochi casually leaned beside her, his expression unexpectedly gentle. Yet, the more he appeared this way, the more vigilant Bai Su-yu became. She was unaware of when she had become so captivating that one glance could incite affection. She chose silence, observing the unfolding events. The moonlight, pure as jade, rendered the night exceptionally beautiful, while the lanterns in the residence glimmered, creating a dazzling spectacle from afar. Suddenly, a cacophony arose from within the manor, as servants brandishing torches rushed towards Bai Su-yu's courtyard. A frown creased her brow, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes. A puzzled male voice echoed in her ear. "Could it be that these people have come to catch us in the act?" Yenomochi leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against Bai Su-yu's ear, creating an atmosphere steeped in ambiguity. "If anyone were to witness your presence here with this prince, what do you suppose their expressions would be?" Bai Su-yu's countenance darkened abruptly, her lips twitching slightly. She suddenly felt that perhaps Yenomochi's words were not mere fabrications. He truly was capable of such acts. "Your Highness, it seems those people will be entering shortly. I ought to take my leave." In the midst of her speech, Bai Su-yu leaped downward. Yenomochi swiftly grasped the collar of her garment, his eyes narrowing slightly. Leaning forward, he held her by the nape of her neck with one hand while the other supported him against the rooftop. Half crouched on the ground, the moonlight bathed his profile, imbuing it with an ethereal glow. Regardless, the news of this prince's penchant for wandering the residence is already common knowledge. "I fear not for my reputation." Bai Su-yu rolled her eyes, urgently pushing against the rooftop. "Your Highness, release me." She grasped Yenomochi's wrist in retaliation, a hint of menace flickering in her gaze. For now, she was not inclined to entangle herself with anyone, especially not with the man before her. Yenomochi, upon encountering the grasping hand of another, felt a flicker of amusement at the corner of his mouth, his expression tinged with a hint of playful intrigue. "As you have stated, I shall release my hold." Bai Su-yu was momentarily taken aback. She found herself suspended in midair, with the rooftop not towering too high, yet still a perilous drop of 3 to 4 meters. Should she fall unprepared, the consequences could be dire. Clutching fiercely onto the other's arm, a glint of determination flashed in her eyes as she exerted her strength, intending to drag Yenomochi down from the rooftop with her. Just then, the courtyard gate was pounded upon with urgency. "Yue, open the door quickly. Assassins have infiltrated the Xiang residence, and this lady has brought people to investigate." Bai Su-yu's feet finally touched the ground, her complexion turning ghastly pale as she raised her gaze. She caught sight of the enchanting visage that smiled gently at her from atop the rooftop. She brushed off the dust clinging to her attire, her expression composed as she approached the door. Upon pushing it open, she was met with the sight of the lady of the house at the forefront, flanked by a group of servants wielding clubs. Standing before her, The lady's expression was one of astonishment upon seeing Bai Suyu emerge. In an instant, Bai Suyu comprehended that the lady was undoubtedly complicit in this matter. A cold glint passed through her eyes as she discreetly concealed the unused Yuji flower powder in her palm. Madam, what assassins? I saw none. You err. The front courtyard has already been searched thoroughly. This is a matter concerning the lives of everyone in the residence. We cannot afford leniency. Come, search diligently. Immediately, the throng behind her paid no heed to Bai Suyu's objections and surged inside, commencing their search. Despite numerous places where individuals could not conceal themselves, the intruders rifled through every corner. Yet, this was not her military manner, and how they chose to investigate was their prerogative. She observed confidently as the group meandered through the courtyard, for the three individuals within had long since been disposed of by Imo Zeichu. At that moment, two figures emerged from the room, their faces marked by panic as they cast a strange glance in Bai Suyu's direction. Did you discover anyone? No, not at all. The lady of the house, upon noticing the demeanor of the two, discerned their deceit. A cold light flickered in her eyes, and a triumphant smile graced her lips. In her view, the intruders had undoubtedly succeeded, while Bai Suyu, out of embarrassment, remained oblivious to the happenings within. There must be thieves inside. Let this lady enter. Bai Suyu widened her eyes slightly, her expression peculiar as she gazed towards the door. She recalled Yin Imochi's earlier words. His presence in her chamber at this late hour was certainly no coincidence. Following closely behind the lady of the house, she was covertly monitored by several maidservants, making her way to the door. The lady kicked the door open, and the two servants who had entered previously shielded their faces, their expressions ambiguous, fearful, curious, and perhaps even gleeful at the misfortune. However, as everyone raised their heads to behold the figure that suddenly appeared on the bed, they were collectively struck dumb, standing frozen in place. Bai Suyu was equally taken aback. She had never anticipated that Yin Imochi, at some unknown moment, had shed his outer robe, revealing only a pure white silk nightgown beneath. The expression in his enchanting eyes was so captivating that it instantly conjured certain thoughts. The first madam abruptly took a step back, turning her head to glance at Bai Suyu, her lips pressed together, her gaze laden with complexity. She could hardly fathom that the illustrious Prince Yin, renowned across the realm, would clandestinely meet with a woman like Bai Suyu in the dead of night. She opened her mouth, but words eluded her. If she were to cry out for help, the entire government office would undoubtedly suffer Yin Imochi's wrath. Bai Suyu had unexpectedly gained such a formidable ally, which explained why even the master had been bested by her. Yin Imochi sat up gently from the edge of the bed, his piercing gaze sweeping across the individuals at the door. His cherry-colored lips parted slightly, emanating a chilling aura. Have you had your fill of the spectacle? Who among them did not know that the Prince of Yin was the most enigmatic noble in the kingdom of Tianfeng? Those who crossed him often met their demise without ever understanding how. The two maidservants beside the first madam cautiously tugged at her sleeve. Madam, should we? What? The first madam furrowed her brows, a smile suddenly gracing her lips. The esteemed prince has graced our residence with his presence, truly illuminating our humble abode. Please, take your time to rest. Tonight's events shall remain unseen by all. At this moment, the first madam was trembling with fear, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead, leaving a faint trail upon her cheek. She turned her head once more to glance at Bai Suyu, but the contempt in her eyes had shifted to a thread of trepidation. Bai Suyu had never imagined that Yin Imochi's sudden appearance would yield such an unexpected effect. Stop. Has this prince permitted your departure? The first madam's heart raced, her expression shifting instantly. Your Highness, please do not corner our household. If you truly refuse to relent, we shall fight you to the bitter end, even if it costs us our lives. Though her words carried a semblance of bravado, her tone lacked conviction. Yin Imochi was as wealthy as a nation and the only foreign prince within the imperial city. The emperor had long contemplated marrying one of his princesses to him. Countless were enamored with the Prince of Yin, even knowing his bloodthirsty nature, believing they could win his heart. With Bai Sun already in peril, the government office was currently leaderless. It would be but a mere flick of his finger for Yin Imochi to eradicate them. Yin Imochi smiled gently, yet that seemingly delightful smile appeared to the onlookers as the venomous grin of a serpent. I merely wish to convey this. Bai Suyu is mine. Should anyone dare to lay a finger upon her, I shall not take their life. The weight of his final words was deliberately emphasized. Bai Suyu stood amidst the crowd, slightly clicking her tongue in surprise. The words fell like whispers exchanged between lovers, imbued with a potent, forceful allure. Regrettably, no matter how sweetly they were uttered, they held no meaning for her. The maidservants who had been stationed beside Bai Suyue abruptly stepped back, their expressions rife with fear as they cast anxious glances toward her. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance, and one maid rushed to the First Lady, whispering something in her ear. Upon hearing what seemed to be grave news, the First Lady's countenance darkened with anger. "Your Highness, might we consider this matter as though it never transpired? I assure you, I shall ensure the servants keep their lips sealed and utter not a word." Yenmochi smiled lightly. "It is wise of you to be so agreeable." The First Lady, her heart racing and laden with a sense of trepidation, hastily gathered her companions and exited the courtyard, heading in a different direction. Observing that everyone had retreated, Bai Suyue bit her lower lip gently, casting a displeased glare in Yenmochi's direction. At that moment, he lounged languidly against a nearby armchair, his legs crossed in a casual manner, exuding an effortless charm as he regarded her with a graceful demeanor. "What is it? Were you satisfied with my performance just now?" Yenmochi. Bai Suyue uttered his name for the first time, her tone frosty. Yenmochi, undeterred, maintained his smile, which bore an alluring quality. "What do you wish to call me for?" Bai Suyue furrowed her delicate brows slightly, her eyes harboring a glacial hue. "My affairs do not require your meddling. I happen to enjoy it. What can you do about it?" He leaned back in his chair, casually stirring his teacup, pouring himself a cup of now lukewarm tea, savoring it sip by sip. His Adam's apple subtly bobbed, emanating a tantalizing allure. Bai Suyue had never felt such vexation. It was as if he reveled in her ire, deliberately provoking her. She made a concerted effort to appear calm, softening her voice. "If you have had your fun, it would be wise to return. There are no secrets that remain hidden. Should this matter leak, it would tarnish your reputation. How rare it is to see you so concerned for me." He rose and approached Bai Suyue, speaking softly. "I fear the excitement ahead is quite lively. Would you care to join me in witnessing it?" Bai Suyue paused in contemplation before slowly nodding. "I shall go alone. What joy could you find without my company?" He gently grasped her wrist, leading her outside. Bai Suyue's expression darkened for a moment, yet she followed suit. It seemed the more she resisted, the more his interest piqued, as if she were a pet being tamed. Bai Suyue maintained a stoic facade as she accompanied Yenmochi to the entrance of Bai Miaru's courtyard, where faintly, the sound of Bai Miaru's weeping could be discerned. Her cries were laden with profound grievance, interspersed with the First Lady's scathing rebukes. "You shameless little wretch, how dare you commit such an act? What excuse do you have left?" With Yenmochi's hand guiding her, Bai Suyue strode into the courtyard with determination. Upon encountering the Flame King, the esteemed lady was struck by the audacity with which he and Bai Suyue entered and exited together, her countenance a canvas of tumultuous colors, exceedingly unsightly. She had presumed that after securing her promise, Yenmochi would discreetly withdraw, yet to her dismay, he seemed utterly unconcerned with the matter. Many present were oblivious to Yenmochi's status within the residence, casting bewildered glances at the pair, ultimately fixating on the hand he had firmly clasped around Bai Suyue's wrist. In the Tianfeng Kingdom, where societal norms were stringent, especially regarding women, such blatant entanglement with a man was evidently detrimental to one's reputation. The onlookers, each harboring their own thoughts, remained mute, retreating to the sidelines in trepidation. The silence, however, did not guarantee future discretion. The esteemed lady's eyes flickered with an indecipherable expression as she lowered her voice, inquiring, "Your Highness, Flame King, what is your intent?" Yet, before she could articulate further, a mere glance from Yenmochi rendered her speechless. Bai Miaru's eyes were swollen from tears, her attire in disarray, hinting at the remnants of her earlier distress. Lu Yu, kneeling beside her, appeared ashen, too frightened to raise his gaze. He had inexplicably found himself in Bai Suyue's chamber, only to awaken beside her, his mind clouded and uncomprehending. "Esteemed lady, it is Bai Suyue. She alone possesses the capability for such machinations." Miaru was drugged, leading to these events. Bai Suyue furrowed her brow and retorted gently, "Sister Miaru, one cannot attribute every misfortune to me." Upon hearing Bai Suyue's sudden interjection, Bai Miaru's eyes widened in fury as she lunged towards her. A chill swept through Yenmochi's gaze, and before Bai Miaru could close the distance, he deftly wielded his folding fan, sending her sprawling backward with tremendous force. She collided with the wall, a distance of 5 or 6 meters away, and a spray of crimson erupted from her lips. Yet, she remained alive, her consciousness still intact. Startled, she raised her head, only to freeze upon recognizing Yenmochi standing beside Bai Suyue. Lu Yu, too, reflected the image of Yenmochi in his wide eyes, And in that fleeting moment of realization, a tremor seized him. Little Yue, today I have avenged you. How shall you reward me? Yin Machi's voice dripped with a hint of flirtation as he whispered to Bai Suyue. His words carried across the courtyard, reaching the ears of nearly all present. Chapter 93. Will you not plead for mercy? Bai Suyue seldom experienced the sensation of having a powerful ally at her back, yet it brought her no joy. She harbored the belief that after this night, tales of her affair with Yin Machi would echo throughout the capital, the ultimate consequences of which remained shrouded in uncertainty. Her eyes dimmed as she suddenly speculated on the true intentions behind Yin Machi's actions. It must be that the matter of Feng Qingqing petitioning the emperor for a marriage grant over the past couple of days has spread like wildfire, igniting a flicker of curiosity in Yin Mochi. Moreover, the residence has already begun to stir. The matriarch's intentions are quite clear. She believes that Feng Qingqing is unworthy of a prince and wishes to marry her off to someone of inferior status, thereby controlling the general's household and bolstering the prestige of her own family. It is likely that Yin Mochi's intentions are rather straightforward, merely seeking to disrupt the relationship between her and Feng Qingqing. Reflecting on this, Bai Suyu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It seems Yin Mochi believes that as long as the emperor agrees to grant Feng Qingqing a marriage, she, Bai Suyu, would be overjoyed at the prospect of marrying the most talented prince of Tianfeng Kingdom, especially considering her status as a woman who has previously been jilted and carries a tarnished reputation. She gently tilted her head and spoke in a tone audible only to the two of them. Rest assured, Your Highness Yin Wang, I shall not marry Feng Qingqing. Yin Mochi's gaze flickered, and he regarded Bai Suyu with an unusual expression. I did not anticipate that you, Xiao Yue, would be so perceptive, grasping my thoughts so swiftly. Bai Suyu maintained her silence with a smile, though a chill crept into her heart. Indeed, no one would bestow kindness without reason. Yin Mochi noticed the flicker of what seemed to be disappointment in Bai Suyu's eyes. His own gaze subtly shifted. Before him, a fleeting shadow passed by. Yin Mochi instantly withdrew his thoughts, his expression softening slightly. Rest assured, my lady, I keep my word. Thus, there is no need for you to concern yourself with my affairs. Yin Mochi chuckled lightly, yet drew closer to Bai Suyu. However, how could it not appear genuine when you say you won't? How could Feng Qingqing possibly believe that? He deliberately moved even closer to her, in full view of everyone present, wrapping his arm around Bai Suyu's slender shoulders, enclosing her delicate form in his embrace. This action caused the matriarch's expression to change dramatically. Lu Yu widened his eyes and pointed at Bai Suyu, exclaiming, You shameless woman! Bai Suyu's countenance darkened. Who is truly shameless here? I believe Master Lu understands in his heart. I have been ensnared by you two scoundrels. Lu Yu had never met Yin Mochi before. Initially, he was taken aback by Yin Mochi's demeanor and looks, but after a moment of reflection, he felt a surge of anger. Everything that transpired must have been a scheme orchestrated by the two of them to frame him and by Miao Ru. Matriarch, just now I heard a commotion and followed a shadow to Bai Suyu's courtyard to catch them in the act, but unexpectedly, I was knocked unconscious midway. I was framed. And how could a lowly person like me commit such shameless acts? The look of regret and desperation on Lu Yu's face elicited a cold smile from the matriarch, and her eyes. Lu Yu's actions were clearly suicidal. Yin Mochi had made his stance abundantly clear, and yet he still foolishly presented himself as a target. As expected, there was now an increased chill in Yin Mochi's eyes. Under the night sky, his dark pupils glimmered with a hint of blood-red light. Bring a wolf dog. A chilling voice emerged from Yin Mochi's lips, causing Bai Suyu to momentarily freeze. Suddenly, a dog bark echoed from the entrance, prompting everyone to turn and gaze towards the direction of the courtyard gate. There, a young man, shrouded in black attire, strolled forth, leading a wolfhound by its leash. The matriarch's expression shifted dramatically as she looked at Lu Yu, her eyes tinged with sympathy. Lu Yu, do you not realize who stands before you? The matriarch suddenly recalled that Lu Yu had never encountered the elusive Prince Yen. Had it not been for the prince's appearance in the courtyard last time, she doubted Lu Yu would have recognized him. Alas, this man possessed a face that, once seen, could never be forgotten. Lu Yu was taken aback, his heart racing as he comprehended the gravity of the situation. The one before you is none other than Prince Yen. How dare you insult his highness? This revelation left Lu Yu feeling weak in the knees. I did not know it was your highness. Please spare my life, your highness. The smile at the corner of Yin Mochi's mouth deepened. Yet the coldness in his gaze intensified. It seemed he had not heard the pleas for mercy, as he merely nodded towards Emozichu. In an instant, the chains in Emojua's hands fell slack. The large dog, nearly the size of a person, surged forth from its position, sending all the maidservants into a panicked frenzy, scattering in all directions. However, the wolfhound appeared to recognize Lu Yu, chasing after him relentlessly. Lu Yu scrambled to his feet, screaming as he fled through the courtyard. The matriarch, shielded by several loyal maidservants, wore a face ashen with fear, yet dared not show any disrespect towards Yenmochi. Bai Suyu remained rooted in place, calmly observing the rampaging dog, her expression unchanged. Yenmochi, intrigued by Bai Suyu's composure, approached her step by step and gestured towards the frightened maidservants. Little Yuer, do you not see how these maidens tremble like fragile blossoms, yearning to leap into my embrace for protection? How is it that you remain so unfazed? Bai Suyu slightly lowered her gaze. I do not require anyone's protection. Do not require? Yenmochi's melodious voice lingered in Bai Suyu's ears, akin to the gentle sound of a bubbling brook. Little Yuer, you are indeed charming. But if I were to say I wish to protect you, would you believe me? Bai Suyu fell silent, seemingly pondering the deeper implications of Yenmochi's words. Prince Yen, perhaps you should refrain from jesting. Should the dog you release injure someone, it would be quite the predicament. In the brief moment that Yenmochi lifted his gaze, he saw the large dog had already caught up to Lu Yu. Lu Yu, now on the ground, wept as he looked up at the approaching wolfhound. Do not eat me. No, do not eat me. The pitiful cries stirred unease among the onlookers, and in an instant, they noticed the dampness spreading beneath Lu Yu. Many hastily covered their eyes as the wolfhound lunged forward. The scream pierced the air, while Bai Suyu observed the unfolding tragedy with an unperturbed gaze. Yenmochi never jested. Even in this moment, he remained steadfast in his resolve. Lu Yu's thigh was seized in a vicious grip by the wolf dog, the immense force causing him to flip completely. Blood gushed forth, staining the ground in an instant, and his heart-wrenching wail sent shivers through the onlookers. Yet, Bai Suyu remained utterly unmoved, her gaze fixed upon the scene in contrast to her past life, where she had helplessly witnessed others tear away her own flesh. The unfolding tragedy before her stirred not a flicker of emotion within her. Had it not been for Lu Yu's insatiable greed, he would not have met such a dire fate. All of this was merely his own doing. Xiao Yuer, do you not plead for mercy? Oh dear, how truly tragic. That leg is destined to be devoured by Xiao He. Bai Suyu lifted her eyes, and in the depths of her dark, transparent pupils flickered an unspoken chill. Yenmochi, caught off guard, glimpsed the overwhelming aura of death emanating from her, as if she had returned from the very depths of hell. Chapter 94. The unbearable warmth of hospitality. Bai Suyu let out a faint laugh. The smile at the corners of her lips shallow, yet laced with a palpable coldness. I find myself rather fatigued. With that, she cast a cursory glance at the gruesome scene before her, her expression betraying not a hint of disturbance, and turned to depart. A slender hand, as immaculate as white jade, rested upon her shoulder. Bai Miaoru, rendered speechless by the horrifying spectacle, stood frozen. Lu Yu had already succumbed to unconsciousness, his cries silenced, leaving his fate uncertain. Yenmochi waved his hand lightly, and the large wolf dog, displaying an uncanny understanding of human emotions, relinquished its meal, tucking its tail between its legs as it approached Emoju. The matron was the first to regain her composure, trembling as she shouted, quickly, summon the estate doctor. Lu Yu lay bloodied on the ground, while the wolf dog glared menacingly at them. In the courtyard, a number of maidservants and matrons were so horrified by the bloody scene that some collapsed onto the ground. A nauseating stench pervaded the air, making one feel queasy. The matron, her legs weak, was helped from the crowd and with a thud, knelt before Yenmochi, her face ashen. Your Highness, the King of Flames, I do not know. I do not know how this residence has offended you. Yenmochi gently waved his fan, a hint of bloodlust glinting upon his otherwise enchanting visage. He curved his lips into a beguiling smile, exuding an otherworldly charm. Do you still not comprehend? The matron glanced at Bai Suyu and then back at Yenmochi, struggling to fathom how the seemingly unremarkable Bai Suyu had captured the heart of the illustrious prince of Tianfeng. Yuer, you are magnanimous. My lady has wronged you in the past. Please do not hold it against her. The matron's face was one of sheer terror as she hastily begged for mercy. Yenmochi, known as the King of Hell, displayed no mercy when it came to executing his judgment. Moreover, to him, Lu Yu was but an ant that could be crushed with a mere flick of his finger. Bai Suyu chose to ignore the matron. Their prior actions had made it clear that they wished her dead. She was no saint. If others sought to eliminate her, she felt no need to extend forgiveness. Yet, just as she lifted her head, she caught sight of a group emerging from the moon gate nearby. The elderly matron donned a deep purple longevity gown, flanked by a retinue of aging maids and guards from the estate, with even Bai Xiaojun accompanying her. Although she was aware of the commotion, the matron remained oblivious to the events unfolding nearby. Her countenance, though somewhat grim, displayed little overt change. "What has transpired?" Lady Bai inquired softly, momentarily taken aback upon encountering Yin Machi. However, she quickly recollected that he had likely received prior word of her arrival, thus her expression betrayed no significant astonishment. "It is truly remiss of me that I, as the host, was unaware of His Highness the Yin Wang's long journey here," Lady Bai remarked lightly, her tone imbued with respect, yet her words subtly reprimanded Yin Machi for arriving unannounced without the host's consent. Yin Machi discerned the underlying implications in her tone, and a fleeting glimmer of disdain flickered in his eyes as he replied, his voice resonant and cool, "I was merely wandering about, with no intention of disturbing the esteemed matron." Bai Suyue stood to the side, her gaze icy as she observed the incongruity of the individuals present, each uttering the same insincere platitudes. If anyone was adept at masquerade, it was certainly this foremost merchant of Tianfeng. Beneath that smiling facade lay inscrutable depths, a mystery none could fathom. Such individuals were capricious and undoubtedly difficult to contend with. Perhaps one day, she, Bai Suyue, could find herself sold by this very person, only to count coins for them in return. Her eyes sparkled as a thought occurred to her, the corners of her lips curling into a faint smile. In her past life, what motives might Yin Wang have harbored in their encounters? If her suspicions were indeed correct, it would be a tragic irony that she had been outmaneuvered to her demise. Unaware of the machinations at play. "Matron, why summon the physician at such an hour? Is someone unwell?" Suddenly, an elderly man clad in a gray robe, clutching a medical kit, hurriedly approached from the entrance, the accompanying maid standing aside as he made his way directly toward the matron. The old lady was taken aback. When she had received word, it was merely to inform her of some disgraceful incident, and she had presumed it concerned Bai Suyue. Yet upon arriving, she found an unexpected guest and now learned that the estate's physician had been summoned. Could it be that someone was injured? As the first lady and others appeared before the matron, their hair disheveled and clothing soiled, she stammered, "What has happened to you all?" Her gaze fell upon the bloodstains on the ground. In the moonlight, a figure resembling a ragged cloth was carelessly discarded in the corner. "Matron, it is young Master Liu." The matron's eyes widened in shock as she pointed towards Liu Yu, her mouth agape, before abruptly rolling her eyes and collapsing. The estate physician rushed forward to support her, administering a few needles to revive her before attending to Liu Yu's injuries. Quickly, staunched the blood for this young master. The physician's heart sank as he beheld Liu Yu, whose leg had been grievously torn, leaving him pale and trembling. Turning, he noticed the bloodied maw of a wolf dog, causing his legs to quiver in fear. Two servants arrived, hastily lifting Liu Yu to the side, with no time to escort him to a room. The estate physician trembled slightly as he bandaged Liu Yu's wounds and prescribed several medications, managing to preserve Liu Yu's fragile life. Bai Suyu and Yinamo Qi did not leave. The old matriarch would never permit these two to depart from the residence, her eyes fixed with anticipation for news from Liu Yu's side. "How is he?" Upon seeing the physician approach, the old matriarch inquired anxiously, only to see him frowning deeply as he replied, "Old matriarch, although young Master Liu has survived, his leg is irrevocably ruined." "What?" The old matriarch was momentarily stunned. Sitting in a daze, "My sister entrusted this child to me. How am I to account for such a calamity?" Yinamochi stepped forward, his voice a gentle murmur. "There is no need for the old matriarch to account for anything. Those who insulted me are fortunate to have retained a single breath." His tone was soft, akin to a spring breeze, while his black robe swayed gently in the wind, yet his enchanting visage bore an inexplicable air of dominance and intimidation. The old matriarch's face darkened with anger. "Your Highness, this is the residence of the Xiang family. Do you not fear that you are bullying an old woman and a child, daring to commit such an offense here?" Trembling, the old matriarch was supported by two handmaidens as she rose, her back bending further. Yinamochi maintained a smile that could provoke ire without consequence. Responding lightly, "I was invited, old matriarch. Please do not misinterpret my presence. This is the Xiang residence. I have not extended an invitation to your Highness. Does your Highness not regard the law?" Yinamochi raised an eyebrow, pointing his folding fan towards Bai Suyu. "I came at the behest of Xiao Yu heir. I could not refuse such hospitality." Seeing Yinamochi shift the focus onto her, Bai Suyu clenched her teeth and shot him a glare. What should have been a simple matter had been complicated by Yinamochi's meddling. Now, Liu Yu not only had a broken leg but had also severed ties with the Bai family. It was likely that the old matriarch would loathe her upon their next encounter. However, she was not one to waver. Bai Suyu stepped forward and nodded gently. Chapter 95. Enjoying such matters, yes. Upon hearing Bai Suyu's response, the old matriarch's eyes glimmered with a piercing intensity, her expression growing more menacing. Bai Suyu, you are a calamity incarnate. Not only did you bring about your mother's demise, but you have now caused my son's death, and you seek to harm even my nephew. What has my Bai family done to deserve this? How could Jin Er allow you and your brother, these illegitimate children, to remain in our home, leading to the severance of mother and son relations between Bai Jian and this old woman? Hearing the old matriarch's somewhat hysterical remarks, Bai Suyu gently curved her lips. Old matriarch, please do not slander me. I cannot bear such accusations. Her speech was measured, exuding an air of kindness, as though she were entirely agreeable. The words echoed in the ears of the old matriarch Bai, seemingly mocking her, which instantly ignited her fury. How have I treated you? You were cast aside by the crown prince, left unwanted. Out of goodwill, I endeavored to match you with my own nephew, and yet you have gone so far as to break his leg. Bai Suyu turned her head, casting a glance at Lu Yu, who lay on the wooden platform, breathing shallowly. A subtle glimmer of cold light flashed in her eyes. Old matriarch Bai, do you truly consider me a fool? Surely you understand who he is. Do you not? The corner of her mouth curled upward, her expression laden with scorn, indulging in every vice, gambling, drinking, and debauchery, while outwardly presenting himself as a paragon of virtue, yet behind closed doors, he revels in chaos. Do you believe I am unaware of these matters? Bai Miaoru, standing behind the eldest matriarch, was taken aback as Bai Suyu articulated the truths she had long known, her mouth agape in shock and remaining unclosed for an extended moment. A sudden chill gripped her heart as she realized that everything was indeed orchestrated by Bai Suyu. In her eyes, she was merely a foolish jester. This woman, a shadow of realization flickered in the depths of the old matriarch's gaze. Then did you not say I merely said I would consider it? And since my sister Ruer is so fond of Lu Gongzi, it is only fitting that I assist in their union, Bai Suyu declared, shedding any pretense. With Yenimochi having already torn away her veil, there was no escaping now. Rather than allow others to seize the initiative, it was far better to unveil the truth and gain the upper hand. Yenimochi stood silently beside her, observing the unfolding drama with a hint of amusement in his enchanting, elongated eyes. The old matriarch realized she had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Bai Suyu. She gazed in astonishment at those eyes that seemed to perceive all, feeling as though her years had been lived in vain. Bai Suyu slightly lowered her head, an air of indifference gracing her features. Lu Yu's injury was the doing of His Highness the Yen King. Grievances have their sources, and the matriarch ought to seek the right culprit. Yenimochi grasped her hand, his demeanor ambiguous, yet his tone bore a hint of menace. You, my dear girl, are rather impertinent towards this prince. Bai Suyu raised her head lightly, her gaze confident and radiant. Must I be courteous to you? She had long known that she should not have entangled herself with him. Little did she anticipate that on the very first day of her rebirth, she would encounter him once more. In her previous life, she had never taken a life, nor had she ever visited the government offices. The crown prince and Yin Ingru had concealed her night away, hindering the progression of many events. However, the current developments were precisely what she had been yearning for. Yin Ingru's fall from grace rendered her chances of obtaining the position of crown princess impossible. Although Bai Sun had not met her end by her own hand, she was nonetheless secretly eliminated, and with the loss of key figures, the residence would inevitably collapse in due time. Yet, she had only been here for a mere few months. It appeared that everything was unfolding in a well-ordered manner. She found herself in no rush at all. In the present day, the last scion of the Bai family is none other than Bai Ruoyao, who resides within the palace as the emperor's favored concubine. Should she falter, the Bai family would swiftly fade into oblivion. The old matriarch, Bai Leofurin, seethed with indignation, her countenance darkening. Yet, this formidable woman had a resilience that defied her age. Even the most potent poison had failed to claim her life previously. I shall grant you one final opportunity. If you wed Lu Yu, I shall spare you this time. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to confront the emperor, even at the cost of my own life. The old matriarch's words dripped with malevolence, her teeth clenched. Bai Suyu was taken aback by the matriarch's unwavering determination. Are you not concerned, esteemed elder, that I might bring ruin upon the Lu family? Bai Leofurin's face turned a shade paler, her gaze flickering momentarily. After a brief hesitation, a fierce glint sparked in her eyes. Will you marry or not? I shall not marry. Yen Machi's voice was icy as he enunciated those 3 words. His smile softened further, and with a gentle flick of his fan, he concealed his alluring cherry blossom lips. If marriage is to occur, it can only be to this prince. The onlookers' gazes swiftly converged upon Yen Machi and Bai Suyue, shock evident on their faces. Bai Suyue's brows knitted slightly, surprise flickering in her eyes. Your Highness, what do you mean by that? The old matriarch's expression darkened, her heart racing with disbelief. Initially, she had assumed Yen Machi was jesting, but she could hardly believe he would make such a declaration. Yen Machi gently tapped Bai Suyue's forehead with his fan. She is under my protection. Anyone who dares to wrong her is, in truth, wronging me, and they shall face the consequences of incurring my wrath. He pointed a slender finger towards Lu Yu's direction. The old matriarch's eyes widened in disbelief. A mixture of astonishment and incredulity etched on her face. Your Highness, my Bai family has several unmarried maidens. Should you find any of them to your liking? Yen Machi scoffed disdainfully. Those mere trinkets cannot captivate my interest. The old matriarch found herself momentarily speechless. Her words lodged in her throat. Bai Ruoxue was renowned as a beauty in the capital, yet she was dismissed as a mere trinket. Could it be that Yen Machi favored someone like Bai Suyue? Upon closer inspection, Bai Suyue appeared frail, her complexion sallow, a quintessential image of malnutrition. She stood as though a gust of wind could carry her away, lacking any attribute that could truly be deemed beautiful. Only her relatively lovely eyes lent a modicum of radiance to her otherwise pallid visage, rendering her somewhat charming. Your Highness, you are being excessively haughty. The matter regarding Lu Yu cannot simply be overlooked. Oh? Is the matriarch attempting to settle accounts with me? I am a merchant, and I relish such negotiations. As he spoke, he closed his fan, revealing his flawlessly handsome visage. Let us begin with the insults Lu Yu directed towards me. The first matriarch quickly gestured to Bai Leofuren, aware that confronting the Yin prince was akin to challenging the king of hell himself. It is precisely because the old matriarch has held a position of great authority for many years that she possesses such audacity. Chapter 96. I have had my fill. Your Highness, there is a saying that ignorance is no crime. Lu Yu does not know your Highness, and thus his rudeness should not warrant death. This is why I did not take his life. Yinamochi replied with an air of calmness, seamlessly continuing the old matriarch's unfinished words, a hint of fortunate expression gracing his features. The old matriarch's face, etched with wrinkles, grew increasingly grim. But how does the prince's action differ from taking his life? Yinamochi did not rush to respond to the old matriarch. He merely nodded in the direction of Imo Zhu. The wolf dog in Imo Zhu's grasp once again broke free, and the courtyard was soon filled with anguished screams. Ah, it is that dog. Stop. The old matriarch's sharp command reverberated, her body trembling. Your Highness, what you are doing is simply too cruel. To have a man torn apart by a great wolf dog before so many witnesses is a spectacle that will haunt these ladies for a lifetime. In the old matriarch's eyes, Yinamochi was nothing short of a demon incarnate. Was she not questioning the prince about the difference between leaving a man with a breath of life and taking his life? The prince intended merely to convey this through his actions. A chill coursed through Bai Suyu's heart. Just moments ago, she had silently resolved to avoid provoking this man. Throughout, Yinamochi remained unperturbed, courteous, exuding an air of noble elegance. Yet, his deeds were almost unbearable. Although this incident differed slightly from the whims of some noble scions who took pleasure in killing, the outcome was undeniably the same. Even if he bore the greatest fault, it must be adjudicated by the emperor. For the prince to take matters into his own hands, was this not crossing the line? When Yinamochi heard the old matriarch's words, he folded his still quivering fan, allowing his smile to gradually fade, his gaze sharpening with seriousness. Does the old matriarch doubt this prince's loyalty to the emperor? A fierce glint, sharp as a blade, flashed through his elongated phoenix eyes. Yinamochi lightly curled his lips, directly questioning the old matriarch. The old matriarch, involuntarily, retreated a step with the support of those around her, beads of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Bai Xiaojun could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, clasping his hands in a respectful gesture. Your Highness, my grandmother is somewhat muddled with age and did not intend to offend you. At this, Yinamochi reined in his imposing demeanor, his aura softening somewhat. It is you, as her grandson, who shows understanding. Such a lofty and mocking tone undeniably left Bai Xiaojun feeling a knot of resentment in his heart. Having unintentionally offended the Bai family with just a few words, Bai Suyu's eyes brightened slightly, secretly admiring his audacity. She was certain that a person like Yin Mochi would not have many allies in the court. Observing Bai Xiaojun clenching his fists discreetly, she noted that he still wore a smile of ingratiation. Your Highness Yin Wang, are you perhaps feeling hungry? I shall have the kitchen prepare dinner for you. Yin Mochi faintly shook his head and replied, There is no need. I am already satiated. After uttering these words, he deliberately cast a glance in the direction of Bai Suyu. The flicker of shadowy intrigue flashed in Bai Xiaojun's eyes, tinged with a hint of darkness, so it was. Would the prince be staying at the residence tonight? Yin Mochi turned and approached Bai Suyu, saying, I am about to take my leave. Would you care to accompany me? Bai Suyu calmly shook her head, remaining unmoved by Yin Mochi's words. Had she known this person to be so shameless, she would never have entertained even the slightest thought of him. He, full of malice, had thoroughly shattered her previously favorable impression. She no longer harbored any desire to see him again. Upon hearing that Yin Mochi intended to depart, Bai Xiaojun felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yin Mochi exchanged a knowing glance with Bai Suyu, and in the fleeting moment before his departure, he subtly curled his lips, forming the words, Do not regret it. Bai Suyu cast him a disdainful glance, turning away with her hands clasped behind her, ignoring Lu Yu as she passed by. The old matriarch, witnessing the audacity of these two who had harmed Lu Yu, felt a surge of anger rise within her, her chest heaving violently, overwhelming her with discomfort. The eldest lady dispatched a group of palace maids to return and freshen up, while the mess was tidied by the servants, and Lu Yu, unconscious, was carried to a guest room, allowing the courtyard to finally settle down. The old matriarch, seeing Bai Xiaojun return with someone, coldly inquired, Xiaojun, why did you speak such words earlier? Grandmother, it seems you are truly bewildered by your anger. Bai Xiaojun bore a striking resemblance to Bai Sun in his youth, his temperament equally composed. He had been a favored child of Bai Sun. Now, amidst the troubles engulfing the residence, only the slightly over 20-year-old Bai Xiaojun could shoulder the family's burdens. How dare you speak to your grandmother in such a manner? The old matriarch's expression darkened, her voice icy. Bai Xiaojun halted, a glimmer of shrewdness dancing in his eyes. That is Yin Wang. My father has already passed. Do you truly believe the emperor would still favor our Bai family? Having lived for such a long time, the old matriarch was well aware of the implications behind Bai Xiaojun's words, yet she was reluctant to admit it. Relying on her age and status, she dared to reason with Yin Mochi, but Bai Xiaojun was right. It was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. You, my child, are capable of such profound thought. It brings comfort to your grandmother's heart. However, if we yield continuously, will it not invite others to perceive our residence as easy prey now that your father is gone? A cold glint flickered in Bai Xiaojun's eyes. That is not the case. If one were to strike, it cannot be directed at Yin Wang. The old matriarch was momentarily taken aback, her eyes brightening instantaneously, the tension in her lips relaxing slightly. Bring Bai Suyu to my chamber at once. Not long after Bai Suyu returned to her loft, and before she could settle down for sleep, a knock resounded at her door. Who is it? Miss Yu, the old matriarch requests your presence. It is urgent. Bai Suyu narrowed her eyes slightly, her mind swirling with speculation about what the old matriarch sought from her. She understood that even with Yin Mochi's departure, peace would not reign within the Bai residence. With a tinge of curiosity, she approached the entrance of the old lady's courtyard. Two elderly maids, their expressions frigid, swung the grand door open, ushering Bai Suyu inside. The courtyard of the old matriarch exuded an air of tranquility and elegance, occupying the finest location in the estate. Not far in front, a plethora of fruit trees flourished, their branches lush and verdant as summer approached, shimmering with a soft green glow even under the night sky. As she pushed open the door, Bai Suyu beheld the old matriarch seated at the farthest end of the hall, her countenance stern as she regarded her. You please take a seat. The old matriarch spoke, her tone calm, as though the previously menacing figure had vanished. Bai Suyu blinked but refrained from offering the old lady any pleasantries. Old matriarch, let us get straight to the point. You summoned me for what purpose? Chapter 97. An old woman can assist you. The old matriarch's eyes flickered, her tone laced with a hint of coldness. Since you choose not to engage in pleasantries with me, do not blame me for withholding my respect. She dropped her facade, revealing a look of disdain. How did you come to know the King of Flames? Bai Suyu cast a dismissive glance at the old matriarch. This matter does not warrant discussion with you, old matriarch. With a resounding crack, the old matriarch slammed her hand onto the table, a look of contempt etching her features. No wonder the crown prince would cast you aside. You are a shameless woman, frivolous in nature. And to think you are entangled with the King of Flames. If this news were to spread, it would bring disgrace upon the Bai family. Bai Suyue's eyes glinted as she relaxed her demeanor. And what relevance does this hold for you? How could it not? The old matriarch inhaled deeply, letting out a disdainful snort. Bai Zhan is my son, and that will never change. Should you wish to sever ties with me, it would require him to return his life to me. Bai Suyue's gaze darkened, observing the old matriarch's expression, which radiated a chilling malice. The old matriarch felt a shiver run through her chest, clutching at her heart as she pointed accusingly at Bai Suyue. What are you planning, girl? Do you intend to kill me? Let me tell you, you are merely dreaming. Even in death, I shall drag both you and your father down with me. Bai Suyue regarded the matriarch's grotesque visage, a surge of impulse bubbling within her. She rubbed her wrists, suppressing the urge that threatened to overwhelm her. Were it not for Bai Zhan's sake, she would have relished the opportunity to mar the old matriarch's face. As the saying goes, old ginger is spicier. You are still far too inexperienced to contend with me. A smirk of derision played upon the old matriarch's lips as she sipped her tea, moistening her throat. Bai Suyue maintained her composure, betraying no sign of anger. Believing her adversary to have softened, the old matriarch continued, since His Royal Highness the King of Flames has taken an interest in you, treat him well and be sure to speak favorably of our house. Bai Suyue chuckled lightly, madam. I fear you have misunderstood. Even though my relationship with His Highness the Flame King is quite amiable, I would not speak favorably on your behalf, not even if you were to dismantle this residence. The old lady's expression darkened. I must say, you truly lack discernment. If I did not possess a measure of confidence, how could I dare to utter such words? As long as you agree to assist the rise of this mansion, I assure you, the rewards will be plentiful. However, should you refuse, the old lady paused, leaving her words hanging in the air, before turning to the elderly matron by her side and exchanging a few words. The matron nodded and soon returned, carrying a box. The old lady, moving with deliberate slowness, held the box in her hands, a hint of coldness concealed in her gaze. Do you know what lies within this box? Bai Suyue fixed her eyes on the golden silk Nanmu box, a tremor of unease coursing through her. An inexplicable sense of foreboding enveloped her. The old lady, noticing Bai Suyue's unwavering composure even in this moment, could not suppress a cold smirk. Her voice dripped with an eerie chill. Bai Suyue, you may not realize, but what I hold here is your mother's ashes. With a sharp crack, the armrest of the chair Bai Suyue occupied was crushed under her grip. The old lady trembled, her hand quivering slightly. Do not frighten me, for if my hand were to shake and your mother's remains were to spill, there would be no recovering them. Bai Suyue bit her lip fiercely, though she remained silent. The air in the room was thick with the icy aura emanating from her. She stood beside the shattered chair, unmoving, her eyes, clear and as dark as obsidian, fixed intently on the golden silk Nanmu box. She believed every word the old lady had spoken was undoubtedly true. What a despicable tactic! The old lady in this mansion. No wonder Bai Zhan had been so ruthlessly suppressed all these years. It turns out the old lady's trump card was this. Her heart simmered with a tempestuous rage, as if it might incinerate the entire room. Yet she remained composed. In her previous life, she would have recklessly fought without a second thought. But now, rushing forward would not only jeopardize her mother's ashes, but even if she were to eliminate this aged wretch, the one paying the ultimate price would be herself. The great vengeance remained unavenged. She could not afford to act impulsively. A lifetime of tragedies had led her to this singular opportunity, and she would cherish it dearly. Taking several deep breaths to regain her composure, Bai Suyue finally spoke. Madam, what is it that you wish for me to do? Had I known it would come to this, I would not have acted so hastily. You and your father are cut from the same cloth, willing to sacrifice so much for a wild woman of unknown origin. The fingertips of her palm pressed deeper. Bai Suyue's expression remained unchanged, but her heart sank further. It was all too clear what burdens Bai Zhan had shouldered over the years. What a pity it was that her father remained oblivious, not knowing that it was the old lady who had taken away her mother's remains for cremation, still foolishly hoping for the old lady to reveal to him where his wife truly lay. The old matron wore a smug expression, as if the act she had just committed was the most astute decision of her entire life. Otherwise, with your father's temperament, he would have long since quarreled with me. And how could he possibly be so obedient? Bai Suyue wore a bitter smile, realizing that the truth was indeed this. Her father was not grateful for the old matron's kindness, but rather fearful of her mother's remains. Even in death, her mother was not allowed peace. What a wretched old crone! A potent aura of murderous intent swirled and coalesced within her heart. Bai Suyue's gaze remained steady, betraying not a hint of malice. The old matron, observing Bai Suyue's calm demeanor, felt a twinge of surprise. How is it that you, as a daughter, are so unfilial, that you would forsake even your mother's ashes? Certainly not. Bai Suyue raised an eyebrow slightly, letting out a cold laugh. But who knows where the old matron procured such things to deceive me? I would never be foolish enough to be manipulated without grasping the truth. You claim this is my mother's ashes. What evidence do you possess? The old matron was taken aback, not anticipating such a retort from Bai Suyue. She chuckled lightly and set the urn aside. This is the jade pendant meant to accompany your mother in burial. Believe it or not, it matters not to me. It's worst. I could simply scatter these ashes right now, thus eliminating any leverage I have over you. From henceforth, one's fate shall depend solely on one's own schemes. Bai Suyue raised her gaze, a slight smile curving her lips. The old matron was indeed a formidable character, entirely unfazed by her crude provocation. She appeared self-assured, having fully grasped the sentiments of both herself and Bai Zhan. Better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it. Even if the ashes she presented were counterfeit, neither she nor Bai Zhan would willingly forfeit the opportunity. Bai Suyue relaxed her brow and spoke softly. Very well, I can acquiesce to your request, but the Flame King is not someone I can command. I hold no certainty regarding how events will unfold. The old matron chuckled. If you gaze upon this urn a moment longer, you shall find your confidence. Bai Suyue cast her a fleeting glance. May I now return to rest? The old matron waved her hand, a satisfied smile gracing her face. Think it over, Yuer. Should you find yourself in doubt, I can assist you. Chapter 98. Burying my mother alongside her, Bai Suyue cast a brief glance at the old matron. Remaining silent, she focused her gaze once more upon the urn, her murderous intent growing ever more intense. Initially, her goal was merely to bring down the minister's residence, but now it seemed that such a punishment would be far too lenient. She would ensure that those within the minister's estate experienced a fate worse than death, descending into the depths of hell. Leaving? The old matron carelessly tossed the box aside with a soft, cold snort. Did she think I would produce the genuine box? What a farce! Should she dare to harm me, I would see her mother's ashes utterly turned to dust. From behind a nearby screen, a robust old matron emerged, fearful of Bai Suyue suddenly charging forth. The old matron's skills were formidable. That young girl was merely a novice and stood no chance against her. Humph, compared to me, she is still rather inexperienced. If it weren't for the fact that I see her as somewhat useful at the moment, it would have been a different story. As her words trailed off, her gaze grew increasingly solemn. Have we found the person responsible for the Chancellor's demise? The old matron shook her head, replying in hushed tones. Not yet. However, experts in poison have indicated that such venomous creatures can only be cultivated by those from the Poison Physician Valley. The Emperor has already issued a decree, and the city is currently in pursuit of anyone associated with the Poison Physician Valley. The old matriarch snorted with displeasure, her eyes filled with disdain. What kind of sect is this Poison Physician Valley? How could they have dared to kill the Chancellor? And in such a vast capital, how can we locate individuals from the Poison Physician Valley? My lady, to be frank, the notice clearly states that those affiliated with the Poison Physician Valley bear a distinct mark on the nape of their necks, making them relatively easy to identify. Really? The matriarch clicked her tongue, a flicker of sharp light crossing her aged eyes. The last time I was on the brink of death, a young physician saved me in the nick of time. Those from the Poison Physician Valley must possess exceptional medical skills. Indeed, the old matron casually remarked, seemingly unconcerned, but the matriarch's lips curled into a cold smile, a glint of severity flashing in her eyes. That person had a rather mysterious background. It is highly probable that they belong to the Poison Physician Valley. Do you not agree with my assessment? The matron paused, then quickly came to a realization. The old matriarch makes a valid point. If we capture that person and interrogate them, perhaps you might catch something of significance. Then what are we waiting for? Quickly send Xiaojun and his men to apprehend them. Remember, they must act before Bai Zhan does. Do not rush to take them to the palace. Interrogate them thoroughly first. It is possible they may have colluded with Bai Zhan to target the vital inquiry. The matron nodded, though her gaze was tinged with confusion. She pondered for a moment before softly inquiring. But Bai Zhan is the old matriarch's own son. Why? The matriarch coldly averted her gaze, shooting a sharp glare at the matron. Mind your tongue. Do you wish to leave the estate? Yes, I shall discipline myself. The matron slapped her own face twice in reprimand. Lowering her head as she exited, the door, she cast a puzzled glance back at the matriarch, muttering to herself, why does the old matriarch seem to regard her own son as an enemy? It was not like this before the master passed away. The affairs of wealthy households are truly beyond an old woman's understanding. Lu Yu is gravely ill and has been assigned a separate room. Early in the morning, Bai Suyue was summoned. With the old matriarch's orders in place, the maidservants no longer treated Bai Suyue with the same courtesy as the day before. Bai Suyue tucked away the silver notes and discreetly concealed the portrait before rubbing her eyes and stepping out of her room. As soon as she opened the door, a maidservant flung a towel directly onto her. The sun is already high in the sky, and you are still indulging in sloth. The old matriarch has commanded that you personally attend to young Master Lu until he awakens. Upon hearing such an impudent demand, Bai Suyue stretched her limbs and tossed the handkerchief onto the ground. Are you certain you wish for me to take care of her? The maid disdainfully lifted her chin, stating, the old lady has said that if you do not comply, she has her ways to make you obedient, reminding you of your mother. Bai Suyue pressed her lips together momentarily before bursting into laughter. Very well, I shall go, but do inform the old lady that she should not overstep her bounds. Should I be provoked, I will ensure that the entire Xiang residence shall accompany my mother in her burial. With a graceful smile, she concluded her statement and strode towards Lu Yu's courtyard. Her movements neither rushed nor sluggish, exuding an unparalleled pride. The young maid, momentarily taken aback by Bai Suyue's words, shook her head, hastily dismissing her earlier fear. Upon realizing that Bai Suyue had acquiesced, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. To think she could send a message, what a dream! If such words were to reach the old lady's ears, she would surely take it out on her. The little maid walked away, chin held high, oblivious to the strange glint in Bai Suyue's eyes. Standing before Lu Yu's door, Bai Suyue kicked it open with a forceful kick and entered. The two maids at the entrance exchanged fearful glances, shrinking back into the corners upon seeing Bai Suyue. They had all witnessed the events of the previous night, and now, the sight of Bai Suyue seemed to resurrect the bloody scene in their minds. Where is Lu Yu? Young Master Lu is resting inside. Bai Suyue nodded, sauntering into the inner chamber, casually pushing the door open. The scent of medicine lingered in the air as she approached the bedside. Where Lu Yu was already awake, a slight smile gracing her lips. Lu Yu's eyes widened in terror as he let out a scream, his expression akin to that of a man who had seen a ghost. The old lady has sent me to care for you. Do you require my assistance? Bai Suyue took a few steps forward, prompting Lu Yu to shout in panic, stay away. I do not need it. Lu Yu had never encountered such a terrifying situation. It was this very woman who had nearly led him to his doom the previous night. Having been bitten by a snake once, he was now wary of even the rope used to draw water from a well. The mere sight of Bai Suyue sent tremors coursing through his body. Observing his reaction, Bai Suyue found it somewhat amusing. But this is a direct order from the old lady. Until you recover, I shall tend to you. I will speak to her. Say you need not come. Lu Yu gulped nervously, huddling against the bedside, trembling like a leaf. Yet, Bai Suyue felt no satisfaction. She drew closer to Lu Yu, picking up a feather duster that lay on the table. With the opposite end of the stick, she struck Lu Yu's injured leg with force. The freshly bandaged wound throbbed with pain, eliciting a cry of agony from Lu Yu. The two maids rushed in, exclaiming, Miss Yu, cease at once. If you do not stop, we shall report this to the old lady. Bai Suyue turned around, her gaze icy as she regarded the two maids who dared to threaten her with the old lady. If anyone wishes to end up like him, then do hurry. I shall be here waiting for you. With a hint of a smile in her words, Bai Suyue's voice emerged, causing the few maidservants present to feel their legs weaken once more. Chapter 99. Stripped and hung up. Do I still need to take care of this young master? Bai Suyue inquired of Lu Yu once again, only to see Lu Yu shrink back, too fearful to nod or shake her head, her gaze resembling that of someone encountering a demon. Observing the fright she had instilled in another, Bai Suyue felt a twinge of guilt. She turned to glance at the several trembling maidservants by the door. Although it was Bai Suyue who was being oppressed, they could not help but be gripped by a sense of fear, lacking the courage even to report to the old matriarch T that moment. A sudden commotion erupted outside, and as Bai Suyue stepped through the door, she collided with Bai Ruoxue, who was striding in. Bai Ruoxue's delicate face was notably frosty, and her flowing, pale yellow gown accentuated her graceful figure. The maidservants trailing behind her wore expressions of stern malevolence, each more severe than the last. Sensing the hostile intent of her opponent, Bai Suyue's gaze turned frigid, and she slightly raised her chin, her aura intensifying further. Upon entering, Bai Ruoxue commanded the maidservants in the room to part to either side. One younger maid, seemingly timid, spoke up, Miss, the old matriarch sent Miss Yu to care for young Master Lu. Yet she not only neglected him but also struck him. Bai Suyue cast a detached glance at the maid, who immediately recoiled and hurried to stand behind Bai Ruoxue. Bai Ruoxue straightened her expression, her gaze imbued with a hint of coldness, yet she still endeavored to maintain an air of elegance befitting a lady of high standing. I am not here for such trifles, Bai Suyue. You are truly shameless, having orchestrated the murder of my father, and yet you dare to stand here playing the charade. Bai Ruoxue's tone was resolute, imbued with a sense of confidence. The fury etched upon her exquisite features seemed capable of incinerating all in its path. Bai Suyue lifted her chin slightly, seemingly unfazed by Bai Ruoxue's threats. With an air of nonchalance, she took a couple of steps outside, a faint smile gracing her lips. Where is the evidence? Dare to spout such words without proof? And beware that I may report you. Bai Ruoxue's face paled, her composure faltering. The true instigator, Bai Suyue, was unexpectedly more formidable than she had anticipated. Observing Bai Suyue's unyielding demeanor, Bai Ruoxue tempered her expression, a trace of a cold smirk appearing at the corner of her mouth. Since I dare to make such claims, I certainly possess evidence. Bai Suyue, let us see how long you can remain so arrogant. Bai Ruoxue stamped her foot in frustration, her fair complexion tinged with a hint of red from anger. Yet, within her dark eyes lay a glimmer of triumph. In the instant she turned her head, the fury on Bai Ruoxue's face was replaced by a subtle smirk, as if mocking Bai Suyue for her ignorance. Bai Suyue narrowed her eyes, striding purposefully behind Bai Ruoxue, while the two maidservants following Bai Ruoxue regarded her with a frosty demeanor. Upon meeting Bai Suyue's gaze, they promptly averted their eyes, feigning ignorance. The residence was not particularly large, and they reached the main courtyard in the time it took to burn half a stick of incense. Before even reaching the courtyard, Bai Suyue caught sight of a large group of guards encircling the main hall, weapons in hand. Bai Ruoxue gently turned around, a smile in her eyes that carried an unsettling hint. Bai Suyue, if you were to kneel and beg this young lady right now, perhaps I might later speak a few kind words on your behalf, allowing you to retain a complete corpse. Bai Suyue's gaze grew increasingly frigid, her intuition hinting at a grim understanding. It was evident that Bai Ruoxue was determined, and to label her as the murderer of her father suggested she possessed some incriminating evidence. After rubbing her fingertips together for a moment, Bai Suyue lifted her chin and boldly parted the soldiers flanking her, striding through the entrance. Inside the grand doors, the entire household's masters stood lined up on either side. Bai Suyue cast a sweeping glance and immediately spotted a tall, elegant figure in a green robe among the crowd. The man, with long black hair cascading over his shoulders, wore an expression devoid of emotion, his demeanor chilling, akin to that of ice. Bai Suyue was momentarily taken aback as she approached the gathered assembly, which was now filled to capacity. In particular, the most striking figure at the forefront was the crown prince, Feng Muling, adorned in bright yellow. Beside him stood Yanning Ro, clad in an oddly styled pale pink gown, her ethereal attire enhancing her already delicate beauty, evoking a sense of sympathy. Her lovely visage bore a faint smile, radiating an air of nobility. Bai Suyue narrowed her eyes slightly, her pupils darkening with intrigue. The matriarch and the first lady occupied one side, while Bai Qinglan stood nearby, yet Bai Miao Ru was conspicuously absent. It was easy to surmise that after the significant events of the previous night, even Bai Miao Ru, no matter how brazen, would hesitate to appear at such a critical moment. Bai Xiaojun, clad in battle armor, sat imposing at a lower position, encircling Mu Qiu entirely. Bai Suyue surveyed her surroundings. A gaze from the side fell squarely upon her. She paused, noticing a room not far behind Feng Muling being pushed open, revealing a man clad entirely in white, who sauntered forth with deliberate grace. His demeanor was charming and elegant, his face radiating a gentle warmth, reminiscent of a celestial being. Feng Qingcheng slightly lifted the corners of his lips, offering Bai Suyue a whimsical wink. Feng Muling's voice, dark and foreboding, reverberated from above. I ask you once more, Bai Chancellor, was he poisoned to death by your hand? Mu Qiu, sensing footsteps approaching from behind, turned to glance back, his eyes betraying a flicker of concern upon seeing Bai Suyue. However, that fleeting emotion vanished almost instantly, as if it had never existed. No. With a resounding thud, Feng Muling slammed his palm onto the table before him, rising from his seat with hands clasped behind his back, gazing downwards. Yanning Ro, with a light smile, tugged at Feng Muling's sleeve, turning her gaze towards Bai Suyue, her beautiful eyes shimmering. Your Highness, how could a murderer ever admit to their crimes? It would be far better to employ alternative methods of inquiry. Feng Muling tempered his fury, his eyes softening as he regarded Yanning Ro. What clever scheme do you have in mind? My dear flower of understanding? Yin Ingru smiled shyly, gently rising on her toes to whisper a string of secrets into Feng Muling's ear. Bai Suyue, her brows furrowed in concentration, stood beside Mu Chou at that moment. The voice of Feng Muling descended from the high platform, leaving the audience in a state of disbelief. Bring him before this prince, strip him bare, and hang him at the gate of the Xiang mansion for 50 lashes. The moment these words echoed, a flicker of astonishment illuminated Bai Suyue's eyes. She had always been aware of Yin Ingru's mischievous schemes, yet she never anticipated such a drastic maneuver. With Mu Chao's proud disposition, how could he possibly endure such humiliation? Yin Ingru's intention was to force Mu Chou into a rebellion, indirectly compelling him to acknowledge himself as the murderer of Bai Sun. Wait! Bai Suyue cast a reassuring glance at Mu Chou and called out loudly. Chapter 100. Does the second prince also wish to protect her? Seeing Bai Suyue speak up, Yin Ingru displayed no hint of surprise. A cold smile curling at the corners of her lips, she rubbed her hands together, her eyes glimmering with a spring-like radiance. Sister Yue, it appears it is not yet your turn to speak. This man bears the mark of the Poison Medical Valley upon his neck. He is undoubtedly the one who killed Prime Minister Bai. Sister, do you recall bringing him to the Xiang mansion a few days ago and addressing him as Big Brother? Could it be that you share some unspeakable connection with this Poison Medical Valley? Yin Ingru's words were sharp and cunning, leaving little room for defense. Bai Suyue's gaze remained pure and untainted, revealing no hint of unusual emotion. He truly is the Big Brother that Yue recognizes. Bai Suyue lifted her chin, unflinching. As she declared this, Mu Chao's eyes narrowed slightly, an array of emotions flickering across his face. His dark pupils gazing at Bai Suyue with disbelief. This moment, it would have been most advantageous for him to distance himself from her. He was not one to falsely accuse others. Had Bai Suyue merely uttered that she did not know him, he would have complied with her wishes without implicating her in the slightest. Yet now, Bai Suyue boldly acknowledged their connection before so many witnesses. The title of Big Brother stirred a warmth within Mu Chao's heart. However, he was certainly not the murderer of Prime Minister Bai, and both he and his father could attest to that. Feng Muling's eyes narrowed. Bai Suyue, you have admitted it yourself. Both you and your father are deeply entangled with the Poison Medical Valley. Bai Suyue raised her head, her eyes filled with profound confusion, resembling an innocent girl seeking answers. Your Highness, what connection do Big Brother Mu and I have with the Poison Medical Valley? Please do not attribute every issue to me. Yin Ingru, witnessing Bai Suyue's denial, allowed a cold smile to escape her lips. Some have witnessed the mark on the back of his neck. Only those from the Poison Medical Valley would bear such a brand. Bai Suyue turned her head in surprise, her eyes widening in astonishment. Big Brother Mu, you are from the Poison Medical Valley? Why have I never heard you mention this? Mu Chou remained silent for a moment, seemingly pondering how to respond to Bai Suyue's inquiry. However, before he could finish his words, Bai Suyue gently lifted the corner of her mouth, exuding an air of calm composure. Your Highness, do you not find the gaze of your companions rather lacking? When has there ever been a mark on Brother Mu's nape? Upon hearing Bai Suyue's inquiry, a flicker of doubt flashed in the old matriarch's eyes. A cold smirk escaped her lips as she was assisted to her feet by the old maid. Her voice dripping with sarcasm. Yue, I am aware of your profound connection with this young man, yet the truth remains. He is indeed a rogue affiliated with the Poison Physician Valley. Tread carefully with your words, lest you regret them. The old matriarch's eyes glinted with a warning, prompting Bai Suyue to slightly turn her head, choosing not to cast her gaze upon her again. She complied, aware that she was merely ensnared in the old matriarch's scheme. A single act of defiance would not incur her wrath, for the ashes of her mother could only serve as a threat once. With the old matriarch's cunning, she would never sacrifice the greater for the lesser. Thus, Bai Suyue stood resolutely, preferring to turn the tables rather than remain oppressed. A flicker of dark light danced in her eyes, and as she lifted her head, clarity returned to her demeanor. The old matriarch's talent for framing others remained as formidable as ever. Brother Mu, a commendable citizen, had been unjustly brought here for interrogation. Brother, might I inquire how they captured you? Bai Suyue's expression darkened with anger as she cast a worried glance at Mu Chou. It was then that Mu Chou moved his lips slightly. They said something happened to you in the manor. Upon hearing Mu Chou's words, Bai Suyue's gaze flickered with astonishment, mixed with a touch of incredulity. Bai Shaojuan's eyes darkened further, his fingers tightly gripping his sword. Had Mu Chou not been so elusive, he would have dispatched someone to bind him rather than allow him to stand there unrestrained. The team he had sent to secretly apprehend Mu Chou had suffered a substantial loss, and had it not been for his quick thinking to lure him into the manor, they might not have even laid eyes on him. Bai Suyue's heart was filled with complex emotions, yet she soon grew resolute. Fortunately, she had been well prepared, or she would find it exceedingly difficult to turn the tide now. Feng Muling had likely received word long ago and was here to watch her humiliation unfold. Feng Qingcheng sat leisurely beside Feng Muling, regarding Bai Suyue with endless warmth in his eyes, a gentle smile gracing his lips, his gaze filled with tender affection. He appeared as if bathed in sunlight, his pure white robe reflecting the warm yellow rays, instilling a sense of tranquility in all who beheld him. If he remained still, he would indeed resemble a stunning work of art. I am here today in collaboration with His Highness to investigate this matter. Should you feel wronged in any way, do not hesitate to confide in me. I shall not allow any ill-intentioned individuals to bully you. The old matriarch was taken aback, staring blankly at Feng Qingcheng. Although she had long been aware of Feng Qingcheng's intentions to seek Bai Suyue's hand before Emperor Xian, those had merely been palace rumors, unconfirmed. Now, witnessing Feng Qingcheng's demeanor towards Bai Suyue, the old matriarch could no longer delude herself into denial. Meanwhile, the first Madame, Wei, silently gritted her teeth, having already concluded that Mu Chou was indeed the one responsible for White Sun's demise. Your Highness, my husband has served the nation for many years and now, having met such an inexplicable demise in prison, we cannot let the murderer go unpunished. Otherwise, the entire court will surely be disheartened. Bai Ruoshui's eyes had been fixed on Feng Qingcheng since her entrance, her countenance bearing a hint of shyness. Upon hearing Feng Qingcheng audaciously utter such words in favor of Bai Suyue, an unsettling feeling washed over her. The second prince's words seemed excessively biased. Could it be that if Bai Suyue were indeed the one orchestrating the murder, the second prince would still shield her? As Feng Qingcheng lowered his gaze, he caught sight of a charming young woman. Visibly irate, stepping forward, it appeared he had recognized Bai Ruoshui's identity, and his eyes narrowed slightly, the warm glow unfurled within his pupils as he spoke with a faint smile. Of course not. Miss Bai, you worry too much. This prince has always upheld the law. How could he act unjustly? Yet, if Bai Suyue is innocent, I shall not allow anyone to slander her. Everything must be substantiated by evidence. Upon hearing his words, Bai Ruoshui felt a wave of relief wash over her. She understood that the esteemed second prince would never cast his gaze upon an inconsequential girl like Bai Suyue. Not only did Bai Suyue lack her virtue and talent, but in terms of beauty, she paled in comparison. Even though the crown prince was to wed, the dashing and influential second prince remained without a primary consort. The more Bai Ruoshui contemplated this, the more elated she felt, and her gaze toward Feng Qingcheng gradually transformed, even surpassing her initial fervor for marrying the crown prince. Bai Suyue, noticing her thoughts, furrowed her brow, a glimmer of amusement flickering in her eyes. Thank you, second prince, for your assistance. However, neither Yuer nor Brother Mu has violated any national laws or family rules. On what grounds are we to be interrogated? Bai Suyue's face radiated with unwavering confidence. Her self-assured demeanor momentarily led Feng Muling to question whether he had indeed apprehended the wrong individuals. With a hint of doubt in his gaze, he turned to Bai Xiaojun below and coldly commanded, "Repeat what you said about the scene during the capture." "In response to your highness, the corpses of my 10 subordinates lie outside, all having perished from poison, and it was solely his doing. He is undoubtedly a villain from the Poison Master's Valley." Bai Suyue scoffed disdainfully. "Cousin Xiaojun, are you implying that you brought people to arrest him without cause and expected no resistance? If he were guilty, why would he resist?" Bai Xiaojun could no longer contain himself, suddenly shouting with a pale face. Bai Suyue, her gaze icy, retorted sharply, "If someone were to come and arrest you now, would you obediently accompany them? As an official of the realm, how can you disregard the laws ordained by the emperor? Without an imperial decree for arrest, you dare to seize individuals at will, showing no respect for our esteemed uncle?" Bai Suyue's incisive questioning left beads of sweat forming on Bai Xiaojun's forehead. The imperial guards have come to apprehend an ordinary citizen, a scenario all too common, with no commander of the guards ever having faltered in this regard, and none daring to investigate. Thus, over the years, an inexplicable unwritten rule has emerged. As long as one is not of noble birth or a member of a prominent family within the imperial city, even in the absence of an edict issued directly by the emperor, one may be seized without consequence. The emperor has never placed blame on anyone for this. However, now, before the public eye, Bai Suyue has audaciously pointed out certain flaws within the imperial guards, causing Bai Xiaojun's heart to tremble slightly. Must the guards truly require an edict to detain someone? He is merely a commoner. Does he not possess even this minimal authority to question him? Bai Suyue turned her head away, disinterested in Bai Xiaojun's explanations, her gaze fiercely fixed on Feng Muling. With her hands clasped behind her back, she displayed none of the airs of a refined young lady, but instead resembled a soldier from the barracks. Standing tall and straight, she exuded an invigorating spirit that was palpable to those around her. This young lady recalled that the 562nd law stipulates that without an edict, officials and soldiers must not disturb the peace of the common folk without cause, and those who intrude upon private residences shall face a minimum punishment of 20 lashes. She articulated this statement word for word, causing Feng Muling to furrow his brow slightly, his expression tightening as there truly such a clause within the law. He was uncertain, as a crown prince. He hardly has the leisure to peruse such trivial texts. Whether a transgression has occurred, the Ministry of Justice, which oversees such matters, would surely inform him of the appropriate punishment. Yiningrou's expression grew somewhat peculiar, her gaze towards Bai Suyue tinged with wariness. If she still perceived Bai Suyue as the fool she once knew, she would be the true fool. Perhaps all these years, Bai Suyue had feigned ignorance. She realized that Bai Suyue had never genuinely cared for her. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, her eyes brimming with resentment. All those years, perhaps Bai Suyue had been observing her live in a state of dependency and poverty, outwardly kind while secretly mocking her. Clenching her sleeves tightly, the once smooth silk fabric became creased under her grip. Noticing Feng Muling's gaze upon her, she reluctantly nodded in acknowledgement. She had perused that law countless times, all in the hope of surviving in this place. Yet Bai Suyue had never even glanced at it. The two of them had spent much time together, so how could she now so effortlessly recall the specific article number? The more she thought, the more fear gripped her heart. Bai Xiaojun, this matter of violating the court's laws cannot be decided unilaterally by the crown prince. Feng Muling coldly stated this, and Bai Xiaojun fell to his knees with a thud. Though 20 lashes would not be fatal, he, accustomed to a life of luxury within the prime minister's residence, could hardly endure such pain. Given that Xiaojun is a first-time offender, I implore His Highness the Crown Prince to show mercy. Bai Suyue let out a cold huff. If every first-time offender were to plead for leniency, what purpose does the law serve? Does my cousin believe that upon becoming the commander of the Imperial Guards, he can disregard everyone? Bai Suyue, you speak nonsense. This general has never thought such a thing. Bai Suyue, with an indifferent tone, replied, the thoughts reside in your mind. Who can truly fathom your intentions? This remark nearly drove Bai Xiaojun to the brink of fury. He stood rigid, wishing fervently to turn away in silence Bai Suyue's incessant chatter. Though her words were far from pleasant, her sharpness was undeniably formidable, each sentence expertly pinpointing his missteps. Bai Xiaojun inhaled deeply, ultimately inheriting Bai Sun's steadiness from years past. Indeed, he was worthy of being the legitimate heir of the Xiangfu. If this general were to face punishment, would that not seal his fate? Bai Suyue curled the corner of her lips slightly, shaking her finger as she stated, of course not. General Bai must still seek the Emperor's counsel. Feng Muling, observing Bai Xiaojun rendered speechless by Bai Suyue's interrogation, silently deemed him ineffectual. His expression slightly chilled as he slowly spoke. Does this prince need to seek Father Emperor's approval to conduct an inquiry? Bai Suyue tilted her head back slightly, a light laugh escaping her lips. Certainly not. The prince, as the crown prince of the realm, possesses such authority. However, one must have evidence when apprehending individuals. Merely relying on a seal from the wanted notice to indiscriminately arrest an ordinary person is something I cannot accept. Feng Muling smirked coldly, his thin lips pressed together. Your acceptance or rejection matters not to this prince. Guards, seize her. Bai Suyue's countenance abruptly turned frosty. Every encounter with Feng Muling seemed to bring misfortune. He was the crown prince, and she was merely a lowly woman. Confronting him head-on would yield no favorable outcome. Yin Yingru, at this moment, wished fervently for her demise, reveling in the spectacle while whispering sweet nothings near Feng Muling. She found herself somewhat admiring Yin Yingru, noting her rosy complexion, resembling a peach blossom, with eyes brimming with spring essence, her entire being soft and fluid like a pool of spring water, evidently having captured the prince's favor. Yet, at this moment, the typically aloof crown prince appeared to show her not disdain but rather an unusual tenderness. Contemplating Yiningrou's ascent to empress in her past life, basking in the favor of the six palaces, Bai Suyue felt a twinge of confusion. What means had Yin Yingru employed to secure the prince's heart so firmly? The surrounding guards, having long been prepared, immediately advanced with weapons at the prince's command. Yu Chao's dark, reflective eyes captured Bai Suyue's silhouette as he suddenly reached out, intending to push her aside. Hide behind your elder brother. Chapter 102. Had she miscalculated? At this moment, Mu Cho was already poised for battle, his face a mask of cold resolve. Bai Suyue grasped his sleeve, her expression taut as she shook her head at him. The flicker of cold amusement crossed her mind. Had it been the old her, she would have never bothered reasoning with him. If pressed, she would likely have resorted to outright conflict. Yet this was the Xiangfu, where the old matriarch would delight in seeing her clash with the crown prince's guards. When the time came, she could simply speak up, summoning the archers who had long been prepared to apprehend the so-called criminal, inadvertently leading to her own demise alongside Mu Cho, thus falling straight into the trap set by the old matriarch. Your Highness, it is imperative that you take action now. However, if you have not yet procured the evidence, I advise you to contemplate carefully. Otherwise, the consequences may prove too grave for you to bear. Bai Shuiyue abruptly lifted her head, her pitch-black, crystalline eyes concealing a hint of murderous intent. Upon witnessing this scene, Feng Qingsheng felt a stir within his heart. He had never before seen Bai Shuiyue in such a light. After a moment of careful consideration, he slowly nodded and declared, "Cease at once." As the second prince spoke, the guards loyal to the crown prince hesitated. If they were to heed the crown prince's command and charge forward now, it would undeniably offend the second prince, potentially branding them as instigators of discord between the two princes. Your Highness, have you verified whether there is a mark from the poisoned Dr. S. Valley on the back of this person's neck? The crown prince replied dismissively with a scoff. Is there any need for verification? Bai Xiaojun has already observed it quite clearly. Feng Qingqing smirked slightly. Nonetheless, a confirmation is requisite. Moreover, has the crown prince forgotten something prior to this? His narrowed eyes conveyed a hint of implication as he leaned back leisurely against his chair. Feng Muling, momentarily taken aback, quickly grasped Feng Qingqing's intention. After a brief silence, he coldly commanded, Bai Xiaojun has violated military law. Detain him and administer 20 severe strikes. Yes. Bai Xiaojun's legs gave way, nearly causing him to collapse. The guards on either side unceremoniously lifted him, pressing him firmly against the ground, while two others retrieved the boards and began to strike mercilessly. Flesh was lacerated and blood was spilled. Despite Bai Xiaojun's mental preparation, he ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness from the blows. Bai Shuiyue, well versed in the intricacies of such punishments, fixated her gaze on the two executing guards, who felt a palpable tension, unwilling to ease their grip. Once the 20 strikes were complete, beads of cold sweat appeared on the foreheads of both guards. Only upon witnessing the satisfied expression on Bai Shuyue's face did they finally lift Bai Xiaojun on a stretcher and escort him back to his chambers. Feng Muling's demeanor grew colder still as he tightly gripped a teacup beside him. Brother, is it now permissible for this crown prince to interrogate? He cast a sidelong glance at Feng Qingqing. His teeth clenched, his eyes reflecting the depths of an eternal icy cavern. Yin Yingru, sensing Feng Muling's impatience, quickly transformed into a soothing presence, restoring his composure. Your Highness, it is time to interrogate the suspect. She spoke in a tone that was somewhat foreign to Bai Shuiyue, her demeanor radiating an unmistakable allure. Feng Muling nodded, suppressing his anger once more. Despite Feng Qingqing lacking allies within the court, he was immensely favored before the emperor. After the previous night's report to Emperor Xian, what was initially solvable by himself had necessitated Feng Qingqing's assistance. Feng Muling's gaze darkened as he signaled to a nearby guard. One among them promptly stepped forward, heading directly towards Mu Cho. The crown prince demands that you expose the back of your neck for all to see whether there exists a mark. Mu Cho pressed his lips together, and upon noticing Bai Suyu nodding at him, he steadied his mind and swept his long hair aside, revealing the nape of his neck. There, indeed, lay a symbol. The guard, poised to draw his sword, hesitated midway, for beneath that small circular mark, another pattern emerged, its traces indistinct, suggesting it had existed for many years. The guard, momentarily dazed, sheathed his sword and knelt before Feng Muling. Your Highness, there is indeed a mark on the man's neck, yet it is not the same as the one depicted on the wanted poster. It merely bears a distant resemblance. Even the assertion of similarity felt strained as he spoke. The old matron stood in stunned silence, disbelief etched across her face as she gazed in Mu Chao's direction. It cannot be, Your Highness. My people have confirmed that the mark on the back of his neck is identical to that in the portrait. I stake my life on it. There can be no mistake. Bai Suyu secretly smiled, her shoulders trembling lightly. Feng Muling fell into a brief silence, for he still had faith in the judgment of his own people. Matron, this matter requires careful deliberation. If this man is indeed not associated with the poison physician Valley, your family may incur the wrath of the emperor. The heart of the matron sank. Last night, She had summoned by Xiao Jun to report this matter to the palace, fully prepared for the consequences. With Mu Chao's exceptional medical skills and her covert dealings with the servants of the general's residence, she was convinced that Mu Chou was undoubtedly a disciple of the Poison Physician Valley. There could be no error. Standing aside, Bai Suyu directed a triumphant smile at the matron. What a farce! Could it be that the eyes of all these onlookers are blind? My elder brother Mu indeed bears a mark, but those are merely the ancestral rules of his family, and he is certainly not affiliated with the Poison Physician Valley. Feng Qingqing's eyes glimmered with surprise as she lowered her head and took a sip of tea. In that fleeting moment, a hint of astonishment flickered across her jade-like gaze. Could it be that she had misjudged? The matron's expression grew animated, clearly intent on examining the mark for herself. With assistance, she approached Mu Chou, who made no effort to obstruct her, generously revealing the intricate patterns on the back of his neck. This sight left her somewhat taken aback as she reached out, eager to touch the designs on Mu Chou's nape. It cannot be genuine. You must have tampered with something. Bai Suyu slightly lowered her brows, a cold smirk creeping into her eyes. Having known all along that someone was secretly searching for Mu Chou, she could not simply stand by idly. The design on the wanted poster had been deliberately crafted by her. A blend of truth and deception meant to confuse. While the mark was indeed recognized by those in the medical community, the Poison Physician Valley was notoriously secretive, seldom venturing out. The mark bore half-truths, yet it belonged to an ordinary disciple. However, Mu Chou had already become the master of the Poison Physician Valley several years prior. As the valley's leader, Mu Chou's insignia was inherently distinct from that of a common disciple, and with half of the design being false, who could discern the intricacies of the matter? The old matron commanded a nearby maid to fetch water, which she then used to wipe the back of Mu Chou's neck. Yet, the mark showed no signs of alteration, and there were no areas of raised skin that could possibly be concealed. At this moment, the old matron began to suspect that her vision might be deceiving her. Wait, His Highness the Crown Prince, the intricate pattern etched upon the back must certainly signify a nefarious character. It is better to err on the side of caution than to let a villain escape. If we do not subject him to rigorous interrogation, how can we ascertain his true identity? Chapter 103. Marrying this prince. The old matron sat beside them, panting heavily, yet her tone held an undercurrent of malice. Bai Suyu furrowed her brow, a chilling glint flashing in her eyes. She increasingly regretted her moment of compassion that had saved the old matron's life. Otherwise, although the situation would have been more disadvantageous for her at that time, it would have been preferable to the multitude of troubles that had arisen subsequently. Had she allowed the old matron to perish that day, as this thought crossed her mind, a surge of murderous intent welled up within Bai Suyu. Regrettably, the circumstances had not permitted such an act, and as a dutiful daughter, she had always wished to spare Bai Zhen from heartache. Composing herself, Bai Suyu lifted her gaze towards the old matron and articulated clearly, "Your Highness, if we are to entertain the old matron's assertion, then every individual in the imperial city bearing a mark on the back of their neck should be interrogated." Feng Mu Ling's eyes suddenly turned icy, his brows arching as he queried with a hint of gravity, "Bai Suyu, your fervent defense of an unrelated person suggests that your relationship with him is not as simple as it appears. Is it?" The insinuations laden with crude implications caused Bai Suyu to momentarily stiffen. Raising her head gently, she offered a radiant smile imbued with a trace of derision. "The innocent shall remain untainted. Should your Highness wish to uncover the nature of my bond with Brother Mu, you may seek the evidence yourself. Otherwise, it seems that no matter what I say, your Highness would misconstrue my intentions. Thus, what further explanation is necessary?" Feng Mu Ling smiled faintly. "Your words merely serve to mask your own insecurities. I had not anticipated that you would be so capricious. Second brother, you must discern the true nature of this woman." Feng Qingqing's smile turned frosty, her expression growing even more pronounced. "As for my affairs, there is no need for your Highness to concern yourself." Bai Suyu was acutely aware that Feng Mu Ling's visit today was intended to reason with her, and she owed a debt of gratitude to Feng Qingcheng for her presence, which had restrained him. Had she not been there, he would have undoubtedly followed Yanning Ro's suggestion and hung Mu Chou at the entrance. Yet, if Feng Qingcheng were absent, she would not have wished to employ such lenient tactics against Feng Mu Ling and Yanning Ro. She believed that instilling fear would be far more effective. However, such an outcome would undoubtedly be catastrophic, and she risked being falsely accused of rebellion, rendering any gains utterly futile. Feng Qingcheng subtly exploited her, just as she openly utilized Feng Qingcheng. They were merely two parties seeking mutual benefit. "Your Highness, the second prince is likely momentarily beguiled by that enchantress. Once the truth is revealed, he will surely open his eyes and recognize what he has truly admired. Yin Yingru, with a gentle demeanor, whispered into Feng Muling's ear. Bai Suyue, with exceptionally keen ears, could only catch a distant mention of the term demonic woman. Yet, those two words sent a slight tremor through her heart, tightening a string in her mind. She was certain that Yin Yingru was concocting some sort of trap, waiting for her in the shadows. Feng Muling slowly nodded, his expression tinged with a hint of aloofness. As the crown prince, he would never let this person slip away. Her identity was highly questionable. He resolved to apprehend her immediately and confine her to the dungeons, awaiting his report to the emperor before a subsequent trial. Feng Muling descended gradually, casting a deep glance at Bai Suyue. Beside him, Yin Yingru leaned against Feng Muling, her posture languid and almost boneless, a smug smile gracing her lips. Feng Qingcheng did not contest Feng Muling's decision. Observing that the crowd had begun to disperse, he strode over to Bai Suyue and whispered, "Miss Bai, do not fret. This prince shall ensure that your elder brother does not suffer in prison." Bai Suyue respectfully took a step back, maintaining a certain distance from Feng Qingcheng. Her expression remained devoid of emotion, cold and indifferent. "Then I must trouble His Highness the second prince to offer his support. I shall endeavor to find the culprit post-haste and bring the true offender to justice." Feng Qingcheng narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of light passing through them. "If you require any assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. In truth, if you agree to marry this prince, any difficulties shall be effortlessly resolved." He smiled warmly at Bai Suyue before gesturing for the guards to escort Mu Chou alongside the crown prince's retinue as they departed from the residence. Bai Suyue remained rooted in place, enduring the cold glares of the onlookers from the residence, yet her mood was surprisingly tranquil. Observers speculated that she might have had an affair with that man from the poisoned Dr. Valley. Considering her reckless defense of a mere brother, as if she feared that others would not recognize their connection. Rumor had it that she was spurned by the crown prince due to having allegedly cuckolded him. Could that scoundrel be the very man in question? Who could say? A few maidservants strolled leisurely past Bai Suyue, whispering among themselves. Bai Suyue slightly furrowed her brows, turning to stand directly before the three maidservants. "Were you just speaking of me?" With a smile that belied her true intentions, she blocked their path, her face revealing no hint of anger. The three maidservants halted, fear creeping into their hearts. "No, we were merely discussing a lowly maid." Bai Suyue's lips curled into a subtle smirk as she inquired, "It seems that the only one spurned by the crown prince is none other than myself. Pray tell, who is this lowly maid you speak of?" The three women turned pale, realizing that Bai Suyue was unashamedly intent on uncovering the truth, and they ceased to hide their intentions. The eldest among them, clad in a blue dress, withdrew her previously ingratiating smile, revealing a hint of derisive scorn. "Miss you, since you are being so aggressive, we are not afraid of you. Do you really intend to kill us just because we have spoken a few words against you?" Bai Suyue raised her hand and, upon observing the haughty demeanor of the maid, stroked her chin. It seems that her long-standing restraint had led these individuals to perceive her as nothing more than a fragile paper doll. If she were to allow these two young maids to approach and bully her without retaliation, it would be likely that no one would take her seriously in the future. "I cannot kill you, but I can certainly incapacitate you." A smile increasingly sinister curled at the corners of Bai Suyue's lips, her delicate face grinning with an almost demonic glee. "Do you think the Xiang residence would require a few maids who merely eat and do nothing?" The moment those words escaped her lips, the defiance on the faces of the three maids vanished entirely. With a resounding thud, the leading maid fell to her knees. The other two, equally terrified, crumpled to the ground beside her. "Miss you, I spoke out of turn. You may punish me as you wish, but I have elderly above me and young ones below. I cannot be cast out." Bai Suyue narrowed her eyes slightly. The coldness emanating from her gaze was palpable, instilling a bone-chilling fear. "If you are aware of your responsibilities to your elders and children, you ought to speak and act with more caution. Am I someone you can casually criticize? Yes, I deserve to be punished. I deserve to be punished." The sharp sound of slaps echoed from in front of Bai Suyue, and as she did not utter a word to stop them, the three maids dared not slow their actions. In no time, their faces were flushed. "Bai Suyue, my maid, is someone you, an outsider, cannot penalize." Chapter 104. "Where are you going, Your Highness?" Bai Ruoxue had not ventured far when she remembered something left behind and intended to return for it. However, upon seeing Bai Suyue interrogating three of the maids from the Xiang residence, her expression soured. Though these maids held lowly positions, they were still hers, and being scolded like this by Bai Suyue was clearly a blow to her pride. Bai Suyue furrowed her brow slightly, hearing the increasingly approaching footsteps and sensing the intense cold radiating from Bai Ruoshui. She raised an eyebrow in intrigue. With a wave of her hand, she signaled the three maids to cease their actions. Upon seeing Bai Ruoshui, the maids' eyes instantly filled with tears, their cheeks swollen, casting desperate glances in her direction. Bai Suyue's smile widened. "What qualifications do you possess to dictate to me?" Bai Ruoshui, taken aback by Bai Suyue's audacity, felt a surge of frustration well up within her. "Bai Suyue, do you think you hold any significance? Without our Xiang residence, how could your father possibly establish himself in this imperial city?" Bai Suyue frowned. Yet a hint of mockery glimmered in her eyes. "The Xiang residence? Does this capital still harbor such a place?" Bai Ruoshui's gaze turned icy, a chill settling in her heart. With Bai Sun's death, the position of prime minister was now vacant. Were it not for the emperor currently investigating the matter, how could the Xiang residence retain any semblance of existence? Once a person dies, their influence extinguishes like a snuffed flame, and those officials in the capital, akin to fickle reeds, have likely already sought to distance themselves from the Xiang residence. She paused momentarily, her complexion pale as she lifted her gaze, her hands tightly clenched. Observing her agitation, a loyal maid by her side hastily grasped Bai Ruoshui's hand. If it were anyone else, Bai Ruoshui might have struck without restraint. However, Bai Suyue was an entirely different matter. Regardless of her status, her unmatched prowess was beyond Bai Ruoshui's capacity to contend with. Even the multitude of guards outside could not challenge her. Any rash action on their part would only lead to their own detriment. Furthermore, the ambiguous relationship between Bai Suyue and the current Prince of Yin left an air of uncertainty, as no one could predict whether they might inadvertently stir up a hornet's nest. "Miss, a step back opens vast horizons. Let us depart from here," Bai Ruoshui, incensed, stamped her foot. Upon witnessing Bai Suyue's stance, arms crossed with an air of superiority, a surge of fury ignited within her. "Very well." She spat through gritted teeth, prompting the three maidens to hastily rise from the ground and stealthily follow Bai Ruoshui, ducking low to distance themselves from the scene. The courtyard lay empty, and once Bai Suyue confirmed that no one remained, she relaxed her tensed muscles and gently massaged her forehead with her fingertips. Her immediate concern was to rescue Mu Chou from the prison. Although she was aware of the connection between Feng Qingcheng and the medicine sect, she was oblivious to the whereabouts of the individuals dispatched by the sect. Suddenly, her expression shifted. She smacked her forehead in realization, a faint smile gracing her lips. If the traces of the medicine sect could not be found within the imperial city, it would be far more prudent to seek them at the prince's residence in Feng Qingcheng. That was likely the safest haven in the entire capital. Moreover, she was privy to the hiding place of the sect's branch. Once the opportune moment arrived, none of those inept individuals would escape. Having grasped this crucial insight, Bai Suyue composed herself and hurried towards the entrance of the residence. Upon her emergence, all within the household feigned ignorance, deliberately avoiding her presence. The matriarch had instructed everyone to disregard Bai Suyue and to refrain from any form of interaction with her. In light of this minor upheaval, Bai Suyue remained unfazed. She understood that the matriarch intended to drive her away, subtly urging her to vacate the residence. Just as she stepped outside, a young man clad in black, astride a swift steed, came to a halt before her. Bai Suyue looked up, directing her gaze towards the rider. The young man had long hair neatly tied back, a black cloth bound around his forehead, and a youthful countenance that exuded an air of coldness. She recalled that Yenimochi referred to this young man, brimming with lethal intent, as a Mo Zhu. "The prince requests your presence," he stated. Bai Suyue furrowed her brow slightly. Yenimochi had always approached her directly, and this was the first time he had sent someone to summon her. "Where to?" she inquired. Mo Zhu lowered his gaze, regarding Bai Suyue with a palpable disdain. In the imperial city, Bai Suyue was quite renowned. A mere inquiry would reveal the mischief she had previously engaged in. The foot of Nanshan, as an unwed maiden, she had brazenly returned from outside the city, carrying a disheveled man on her back, all while harboring dreams of leveraging her father's military exploits to marry the crown prince and ascend to the role of crown princess. Such ludicrous escapades had become synonymous with her name. Bai Suyue, however, remained indifferent to Mo Zhu's contemptuous attitude. Had it not been for her previous naivety and ignorance, the present version of her would not have come into existence. Since the past cannot be altered, let us begin anew and embrace acceptance. Tea house. The words slipped gently from Miao Zhu's lips as she promptly turned her horse's head and rode ahead. Bai Suyue remained motionless, calling out to Miao Zhu's retreating figure from a distance. "I, Miss Bai, have pressing matters to attend to today and lack the leisure to meet your esteemed lord." Suppressing a flicker of curiosity within her, she stiffly turned and set off in another direction. Even if she did not enter the palace, she intended to try her luck elsewhere. Upon hearing Bai Suyu's voice, Miao Zhu displayed a hint of astonishment. Then, she cast a frigid gaze towards Bai Suyu, as though regarding a lifeless entity. With a swift motion, her long sword was drawn, and she leaped from her horse, executing a graceful flip to land directly before Bai Suyu. The blade was poised against Bai Suyu's throat, and Miao Zhu's murderous intent surged forth. "I do not have the luxury of indulging your whims. The Lord awaits. Should you refuse to comply, I will find other means." With that, Miao Zhu thrust the sword towards Bai Suyu's acupoint. Bai Suyu stepped back, entering a state of readiness, seizing a half-person height stone lion and hurling it towards Miao Zhu. The resounding crash startled the passers-by on the street. Bai Suyu squinted, her eyes imbued with a chilling aura. "Is this the attitude with which your lord treats guests?" Miao Zhu halted, glancing at the large crater forming nearby, her expression darkening. The woman's strength was indeed unpredictable. Even if he were struck, she could inflict severe injury. With a glimmer of determination in her eyes, Miao Zhu readied her sword to charge again. "Halt!" Suddenly, a cold voice emerged from a nearby ornate carriage, adorned with rubies and emeralds, which had come to a stop beside Bai Suyu. A slender hand reached out from within the carriage, grasping her sleeve and pulling her inside with force. Bai Suyu paused, yet offered no resistance, lifting the curtain to enter the carriage. Though modest in size, the interior was furnished like a cozy bedroom. Yinamochi reclined in the back seat, propping his chin on one hand, his long black hair cascading down, while the other hand delicately held a small, porcelain cup. Sipping gently, he exuded an alluring aura. Chapter 105. "Are you satisfied?" Bai Suyu remained silent. Sensing the carriage had begun to move, and the outside clamor gradually faded, "I summoned you today for a matter of importance. You are the first to reject my invitation, you impudent girl." Yinamochi sat up slightly, his eyes shimmering with intrigue, the elongated shape of his phoenix-like gaze revealing a hint of curiosity. "I have always been curious. Who granted you such audacity, or have I perhaps been too lenient with you?" The smile that usually adorned his lips began to fade, replaced by a more intense gaze fixated on Bai Suyu's eyes. Bai Suyu's countenance was as tranquil as water, her eyes shimmering with an ethereal light that seemed to render her impervious to the threats posed by Yinamochi. "Your Highness, the Flame King, need not resort to such intimidation against a mere girl like myself. I am quite timid, and should I be frightened, who knows what actions I might take?" Yinamochi suddenly found his tolerance inexplicably heightened. Even upon hearing Bai Suyu's disrespectful words, he felt no anger rise within him. Perhaps it was the abundance of sycophants around him that made this little one's defiance seem amusing. He was indeed curious about what she might do. Bai Suyu widened her innocent black eyes, a fleeting thought crossing her mind. Suddenly, she covered a nearby exquisitely crafted wooden board that extended out, used for displaying various trinkets. With a swift motion, her fingertips gripped it firmly, yanking it down and flinging it away as if struck by lightning. A piercing scream echoed as the entire carriage lurched violently, tilting forward. Yinamochi's gaze turned cold as he seized Bai Suyu, who was attempting to flee, and leapt from the carriage's roof. Upon landing, the carriage collided with the adjacent wall, causing a section of the dilapidated courtyard's barrier to collapse. Thankfully, the area was deserted. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Enraged, Yinamochi emanated a chilling aura, grasping Bai Suyu by the collar at the nape of her neck, lifting her entirely off the ground. Sensing the fury of the man beside her, Bai Suyu blinked, her eyes glistening with an air of pitiful innocence. Her lips tightened, her expression profoundly innocent. "Your Highness, I truly did not anticipate that your carriage would be so fragile. Had I known, I would have never dared to move." Yinamochi relaxed his grip slightly, causing Bai Suyu to stumble backward, regaining her balance after several unsteady steps. "You, my dear, are akin to a little fox. Yet despite your years of cultivation, you cannot escape my grasp. If you dislike this carriage, then let us depart." As he spoke, Yinamochi took the lead, effortlessly lifting Bai Suyu and striding forward. She cast a glance at the gem-encrusted carriage, a pang of regret tugging at her heart. "Your Highness, is it not of immense value? Shall we not keep it?" Yinamochi lowered his gaze, observing Bai Suyu's expression of concern for his loss, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "I am the wealthiest in the realm. This carriage is but a trifle. Once you accompany me, I shall ensure you revel in boundless splendor." Bai Suyu's expression remained tense, devoid of joy, her sleeve grasped firmly in Yinamochi's hand as she stumbled along. "Your Highness, Though you possess riches beyond compare, you stand alone. Even in eating and sleeping, your expenditures are but a drop in the ocean. Though you often wear a smile, I do not perceive you as truly happy. I have no desire for wealth acquired without reason. Yenmochi halted abruptly, the silence enveloping the narrow alley as if no one else existed. Do not presume that I am unaware. I know you have taken from the Bai family and exchanged it for a fortune of 100,000 taels. Bai Suyue furrowed her brow, realizing he was indeed fully aware of her actions. With her fingers gently clenched, Bai Suyue took a deep breath, asserting, "That is something I am entitled to. It cannot be deemed as undeserved." Her retort was but a feeble defense. Lifting her chin and pressing her lips together, she chose not to argue further. After all, as long as she found comfort in it, the opinions of others and the origins of the money were of no consequence to her. The tea house was not far away. Yenmochi released his grip and stepped through the door first. Bai Suyue felt an inexplicable familiarity with the place, and upon closer inspection, she realized it was indeed the same location that Mu Cho had brought her to on a previous occasion. An uncharacteristic thought suddenly blossomed in her mind. Was the prince acquainted with Brother Mu? Yenmochi furrowed his brows slightly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Is that the infamous paramour everyone is chattering about? His dark, narrow eyes bore a peculiar significance as they regarded Bai Suyue, who turned her head away, frowning slightly. "This is a private matter of mine." Yenmochi let out a cold laugh, retrieving an iron folding fan from his waist, which he habitually flicked open and closed. Instantly, his demeanor softened, no longer exuding the frosty air he once did, instead adopting an aura of elegance and nobility. He seated himself on a nearby chair, the dilapidated piece of furniture starkly contrasting his esteemed status. Upon noticing the pair emerge, a waiter in the tea house cautiously approached, inquiring, "Would the esteemed guests like some tea?" Yenmochi waved his hand dismissively, a spark of light dancing in his gaze. "Come here," he beckoned Bai Suyue, who, intrigued, positioned herself at the foot of the staircase in the quaint tea house. Yenmochi flicked his wrist, tossing her a dark token. "Take this," he instructed softly before ascending the staircase. Bai Suyue glanced at his retreating figure, hesitating momentarily before following. Regardless of his intentions, she was determined to uncover the nature of his schemes. During her last visit, Bai Suyue had only glimpsed the second-floor rooms of the tea house, unaware that a third floor existed. However, the stairs to this upper level were quite discreet, with 2 drowsy attendants stationed at the entrance. Upon seeing Yenmochi, they promptly bowed, and upon noticing the black token at Bai Suyue's waist, they stepped aside, granting them passage. Ascending to the 3rd floor, Bai Suyue was immediately enveloped by a rich medicinal aroma. She raised her head in mild surprise, curiously surveying the space. It was not large. To the left stood a solitary door, seemingly detached from the tea house. The walls bore a somber, ancient hue, imparting an air of mystery to the entire 3rd floor. "What could the prince possibly want from me here?" Yenmochi lowered his gaze slightly, casting a glance at her. "I have brought you here to appreciate something rather exquisite." Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a youth clad in azure robes, who respectfully bowed before Yenmochi and Bai Suyue. "Please enter. My master has been awaiting you inside for quite some time." Peering through the crack of the door, Bai Suyue beheld an elderly man with white hair, seated solemnly at a long table. The items laid out before him instantly captured her attention. The items in question were so familiar to her that they were etched into her memory. However, she never anticipated that there would come a day when they would manifest into reality. "Well then, my esteemed lord, are you satisfied with the grand gift I have bestowed upon you?" Chapter 106. What is your relationship with the Flame King? The elderly man rose abruptly from his seat, his eyes sparkling with astonishment upon seeing Yenmochi entering with a woman. "I never imagined such a clever design could emerge from a lady's hand." Bai Suyue was jolted back to reality by the old man's voice and hurriedly replied, "Esteemed elder, your craftsmanship is truly remarkable. These are merely the unintentional musings of a young girl, and your ability to restore them is genuinely impressive." The old man was taken aback, gently stroking his beard. To conceive such a formidable protective weapon so casually speaks volumes of this woman's innate talent. On the table lay approximately 5 different weapons, and she had harbored a fondness for martial arts since childhood, compounded by her natural strength, which Bai Jun had always cherished. In her youth, he often took her to the military camp for training. Yet, the presence of so many men in the army proved somewhat inconvenient. Coupled with Yanning Ro's encouragement from behind, she became a young lady of ill repute, a factor contributing to her tarnished reputation from an early age. What use is a kind nature in this era? A woman with a poor reputation is destined for a tumultuous path, Yet she had not grasped this truth from the outset. Yin Mochi, with his long fingers, picked up the short and compact crossbow at the forefront. Despite its diminutive size, the bolt was remarkably sharp. He rested it on the back of his hand, aimed at a straw target hanging in the room, and with a gentle flick, released it. The short arrow, propelled with great force, pierced through the target and embedded itself into the wall behind. Not bad. The old man was thoroughly impressed, completely overturning his previous notions of archery. This compact crossbow was not only exquisite but also possessed formidable power, capable of holding 6 bolts for rapid fire. Baisuyu remained unimpressed, finding the remaining items rather unremarkable. These 5 weapons, while potentially useful, seemed ill-suited for the battlefield. She could not fathom why Yinamochi had chosen to create these 5 specific designs and brought her to witness them. After all, were such items truly necessary for women in battle? As she examined the delicate trinkets, she raised an eyebrow and inquired. With a subtle smile gracing his lips, Yinamochi leaned closer to Baisuyu and softly remarked, "I wish to embark on a venture with you to earn some silver. Are you not in dire need of funds?" Baisuyu was taken aback, placing the crossbow aside. What did the prince mean by this? "I intend to open a shop in the city, dedicated to selling self-defense weapons for ladies venturing out. I believe these little trinkets of yours are quite suitable. Would you, my little Yuer, be interested?" A glimmer of excitement flickered in Yinamochi's eyes. The prospect of such an unexpected opportunity had landed in Baisuyu's lap, leaving her momentarily speechless. Surely, the prince must have numerous talented individuals at his disposal. Why would he seek her assistance? Baisuyu's voice brimmed with suspicion. It was not that she doubted Yanmachi had any ulterior motives, but rather she was convinced that he indeed harbored other intentions. Within Yanmachi's elongated, phoenix-like eyes, brilliance danced, and the deep crimson robe he wore shimmered with a hint of golden radiance under the light's gaze. He gently waved his folding fan and, with a swift turn, concealed his smile, pressing the fan's edge against Baisuyu's chin. "This prince finds you quite clever, my dear girl. You should understand what I desire from you." After a moment of silence, Baisuyu slowly lifted her head, her deep, obsidian eyes now glimmering with a faint light. "Very well, regardless of what the prince intends, I shall comply. I will provide the blueprints, and you shall sell them, but I demand 30% of the profits." She extended her finger, gesturing, while lifting her chin, her beautiful large eyes radiating a dazzling brilliance. Yanmachi observed her for a while, seemingly lost in thought. He released his grip and gently tapped Baisuyu's head with the fan's bone. Baisuyu frowned slightly, rubbing the spot that had been struck. If the prince cannot acquiesce to such a small request, then this collaboration is off the table. "You may seek others." She began to walk away, as if entirely unperturbed by the benefits Yanmachi had offered. Seeing her demeanor, Yanmachi smiled knowingly, his smile reminiscent of a blood-red lotus blooming upon a snow-capped mountain, captivating and enchanting. His eyes mirrored the resplendent hues of the sunset, truly a sight to behold. "You are quite the greedy girl. This prince admires that I will grant you all the profits." "How does that sound?" Baisuyu gently narrowed her eyes. She understood well that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, and Yanmachi's sudden proposition surely aimed to fulfill some purpose. However, she had yet to discern what he truly sought. As a girl devoid of wealth, power, or allure, it seemed improbable that the esteemed Yin Wang would take notice of her. Noticing Baisuyu's tacit agreement, Yanmachi felt pleased and tossed a crossbow bolt into her embrace, smirking slightly. "Keep this for your protection." Nearby, an elderly man listened intently, a subtle smile gracing his features. Baisuyu cautiously held the crossbow bolt in her hands, her gaze icy as she regarded him. "If the prince has no further matters, I request permission to take my leave." The elder, with a hint of regret, spoke. "Young lady, do not be in such haste. Since you are here, why not stay a while longer? I am quite curious about how you came to know Mucho." Upon hearing the name Mucho, Baisuyu's heart stirred slightly. She scrutinized the elder for a moment, her curiosity piqued regarding his identity. Yanmachi lounged leisurely in his chair, gazing at Baisuyu's every move with languid affection. "Even if you do not speak, I can surmise a few things. That Mu Ling is Mu Chao's sister, is she not?" The elder stroked his beard, his expression shrouded in mystery. Initially, Baisuyu had not regarded him with much thought, but now, observing his demeanor and eloquence, it was evident he was no ordinary man. Since he was already aware, Baisuyu chose not to conceal anything further. Indeed, that is the case. Currently, Mu Cho has been captured by the Poison Physician Valley, and once others discover the connection between Mu Ling and him, it is likely that she will also face dire consequences, is it not? Baisuyu's heart tightened slightly. Only she understood the relationship between Mu Chou and Mu Ling, and it was reasonable to assume that others were oblivious to it, for she had never disclosed this matter to anyone. How did this old man come to know? Noticing a fierce glint in Bai Suyu's eyes, the elder quickly smiled and said, "You need not regard me with hostility, my dear girl. The reason I am so well informed is that Mu Chou is my disciple." Bai Suyu was momentarily taken aback. "You are Big Brother Mu's master?" The air became increasingly saturated with a medicinal aroma, and Bai Suyu, in disbelief, scrutinized the elder once more, clad in green robes, with flowing white hair and an aura of ethereal grace. He indeed possessed the demeanor of an enlightened being. If this man were Mu Chou's master, she found it somewhat credible. Yenimochi narrowed his eyes. "I can vouch for it. He speaks the truth." Bai Suyu's apprehension gradually subsided, her tone easing as she inquired, "Are you also affiliated with the Poison Physician Valley?" The elder stroked his beard, smiling benevolently, the corners of his wrinkled eyes crinkling with mirth as he regarded Bai Suyu. A glimmer of wisdom flickering within his gaze. "I was once, but that was several years ago." Upon hearing this, Bai Suyu understood. The position of Valley Master had been bestowed upon Mu Chou, and naturally he would wish to present himself with flair. She blinked and cast a glance at Yenimochi and the elder. "Then what is your relationship with King Yen?" Chapter 107. A thousandfold retribution. Bai Suyu's question was rather probing, leaving the elder momentarily speechless. Yenimochi, amused, sat quietly, showing no intention of intervening. The old man and King Yen are merely ordinary friends. Just a few days ago, His Highness brought me a stack of blueprints. I enjoy crafting little trinkets in my spare time, so I helped him with a few. If you need poison applied to the crossbow bolts in your possession, you may come to me for assistance. Yenimochi lightly tapped his palm with his folding fan, a hint of amusement glimmering in his eyes. "Little trinkets? Perhaps not. When I brought the blueprints, I distinctly recall someone laughing uncontrollably." Observing the harmonious interaction between the elder and the young man, Bai Suyu focused intently. If Mu Chou's master shared a connection with Yenimochi, it was likely that the king would also recognize Mu Chou. With this thought, Bai Suyu's gaze shifted, and she gently clenched her fist. "Since the esteemed elder is fully aware, is there any feasible way to rescue Big Brother Mu?" The elder stroked his chin, casting a meaningful glance at Bai Suyu. "No." The flicker of hope that had just ignited was instantly extinguished. Bai Suyu retracted her thoughts, unwilling to place her hopes in this unreliable elder. Logically, if Mu Chou had been captured, he should be the one most anxious about it. Yet, as a mentor, his apparent indifference left her perplexed. "Oh, not regard me with such eyes. I possess no means, but he does." The elder pointed at Yenimochi, his face brimming with a smile, as if he felt no urgency whatsoever. Bai Suyu's eyes sparkled momentarily, only to find Yenmochi half sitting upright, gently tapping his fan against the teacup, leisurely observing her. "I in my royal capacity, securing the release of an individual is a rather effortless endeavor. However, as a merchant, my inclination leans towards transactions." His smile was devilishly charming, and the glint in his gaze held a hint of ulterior motives. Bai Suyu felt a sense of relief wash over her and raised her hand to gesture towards the elder. "The apprentice is his. Whatever benefits are required, he may freely express them." The elder, unexpectedly thrust into the limelight by Bai Suyu, appeared somewhat taken aback, stroking his beard and revealing a rather pitiable expression. "You, my dear girl, have no regard for the elderly. Indeed, Mu Chou is my disciple. Yet does that not make him your elder brother?" Bai Suyu pursed her lips, her expression grave. "Then let it be thus. Regardless of the demands, I shall bear half the burden." Yenmochi chuckled lightly, his dark red embroidered robe swaying before Bai Suyu, leaving behind a trail of shimmering light. He bowed his head, contemplating earnestly. "This prince desires the South Sea Night Pearl currently held by the Crown Prince. Regardless of the means you employ, procure it for me, and I shall offer my assistance in return." Bai Suyu was momentarily stunned. She had heard of that Night Pearl, which had been inadvertently acquired by the Crown Prince's men from a wealthy merchant. Its size comparable to a child's fist, exceedingly rare and precious, cherished dearly by Feng Muling. To pilfer something from the heavily guarded Crown Prince's residence without formidable martial prowess would prove exceedingly challenging. Bai Suyu possessed decent combat skills, yet her proficiency in lightness techniques was lacking. Despite having attempted to learn, her inability to cultivate strong internal energy rendered her efforts futile. After years of martial training, she found herself devoid of any internal power, a source of great frustration. Perhaps it was due to her constitution, which simply could not yield internal energy. The elder was initially taken aback, but soon began to stroke his chin, pondering a solution. The Crown Prince's residence is heavily fortified. If one were to forcefully seize it, a citywide manhunt would be inevitable by morning. Yet, should one wish to avoid detection by the hidden guards within the Crown Prince's mansion, even your highness's martial prowess may fall short. Yanmachi shook his fan, a rather enigmatic smile gracing his lips. If I could accomplish it, why would I require your assistance? Bai Suyue gently focused her thoughts. As if struck by inspiration, and suddenly spoke with a serious demeanor. I have a plan. The elder gazed curiously at Bai Suyue. What scheme has crossed your mind, my dear girl? Do share. However, it will require the cooperation of both the esteemed elder and his highness the prince. Within merely 2 days, news of the treasure from the Crown Prince's residence spread throughout the capital. Among the civil and military officials, many, upon hearing this news, began to subtly inquire of the Crown Prince regarding the nature of his newfound possession. Within a single day, Feng Muling was left in a state of utter disarray. Overwhelmed and vexed, with a sullen countenance, he returned to the palace after court, where Yin Ingru emerged from the inner hall clad in a delicate pale yellow garment, greeting him with a gentle smile. What troubles you, your highness? Her eyes sparkled like spring water, her large gaze seemingly capable of conversing with unspoken words. Upon encountering Yin Ingru, Feng Muling felt the ire within him dissipate considerably, and his expression softened. Rower, I am unaware of who has spread the rumors that there exists some treasure within the prince's residence. The entire court, both civil and military, is inquiring about it. Yet how could I possibly know what treasures I possess? Yin Ingru blinked, her eyes betraying a hint of anxiety as she inquired, what did His Highness the Crown Prince say? Of course, there was nothing. She sighed softly, shaking her head. Your Highness, by acting in such a manner, do you not invite others to believe that you possess a treasure you are reluctant to reveal? If the officials perceive you as a person of such pettiness, it may prove detrimental to your efforts in winning their allegiance in the future. Feng Muling had never considered this perspective. He was accustomed to others vying for his favor, being the lofty crown prince. Who would dare harbor suspicions against him? However, upon hearing Yin Ingru's words, he suddenly found them to possess considerable merit. Then what shall we do? Yin Ingru's gaze flickered thoughtfully, her eyes narrowing slightly. Your Highness, is there any treasure that others are yet unaware of? Certainly not. Feng Muling abruptly paused, his expression turning icy. Recently, I discovered a luminous pearl from a wealthy merchant, but after acquiring it, I concealed it thoroughly. There is no way anyone else could know. At that moment, Yin Ingru burst into laughter, her eyes sparkling with a trace of irony concealed within her mirth. Your Highness, you are quite misguided. If you remain silent, will not that merchant proclaim it far and wide? Perhaps this is precisely why the rumor of your treasure has surfaced. The more Feng Muling pondered, the more he found this possibility plausible. So, these individuals were indeed drawn by the luminous pearl? That pearl, the size of a fist, was likely unmatched even within the imperial palace. He had always cherished it, reluctant to display it for public scrutiny. Your Highness, at this juncture, even if you wish to feign indifference, it is no longer feasible. Heed my counsel. In a few days, host a treasure appreciation event in the prince's residence, inviting the officials who have caught wind of this news, thereby also reassuring His Majesty. Yin Ingru's voice was gentle, yet it struck directly at Feng Muling's thoughts. Her intelligence captivated him further. The more he gazed upon her visage, the more he found himself enamored, a primal urge stirring within him that nearly drove him to act impulsively. Noticing the shift in Feng Muling's gaze, she understood immediately, a glimmer of coldness flashing behind her lowered lashes. Bai Suyue, you have brought me to this plight, and I shall ensure you repay this debt 100-fold in the future. Chapter 108. I do not delight in killing the news that the Crown Prince had acquired the Nanhai Luminous Pearl and was inviting the officials to behold it spread like wildfire throughout the imperial city. Naturally, Bai Suyue, residing in the general's manor, received the tidings as well. In recent days, Mu Chou had been apprehended, and Bai Zhun had been tirelessly seeking the true culprit, returning home late at night. Meanwhile, Bai Zhun not only cared for Feng Qingxia but also assisted Bai Suyue in managing the household affairs. Renjir cast a glance at the elegantly attired Bai Suyue, her heart tinged with a hint of confusion. Miss, where are you off to so early? Bai Suyue looked into the mirror, seeing a woman who could barely be considered beautiful. A faint smile gracing her lips. The yellow spots on her face were somewhat concealed by the rouge, allowing her exquisite features to emerge. Though not strikingly pronounced, they were nonetheless pleasing to the eye. Renjir had never encountered her mistress dressed so primly and demurely. Upon witnessing Bai Suyue turn around, her eyes widened in astonishment. Noticing Renjir's dumbfounded expression, Bai Suyue gently curved her lips, What's the matter? Does this outfit not suit me? Rangier quickly shook her head, somewhat dazed, exclaiming, "It looks beautiful. I have never seen you look so lovely, miss." Baisuyue smiled softly, caressing the fine fabric of her attire. The layers of pleated gauze cascaded gracefully, lending her an air of ethereal elegance, adorned with noble peonies embroidered in golden threads, exuding a regal yet aloof charm. She had always despised such cumbersome gowns and rarely wore them, finding no decent outfit in her entire wardrobe. "You, my dear, are simply sweet-tongued." As the last word slipped from her lips, the front door was pushed open, revealing a figure clad in pale blue. The smile on Baisuyue's face vanished abruptly, replaced by a trace of mild astonishment in her eyes. "Sister Fong?" Fong Qingxia raised an eyebrow, a clear flicker of disdain crossing her gaze. "I am not your sister. Do not address me so warmly, Miss Bai. I have learned that several years ago. Your actions were the cause of my injury and subsequent coma." Baisuyue pursed her lips slightly, nodding gently. If there was anyone she regretted wronging in her past life, it was undoubtedly Fong Qingxia, who had been so utterly innocent, yet she had left her to languish in bed for many years. This was a fault she could never amend, a guilt that no excuse could absolve. Fong Qingxia's eyes glistened with unshed tears, a fire igniting within their depths as she strode towards Baisuyue, raising her hand to strike her. Rangier, startled, quickly positioned herself in front of Baisuyue, only to have the slap land squarely on her own face. Baisuyue was taken aback by the sound, hastily grasping Rangier's hand, her heart aching at the sight of Rangier's swollen cheek. Turning her head, she caught a glimpse of the deep-seated hatred hidden in Fong Qingxia's gaze, causing a chill to spread through her chest. "Sister Fong, I am truly sorry. You may harbor all the hatred you wish towards me, but please, do not harm my family." Fong Qingxia glanced at Rangier, her lips moving slightly, the light in her eyes flickering, but ultimately, she refrained from uttering an apology. "It was she who rushed at me. What blame is there for me? If blame is to be assigned, let it be upon her own head." Clenching her fists, Fong Qingxia charged forward once more, but her body suddenly weakened and quivered. For she was a person who had lain in bed for so many years. Even with her recovery, she could not instantly match the vigor of a healthy individual. At that moment, she was swept off her feet by the sudden arrival of Bai Junyi, who embraced her tightly. "Qingxia." Bai Junyi let out a low exclamation, concern flickering in his eyes. Fong Qingxia forcefully pushed him away and gritted her teeth as she rose from the ground. "Bai Junyi, I was truly blind to have ever chosen you. The very person who has caused me to languish in bed for so long stands before me. Why do you not seek vengeance for me? You profess your love for me, yet is this truly your version of love?" Bai Junyi furrowed his brow. "Qingxia, Yue is my sister. Your awakening is largely thanks to her." Fong Qingxia's eyes were red and swollen, a cold, mocking smile escaping her lips. "Bai Junyi, she is the reason I have become this way, lying in a coma for years. You fail to mention that, yet you incessantly sing her praises in my ear. Who, then, will repay me for the suffering I have endured over these years?" Baisuyue felt a tightening in her chest, guilt and remorse washing over her heart once more. If only it were possible, she wished she could be reborn before she harmed Fong Qingxia, yet fate had other plans. Heaven would not heed her pleas. "Sister Fong, whatever you wish, I will make it happen. I can bear any compensation." Fong Qingxia suddenly lifted her head, gazing fiercely in Baisuyue's direction. "Is what you say true?" Baisuyue nodded, taking a deep breath. "Very well. Can you truly grant me my wish to see you dead?" Bai Junyi felt a chill in his heart, staring at Fong Qingxia as if she were a stranger. "Qingxia." Fong Qingxia regarded Bai Junyi with a mixture of resentment and anger, her demeanor icy, as if devoid of any memories. "Bai Junyi, what do you think you are? Don't assume that just because you have cared for me for a few years, I will heed your every word. I cannot fathom what I was thinking when I returned here with you. I advise you to send me back at once, or my parents will not let you go." Fong Qingxia stared blankly at the dagger in her hand, swallowing her remaining words. Baisuyue stood before Fong Qingxia, her gaze as steady as ever. "The dagger rests in Sister Fong's hands. Should she desire my life, I will not evade it in the slightest. No one is to interfere." Dagu, Ronger, Fong Qingxia, seeing Baisuyue's resolve, was instantly filled with rage. "Do not think I would hesitate to kill you." As she spoke, she raised her hand, aiming the dagger at Baisuyue's chest. Bai Junyi's expression darkened as he attempted to seize Fong Qingxia, but in an instant, he saw the fabric of Baisuyue's clothing stained with a faint hue of red. The dagger in Fong Qingxia's grip had not truly pierced her. With a clatter, the dagger fell to the ground, and Fong Qingxia, somewhat disheveled, found herself cradled in by Junyi's arms, unable to speak for a long while. I do not take pleasure in killing. I fear it may soil my hands. From now on, keep your distance when you see me. I never wish to see you again. Fang Qingxia's voice trembled, but ultimately, it settled into a profound stillness. Observing Fang Qingxia's state, Bai Suyue's fingertips dug deeply into her palms. The tragedies of Fang Qingxia's past life stemmed from her actions, and it was only right that she harbored such hatred that Rong'er trembled in fear, hastily running to Bai Suyue's side. Miss, you are injured. Bai Suyue waved her hand. It is nothing serious, merely a surface wound. Such a pity for this outfit, Rong'er. Please find me something presentable. Bai Junyi departed with Fang Qingxia, leaving the room once again enveloped in silence. Bai Suyue, her expression devoid of any discernible emotion, resumed her seat at the vanity, yet her hand, clutching the brow pencil, trembled uncontrollably. Although she would never truly wager her life, should Fang Qingxia truly seek to harm her, she would not simply acquiesce to her fate. Nevertheless, Bai Suyue was genuinely apprehensive that the outcome might diverge from her expectations. She could not perish just yet, for her current life was not entirely her own. A bitter smile crept upon her lips. No matter how diligently and earnestly she had lived her life, the irrevocable mistakes already made could not be undone. If given the choice, she would gladly bear the suffering for Fang Qingxia. Yet now, it was somewhat too late to voice such sentiments. Chapter 109. Could it be that she still holds affections for the crown prince? Regaining her composure, Bai Suyue rose to leave, only to encounter Bai Zhen returning. Exuding an aura of coldness, Bai Zhen's brows were tightly furrowed. Upon seeing Bai Suyue approach, he hastily concealed his expression. Yet, Bai Suyue perceived the fleeting change with clarity. She was no longer the carefree girl she once was. She understood all too well what troubled Bai Zhen of late. The public discourse surrounding him was rife, and were it not for Emperor Xian's trust, numerous high-ranking officials would likely seek to condemn Bai Zhen. Father, you have returned. Bai Zhen offered a gentle smile, as if nothing had transpired. Why, my dear Yue, are you dressed in such a manner today? Indeed, it is better for a girl to adorn herself a bit. Bai Suyue's eyes brightened slightly. She wished to visit the crown prince's residence to see his treasures. Bai Zhen was momentarily taken aback, a look of surprise crossing his face. Did you not have a falling out with the crown prince? What will you do if he makes things difficult for you? He refrained from voicing the concern that she might not even be allowed to enter, his worry evident in his demeanor. Brother Mu has been wronged. I must lend my support, rest assured, father. I am well aware. She feared not the challenges posed by others, but rather the absence of such challenges. Yin Yingru had shared many years with her, and the words she heard before her demise had thoroughly revealed her true nature. Seeing the glimmer of confidence in her daughter's eyes, Bai Zhen nodded gently, a look of relief washing over him. Yue, if you venture out, do take care. By the way, I just heard that your sister-in-law has been causing you trouble. Upon hearing Bai Zhen mention Fang Qingxia and recalling her visage, Bai Suyue shook her head. No, do not involve yourself in this matter, father. Bai Zhen sighed softly, placing his hand on Bai Suyue's shoulder. Yue, do not keep everything bottled up. I am here for you. Her heart warmed, and she felt that everything that had just transpired was trivial. Lowering her gaze, Bai Suyue bid farewell to Bai Zhen and exited the estate, taking her seat in the carriage. The driver hesitated for a moment before asking, Miss, shall we head directly to the crown prince's residence? Bai Suyue smiled lightly, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. No, first take me to the second prince's residence. The driver, taken aback, did not inquire further and took up the reins, setting off. After approximately half an hour, the carriage came to a halt before the grand entrance of the second prince's residence. Bai Suyue dismounted from her carriage, and the two guards stationed at the entrance reached out to impede her progress. May I inquire who this young lady is? Upon observing Bai Suyue's attire, they surmised she must be the daughter of an official. However, the second prince, Feng Qingqing, was known for his virtuous conduct and never sought the company of such women, prompting the guards to scrutinize Bai Suyue thoroughly. Go inside and announce her presence. Bai Suyue requests an audience. Upon hearing the name Bai Suyue, the guards were taken aback. In the capital, her reputation was widely recognized. Having stirred the city when she sought the emperor's blessing for marriage, one could have anticipated that within less than a year, the crown prince would rescind the engagement. Opinions on Bai Suyue varied, but she was undeniably a figure of note in the capital, yet the descriptions of her seemed at odds with the graceful and refined young woman before them. Rumors painted Bai Suyue as immensely powerful, claiming that even several strong men were no match for her, and spoke of her as being quite unappealing, with an infatuated demeanor relentlessly pursuing the crown prince. The woman before them, clad in a delicate light blue gown that accentuated her slender figure, was by no means unattractive. "Are you truly the esteemed Miss Bai of the Bai General's residence?" Bai Suyue narrowed her eyes slightly, her lips curving into a warm smile. "I kindly ask you both to inform the inside. Bai Suyue seeks an audience with His Highness the Second Prince regarding an important matter." "Very well. Please wait a moment, miss." As Bai Suyue smiled, her exquisite features became even more pronounced. Unlike the frail charm of ordinary women, her facial structure was distinctly clear and fluid, not belonging to the category of those who were striking at first glance but ordinary upon closer inspection. Particularly captivating were her eyes, which seemed both pure and all-encompassing. The guards nearby, upon hearing her words, crowded at the entrance, discreetly assessing Bai Suyue. May feigned demeanor. Yet the essence of a person cannot be concealed, if Bai Suyue were indeed the untalented and undeserving individual as rumored. A careful observation would surely reveal her true nature. However, as they continued to watch, Feng Qingqing emerged from within, and they noted that Bai Suyue displayed no signs of agitation. Feng Qingqing, upon seeing Bai Suyue at the entrance, was momentarily taken aback. Though her clothing was not particularly luxurious, it accentuated her ethereal beauty, and standing beside her, one could almost sense a refreshing and pure aura. A hint of warmth flickered in Feng Qingqing's eyes as he slightly shifted his gaze. "Miss Bai, what business do you have with this prince?" Bai Suyue raised her chin slightly, her eyes shimmering with a hint of brilliance. "I wish to ask the second prince to accompany me into the crown prince's residence to admire the treasures." "You wish for this prince to escort you?" Feng Qingqing was momentarily stunned, his gaze sharpening slightly. Standing under the sunlight in his moon-white robe with his hands clasped behind him, he radiated a splendid aura. What benefit would this hold for this prince? Bai Suyue bit her lip, a troubled expression emerging on her face. "Your Highness, you may not be aware, but today I seek an audience with the Crown Prince for a particular matter. As you know, my relationship with the Crown Prince is tenuous at best. He would never agree to meet with me. How is it that the moon harbors thoughts of the Crown Prince?" Feng Qingqing narrowed his eyes slightly, the warm light dimming just a bit. "Of course not. It is merely that Yue wishes to plead for Brother Mu before the Crown Prince, hoping that, in light of my previous act of saving his life, he might grant leniency to Brother Mu." She clenched her teeth, lowering her head, enveloped by an air of desolation, as if devoid of options, compelled to tread the most perilous path. Feng Qingqing offered a gentle smile, his gaze flickering with intrigue.